Chapter 1. The Notice Sent to Longhu Mountain. Albus, you know that the Dark Lord has never been a concern. As long as that secret remains undiscovered, the wizarding world can continue to thrive. I am aware, of course, but Tom is drawing ever closer to that answer. If he truly manages to unravel it, we may have to confront not just a Dark Lord, but a god. After a prolonged silence, the portrait on the wall spoke once more. Then let everything proceed according to your plan. Let all secrets be buried, deemed taboo. Allow history to vanish into the winds. Ensnared in the web, the current order has been hard-won, and its continued evolution may yet lead to a bright future. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. At that moment, another woman's voice resonated. Yet, Albus, have you never considered solving that conundrum and wielding powers akin to those of a deity? With the knowledge, authority, and prestige you possess, the answer is but a step away, is it not? Dumbledore shook his head. The woman's laughter echoed, gradually fading into the distance. In that case, let us entrust everything to a future that remains unseen. Longhu Mountain, the secret realm of the Celestial Master. Su Shojin bore an expression of helplessness. Master, this is already the 27th owl. Is it truly unnecessary to consult someone about the feng shui and dispel any evil? Nonsense. What sort of malevolent spirit would dare wreak havoc in the secret realm of the Celestial Master? The elderly Celestial Master Zhang Bing slapped Su Shojin on the head and snatched the owl. Let me see. No wonder things have been so tumultuous lately. Look, a letter. The old master retrieved an envelope from beneath the owl's wing. The exquisite envelope bore a vivid red wax seal on its back. Upon opening it, the old master read aloud. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Su Zhang, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall writes. Upon finishing the letter, the old master smacked his thigh. What a splendid opportunity. Go, hurry, and summon Su. This truly is a case of a pillow arriving just as one dozes off. It's as if the heavens are raining down good fortune. Su Shojin timidly queried, Master, are you all right? The old master glared at him and slapped Su Shojin's head again. If those bald thieves next door are fine, then I am too. What are you dawdling for? Hurry. Su Shojin, clutching his head, dared not inquire further, only hearing fragments of discourse behind him. Study abroad quota. That wretched bald thief cannot miss this opportunity, underscored by an indefinable yet formidable significance. The training room at the back mountain was not far away, and soon Su Shojin brought Zhang Xu over. Su, let me tell you. As Zhang Xu entered, his gaze fell upon the envelope clutched by the old master, causing his heart to skip a beat. He hastily bowed, interrupting the old master. Grandfather, I am devoted to the path, seeking enlightenment and longevity, aspiring to ascend and join the ranks of the immortals. Please refrain from discussing matters unrelated to cultivation. The old master felt a surge of pride, about to commend his grandson's dedication to the path, but then realized something felt amiss. Clearing his throat, the old master began. Su, your awareness is commendable. However, remaining isolated in the mountains will not lead to true enlightenment. As cultivators, we must first engage with the world before transcending it. It is through experiencing the trials of the mundane that one attains true realization. At present, there is an opportunity to study at a Western magic school. The blending of Eastern and Western knowledge could greatly benefit your cultivation. Zhang Xu rolled his eyes. Who would abandon the path of cultivation to learn Western magic, even if it is Hogwarts, the so-called safest place in the magical world? I truly have no intention of forsaking the golden elixir of Longhu Mountain to study magic there. No matter how well I learn, can it grant me longevity? Can it? Though young Harry is quite charming, and Hermione's prominent teeth are endearing, and the cool-headed Draco has an appealing style. But, no matter how proficient I become in magic, it cannot bestow upon me immortality. Moreover, what if this story isn't about Harry Potter, but rather about fantastic beasts? I might as well study in New York, where at least I can encounter Nifflers. The old master, with a glint in his eye, feigned a sigh. Su, if you are unwilling to go, then so be it. But you are different from the other children on the mountain. Strictly speaking, you are not a pure descendant of our Chinese heritage that, if you truly do not wish to go, then you can remain here at Longhu Mountain with your grandfather for the rest of your life. Even if you cannot attain true enlightenment, we will accept it. After all, that wretched place has nothing but fish and potatoes, and I truly cannot bear it. What? Grandfather, what did you say? Zhang Xu, his mind filled with thoughts of longevity and engaging with Nifflers, was instantly agitated by the old master's words. Grandfather, you cannot frighten me with talk of not achieving enlightenment. What basis do you have for that? The old master covered his face with his sleeve, appearing to wipe away tears. Su, I genuinely cannot bear to see you go. The old master lowered his sleeve, his eyes reddened. Moreover, I have observed the celestial signs and seen dark omens rising from the west, heralding impending chaos. This portends great turmoil. Even if you can master both the path and magic, taking shortcuts to enlightenment, dominating the west, it is still far too dangerous. The old master rose, embracing Zhang Xu. Dear Su, we shall not go even if our fates are tied to that place. We shall not venture forth. It is far too perilous, and I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Zhang Xu wriggled free from the old master's embrace. No, grandfather, I will go. I will. Do not worry about me. I will pack my things at once. Fearing the old master might change his mind, Zhang Xu snatched the notice and bounded out of the room. As he walked away, he rubbed his eyes. How long has it been since the old master bathed? It's making my eyes sting. Once Zhang Xu had departed, the old master finally retrieved an onion from his sleeve and took a bite. Finding it somewhat bland, he also pulled out 2 tails of pig's head meat, a dish of peanuts, and half a jug of moonlight wine, placing them on the tea table to enjoy. Su Shojin looked on, enviously, and boldly approached, grinning as he poured a cup for the old master. Master, how come I never knew you could read the stars and predict fate? I cannot, the old master replied, taking another bite of the onion, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Chapter 2. The Slippery Celestial Master. Don't know? Then what you just said was pure nonsense. Su Shojin exclaimed, covering his head with tears welling in his eyes. This is the 3rd time today. Su is still just a child, and you two seem devoid of common sense. That was merely encouragement. Yes, encouragement for him to face challenges head-on, to courageously step out of his comfort zone, to actively embrace foreign cultures, striving for a harmonious blend of East and West, and to open his eyes to the world, rather than confining himself to a small circle. Master, please speak plainly. The old celestial master took a sip of moonlit wine. Su Shojin, with reddened eyes, bit into a raw onion, contemplating old ginger is indeed the spiciest. Meanwhile, in another realm, amidst the chaos of the world, 7 long years at Hogwarts, with either Voldemort causing havoc or the Ministry of Magic stirring trouble. Isn't this a match made in heaven for me? Zhang Xu thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. Ha, Harry Potter, I shall enlist your aid in my cultivation. His laughter gradually took on a peculiar tone, echoing into the old celestial master's chamber. The master and Su Shojin exchanged glances. Has the young master gone mad? Hard to say. Your ancestor was similarly ecstatic upon enlightenment. The old celestial master stroked his beard, pondering if Su's fate truly lies in the West. Perhaps it is destined for him to thrive in such chaotic places. Shojin, come, bring this set of celestial master treasures from the Hongwu era for Su. They were funded by the royal treasury, both aesthetically pleasing and powerful, with a guarantee. Also, remember to allocate a portion of the overseas family treasury to Su. Ah yes, here is the key to their Western bank vault. Back in the day, when Su's mother and I owe, and be sure to carry some cash. They don't use mobile payments over there. Bring along a few coins of gold, silver, and copper. Who knows if Su will adapt to the food there. I'll personally send a letter to Principal Dumbledore in a few days. Su Shojin observed the small mountain of items and the old celestial master, who was eagerly rummaging through boxes and could only respond helplessly. Understood. 2 days later, Su Shojin and Zhang Xu, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, stood with a look of bewilderment outside a dirty, cramped pub on Charing Cross Road. Brother, are you certain we haven't gone to the wrong place? It should be this one. The address given by the old celestial master is right here, Su Shojin replied, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. Zhang Xu Yingan Sapi. He recalled the original description of the leaky cauldron as dark and filthy. Have the Death Eaters already been here? Is my timeline set right before the final battle? Before Zhang Xu could gather his thoughts, Su Shojin had already pulled him into the establishment. The correctness of their destination would be evident at a glance. Leading the way, Su Shojin headed straight for a trash bin. Zhang Xu trailed behind, surveying their surroundings. The atmosphere was dim, greasy, and permeated with an indescribable, peculiar odor. A group of elderly women clad in pointed hoods huddled together, sipping drinks while murmuring phrases like the savior and the boy who lived. A small man adorned with a grand top hat was engaged in a spirited conversation with a balding gentleman, whose hair had receded to a Mediterranean expanse. One honor, he still remembers me, exclaimed the small man. He raised his right hand and waved it vigorously, proclaiming, I shall never wash this hand again after that firm handshake. Congratulations on your premature induction into the mafia. Zhang Xu mused silently. Through snippets of their dialogue, Zhang Xu deduced that the boy who had narrowly escaped calamity, destined to be a savior, must have recently visited this place. Fortunately, the narrative had not skipped too many scenes. However, he regretted missing the moment when the wand chose young Harry. Harry raised his wand high above his head and with a swift motion, sent forth dazzling sparks that twinkled like fireworks. It was this enchanting and breathtaking scene that had captivated Zhang Xu in his past life and drawn him into the wondrous world of magic. Su Shojin came to a halt beside the wall adjacent to a garbage bin. Counting 3 bricks up and 2 across, he focused intently on the inscription. He then produced a short, 8-sided whip of deep red wood from his sleeve and gently tapped it against the wall 3 times. The brick he struck began to tremble violently. The affected section of the wall collapsed and contracted, swiftly revealing a broad archway wide enough for 2 to pass through. It seemed they were indeed on the right path. Su, we must hasten, for there are many items on our shopping list, Zhang Xu remarked as he followed Su Shojin through the cobblestone archway. The most striking sight was undoubtedly the stack of cauldrons displayed at the nearest shop entrance, their alluring forms twisting and sparkling brilliantly in sunlight. Further inside, he recalled the shops selling magical ingredients, the Owl Emporium, the Broomstick Store, and Madame Alkin's robe shop. Zhang Xu rifled through his memories, matching them with the vivid scene before him. The bustling pedestrians and shopkeepers beckoning customers made the street appear so vibrant, lively, and authentic, far more moving than anything he had ever seen in films, played in games, or even the replicated magical town at Universal Studios. A wave of emotion washed over him. Suppressing his feelings, Zhang Xu turned to Su Shojin. Brother, how about we split up? Split up? Su Sodun, thou win. Zhang Xu shook his brother's arm. I promise I won't wander off. I just feel that selecting a wand and trying on robes might take too long. There's no need for us both to waste time together. I propose that I go choose my wand first while you purchase textbooks and other assorted supplies. Then we can reconvene at Madame Alkin's robe shop. What do you think? Zhang Xu pointed toward a sign that was faintly visible ahead. After a moment's contemplation, Su Shojin nodded. Very well, we shall split up. He then cautioned, once you've chosen your wand, head to the robe shop and wait for me. Do not loiter alone. Understood. Zhang Xu replied nonchalantly, his thoughts already soaring toward Ollivanders. Selecting a wand? How could he possibly wait? Zhang Xu chuckled to himself, preparing to deliver a slight shock to the venerable Mr. Ollivander, hailing from the east. Chapter 3, Custom Wands. As the inception of every young wizard's magical aspirations, Ollivander's establishment appeared exceedingly dilapidated. The narrow corridor was thick with dust. Various colored long boxes lay strewn haphazardly across the floor, resembling the aftermath of a grand explosion. The moment Zhang Xu stepped inside, he was overwhelmed by a cloud of dust that brought tears to his eyes. Ahem, Mr. Ollivander, you truly ought to consider relocating your shop. Oh, do not take it to heart, my child. A kindly old man emerged from behind a cabinet, clutching a box, his hair in disarray. I sincerely apologize. A rather special guest just departed, and I haven't had the chance to tidy up. Then, Ollivander set down the box and opened his arms wide. Welcome to Ollivander's, the finest wand shop in the magical realm. The elder regarded Zhang Xu with enthusiasm, taking in his eastern visage. A rare and unfamiliar guest indeed. But fear not, let us commence. Which hand do you favor? Zhang Xu raised his right hand. Ollivander retrieved a measuring tape, meticulously measuring from shoulder to fingertip, from elbow to wrist, from shoulder to floor, from knee to armpit, and even measuring the circumference of his head, waist, and chest. The elder's eyes sparkled with a passion and reverence. Each wand is unique, and as you choose them, they too are selecting their ideal master. Please relax, young sir from the east, just a moment longer. Ollivander stowed the measuring tape and nodded, preparing to select a wand. Suddenly, Zhang Xu stepped forward, gently placing his hand on the elder's shoulder. Please wait a moment, Mr. Ollivander. I wish to customize a wand using materials I have brought with me. Ollivander slowly turned, a slight furrow forming on his brow. His tone grew solemn. Sir, I am unsure if this is customary in your culture, but I must caution you. Not just any wood or magical materials may be used to craft a wand. Even if it appears extraordinary, possesses unique magical properties, or holds special significance to you, such as an heirloom from your ancestors, it cannot be utilized. This is the valuable knowledge gained from Ollivander's craftsmanship since 382 BC, the result of haphazardly combining materials. Ollivander gestured to the disarray surrounding them. I believe you have already witnessed that. No, you need not reject it so hastily. Zhang Xu felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a serious demeanor. You may first examine the materials I have brought. With that, he retrieved a beautifully polished, smooth wooden stick from his storage bag. What tree is this? Ollivander produced a monocle from his pocket, affixing it to his left eye with determination. He scrutinized the material closely, nearly pressing his entire face against it. There is no magical fluctuation. It appears quite ordinary. By Merlin, Ollivander exclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor and enchantment. Is this truly the wondrous wood from the east? Beneath the seemingly ordinary wooden shell lies a vitality as tumultuous as the ocean. I felt as though I could perceive a magnificent deity gazing back at me. This material is still alive. It is hard, flexible, and brimming with infinite variations and possibilities. Ollivander lifted his gaze, imploring, "Sir, please allow me to utilize this material. It is simply extraordinary. Oh dear, I completely forgot to ask your name. May I have the honor of knowing both you and the name of this remarkable material? You may call me Zhang Xu. As for this, we generally refer to it as camellia burlwood, quite common, really." Zhang Xu suppressed a chuckle. This stick indeed is camellia burlwood, also known in some places as blackfruit wood, dragon-subduing wood, or tong boimu. It is quite prevalent. Just visit the nearest antique market and seek out the bumpy wood pieces sold for 20 or 30 yuan, typically used for back massage. However, this particular piece was mischievously extracted by him from the dragon vein of the Tianshi secret realm in Longhushan when he was a child. A genuine tributary of the dragon vein, the azure dragon's whiskers. It cannot be compared to street market goods. Camellia burlwood? Ollivander held the stick, his expression one of bewilderment. This was a type of wood he had never encountered, not even documented in his grandfather's notes. Such a wondrous tree is surprisingly common in the East. It seems the time has come for me to broaden my horizons in the East, Ollivander murmured, then eagerly turned his gaze to Zhang Xu. What about the core of the wand? What material do you intend to use for it? Without hesitation, Zhang Xu produced a jade box from his storage bag. It is a piece of tiger's spinal marrow. Just tiger's spinal marrow? Ollivander replied with a hint of disappointment. In his eyes, even the feathers of a phoenix or the heartstrings of a dragon seemed inadequate for such a wood. At the very least, it should be the whiskers of a qilin or the tail hair of a unicorn. For a fleeting moment, the old man even contemplated whether to try the tail hair of a night steed. Zhang Xu smiled, peeling away the seal from the jade box. With a thunderous roar, a white-fronted, piercing-eyed tiger leapt from the box, its sharp golden aura radiating, carving deep marks into the already dilapidated room. The fierce tiger let out a mighty roar. Ollivander, startled, fell to the ground. The shelves in the shop trembled, dust swirling, and Zhang Xu nearly coughed up his bile. Merlin above. Is this another wondrous tiger from the east? Ollivander quickly regained his composure. Without waiting for the illusion of the tiger to dissipate, he snatched the jade box. Disregarding the pain from the golden aura piercing his palm, and cautiously opened a narrow gap. Ollivander's body still trembled, yet his gaze was resolute, embodying a fervor and zeal that disregarded life and death. This must be the expression of one deeply engrossed in the path. Zhang Xu thought to himself, I wonder if I could maintain such unwavering resolve in the face of life-threatening crises in the future. Zhang Xu glanced at the time on his phone, interrupting Ollivander's immersion in material observation. Ollivander, jolted from his reverie, turned to Zhang Xu with a peculiar expression. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Zhang, you are here to select a wand for your enrollment in September, are you not? Indeed, what of it? Zhang Xu responded with a hint of confusion, pondering what this had to do with his custom wand. Ollivander hesitated for a moment. Crafting a bespoke wand requires time, especially with materials I have never encountered before. The process may take even longer, but Hogwarts commences tomorrow. Zhang Xu was taken aback. Tomorrow? I only received my acceptance letter 2 days ago. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Xu ground his teeth. Su Shoujing, it's all your fault. Why on earth were you busy catching owls? You owe me my magnificent, unparalleled wand of extraordinary power. At that moment, as Su Shoujing was selecting textbooks, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. His body instinctively adopted a defensive stance, inadvertently startling those nearby who were engrossed in their studies. In an instant, a multitude of wands were aimed at Su Shoujing. Alas! Zhang Xu trudged out of Ollivander's, clutching a wand made of apple wood and dragon heartstring, sighing heavily. This wand was exquisitely crafted, measuring 8.5 inches. Pitch black, adorned with elegant honeysuckle engravings. Yet, in comparison to his envisioned wand, it appeared rather too slender, were it not for the tales of long-lived owners of applewood wands. Zhang Xu felt he might very well have opted to wait empty-handed for his custom wand to be completed. Alas, this wand lacked substance. Zhang Xu glanced at the wand, sighed, then glanced again, sighing once more. It's all Su Shoujing's fault. Had he not interfered with the owl, 2 months would have surely sufficed to create the wand. Now, I must pay an additional 100 galleons for expedited service. And who knows when I shall receive my wand. At Ollivander's, even purchasing an old wand only costs 7 galleons. I am at a loss. Chapter 4. Treating the Savior to Snacks. Upon entering, Zhang Xu swiftly drew his wand. With his right hand elegantly poised, he tilted his head at a 45-degree angle and shouted in a voice laced with sarcasm, Avada Kedavra. Yet, in response to Su Shoujing's expectant gaze, nothing transpired. Ha ha ha. Ha. Zhang Xu chuckled awkwardly, retracting his wand. Ah. Su Shoujing forced a smile, producing a copy of basic standard spells and handing it over. Zhang Xu cradled the book and nestled into the sofa to read. After turning a few pages, he exhaled with relief. Most of the spells mirrored those he had encountered in films and novels from his previous life. Even the incantations were strikingly similar. With a flicker of light, Zhang Xu waved his wand, and as he recited the incantation, a brilliant orb of light materialized at the wand's tip. It worked. Zhang Xu was entranced by the small sphere of luminescence. Though faint enough to extinguish at the slightest breeze, this was in essence his first genuine spell cast by his own hand. From this day forth, I am also a wizard. Zhang Xu thought joyfully. How marvelous! But how did this come to be? Su Shoujing observed the glowing sphere with curiosity. There were no fluctuations of magical energy, and the sea of Tao remained tranquil. What is this? Creation from nothing? Manipulation of fate? Words manifesting magic? Zhang Xu shrugged, setting down his wand, and began to rummage through his storage bag. In addition to the textbooks and teaching materials listed on the list, Su Shoujing had purchased a number of extracurricular reading materials. Among them were titles such as 100 Household Spells You Must Master, Conjuring a Feast, Common Magical Ailments, Clever Tricks for Dealing with Mischief, and Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Pest Control. Gilderoy Lockhart? Zhang Xu's expression froze in surprise. How had such a book found its way into his storage bag? It felt unclean. Su Shoujing clarified, "This is my wizarding edition of household tips. Aside from attending classes, one must also acquire some life skills, especially since we are in unfamiliar territory and must take care of ourselves. You haven't encountered an exaggerated, oily-tongued character, have you? Not yet. Well then." Zhang Xu placed Lockhart's book face down at the bottom of the pile and casually picked up where there's a wand, there's a way, engrossing himself in its pages. Rather than indulging in frivolous gossip, Zhang Xu believed that practical magic encapsulated the very essence of the Harry Potter universe, and it was the most worthwhile magic to learn. Just the spell for tidying up alone could be deemed an essential charm for culinary enthusiasts, not to mention the repairing charm, the summoning charm, the waterproof charm, and the size alteration charm. The guiding principle was sheer convenience. In this respect, the Daoist approach fell somewhat short. Whether it be Taoism, Zen, or Confucianism, these philosophies placed greater emphasis on personal cultivation and the livelihood of the people. They exuded grandeur and solemnity. While they may possess an air of elegance, they pale in comparison to the far-reaching benefits of magic in enhancing one's quality of life. After conversing for a while, considering they had an early journey the next day, the two decided to retire early for the evening. Unsurprisingly, they overslept. By the time they arrived at King's Cross Station, there were hardly any young wizards pushing their bundles or accompanied by animals left, not to mention the Muggle passengers. Fortunately, Zhang Xu's belongings were stowed away in his storage bag, keeping them light and enabling him to evade the watchful gaze of the guards. With a swift movement, he slipped through the stone wall between platforms 9 and 10. Su, remember to call when you arrive. The darkness before him flickered momentarily. A deep crimson steam engine appeared in front of Zhang Xu, surrounded by chattering young wizards and their farewells from their parents. Zhang Xu pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of the Hogwarts Express sign. What a pity. Although he could take the picture, he couldn't share it. And there was no signal. Zhang Xu sighed. Once aboard, he headed straight to the back of the train. Filled with enthusiasm, he walked to the end of the carriage but failed to spot a certain frail boy with round glasses and messy hair. During his search, he accidentally collided with Hermione, who was desperately looking for her lost toad, Neville, as she moved from carriage to carriage. Well, it seems we are simply not fated, Zhang Xu thought, choosing an empty compartment to throw himself into a seat and lie back, letting out a sigh of regret. Fortunately, he would still see Harry Potter at the sorting ceremony. As long as he firmly asserted his desire to join Gryffindor, he could transform into a mere attached charm to Harry Potter. The trio of mischief makers has gained a formidable new member. One wonders if Gryffindor still stands a chance at clinching the championship during the House Cup. Hee. While you all stir up trouble, I shall cultivate my skills in seclusion, enjoying the drama without compromising my quest for immortality. Now, that is what one might call a true victor in life. Zhang Xu was in high spirits. Upon closing the car door and retrieving 100 household spells you must master, he was interrupted by the sound of the door creaking open. Hello, is anyone here? Everywhere else is full. Zhang Xu, startled, sat up straight, his gaze fixed intently on a slender boy adorned with round spectacles. Harry Potter, the savior, my cultivation buff. Ha ha ha. Truly, I have traversed far and wide in vain only to find what I seek without effort. Feeling somewhat unnerved under Zhang Xu's unwavering gaze, Harry swallowed hard. If someone is here, I'll check another compartment. No one. Please, make yourself comfortable. Zhang Xu has the zipli. What a joke. You think after entering my abode, you could leave? You are my opportunity for enlightenment. Thank you. Despite Zhang Xu's overly eager demeanor, Harry had grown accustomed to strange looks and thought little of it. After expressing his gratitude, he dragged his luggage into the compartment. Need help? Is that possible? Thank you so much. Zhang Xu produced his wand and, pointing at the largest suitcase, intoned, each to their own. To Harry's astonishment, the suitcase sprouted limbs and hopped up onto the luggage rack, fitting snugly into the corner of the compartment. Ah, a touch of compulsive comfort, Zhang Xu mused. Once seated, Harry could hardly contain his curiosity. Is this magic? How did you do that? Zhang Xu raised 100 household spells you must master, eliciting a look of envy from Harry. In the Dursley household, had he dared to reveal his wand, Uncle Vernon would have surely confiscated it to break and toss into the fire. Yet Zhang Xu appeared utterly unconcerned about such matters. Wielding his wand with a casualness akin to wielding ordinary chopsticks, stowing away his wand and book, Zhang Xu then produced a packet of spiced melon seeds. Care for some? Oh yes, thank you. Harry quickly accepted the seeds, then, as if recollecting something, extended his hand toward Zhang Xu. Harry Potter, living in Surrey, London. Pleasure to meet you. Zhang Xu, a citizen of Huaxia. Zhang Xu, I hail from Longhu Mountain, where I practice Taoism. Longhu Mountain? A Taoist? That sounds impressive. Harry's eyes sparkled with intrigue, increasingly convinced that this individual was extraordinary. Although his initial gaze had been somewhat unsettling, it was undeniable that he was a well-mannered and amiable person of noble lineage. Zhang Xu cracked a couple of seeds, preparing to initiate further conversation, only to realize that Harry was at a loss on how to eat them, suddenly recognizing the British aversion to shell-on nuts. After a moment's thought, he rummaged through his storage bag and produced crispy peanuts, spicy snacks, salted egg yolk fish skin, honey three-layered cake, donkey rolls, golden thread dates, chilled beer, and a large bucket of cola, laying out a lavish spread. Don't be shy. Please try everything. Zhang Xu wamli vit hadi, deftly popping open a bottle of pure draft beer, squinting as he took a generous swig. The taste was a nostalgic delight. Chapter 5. Film Meets Reality. Harry set down the sunflower seeds, hesitantly picking up a piece of honeycomb candy. The rich malt flavor combined with the sweet clarity of honey, mingling with the unique aroma of the fried grains, created an ultimate confection of sugary indulgence that made Harry, who had never truly savored anything delectable, salivate profusely. As he gently bit into it, the candy's crispy yet tender texture released a rich, sweet oiliness with each chew. The sesame sprinkled on top unleashed an elegant fragrance, harmonizing with the honey, becoming increasingly flavorful with every bite, rendering it utterly irresistible. Harry's eyes sparkled with delight, finding Zhang Xu ever more endearing. How delicious! The carriage door swung open once more, revealing a freckled boy with red hair standing at the threshold, his eyes wide with wonder at the spread of snacks on the table. Mind if I join you? Zhang Xu be met, finding this version of Ron even more charming than in the film. Is that really okay? Ron asked, rubbing his worn, faded robe. He extended his hand toward Zhang Xu. Introducing himself, I'm Ron Weasley. I saw that other compartments were full, so Zhang Xu firmly shook Ron's hand. This is Harry Potter, also a first-year student. Bloody hell! Ron exclaimed, Harry Potter. You're the one. The Harry, in response, playfully brushed his hair aside to reveal the lightning-shaped scar. Wow, cool! Ron exclaimed, plopping down beside Harry. This is the mark left by that mysterious figure. Harry nodded, but I don't remember anything. It's been too long. I only recall a lot of green light, nothing else. Not a single thing. Ron pressed on, undeterred. Ahem, Zhang Xu interjected with a deliberate cough, interrupting Ron's inquiries. Let us not just chat. Let us eat. Try these. They're delightful Eastern snacks. Ron's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, while Harry cast a grateful glance toward Zhang Xu. The momentary awkwardness quickly dissipated as Harry and Ron refocused on the snacks. Under Zhang Xu's subtle guidance, Ron soon warmed up to the two, sharing tales of his home with 5 brothers and 1 sister, living in a humble abode in Ottery, St. Catchpole, Devon, while candidly lamenting their financial struggles. Old clothes, second-hand stationery, and worn-out wands were the norm in their household. He felt rather foolish, always believing he couldn't hold his head high in front of his parents, with Ron breaking the ice. Harry also offered a brief glimpse into his life at the Dursleys, from sleeping in the cupboard under the stairs to wearing Dudley's hand-me-downs, or scavenging expired newspapers and discarded toys. Each revelation elicited gasps from Ron. Witnessing the 2 boys encourage and comfort one another filled Zhang Xu with immense satisfaction, knowing that the topics of their conversation had been thoughtfully orchestrated by him. The more one can candidly disclose their past from the outset, the closer the bond between individuals becomes. As mutual understanding deepens, misunderstandings and conflicts can be resolved more swiftly in the future. The thought of witnessing the tangled ambiguities and mutual suspicions among the trio in the film adaptation of The Deathly Hallows made Zhang Xu feel a wave of nausea. It must be extinguished. As for himself, Zhang Xu tossed a small crab into his mouth. I merely need to remain by Harry's side and focus on my training. Everything else is of no consequence. The trio engaged in cheerful conversation, and soon it was noon. With the sound of a door opening, a woman with a charming smile and dimples entered the compartment. "Darling, would you like something to eat?" "No, thank you. I'm not very hungry," Ron replied. His ears flushed crimson as he produced a slightly misshapen paper box. "My mother packed me a sandwich." Zhang Xu glanced at the snack cart and interjected before Harry could speak. "Do you have any savory main dishes?" The woman appeared somewhat perplexed. "Well, for main courses, we have pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and—" "Never mind." Zhang Xu shook his head. "Let us just have a bit of everything on the card." Then he turned to Ron. "Would you mind sharing a bit of your sandwich with me? You know, coming from Huaxia, I can't bear not having a savory main dish at lunchtime." He gestured toward the snacks on the table. "In return, consider these as my contribution for your sandwich. What do you think?" Ron nodded eagerly. "Sure. If you don't mind, can corned beef?" "Certainly." A canned corned beef sandwich is hardly a gourmet delight, overly salty and rather dry. Nonetheless, Zhang Xu took a hearty bite and praised, "This tastes just like home." No matter how delectable the snacks, one can grow weary of them. While away from home, nothing is more comforting than the taste of mother's cooking. Harry, struggling to swallow a bite of his sandwich with pumpkin juice, nodded in agreement. If my mother were still around, her cooking would undoubtedly be the best in the world. Ron's eyes glistened with emotion as he took a firm bite of his pumpkin pasty. "You're absolutely right." After gulping down the remnants of bread stuck in his throat with some cola, Zhang Xu decided against taking the remaining sandwiches from a box and instead picked up a chocolate frog. He had no interest in such animated food. He opened the chocolate frog primarily to see if he could uncover a card of Dumbledore. A portable image of Dumbledore might prove useful in unforeseen circumstances. As he revealed the card, it depicted an unfamiliar wizard. "Agrippa? My goodness, mate. How lucky can you get?" Ron leaned in, his eyes wide with astonishment. "The Daily Prophet says this card has only appeared once thus far. Some even offered 100 galleons to acquire it, and couldn't he get it? You're incredibly fortunate." Zhang Xu handed the card to Ron. "I don't recognize him. If you have a Dumbledore card, I would gladly trade you for one. I prefer Dumbledore. That's worth 100 galleons. Hey, why not trade it for a Dumbledore card?" Zhang Xu glanced at Harry, who was also holding a chocolate frog. "If you don't want it, I could trade with Harry." "Trade? I'll trade." Ron quickly snatched the card, beaming with joy. "However, my cards are in my trunk. I'll show them to you once we arrive at Hogwarts." "No problem." Zhang Xu handed the chocolate frog to Harry and picked up a bag of colorful Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, intending to tempt fate once more. The compartment door creaked open, and a girl with thick, flowing brown curls stepped in, resembling a blend of Emma Watson and Natalie Portman, followed closely by Neville, who looked round and teary-eyed. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "I lost a toad," Neville announced. Hermione raised her chin, appearing somewhat imperious. "No, we haven't seen it." Ron had just pulled out his pet rat, Scabbers, and was about to feed it a great Bertie Bott's bean. Harry added, "If we see it, we'll let you know." Zhang Xu's eyes sparkled as he shifted his gaze among the group. Wow, the trio has finally assembled, and with 2 destined saviors, Neville. Harry, who would have imagined that the initial gathering of the protagonists throughout the entire HP saga would be due to a little lost toad? Such is the dramatic essence of art. Zhang Xu leaned back with satisfaction, though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered regarding the presence of the rat. Narrowing his eyes, he mischievously contemplated, what if I were to eliminate it right now? Or perhaps expose its identity, prompting it to defect to Voldemort? Wouldn't that make Harry Potter's tale even more thrilling, with greater turmoil? A dangerous thought flitted through his mind. Suddenly, A melodious bell rang in Zhang Xu's ears. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and promptly lost consciousness. Chapter 6. Dude, would you kindly call me father? When he opened his eyes again, darkness enveloped the world outside, the deep purple sky looming over dense forests and mountains. With a bitter smile, Zhang Xu mused. This path of longevity truly allows no room for any wickedness. Clearly, eliminating Peter Pettigrew could avert so many troubles, and exposing his identity could preemptively unveil hidden dangers. Yet, for deviating from the righteous path, you strike me with a bell? If I were to wield a Dementor or summon Death Eaters, would you send down a bolt of lightning to smite me? Please, I am not a child. There is no need to worry about my temperament. I won't disregard human life in pursuit of longevity. Within the sacred mountain, the bell's phantom slowly faded. Before vanishing, it shot Zhang Xu a fierce glare, as if to convey, I'm watching you. After a moment's pause, as Zhang Xu lay back down, he noticed Harry and Ron hovering over him, their eyes brimming with tears. You scared me half to death, mate, Ron sobbed. If it weren't for Madame Pomfrey saying you're fine, I really, truly. I am all right, Ron. Zhang Xu propped himself up and grasped Ron and Harry's hands. Moments ago, I merely encountered a slight challenge in my practice. As you might understand, coming from the East, where we possess our own methods of cultivation, after a brief respite, I find myself quite well. Harry tightly grasped Zhang Xu's hand, his fingers icy, palms clammy with perspiration. Just as Zhang Xu was about to offer further comfort to Harry, a booming voice from outside the car window interrupted. First-year students, come here. Are there any first-year students still on the train? Harry, where are you? Harry and Ron sprang to their feet. Zhang, can you manage? We must hurry. Zhang Xu, note that? Only then realizing that both had donned their flowing black robes adorned with gleaming badges. I am fine. He pulled out his robe, quickly changing as he ran, soon alighting from the train to meet Hagrid, who towered nearly 3 meters high. Harry, come here. Don't fall behind. Hagrid raised his lantern high, cautioning them to watch their step. All first-year students, follow me. Hagrid turned and led the newcomers along a narrow path to the lakeside, where they boarded small boats. A maximum of 4 per vessel. Harry, Ron, Zhang Xu, and an unfamiliar young wizard settled together. With a resounding command from Hagrid, set sail. The boats gently rocked, carrying them toward the towering castle that pierced the clouds. All were awestruck by the majesty and grandeur of Hogwarts Castle, rendered speechless. As the rhythmic sound of the boat echoed, whispers arose among the young wizards. Who dares to sing at such a moment? Surely it cannot be a drowned ghost. I suspect it's a mermaid. My brother, the head of Hufflepuff, claims that deep in the Black Lake dwell mermaids. Is the mermaid's song truly so unpleasant? How dreadful! It utterly ruins the atmosphere. The chatter continued among the small wizards, while Zhang Xu, with an innocent expression, shrugged his shoulders. The unfamiliar wizard quietly remarked to Harry, Is he unwell? I wouldn't he want to be sorted into the same house as him? Harry and Ron turned in unison, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Undeterred, Zhang Xu maintained his composure, softly humming Hedwig's theme, albeit at a lower volume. Before long, the boat reached the dock. It was indeed identical to the depiction in the films. Zhang Xu reflected, silently paying homage to the late Dame Maggie Smith. Professor McGonagall, as in the movies, introduced the 4 houses and their histories with a blend of expectation and sternness, elucidating the scoring system and the upcoming sorting ceremony. Regardless of which house you ultimately belong to, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin, I hope you will consider Hogwarts your home during your time here. Welcome, future great wizards. Please tidy yourselves up. Once preparations are complete, I shall return to escort you. With that, she turned and departed to prepare for the sorting ceremony. As soon as Professor McGonagall departed, a throng of ghosts emerged, drifting above the heads of the first-year students, engaging in incomprehensible discussions that drew the curious glances of the young wizards. It seemed that the rumors from the carriage were indeed true. Harry Potter had arrived at Hogwarts. A sudden voice pierced through the crowd. Draco Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, strode forth like a proud rooster, pushing aside the obstructing young wizards to confront Harry. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron and Zhang Xu could not contain their laughter, chuckling simultaneously. Naming children after constellations was a tradition among dark wizarding families, exemplified by names such as Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black. In Latin, Draco means dragon or serpent, while in English, it refers to the constellation Draco. Zhang Xu was perplexed by Ron's amusement, yet he found Malfoy's self-introduction comical, akin to someone pompously declaring, I am Mount Longhu, the dragon of the proud and crooked-mouthed Dragon King. It was simply too hilarious. Malfoy shot a glare at Zhang Xu before turning his attention back to Ron. Red hair, a face full of freckles, and your family's hand-me-down robes. It's clear you must be a Weasley. Malfoy elevated himself onto a higher step, declaring, "My father says the Weasley family is an utter disgrace to purebloods, breeding so many children they can hardly afford to feed them. Their very breath reeking of poverty." Extending a hand toward Harry, he continued, "In the wizarding world, some families are simply meant to be superior. I trust you wouldn't befriend those aberrations, would you?" Harry's expression darkened, unwilling to engage with Malfoy. Malfoy's hand lingered in the air, his face flushing with indignation. "What have I done to deserve such disrespect? You once even addressed me as father." Sighing, Zhang Xu, taking advantage of his height, looked down upon Malfoy's contorted face, which was pained from the awkward position of his hand. "I understand your eagerness to make friends, but that does not justify looking down upon or insulting others. How about this? You apologize to my friend and call me father, and we can consider this matter resolved. What do you say?" Malfoy's expression twisted in disdain as he struggled to withdraw his hand, completely ignoring Zhang Xu's suggestion. "My father said that noble pure-blood families never bow down. Apologize? You could go to hell. Shop das Sieben, Sorting Hat ceremony?" Upon witnessing Malfoy's attitude, Zhang Xu realized that an apology was unlikely to be forthcoming today. There was little to be done. Malfoy had been raised with a flawed education. Beyond the ideals of pure-blood supremacy and glory, he had absorbed the haughty, obstinate, and duplicitous demeanor of his father. Growing up in such an environment, it was naive to expect young Malfoy to change after a single setback. Zhang Xu's impression of young Malfoy was not entirely negative. He perceived Malfoy as a fundamentally kind-hearted child corrupted by the influences of his surroundings. In his previous life, he had a significant friend who bore a striking resemblance to Malfoy, similarly struggling to find his identity due to the burdens of his grandfather's and father's teachings. In the face of external evaluations, one remains submissive, yet strikes forcefully against the counsel of family and friends. Arrogant and overbearing in times of ease, yet fraught with anxiety and despondency under even the slightest pressure. Despite attaining a doctoral degree and securing a stable position, the individual oscillates daily between extremes of joy and sorrow, succumbing to the use of psychotropic medication at such a tender age. This deeply unsettles Zhang Xu. Given the opportunity, he yearns to contribute his part in guiding young Malfoy onto a more righteous path. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall appeared behind Malfoy. Zhang Xu released his grip and offered McGonagall a benign smile. The professor regarded him with a penetrating gaze and declared, "Now, everyone, form a single file and follow me." The young wizards swiftly arranged themselves in line, following her through the foyer and corridors into a lavishly adorned, classical dining hall. Thick, buttery candles floated in midair, while the dome above was sprinkled with stars. Furlong tables were already occupied by students who were chattering animatedly about the newcomers. On a large, four-legged stool, the tattered, greasy sorting hat was singing a whimsical song. Zhang Xu overheard a student at the long table murmuring, "The sorting hat song is different this year from last. I wonder if it has nothing better to do and spends all its time composing songs? Perhaps it not only writes songs, but also sharpens Gryffindor's sword in its spare time." Zhang Xu thought mischievously. As Professor McGonagall ascended the platform and took hold of the sorting hat, silence swiftly enveloped the room. One by one, the young wizards stepped onto the platform, perched upon the four-legged stool, and donned the worn sorting hat. When the hat proclaimed their house, a wave of enthusiastic cheers and applause erupted throughout the dining hall. Ron, Hermione, and Neville predictably joined Gryffindor. When it was Malfoy's turn, the sorting hat hesitated unusually, but ultimately designated him to Slytherin. As Harry's turn approached, Zhang Xu instinctively reached for his phone to record the moment. Why won't he turn on, even if Hogwarts has no signal? Is it too much to ask for it to function offline? Zhang Xu was seated at a distance and could not hear the exchange between the sorting hat and Harry. Gryffindor. A more fervent round of applause erupted. All Gryffindor students gazed eagerly at their new savior, the freshman. Next up, Zhang Xu. With Harry's illustrious example before them, the excited students hardly noticed the unfamiliar Eastern face. Only the trio briefly shifted their attention to Zhang Xu after their initial excitement waned. As Zhang Xu took his place on the stool, an unexpected hush fell over the surroundings. Yet another Eastern wizard. The sorting hat murmured softly, its voice resonating within Zhang Xu's mind. "This is quite the challenge, even more so than the last. I can sense your profound kindness and integrity deep within. Your passion for culinary delights, labor, and agriculture is unmistakable. Oh my, you Eastern wizards are simply born Hufflepuffs." "Nonsense." Zhang Xu curled his lips. Farming is an indelible mark etched into the bones of the Chinese people. As a culinary enthusiast from a nation renowned for its gastronomic delights, failing to cherish food or farming would warrant immediate expulsion from Chinese citizenship. Hufflepuff, perhaps? I recall the dormitory being quite close to the kitchen, which is rather appealing. No, I intend to share my life with Harry. Gryffindor is undoubtedly the better choice. Gryffindor? Quite commendable. I can sense the courage and determination that resides within you. It appears as though a profound force supports you, empowering you to face all adversities and challenges without fear. Oh, such bravery is immensely magnanimous, transcending mere personal valor. Can you feel it as well? Zhang Xu was astonished. The power the Sorting Hat spoke of is deeply rooted in the rich historical and cultural heritage of the Chinese people, cultivated over millennia. Moreover, countless pioneers stand as exemplars, passing down the enduring spirit of our nation. This potent legacy, forged in blood and fire, aligns impeccably with Gryffindor. Yet, you also possess great wisdom, a penchant for contemplation, and an extraordinary dedication to your studies, rendering you well-suited for Ravenclaw. The Sorting Hat's tone grew somewhat irritable. Now, tell me, what lofty aspirations or goals do you hold? Huh? Can't you discern that? Zhang Xu silently exclaimed within. Of course, it is to attain enlightenment and ascend. I must achieve immortality. Resisting the urge to scratch his head, Zhang Xu pondered whether the Sorting Hat truly did not comprehend the concept of enlightenment. What about the 4 phrases of Henku? To establish a heart for heaven and earth. To establish a destiny for the people. To inherit the teachings of the ancients. To pave the way for eternal peace. Still no reaction? Zhang Xu found it odd and tentatively recited another line. To uphold the core socialist values and strive for the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Enough. The Sorting Hat suddenly bellowed, drawing the attention of everyone present. There can be no mistake. Only there is the place most suited for you. A tremor coursed through Zhang Xu. He felt as though disaster loomed. The Sorting Hat did not afford Zhang Xu an opportunity to speak and immediately shouted, Slytherin. Damn it. Zhang Xu leaped up, incredulous as he ripped the Sorting Hat off and clutched it in his hands. I shall give you another chance, declared Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat remained still, resembling a true hat. The dining hall fell into silence, all eyes wide, staring at Zhang Xu, who was frantically clutching the Sorting Hat. The 3 little ones widened their eyes, glancing at one another. Slytherin? How could this be? Zhang Xu is undeniably a Gryffindor. He is so knowledgeable. Ravenclaw would suit him perfectly. Even Hufflepuff would be appropriate. How could he possibly be Slytherin? There must be some mistake. Seeing the Sorting Hat's continued silence, Zhang Xu, in a fit of rage, flung it to the ground. Nonsense. To hell with Slytherin. I belong in Gryffindor. A stir erupted in the Slytherin house, with several upperclassmen standing up and drawing their wands. Clang, clang, clang. Silence. Professor Dumbledore gently tapped his goblet with a spoon, quelling the noise. Zhang, please respect the decision made by the Sorting Hat. The selection of houses through the Sorting Hat is not only a cherished tradition since the establishment of Hogwarts, but also an unchanging rule of the school. Dumbledore scanned the crowd, his gaze sweeping over all the students. Hogwarts was founded by 4 great wizards, each naming a house after themselves. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house embodies the aspirations of a remarkable wizard, reflecting their most admirable qualities. I hope you will foster unity, kindness, and collective learning, rather than allowing rumors or gossip to create discord and animosity among your peers or houses. Zhang Xu took a deep breath, slightly bowing. You are correct, Headmaster. It was my folly. Dumbledore nodded gently, and the other professors smiled in acknowledgement toward Zhang Xu, just as Zhang Xu respectfully placed the Sorting Hat back on the chair. Preparing to join the Slytherin table, a beam of celestial light descended, illuminating his perplexed expression. In the void, fragrant blossoms unfurled, filling the air with their sweet aroma. A charming celestial couple held a parasol, while myriad ethereal beings encircled him, each bearing treasures. The sound of bells rang out. Drums began to play. The insignia of Yangping Zijigu appeared, alongside a decree of the One Alliance, as 3 sword for banishing evil emerged from his storage bag, swirling above Zhang Xu's head. Amidst the rumbling thunder, a deep, commanding voice declared, awarding Zhang Xu the title of Taishang of the Yangping Zijigu, envoy of the Western Divine Celestial Bureau. As the words echoed, an ethereal lotus crown materialized above him, accompanied by a robe adorned with cloud patterns, enveloping Zhang Xu. The 3 treasures descended. Zhang Xu held the insignia of Yangping Zijigu in one hand and the sword for banishing evil in the other, with the decree of the One Alliance radiating brilliance behind him. In a state of astonishment, Zhang Xu slowly uttered, "What on earth?" Chapter 8. Is it your ancestors who are wealthy? For several consecutive days, Zhang Xu felt as though he were walking on cotton, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloping him. Each time he practiced the 3 yuan guidance technique, he could hear a peculiar voice nagging in his ear, a new star of the Serpent House. Oh, an 11-year-old with extraordinary talent in the decrees, even attaining a celestial position in the Divine Celestial Bureau, and still attending a mere school? The voice troubled Zhang Xu greatly, leading to sleepless nights. Eventually, he detailed the matter in a letter to the Grandmaster. Do not drop out. What does do not drop out even mean? Do you not care whether your grandson is tormented by inner demons, caught in a whirlpool of obsession? Meanwhile, Su Shoujing sent him some calming herbal concoctions and incense. His classes felt disjointed and confusing. In Potions class, he even exchanged insights from Compendium of Materia Medica and Huangdi Aging with Professor Snape. Although this led to Snape's forgiveness and a slight friendship, it also earned him a group of admirers, known as the Lions of the Serpent House. However, the other students in the Serpent House looked upon him with even greater disdain. One day, as Zhang Xu lit some incense, a tremendous explosion erupted, akin to a cannon being fired right next to him. This was followed by a chorus of cries and the sound of piercing, maniacal laughter. Who is it? Who is it? In the dead of night, Zhang Xu stormed into the common room, agitated and unable to comprehend why others were still awake. He was met with the sight of a dozen or so male and female students lined up, casting furtive, mocking glances in his direction. In the corner, a small, frail girl named Brenda, a first-year student with Muggle parents, was sobbing. Surrounding her were 4 or 5 individuals brandishing wands, gesturing menacingly at her face. "What are you all doing here at this hour?" Zhang Xu inquired, his voice laced with irritation, as dark circles adorned his eyes. "Isn't it obvious?" came a derisive reply, accompanied by a few snickers. A girl jabbed her wand at Brenda's face, eliciting gasps and further cries from the girl. Zhang Xu clenched his fists in response. Suddenly, Malfoy's voice broke through the tension from the side. He lounged arrogantly on the sofa, flanked by his hulking companions, Crabbe and Goyle. "What is this? An attempt to intimidate? Are you planning to include me in your little lesson?" "Of course not," Malfoy sneered. "She is merely a mudblood. How could she possibly be compared to someone as illustrious as you from the mysterious East?" He waved dismissively. The Lion of Slytherin is hardly a commendable title. Yet, in comparison to the little rodent infiltrating Slytherin, it hardly matters. A proper education is essential. We cannot allow them to think that merely entering Slytherin elevates their status. Someone must teach them their place, their humility, and the virtue of submission. The mere allowance of their presence in Slytherin tarnishes the grandeur of this esteemed institution. Zhang Xu narrowed his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion as he glared at Malfoy. The sleepless nights had frayed his nerves, and he was tempted to strike the younger boy. The absurdity of the school rules against attacking fellow students was infuriating. Who cared about magical regulations when fists could resolve matters? Slytherin had long thrived on fear rather than virtue. Don't talk to me about reporting to teachers or the headmaster. Has Snape ever intervened in such matters? His mind is consumed only with potions and Lily. Oh, and perhaps Harry now too. But certainly not with the plight of these bullied half-bloods in Slytherin. Even if you were to report it to Dumbledore, it would likely be in vain. That old man is forever biased towards Gryffindor. He wouldn't even deduct points for my retaliation. Seeing Zhang Xu standing impassively, Malfoy leaned forward, mimicking an adult's demeanor, extending a hand towards him. "Come now, Zhang. Join us. Just step on this mudblood, and we shall recognize you as one of our own. I would gladly share the glory of pure blood with you. We shall inherit Salazar, Slytherin's legacy, to see Hogwarts and even the entire wizarding world grovel beneath the brilliance of pure blood." Zhang Xu remained unmoved, a hint of amusement flickering within him. Indeed, bullying rooted in blood purity was an insurmountable conundrum, for one cannot reason with a horde of lunatics. Zhang Xu's inner divine vision emanated a transparent light, his right hand poised like a sword. "Malfoy, why waste words with him?" Suddenly, a raven-haired girl rushed forward, raising her wand to point at the back of Zhang Xu's head. "Just a filthy Asian monkey. I don't know what farcical trickery deceived the Sorting Hat into allowing you into Slytherin. Yet you dare to covet the glory of pure blood, pretending to be noble. You're nothing but a street performer conjured by neon magic." Boom! A resounding thunderclap erupted, sending the black-haired girl flying. A terrifying force created an oppressive weight that settled heavily upon everyone's heart. Silver serpents danced, and dazzling silver lightning illuminated the entire common room. Surrounded by thunder, Zhang Xu was enveloped in a halo inscribed with mysterious runes that rotated slowly behind him. Brenda had long ceased her sobbing, cowering in a corner. Her gaze towards Zhang Xu filled with reverence, as if beholding a deity. Pansy, a senior student, leaped forward, rushing to the side of the raven-haired girl. Fortunately, aside from being knocked unconscious, she sustained no serious injuries. The head girl, Florence, wore a grim expression and raised her hand to halt the other seniors from drawing their wands. A wandless silent spell? Is this something a first year should master? And what of this thunder? Florence rifled through her mind for dark spells, but could find no relevant incantation. Florence forced herself to maintain composure. As head girl Zhang, I require an explanation. To hell with explanations. Zhang Xu spat. Dare to call me a neon person? You deserve to be struck down. A neon person? What does that mean? Florence asked, perplexed. Even if Pansy spoke out of turn, there was no need for such a heavy hand. Another senior student stepped forward, eyeing the lightning coiling around Zhang Xu with trepidation. We all hail from noble families. Even in conflict, we should prioritize harmony. Or do you intend to stand against all our families? Noble? Oppose? You lot? Zhang Xu chuka do the sivo. Abruptly, he reined in the crackling lightning, dissipating the aura surrounding him, and gracefully sat upon the sofa before Malfoy. With hands clasped and fingers interlaced across his chest, he unabashedly displayed his disdain, surveying all present. A bunch of baboons yet to shed their fur. When my ancestors thrived, your forebears were still scavenging for bones alongside wild dogs in caves. You dare speak to me of nobility or lineage? Tilting his head, he turned to Malfoy. What can your family possibly say? Malfoy faltered, stammering yet still holding his head high. My father says the illustrious Malfoy lineage traces back to the 11th century, holding a baronial title. One of the esteemed sacred 28 purebloods. Huh? Zhang Xu scoffed, producing the seal of the Yangping Zizhuguang and placing it upon the coffee table. He then retrieved a tome nearly a foot thick, tossing it beside. Look closely. This is the great seal crafted by the 43rd generation of my Zhang clan. From your ancestors upwards, you can count a full 30 generations. And this is a copy of my family genealogy, easily spanning over 4,500 years since Emperor Xiaohao. Zhang Xu surveyed the crowd, asking, who was it that wished to discuss family lineage with me? Do you comprehend the significance of the Yanhuang descendants, the offspring of the Emperor of Humanity? In that moment, a palpable tension filled the air. Chapter 9. From now on, I shall be the voice of the Serpent House, a descendant of our illustrious ancestors, a child of the human emperor. All present from Slytherin swallowed hard. Surely, this is mere bravado? They glanced at the thick directory, questioning how it could possibly date back 4,500 years. Even halved, that surpasses the esteemed and ancient House of Black by a full millennium. 4,500 years ago. Let's not even discuss the Sacred 28. For the existence of wizards itself was in question. Florence feigned composure. History does not necessarily indicate anything. Huh? Zhang Xu scoffed. In Slytherin, if bloodline, family, history, and wealth do not dictate one's status, perhaps. He raised a finger, crackling with blinding electricity. Martial prowess could? Florence's pupils dilated, and she immediately bowed in deference. Please forgive my previous transgressions. I, Florence Avery, on behalf of my family, acknowledge your status within Slytherin. She paused. If what you say holds true, there is still ample time, is there not? You may certainly correspond with your families for confirmation. As for now, I dictate the affairs of Slytherin. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? A senior, cradling Pansy, stole a glance at the unconscious girl and lowered his head. The Parkinson family supports. The Burstead family supports. The Welford family supports. Zhang Xu cast a glance at Malfoy, who turned away, reluctantly conceding. The Malfoy family concurs. Excellent. Zhang Xu rose, surveying the room. I hereby declare that bullying in any form, be it physical or verbal, shall not be tolerated during our time at school. Should I discover anyone engaging in duplicity, a smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth spread across his face, I would have no qualms about treating them as dark wizards. Many shivered involuntarily. Zhang Xu's smile, though seemingly benign, appeared far more menacing than that of a demon in their eyes. In a corner, a timid young wizard ventured, but we are forbidden from using dark magic. Are we not? Zhang Xu stood and turned toward the dormitory, his indifferent voice drifting back. Guess what magic I just employed? An eerie silence fell over the common room. Not long after, a multitude of owls soared into the night, their delicate, youthful handwriting poised to create ripples throughout the magical world. Burrowing into his down comforter, Zhang Xu let out a satisfied hum. Indeed, nothing alleviates stress quite like bullying. He stretched languidly, allowing himself to relax, inhaling the delicate, calming fragrance of the soothing incense. A flicker of unease arose within him. With such an assertive establishment of rules and a transformation of Slytherin's ethos, will this not lead to a dramatic shift in the narrative, adversely affecting my abilities? What if someone aligns with Voldemort prematurely and delivers a crushing blow to Harry within these walls? How then can I hone my skills alongside Harry? Surely, one should not be so unfortunate, for after all, the trio of the bell, the drum, and the morning chime have not given any forewarning. Moreover, these young wizards have yet to face the trials of Dementors or Death Eaters, aside from a few mischievous spells akin to toothy pranks. They are not vastly different from ordinary students in Huaxia. As his thoughts wandered, Zhang Xu gradually succumbed to slumber. Within the confines of the interior, the sacred mountain stood majestic and towering, evoking a sense of ascending to the heavens. The dual techniques of the dragon's roar and the tiger's stance naturally commenced. This helped Zhang Xu to relax his form and breath. On the following day, Zhang Xu awoke invigorated, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. In stark contrast, the Slytherin students appeared with deep dark circles under their eyes, embodying a state of disarray. Malfoy's sunken eyes resembled those of a vampire recently unearthed from a grave. He frequently lost focus, resulting in an incident during potions class where he prematurely detonated his cauldron, causing Professor Snape to frown and deduct 1 point from Gryffindor. He believed that Harry's sneeze had startled Malfoy. Potions is a meticulous science, a craft both strict and elegant. It cannot be completed haphazardly by merely waving wands and indiscriminately tossing in ingredients as if preparing a stew. Even in his fury, Snape's voice remained low and melodic, akin to a sorrowful chant. He swept his wand, clearing the potion in front of Malfoy, then cast a scrutinizing glance at Zhang Xu. I trust you have read the school regulations, Mr. Zhang. It is strictly forbidden to use a cauldron for hot pot, porridge, stews, or any concoction unrelated to potion making. Zhang Xu blinked, raising his hand to reveal a pristine cauldron from his storage bag. I must have taken a wrong one, Professor. The one you hold is indeed a hot pot, merely resembling a cauldron. Oomph. A verbal warning this time. And you all, a bunch of foolish. Just then, Professor McGonagall's voice echoed from the doorway. Professor Snape, Dumbledore requires your immediate presence in his office. Professor Quirrell, McGonagall's voice faltered, leaving her statement unfinished. Zhang Xu looked up and noticed a glimmering silver stain on the hem of McGonagall's emerald robe. Unicorn blood? Quirrell? He was taken aback. Had time accelerated? Wasn't it the case that Voldemort compelled Quirrell to hunt unicorns in the Forbidden Forest? Yet now, why would Dumbledore wish to see Snape? Snape hurriedly followed Professor McGonagall out of the classroom. As soon as they exited, Harry and Ron rushed to Zhang Xu's side. Hey Zhang, how has your time in Slytherin been? Zon in guit fin Zhang Xu. I heard from my brother that Slytherin has a tradition of bullying first years, especially those of mixed blood. It can be quite tough. If you encounter any difficulties, do let us know. If anyone dares to bully you, Harry rolled up his sleeves. I'll give them punch. And me, I just learned some fantastic jinxes from George. Ron chimed in, brandishing his old, frayed wand. Zhang Xu lauet hetiti li. Choosing not to mention that he was already a prominent figure in Slytherin, assuring them that there was no need for concern. Then he inquired, are you aware of the matter Dumbledore sought Severus Snape for? Harry shook his head, while Ron displayed an expression of excitement. Speaking of which, Ron waved his wand and exclaimed, I heard from Fred that a mysterious pureblood family has arrived in Slytherin. He is the true heir of Salazar Slytherin, having not only won over all the Slytherin students, but also planning to oust Snape and assume the position of head. Next semester, the entire Slytherin house will be relocating to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid will be their new head boy. Zhang Xu and Harry exchanged glances, silently questioning the validity of Ron's claims. Chapter 10. What the hell? A basilisk. The trio entered the dining hall and took their seats at the house table. Upon Zhang Xu's arrival, nearby Slytherin students promptly stood to pay their respects and vacated the area around him, leaving a considerable space. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xu picked up his tray and approached Malfoy. Enthusiastically, he draped an arm around Malfoy's shoulders and cheerfully inquired, Hey, Malfoy, can I ask you something about Professor Snape? Why would you ask me? Malfoy replied, bewildered. He attempted to shake off Zhang Xu's arm, but the latter's grip was as unyielding as iron. After all, you are his most favored student. Zhang Xu emphasized the words most favored, while also implicating a headmaster, 2 professors, and your dear father, old Mr. Malfoy. Haven't you caught wind of anything? Malfoy shook his head. My father says to refrain from prying into societal matters. Is my linguistic system malfunctioning? Old Mr. Malfoy can utter such sagacious words? Zhang Xu said, I shall prepare a list for you. Assist me with a background check. But, he added after a pause, do not write to your father. Instead, consult your mother, Lady Narcissa. Use personal safety as an excuse to inquire. Malfoy appeared somewhat reluctant. Yet recalling the silver lightning of the previous night and the extensive family tree directory, he ultimately took the list and departed the dining hall. At the top of the list, a name that seemed quite ordinary to Malfoy was inscribed. Tom Riddle. After handing over the list, Zhang Xu began to relish his meal. Thanks to a certain senior named Chun, Hogwarts' dining table now boasted nearly a third more Chinese dishes. A bowl of imported fragrant rice accompanied by succulent dry-fried cauliflower. Savory and spicy stir-fried pork, sweet and crispy sweet and sour pork, and deep-fried mushrooms coated in freshly ground pepper and salt. Zhang Xu was thoroughly satisfied with this meal. He never expected to enjoy such authentic Chinese cuisine in England. Although the cooking time was slightly off, the flavors were surprisingly on point. Zhang Xu silently expressed his gratitude to the senior Chun. The previous generation plants the trees, and I bask in their shade. The senior teaches house elves to cook. And I feast voraciously. What a stroke of luck this is, he thought, wishing he could also have a bowl of noodles or a large steamed bun to savor. Noodles? Is that also a delicacy from our homeland? Ron, clutching a chicken leg, eagerly leaned closer to Zhang Xu. Meanwhile, Harry cautiously surveyed the surroundings. And upon noticing that all Slytherins were keeping their distance, he discreetly produced a letter for Zhang Xu. Hagrid mentioned that he had stumbled upon something remarkable and extended an invitation for me to come and take a look. Would you like to join? Hagrid's remarkable find? Zhang Xu felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that Hagrid had acquired a dragon egg? While Western dragons may resemble oversized, unsightly lizards compared to their Eastern counterparts, there is no denying their allure as mounts. Zhang Xu leapt up, barely taking a moment to wipe his mouth, and pulled Harry along as they dashed outside. Slow down. Zhang, I haven't even told you where Hagrid lives. How do you know Hagrid resides near the Forbidden Forest? The trio chattered animatedly, laughing and playfully jostling one another as they traversed the fields beyond the castle. Unlike the desolate grasslands depicted in the films, this expanse had been transformed into lush, vibrant gardens, adorned with heavy, ripe fruits dangling from branches, a truly delightful sight. Approaching the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they discovered a quaint wooden hut resembling a miniature fortress. Before they could draw near, Hagrid's booming voice resonated from within. Back off, Fong. Don't scare it. Fong, behave. Harry stepped forward to knock on the door, and after a cacophony of clattering sounds, the door swung open to reveal Hagrid's furry visage. Good afternoon, lads. Hagrid, cradling a robust black hound in one arm, swayed as he awkwardly shifted to create a gap for the three of them to enter. Come in, lads. The weather is splendid today, isn't it? Once inside, Hagrid promptly closed the door and set Fong down, allowing the exuberant dog to bound around the room, toppling numerous mysterious jars and containers. This little fellow is Fong, an exceptional Neapolitan Mastiff, Hagrid proudly proclaimed, shaking his head. This is Ron, and this is Zhang. Harry introduced a bit nervously. Hagrid had only invited him in his letter, and he wondered if bringing friends would anger Hagrid. Hagrid, preoccupied with pouring boiling water into a teapot, cast a casual glance at the trio and remarked, the red-haired Weasley brat. I can scarcely recall how many of your brothers I've encountered. In fact, it took considerable effort to keep them out of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid handed Harry and Ron each a large cup of honeyed red tea before fixing his gaze on Zhang Xu. A Slytherin? Hagrid exclaimed, pointing at the serpent emblem on Zhang Xu's chest. Harry, I should have warned you not to associate with the likes of Slytherin scum. Out, out. I don't entertain troublesome Slytherins here. Zhang Xu, busy scratching Fong's belly, was quickly defended by Harry, who jumped up to clarify. Hagrid, don't say that. Zhang is not like the other Slytherins. Ron clung to Hagrid's leg, pleading, don't be rough. He's a good person, truly a good person. Harry and Ron enthusiastically recounted Zhang Xu's assistance to them, particularly his bold confrontation with Snape, which earned him the nickname Lion of Slytherin, eliciting a smile from Hagrid. However, the moment soon turned awkward for Hagrid. Well then, since you all say so, I shall believe that this is indeed a good lad from Slytherin. I am utterly bewildered. Who would have thought that one day Gryffindor would befriend Slytherin? As a token of apology, I generously added another spoonful of honey. Might I have 2 more rock cakes? Zhang Xu took a rock cake larger than his own head, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, yet hesitating to take a bite. He secretly poked at it, finding it hard as a rock. Consuming such a thing, he feared, might cost him his teeth. This minor misunderstanding, however, brought the group closer together as they gathered around the hearth, teasing the baby and engaging in cheerful conversation. Naturally, Harry and Ron could not resist sharing their grievances and humorous observations, such as Professor Quirrell's overwhelming stench of garlic, the peculiar red-eyed caretaker Filch, and the inexplicable hostility from Professor Snape. They also exchanged tidbits of gossip, like the recent break-in at Gringotts featured in the Daily Prophet. Suddenly, the iron pot hanging by the fireplace emitted a series of clattering sounds. Hagrid seized a black fork and plunged it into the pot, lifting out a steaming mass of seaweed. "What is this?" "This is the splendid treasure I called you to witness," Hagrid declared proudly, donning dragon-hide gloves as he cautiously peeled back the water plants to reveal what lay beneath. It was an egg, adorned with dark green speckles and scale-like patterns, still emanating a chill as if it were a cold stone, even just removed from the pot. Its surface was riddled with numerous cracks, as if on the verge of breaking open. A dragon egg? It certainly did not seem so. Hagrid's face beamed with affection. "I won this in a bet at the pub. They say it's from the vile lineage of he who must not be named. I never imagined it would hatch so soon. The vile he who must not be named? Goodness." Zhang Xu suddenly grasped the rock cake beside him and pressed it against the increasingly widening cracks of the egg. "Hagrid, you had better not tell me this is a basilisk egg." Chapter 11. It seems Voldemort has developed a brain. Zhang Xu's hand trembled as he pressed down on the rock cake, partly from anxiety and partly because the small creature beneath was evidently breaking free from its shell. Hagrid's expression was somewhat unnatural. "It has just been born. How dangerous could it possibly be? It's just a child. I trust it won't attack indiscriminately. Wouldn't you agree, Zhang?" Hagrid produced a completely black cage and placed it inside, assuring him that nothing would happen. "I trust you like a hole in the head." Zhang Xu's veins bulged as he pressed down hard on the rock cake. Fortunately, this thing was indeed hard enough to kill, or else he would not have been able to keep the newly hatched basilisk at bay. The basilisk, an aberration conjured by wizards, is almost impossible to control. Save for Parseltongue, it is an absolute monster, capable of petrifying anyone who meets its gaze. Even through a layer of separation, one would be turned to stone, and aside from Fawkes, none have been immune to its lethal effects, not to mention its deadly venom. Even if this young serpent were blind by birth, a mere bite would still be fatal. Harry and Ron, unaware of what a basilisk truly was, rushed to assist Zhang Xu in holding down the rock cake. Zhang Xu took a hand from his storage pouch and retrieved the Yongping Jidu seal. With a single hand, he performed a series of gestures and chanted in unison with his inner spirit, "Origin of tranquility, proclaiming to all beings, true official of the mountains, guardian of the land." The ethereal images of dragons and tigers flickered momentarily on the seal, and as it was pressed down, the rocky surface fell silent. Zhang Xu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He had previously discovered that employing thunderous magic at Hogwarts drained his energy significantly more than when practiced within the borders of China. A simple incantation for placating the land deity nearly depleted the spiritual essence he had painstakingly cultivated over the years. "Are you all right?" Harry and Ron exclaimed, rushing to surround Zhang Xu, fearing he might collapse again as he had done before. Zhang Xu activated the dragon's roar technique to steady his breath and nodded towards Harry and Ron. Then, he turned to Hagrid, his tone grave. "Hagrid, do you recall who it was that lost this item to you?" He was cloaked and hooded throughout the encounter, and I cannot recall his appearance at all. If we cannot ascertain his identity, so be it. Regardless of who he is, he deliberately entrusted you with this basilisk egg. Hagrid, no matter how fond you are of it, you must hand it over to Dumbledore. Do not hesitate. Hagrid, think of Aragog. Remember what nearly caused you to leave Hogwarts forever. Do you truly wish for Dumbledore to be disappointed once more? How do you know about Aragog? Hagrid asked, astonished. Of course, Professor Dumbledore informed me. Without hesitation, Zhang Xu shifted the blame onto Dumbledore. Now that the basilisk is under my control, as long as the seal remains in place, it will be safe for the time being. But you should not entertain the notion of concealing this from Dumbledore. I cannot maintain this suppression indefinitely, and you are well aware of the peril the basilisk poses. All right, I suppose you are right, Hagrid said, tears welling in his eyes. I was merely thinking of this little creature, just born and having never even seen its mother. Sob, sob. I truly apologize, Harry. I did not anticipate things would unfold this way. Please take your friends and leave. You should not be present for what comes next. The three were ushered out of the hut by Hagrid weeping. What should we do? Should we report this to Professor McGonagall? Trust Hagrid. Zhang Xu deeply, shaking his head. Although his interests may differ from others, always drawn to particularly dangerous magical creatures, I believe he would never harm a single young wizard at Hogwarts. Besides, Dumbledore is here, is he not? Upon mentioning Dumbledore, A look of reassurance washed over Harry and Ron's faces. "You are right, mate," with Dumbledore around. "Hogwarts is indeed the safest place in the world." Harry nodded vigorously, harboring a blind trust in Dumbledore. If only Dumbledore could cast off his shackles, decisively vanquish Voldemort, clear Azkaban, and eliminate all Dementors, then perhaps Hogwarts would truly be the safest place on Earth. Alas, Zhang Xu sighed, the image of Dumbledore's methods flashing through his mind. As the trio strolled along, they fortuitously encountered Hermione, who had just exited the library. Harry and Ron immediately approached her, eager to borrow her assignments. It was dinner time, and the common room was relatively empty, with the sofas nearly unoccupied. Zhang Xu casually selected a seat near the hearth. Sinking into the sofa and assuming a comfortably relaxed posture, his mind descended into tranquility, embracing inner stillness while shutting out the clamor of the world. Retreating into an inner realm, high above the mountains, countless scriptures floated like stars. Within, Zhang Xu's inner deity manifested, revealing 3 ancient bronze mirrors suspended before him. The mirrors circled, each reflecting the slightly waning essence, vitality, and spirit of his 3 selves. As his inner deity exhaled deeply, the spiritual breath of the universe flowed in, gradually revitalizing the 3 reflections. Zhang Xu raised his hand, conjuring from memory a copy of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone and the Chamber of Secrets. He perused the table of contents repeatedly, ultimately succumbing to a sigh. Indeed, reality is not a fairy tale. Even a deranged Dark Lord does not act foolishly. On the title page of the book, a timeline emerged, distinct from the narratives of the Philosopher's Stone and the Chamber of Secrets. Within this timeline, Harry Potter entered Hogwarts, capturing the attention of many. The mysterious figure forcefully breached Gringotts in search of the elixir of life, the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell hunted a unicorn, seemingly attracting the interest of 3 professors. Hagrid acquired a basilisk egg, secretly overseeing its hatching. Were it not for Zhang Xu's divine perspective, few would connect these 4 events, let alone deduce that Voldemort had indeed resurrected and was seeking a means to fully return. It could be argued that unless Dumbledore exhibited the qualities of the old silver coin revealed in the 7th book, carrying the Philosopher's Stone in a small pouch, Voldemort could simply choose an opportune moment to unleash the basilisk, perhaps even conjuring a giant or similar creature to instigate chaos, thus ensuring a near-certain victory in this resurrection contest. Even the scapegoat had been prepared, Hagrid, who had hatched the basilisk. The Ministry of Magic could even intervene early to counterbalance Dumbledore. How could it possibly unfold as in the original text, where Harry, after being toyed with by the Mirror of Arist, managed to embrace love and manipulate events? Do I truly exert such a significant influence on the timeline? Why does it feel as though Voldemort has gained cunning? Chapter 12, Flying Lessons. Zhang Xu found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. It was akin to revisiting the Harry Potter films and suddenly realizing that the plot diverged entirely from his recollections, an exhilarating yet unsettling experience, tinged with trepidation. Whether or not it was due to his influence that Voldemort had acquired intelligence, the alteration of the timeline rendered the original script obsolete. Retaining this memory might transform into a hindrance to insight, propelling him recklessly down the wrong path. Zhang Xu gestured, causing the reflecting bronze mirrors to descend. As his fingertips glided across their surface, a wisp of ethereal light escaped the mirrors, flowing into the back and forming an entirely new pattern. Retaining merely the encyclopedic essence would suffice. Once Voldemort is vanquished and I attain immortality, I shall unseal this memory, thus granting myself the opportunity to experience an entirely new narrative of Harry Potter, surpassing others in my literary journey. I appear to embody the essence of youth. The subsequent days unfolded in tranquility and comfort, devoid of any rumors regarding the basilisk attacking individuals. Save for the incessant complaints from Filch about the burgeoning insect population within the castle, Zhang Xu was confident that Hagrid, having been forewarned, would not clandestinely harbor any basilisk hatchlings. This unease, however, was ephemeral, for the much-anticipated flying class had finally arrived. To fly. This is a romance deeply ingrained in the hearts of the Chinese, second only to the pursuit of immortality. Even Malfoy, shedding his usual reserve, transformed into a veritable whirlwind of enthusiasm, fervently engaging with others in discussions about flight and Quidditch. He even boasted of racing against a Muggle airplane while riding a broom, claiming his father had cast a memory charm on the Muggle to prevent the incident from being revealed. He regaled others with tales of his daily struggle to choose his steed from a cupboard brimming with 36 brooms. Upon seeing Zhang Xu enter the dining hall, Malfoy took the rare initiative to approach him. Hey Zhang, I heard that you Easterners never ride brooms? How do you fly then? On magic carpets? He inquired. By airplane. Zhang Xu deeply? Huh? ISNT, that a muggle mode of transportation? Malfoy responded, an air of ignorance clinging to his words. Zhang Xu regarded him as if he were a fool. Aside from the fictional pleasure boats and celestial palaces, what could possibly soar through the skies without succumbing to the frigid temperatures? The Chinese are not foolish. Why endure the hardships of sword riding, beast wrangling, or missile travel when one could instead enjoy the warmth and comfort of an airplane? Malfoy, undeterred, continued to mock. So, you've never played Quidditch then? Zhang Xu absently touched his nose, realizing he had not considered that point. Malfoy immediately puffed up with pride. What a disappointment for a family with 4,000 years of history. A life devoid of Quidditch is incomplete. I once knocked a muggle airplane from the sky with a quaffle. His boast attracted numerous young wizards from other houses who gathered to listen. Harry and Ron, similarly drawn, found themselves unable to approach too closely. Meanwhile, Hermione quietly immersed herself in the origins of Quidditch. After the meal, the young wizards from Slytherin and Gryffindor congregated at the school gates, making their way to the flying lesson. A gentle breeze greeted them, and the skies were clear. On the lawn, over 20 weathered flying brooms awaited them. Madame Hooch, with her golden eyes and hands on her hips, stood between the two rows of brooms like an eagle poised for flight. What are you all dawdling for? Stand next to your brooms, quickly. Her voice was short and commanding. The young wizards instinctively obeyed her orders, the classroom discipline surpassing even that of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. The flying lesson is one of the most perilous courses at Hogwarts. If you wish to master the skill of flying safely, you must adhere to my instructions in this class. Now, extend your hands and call out to your brooms. Do not regard them as mere objects. Infuse your call with emotion and sincerity. The air resounded with a chorus of voices, each calling out with fervor. Zhang Xu focused intently, and with a single invocation, summoned the broom. This sensation differed from the Daoist practice of sword control. It lacked that profound connection and intuitive command. If one were to draw a comparison, it was akin to operating a drone or using voice-activated appliances. Navi was in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The broom at his feet lay as if in slumber, unresponsive despite his desperate pleas. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to remain calm. Speak slowly, as if greeting an old friend, came Zhang Xu's gentle voice from behind him. He embraced the broom, squeezing Navi's tense shoulders reassuringly. Relax. It's not as daunting as it seems, Zhang Xu smiled. Just vividly envision the broom hopping into your hand. Navi cast a reverent glance at Zhang Xu. As a member of the esteemed Longbatten family, one of the sacred pure-blood clans, he had received a note from his grandmother, making him one of the few outside the Serpent House who knew of Zhang Xu's activities within Slytherin. Thus, he felt an immense gratitude toward Zhang Xu. Truly this man, known as the Lion of the Serpent House, not only refrained from mocking him, but also offered gentle guidance. He was indeed a remarkably kind individual. Navi took several deep breaths, his gaze fixed intently on the broom, envisioning it bouncing into his grasp. Rise. To Hermione's astonishment, the broom leisurely soared into Navi's palm. Now, she was the only one left who had not summoned a broom. Harry, how did you manage that? I don't know. I was called out, and it came to me. Hermione pursed her lips, contemplating whether to draw her wand and cast a summoning charm. Ron leaned in, whispering a few words in her ear. Hermione's eyes widened. Her ears flushed with crimson. Are you sure this will work? Ron nodded vigorously. Hermione rubbed her face, adopting a tone of unprecedented gentleness, and with a slightly strained voice, commanded the broom, rise. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the broom sprang upright, darting into Hermione's hand with lightning speed, nearly lifting her off the ground. Excellent, Madame Hooch observed as everyone successfully grasped their brooms, nodding in satisfaction before issuing the next command. Now mount your brooms. Remember, simply mount. Do not make any sudden movements. Yet, no sooner had she finished speaking than a gasp erupted from behind her. Navi, pale as a ghost, had already been lifted high into the air by the broom. Mr. Longbatten, do not move. Before she could finish, Navi was being propelled towards the crowd by the trembling broom. Madame Hooch swiftly dodged to the right, revealing Harry Potter, who stood behind her, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Chapter 13, The Fall. The courageous heart of the lion and the broom. The universe's profound essence. The root of all beings envelopes me in golden light. Zhang Xu's reaction was swifter than anyone else's. Upon hearing the cries, he immediately intoned the golden light charm, stepping into a defensive stance, positioning himself in front of Harry. A radiant barrier of golden light emerged before him. Neville felt as though he had collided with an immovable mountain, stars dancing before his eyes. Seizing the moment when the broom became rigid, Zhang Xu grasped Neville's robe, attempting to pull him down. Yet in the next instant, the broom took off from the ground, propelling both of them skyward. "Be careful," Mrs. Hooch exclaimed, hastily drawing her wand to cast a slowing charm into the air. However, the broom seemed to have developed a mind of its own, maneuvering elegantly through the sky with both individuals aboard. Even Ron tilted his head in awe, remarking that even Crumb himself could not perform such intricate aerial feats. The frenzied broom shook violently, trying to dislodge its two passengers. Neville clung to the broom with all his might, his hands gripping the handle tightly, while the other hand grasped Zhang Xu's collar desperately. I'm sorry. Zhang, I messed up. I'm so sorry. Grandma, help." Zhang Xu squealed, feeling a mix of exasperation and sympathy as he observed Neville, who was on the verge of tears yet clung to him, calling for his grandmother. Neville Longbottom, indeed, was a true warrior, truly one of the fated twin saviors. However, Zhang Xu sighed in resignation. "Neville, you needn't hold on so tightly. Even if I were to fall, I will be fine." "Neville, what are you doing?" Neville managed a smile that was more painful than a cry, using one arm to pull Zhang Xu onto the broom. Then, he released his grip and leaned back. "I am useless, incapable of anything. But you are different, Zhang. You must live well. Damn it." Zhang Xu felt a surge of adrenaline and immediately released his hold, pushing off the broom with force, lunging towards Neville. "Why?" Tears blurred Neville's vision as he gazed in disbelief at the figure who had let go of the broom, reaching out to him. On the ground, the girls witnessing the scene screamed, covering their eyes in terror. Hermione drew her wand, a flurry of thoughts swirling in her mind. Yet she could only stare blankly at the two falling figures. "Everyone, stay still," Mrs. Hooch shouted, running towards the direction where the two were descending. Faster than Mrs. Hooch was a small figure riding a broom. "Harry Potter." Harry bent low, his body nearly flat against the broom, the fierce wind whipping his hair back as if he were a lion sprinting at full speed. Behind him were Ron, flying somewhat askew, and Malfoy. Zhang Xu held onto Neville tightly, unceremoniously thrusting the Sanwu/evil sword into Neville's embrace. "Hold on tight." Zhang Xu formed a hand gesture, channeling his life force into the sword without reserve. With a shout of rise, the Sanwu/evil sword, typically a ceremonial blade, erupted with a rich sword aura, enveloping Neville and transforming their plummet from a high-speed descent into that of a feather drifting gracefully. Meanwhile, Zhang Xu himself continued to fall at the same rate. His internal energy waned rapidly, the 3 inches of golden light flickering as if it might disperse at any moment. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. Had I known earlier, I should have diligently studied magic. Even when my energy is depleted, I could have relied on the cushioning charm to save my life. Alas, my custom wand has yet to arrive. The borrowed apple wood wand from Ollivander instills in me a perpetual sense of impending disaster, causing me to dread the various wand-utilizing classes. The charm of gold light remains merely a faint shimmer. Suddenly, Harry arrived, propelled by a gust of wind. He reached out to grasp Zhang Xu, but was deflected by the accumulated potential energy, causing him to tilt dangerously. Harry quickly regained his composure, releasing his palm. He merely hooked Zhang Xu's long robe with his fingers, pulling upward before immediately letting go. Then, maneuvering his broomstick, he flew in a lightning-quick, serpentine path, weaving in and out beside Zhang Xu, miraculously reducing his descent speed with each pull and tug. When they were still about 10 meters from the ground, Malfoy arrived on his broomstick. He cast a dark, complex glance at Zhang Xu, unsure of why he felt compelled to save someone he clearly loathed. Yet, by the time he realized his body was already on the broom, moving instinctively. Seizing the moment Harry held onto Zhang Xu, Malfoy flew alongside him and grasped one of his arms. However, the antiquated broom could hardly bear the weight of two, and with a crack, it snapped midair. When everyone finally landed safely, the young wizards immediately rushed over in jubilant cheers. Yet, before Zhang Xu could rise, a piercing sound sliced through the air above. It was the frenzied broom. It was relentless, plunging downward at near supersonic speed, targeting Harry Potter. Zhang Xu attempted to wield the 3 or 5 slashing swords to counter it. But to his dismay, his energy was spent, and he coughed up blood. From behind the attic window, the elderly man with crescent-shaped glasses raised a finger, poised to take action. Obstacles abound. Cushioning charm. Shattered bones. 3 instantaneous spells shot diagonally downward, striking the broom simultaneously, reducing it to a cloud of dark fragments that rained upon the young wizards' heads. Professor McGonagall approached with a stern expression, her wand waving rapidly. Her chest heaved violently, and her black hair, previously tightly coiled, spilled over her shoulders due to her vigorous movements. She was nearly so enraged that she forgot to retract her wand from the young wizards. Impulsive, reckless, foolhardy. 50 points from Gryffindor. 50 points each from Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. 50 points from Slytherin. Mr. Zhang, your actions are utterly audacious. And Rolanda, Professor McGonagall turned to Madame Hooch. I have repeatedly emphasized the necessity of thoroughly inspecting the school's brooms. These antiquated relics provided by the Board of Governors have long surpassed their serviceable lifespan. Not only have we witnessed a broom going out of control, but we have also encountered instances of brooms breaking. I require you to meticulously inspect all brooms once more. All of them. Regarding the specifics, I need you to report to the headmaster alongside me. I hope such incidents will never occur again. Madame Hooch nodded, her golden eyes dimming considerably. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and gazed at everyone once more. This time, however, a slight smile graced her lips. Chapter 14. The Anger and Compassion of Professor McGonagall. As the headmistress, I must deliver a serious reprimand. Yet, I also commend you for the noble character you displayed during this unforeseen circumstance. A smile appeared on McGonagall's face as she looked at Neville. You may lack a degree of talent and fortune, but your bravery in sacrificing for your friends is truly admirable. That said, I still must deduct 10 points from you. Professor McGonagall fixed her earnest gaze upon each young wizard's eyes. I do not wish for any student to easily forsake their life, regardless of the challenges you encounter. At times, when facing insurmountable dangers, you must learn to trust your friends, particularly believing in the professors of this school who are capable of safeguarding your well-being. McGonagall paused. The specifics of your punishment will be determined after I confer with Headmaster Dumbledore. However, the same reprimand applies to Mr. Zhang. All the young wizards bowed their heads, deep in thought. McGonagall's tone shifted to one of satisfaction. Now, let us acknowledge Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Malfoy, who accomplished this remarkable rescue. Each of you has earned 100 points for your house. She raised her thumb to the young wizards. In a brief span, you have exemplified the beautiful qualities of courage, wisdom, and unity. This was a high-caliber rescue, particularly the impressive final maneuver and collaboration. Even the upper-year students could not have surpassed your performance. The young wizards were momentarily taken aback, then embraced one another, erupting in joyous cheers. They surrounded Harry, Ron, and Malfoy, lifting them high in celebration of their excitement. Even Neville, who did not gain points, received a warm round of applause. No one would look down upon a brave soul willing to sacrifice for their friends. As for you, Mr. Jean McGonagall blinked her clear blue eyes. Your performance was impeccable. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot commend you for this. In the face of adversity, your reactions were swift and astute. When confronted with the sacrifice of a friend, you bravely faced the threat of death. Yet, you exhibited excessive confidence, bordering on arrogance and recklessness. Always remember, you are but an 11-year-old wizard. Even if you possess knowledge of Eastern magic that even the professors do not comprehend, you must not expose yourself to danger so carelessly. Snape interjected with a low, melodic tone. On this matter, I hold a differing opinion. Minerva, I believe you should have noticed that Mr. Zhang has been enveloped in a golden aura. I contend it possesses a protective effect akin to a shield charm, sufficient to safeguard my student from harm. Furthermore, the diminished descent of the dim-witted Longbottom after his brief contact with Mr. Zhang clearly indicates that Mr. Zhang had means of self-preservation all along, albeit applied to the reckless, foolish, and impetuous Longbottom. Snape swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhang Xu, asserting that a distinguished Slytherin ought not to suffer point deductions due to the reckless antics of a few foolish, overly zealous individuals. Professor McGonagall lifted her chin, turning her face aside. You are indeed correct, Severus. Thus, I have resolved to award Slytherin 150 points in recognition of Mr. Slytherin's noble character. Snape emitted a disdainful huff, clearly displeased with the moniker of Slytherin Lion. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall meticulously arranged her appearance, restoring her usual impeccable demeanor. She then nodded toward Harry and Ron, instructing, "Gentlemen, follow me." Snape swished his cloak and departed in the opposite direction from Professor McGonagall. Subsequently, Madame Hooch announced the unfortunate suspension of flying lessons. The class would not commence as scheduled until she had thoroughly inspected all the broomsticks and completed necessary repairs and replacements. However, the young wizards, having just experienced an exhilarating escapade, were evidently unconcerned with such news, racing toward the castle, eager to share their day's adventures with their friends. Are you saying Professor McGonagall has invited Harry to be the new Seeker for Gryffindor? Even Ron gets to train as a reserve player? Seamus exclaimed, astonished. This was an unprecedented occurrence. I have never heard of first-year student joining the team. Perhaps it's a matter of innate talent? Hermione interjected. Harry's father was one of the most outstanding Seekers in the school's history. That ability must be embedded in your genes. Hermione gazed at Harry with a hint of envy. My dad? Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Did you not know? Hermione inquired, puzzled. The Potter family is one of the illustrious families that rival the Sacred 28, owners of the highly popular Potter shampoo line, holding significant status in the wizarding community. I didn't know, Harry murmured, lowering his gaze, as he knew very little about his father, barely recalling his appearance. Observing this, Hermione reached out and took Harry's hand. Come, I'll take you to a special place. Zhang Xu sat quietly nearby, listening to the trio's discussion. Before him lay a beautifully wrapped parcel, adorned with a whimsical illustration of a wand in motion, the emblem of Ollivanders. Hey Zhang, I think you should share your thoughts on that moment. Malfoy, like a peacock flaunting its feathers, plopped down beside Zhang Xu. Following the events of the flying lesson, he and Zhang Xu had grown considerably closer. What is this, a wand? Malfoy inquired, intrigued. Wizards typically possess only one wand throughout their lives, as a unique bond develops between a wizard and their wand, strengthening over time. Frequently changing wands can diminish spell potency and lead to unforeseen mishaps, such as incantations backfiring in absurd ways. Zhang Xu's applewood wand was securely nestled within the pocket of his robe, and the size of the box. Malfoy withdrew his wand, measuring it beside the box, both in length and width, surpassing all reasonable expectations. A sinister grin crept across Zhang Xu's face as he excitedly rubbed his hands together. Dear classmate, today I shall enlighten you on what it means to possess an extraordinary, bespoke, unparalleled, and strikingly magnificent wand of legend. Malfoy was taken aback by the lengthy string of extravagant descriptors that tumbled from Zhang Xu's lips. When Zhang Xu unwrapped the packaging and revealed the contents, Malfoy's eyes widened in astonishment. By Merlin's undergarments. You call this a wand? Chapter 15. The Wand and the Fine. A robust staff, measuring a staggering 19 inches, lay quietly upon the luxurious black velvet lining. The wand, seemingly crafted from a yellow jade material, exuded an air of nobility and opulence. Its form was not perfectly straight, preserving the original, slightly curved appearance of the camellia burlwood. 13 nodes, resembling melted caramel, extended along the intricate wood grain, artistically scattered at the broader end of the wand, creating a natural grip. In dim lighting, one could discern peculiar characters hidden within the undulating wood grain, reminiscent of swirling clouds. Zhang Xu picked up a small card from the box, elegantly inscribed in beautiful cursive, 19.5 inches. Arguably the largest dimension of my wand-making career, imbued with boundless vitality and the divine will of the gods, crafted from camellia burlwood, sharp as a tiger's spine, hard, resilient, and difficult to break. This is a monumental endeavor, an unparalleled combination of materials, and I can feel the power brimming within the wand. Please wield it wisely. I believe this is my most esteemed creation. Ollivander. Malfoy's exclamation attracted a crowd of curious young wizards. A circle of fluffy heads surrounded Zhang Xu, their eyes wide with wonder as they inspected the wand within a box. Incredible. What is this? A giant staff? I have never seen such a large wand. Only a giant could wield it effortlessly, I presume. Such beautiful colors. Zhang, could you tell me what material this is? This is the Ollivander emblem, by Merlin's beard. I never knew Ollivander had such exquisite materials. I must write to my parents. When Heisters chooses a wand, he too must select one as unique as this. Malfoy pushed aside the chattering young wizards, as if he were the rightful owner of the wand. With eager anticipation gleaming in his eyes, he urged, Zhang, please show us your new wand. Zhang Xu nodded in agreement. Holding his breath, he carefully lifted the invaluable wand. A rhythmic pulsation, akin to a heartbeat, resonated from the wand, synchronizing with his breath and pulse. It felt as though this was no mere object, but rather an extension of his very being. The triune guidance technique activated spontaneously, an imperceptible flow of essence coursed into the wand. Amidst the astonished gazes of the young wizards, ethereal dragon-tiger apparitions soared, flanking Zhang Xu on either side. The lotus crown and cloud-patterned robes that had once appeared during the sorting ceremony manifested, elevating Zhang Xu's presence as though he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. The vibrant roar of a dragon intertwined with the cold, Imposing growl of a tiger resonated from the wand, echoing throughout the dining hall. Zhang Xu felt a surge of warmth in his palm, his countless pores opening wide. A force, distinctly different from the essence of Dao, enveloped him, evoking a profound sensation akin to the exhilarating release after a fervent endeavor. As he vigorously wielded his wand, a dazzling electric arc of azure and white erupted from its tip, leaving a lingering, ethereal trail in the air, reminiscent of the shifting hues of the aurora. Could this be the wand that Merlins could procure for 7 gold galleons? Malfoy felt a twinge of jealousy, discreetly pressing his hawthorn wand beneath his robe. He resolved to pen a letter to his father shortly, while also nudging his mother for updates on her investigations. Zhang Xu weighed the wand in his hand. Filled with satisfaction, he then reversed the wand's position, executing a series of flourishing techniques reminiscent of the dragon whip. The tree knots along the wand produced a resonant hum, creating an exhilarating ambience. It was no wonder that the Monkey King had chosen the Rui Jingu Bang after hollowing out the East Sea. The tactile feedback he sought was undeniably gratifying. Malfoy swallowed hard. Zhang, are you mastering both magic and martial arts? Zhang Xu Svai. The wand cracking audibly against his palm. In the past, Gryffindor wielded a wand in one hand and a sword in the other, vanquishing 36 foes without equal, only to find a rival in Slytherin, resulting in a stalemate. Alas, the weapons of Slytherin have not been passed down. I must adapt and make do with the techniques of the East. The wand struck the dining table with a resounding thud. Zhang Xu turned to face his classmates, his expression radiant. Dear friends, the times have changed. Mastery of both magic and martial arts is the inevitable trend. Malfoy stood, utterly astonished. In the headmaster's office, an ancient silver mirror faithfully reflected the happenings within the dining hall. Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged glances. Albus, is Mr. Zhang speaking the truth? I was completely unaware. Do not fret, Minerva, Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye, plucking a piece of honeycomb from a plate and savoring it. While it is true that Gryffindor's heirloom is indeed a sword, I can assure you he has not, vanquished 36 foes. Well, even so, this is outrageous. Professor McGonagall's gaze was stern. To send these children into the Forbidden Forest is utterly excessive. Even if they have broken school rules, their intentions were ultimately noble. You cannot impose an excessive punishment. They are merely first-year students, without the means to protect themselves. Moreover, as you are aware, the atmosphere in the Forbidden Forest has been tense since Quirrell's incident. Now, to send students to investigate unicorns. Am I to interpret this as you using them as bait? To draw out. Professor McGonagall's voice seemed to catch in her throat before she summoned her strength to exclaim, Voldemort. Dumbledore chuckled. I am pleased for you, Minerva. You have not allowed fear to silence you. Let us not allow Quirrell's efforts to be in vain. This is a rare opportunity to deal a significant blow to Voldemort. Dumbledore's tone turned contemplative. As Mr. Zhang aptly stated, times have changed. We ought not to let the specter of the old era linger over the young wizards like a dark cloud. This is a responsibility that rightfully belongs to us. Nevertheless, using the young wizards as bait is rather excessive. I shall accompany them, a glimmer of mischief dancing in Dumbledore's eyes. Moreover, who says they lack the ability to protect themselves? Each time students from Huaxiao arrive at Hogwarts, they bring with them a plethora of delightful and unexpected surprises. From their culinary innovations to their breathtaking displays of magic, as well as their thought-provoking Eastern philosophies, they invigorate this institution with vibrant life. This time, we not only have Harry, but also Zhang. Perhaps we might even witness a rejuvenated Slytherin, unlike any we have seen before. Let us old-timers shine one last time and assist these children in clearing the path to their future. So why must I venture into the Forbidden Forest as well? Haven't I already accrued enough demerits? I am not riding a broomstick, nor am I using magic. There is undoubtedly something amiss. Zhang Xu gazed at the elegantly scripted signature on the punishment notice, his mind enveloped in confusion. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a scheme devised by some grinning old trickster. To this day, he has yet to discern the benefits of shadowing Harry in his quest for enlightenment, rather than advancing in his cultivation. He feels as though the essence he had previously amassed is rapidly depleting. This leads him to question whether his grandfather had ulterior motives in persuading him to attend Hogwarts. Furthermore, this citation seems rather unjust. During potions class, Professor McGonagall had appeared suddenly, clearly stained with unicorn blood. She even mentioned Professor Quirrell. Surely, the plan of Voldemort possessing him should have been uncovered by now. Dumbledore, why do you not apprehend Quirrell and Voldemort? What purpose do you serve in meddling in the Forbidden Forest? Surely you are not using Harry as bait. Even if fishing were the goal, why involve me, Malfoy, and Neville? Is that not an inconvenience? Beside him, Malfoy, who had also received a punishment notice, wept profusely, already clinging to Crabbe and Goyle. The Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest. My father has warned me that it is home not only to vampires but also to werewolves, and even savage centaurs and trolls. No, I absolutely refuse to enter the Forbidden Forest. I shall write to my father immediately. He is a member of the Board of Governors, and, with just one letter, he could put a stop to that old madman Dumbledore. Ah, the enviable privileges of a second-generation legacy. Chapter 16. A glimpse into the essence of magic. The date for the punishment in the Forbidden Forest has been set for a month later. The reasoning is that Professor Sinistra predicts that the planetary alignment a month hence will be more conducive for unicorn mating, thus making it easier to detect their presence during patrols. Well then, what a lack of pretense. In this perpetually gloomy and rainy land of Britain, no matter how the planets align, it cannot possibly affect the mating habits of unicorns. However, having this month as a buffer is indeed a fortuitous circumstance for Zhang Xu. He made his way to the 8th floor of the castle, easily locating the grand tapestry depicting the troll's clumsy defeat of the hapless Barnabas. I need a quiet room. I need a quiet room. I need a quiet room. After traversing the same path thrice, a grand vermilion door adorned with intricate carvings appeared before Zhang Xu. He recalled that the Hall of Wishes could only manifest items that once existed within this castle. Pushing open the door, he entered a quintessential Ming-style hall, furnished with an array of traditional furniture, including an 8 immortals table, scholar chairs, a long table, a treasure cabinet, and a flower stand. It was meticulously adorned with incense burners, vases, screens, jade artifacts, and calligraphy. From the lofty beams hung 8 exquisite glass lamps, their wicks replaced by pearls. The roof was even laid with Ming tiles, casting a gentle, luminous glow. Zhang Xu pondered which senior had such foresight to leave behind this splendid estate, even in their absence. He felt a twinge of unworthiness and chuckled. As his thoughts flowed, the hall expanded to the size of a basketball court. Near the entrance, a row of armored mannequins appeared, brandishing various weapons. Excellent. Here he could practice freely without fear of interruption. Zhang Xu nodded in satisfaction. He retrieved a specially crafted calming incense from Long Hushan and placed it in the burner. Moving to the center of the hall, he stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, his arches slightly raised as if a tiger's paw gripping the ground. His spine naturally relaxed and vertical. His hands formed a mudra before his chest, his mind tranquil as he envisioned the sacred mountains within. He guided the vital energy through the perineum, stirring the Ming men, gathering at the Bai Wei, circulating through the microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits, ultimately settling in the Dantian, refining into a thread of Dao breath. Half an hour later, the wand at his waist moved of its own accord, sliding into his palm. With a swift motion, he bent low and swung the wand vigorously, accompanied by a whooshing wind and a dazzling, blazing red light. A formidable curse struck the mannequin, shattering it into countless pieces, the remnants of its armor crackling with a lightning-like crimson glow. The power of the spell was astonishing. Indeed, the infusion of Dao breath seemed to elevate the spell's potency. But why was that the case? Logically, magic and Dao should be entirely disparate systems of power. Zhang Xu scrutinized the shattered mannequin, the wand producing a crisp sound as it struck his palm. If Dao breath was the result of the refinement of essence, spirit, and energy, then what force enabled magic to manifest its efficacy? At the moment of casting the spell, he had not sensed anything being drained or consumed from his body. Was it possible that Western magic, akin to Westerners, was a venture without cost? Yet that did not make sense. Even in a magical realm, the conservation of energy must hold true. Otherwise, what constituted the magical power that determined a wizard's strength? Mental power? Willpower? Surely it could not be mere proficiency. If that were the case, could he truly wield his wand 1,000 times and contend with Voldemort in a duel? Zhang Xu found himself perplexed, for he vaguely recalled that in the original narrative, Harry had indeed triumphed over Voldemort using this very strategy. How he wished for a senior adept in both magic and Dao to impart wisdom. He had long been weary of the rigors of research and experimentation in his past life. Unable to fathom the answers, he resolved to continue experimenting. After deliberately controlling the circulation of Dao breath, he noted a decrease in the spell's potency. Though the armor was still scattered from the explosion, its exterior remained intact, and the degree of denting was perhaps less severe than if it had been struck directly. This disparity was quite alarming. Zhang Xu gasped in astonishment. He continued to unleash spells. After the 10th spell, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. By the 25th spell, the sensation of dizziness became markedly pronounced. When he cast the 32nd spell, He found himself unable to maintain a steady stance. The throbbing headache and nauseous feeling resembled that of a middle-aged man suffering from a hangover. Abruptly awakened by an alarm clock after a night of indulgence, the world around him appeared dim, and the targets appeared blurred. He meditated and regulated his breathing for a full 2 hours before the feeling slightly abated. Something was amiss, despite feeling on the verge of exhaustion. His vitality seemed entirely unaffected. Within the confines of his mind, Zhang Xu gazed incredulously at the bronze mirror. Aside from a slight lethargy in his spiritual form, both his essence and spirit remained unchanged. Even the weariness of his spiritual form did not stem from overexertion. It felt more akin to the fatigue of labor. Quite intriguing. Zhang Xu stroked his chin, realizing that it was not a matter of depletion, but rather one of overload. Could it be? A spark of insight illuminated his mind as he conjured 2 wands, scrutinizing their subtle transformations. So that was it. No wonder the wand was deemed essential. No wonder young wizards exhibited such rapid growth in magical prowess. No wonder students were strictly forbidden from practicing dark magic. No wonder the Cruciatus, Imperius, and killing curses were labeled as unforgivable. No wonder the Death Eaters and Voldemort were all deranged. Now it all made sense. He never anticipated that the answer would be so simple. Wiping away tears of laughter, Zhang Xu reclined on the ground. What is the essence of magic? To put it simply, it is akin to a water gun expelling water. Magical energy does not originate within the wizard's body. It exists in the very air around them. The power of a wizard, their physical constitution, and their magical reserves are irrelevant. It is purely a contest of willpower and the capacity for mental burden. Thus, young wizards in a rapid growth phase consistently exhibit swift increases in magical energy. Once they reach adulthood, however, the growth of their magical power slows or even ceases entirely. The limits of spell casting are inherently tied to the limits of mental burden. Although wizards play a role in channeling magical energy during spellcasting, they inevitably bear the residual traces of that energy, leaving burdens and impacts on their minds and bodies. This also elucidates the issue of magical affinity. Furthermore, it explains why ordinary wizards are prohibited from utilizing dark magic, as well as the reasoning behind the unforgivable designation of the Cruciatus, Imperius, and killing curses. Dark magic necessitates the invocation of intense and extreme emotions to channel magical energy, which distorts the user's emotional state. Not to mention the lingering traces of hatred and murderous intent associated with that energy, which inevitably warp the personalities of those who frequently employ dark magic, rendering them paranoid, frantic, dark, and extreme. Hence, the Death Eaters are all driven to madness. Voldemort, too, manifests as a fusion of superhuman traits and manic tendencies. As for the wand appears to differ significantly from the magical implements of the Huaxia Daoist sect, as it does not serve as a conduit to communicate with the external cosmos. Instead, its purpose seems to lie in filtering the impurities of magical energy, alleviating physical burdens, enhancing the conversion rate of magic, and facilitating a faster, stronger, and steadier release of spells. Furthermore, it likely possesses an element of mental suggestion to aid in focusing one's attention. Zhang Xu stowed away the wand, pondering that the functions of incantations, gestures, and wands might be quite similar. Thus, it is the formidable practitioners who can cast spells silently and without wands, a testament to the refinement of their spirit and will. Of course, it may also be a result of mastery, where spellcasting becomes an instinctive response. This thought sent a shiver down Zhang Xu's spine, conjuring vivid images of Voldemort maniacally laughing as he unleashed his power without any wand. Such a scene was undeniably captivating. The ability to cast spells wandlessly and silently does not inherently imply invincibility. Otherwise, Voldemort would not be so fervently in pursuit of his Elder Wand. Ollivander once remarked that wizards choose their wands, but wands also choose their wizards. It appears that this old man was not merely engaging in mystique. Rather, the affinity between a wizard and their wand indeed pertains to the intricacies of magical conversion and the nature of spellcasting, touching upon esoteric compatibility issues. The longer a wand is used, the more attuned it becomes to its master, while an unrecognized master may encounter resistance or even backlash from the wand. Might this also relate to the unique magical properties absorbed by the wand over time? Zhang Xu remained perplexed. The materials used to craft a camellia wood wand derived from the treasures of Longhushan resonate with him, which is understandable. Yet the applewood wand, meticulously crafted by Ollivander as a carefully selected alternative, inexplicably emanated a sensation of impending rupture. Moreover, having grasped the essence of magic, he found himself questioning the nature of magical energy. What exactly is magical energy? Where does it originate? Additionally, why does the consumption of Daoist breath during the use of Daoist techniques feel so severe, with recovery being painfully slow? The questions seem to be endless. Nevertheless, such days were indeed fulfilling, far more engaging than merely waiting to witness Harry's performances. The immediate priority was to eat. Hunger was creeping in. Chapter 17, Home-Cooked Meals. Mealtime was Zhang Xu's most joyous and relaxed moment, not only allowing him to closely observe his classmate Little Ma's elegant yet boastful antics, but also to enjoy the spontaneous performances from the neighboring Gryffindor table. For instance, there was Seymour's dazzling firework display, the Weasley twins' pranks, and the loud conspiracies of the three young ones. Just moments ago, he heard Ron plaintively inquiring of Hermione how to avoid being devoured by a werewolf. Oh, has Ron already begun learning how to deal with werewolves? Zhang Xu gracefully extended his chopsticks, which resembled the retired applewood wand, and picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish to savor. It seemed that once Lupin commenced his role as the defense against the dark arts teacher, and Snape was up to his usual tricks, Ron's paper might very well earn a high grade. As his gaze swept across the dining table, Zhang Xu furrowed his brow, a rare occurrence during mealtime. The Hogwarts dining table was never devoid of potatoes, sausages, roast chicken, and pumpkin, none of which Zhang Xu would even consider touching. Thanks to the legacy left by a certain senior named Chun, the culinary options available to Zhang Xu include sweet and sour fish fillets, deep-fried wontons, crispy fried chicken, and dry-fried green beans, all of which are notoriously rich in oil. Zhang Xu scratched his forehead with his chopsticks, pondering how it could be that all his predecessors came from families that owned restaurants. While such indulgent cooking methods, paired with high heat, are undeniably delicious, they can become tiresome over time. Moreover, consuming such heavy dishes is not particularly beneficial for one's health. He decided he ought to venture into the kitchen to consult the house elves and see if there were any homely recipes left behind by his predecessors. Perhaps a simple stir-fried lettuce and soy sauce or a bountiful harvest dish would suffice. His body had yet to fully recover, leaving him with little appetite for greasy food. A true gourmand does not suffer from procrastination. There is no time like the present. Today, Zhang Xu resolved to inquire whether the reputation of a great gourmand from the East still held any weight. He was utterly baffled by Aunt Rowling's intentions. Using an oil painting as a lock on the door, could it truly deter anyone? Zhang Xu retrieved his chopsticks and playfully tickled the armpit of a green pear. The pear responded with a series of giggles, transforming into a large green doorknob. Just as Zhang Xu reached out to grasp it, a large trumpet sprouted from the knob, emitting a bright, yet slightly off-key voice. The Wooming Mountains connect with the mountains beyond. The moonlight spills over the sound of rushing water. Can anyone tell me? What? Zhang Xu stared in bewilderment at the doorknob and repeated the phrase at a higher volume. He hesitated, but is heaven calling out to you? The doorknob grew animated. One mountain crossed, one river passed. Thousands of mountains and rivers, never lonely. You have traversed the years, passed down through legends. The rhododendrons bloom eternally. After the chorus concluded, the grand door swung open, revealing over 100 house elves with sparkling eyes gazing up at him. Indeed, it was a little gentleman from the East. Praise Dumbledore. He has sent us another little gentleman from the East. They exclaimed. Esteemed sir, are you hungry? We have exquisite pies and sweet and sour fish, and fried wontons. Faced with the cacophony of house elf surrounding him with silver trays overflowing with food, Zhang Xu raised his hands in a gesture of restraint. Does anyone know who left the magic on this doorknob? An elder-looking house elf, adorned in the greasiest apron, jumped forward. I know. That was the magic left by Mr. Chun. He called it a secret code. Only truly Eastern gentlemen or ladies can decipher it. Aside from that, only the headmaster of Hogwarts and the head of Hufflepuff can enter through it. Other house elves chimed in. That's right. Ever since Mr. Chun cast this spell, no young wizards have been able to sneak into the kitchen, but we will gladly open the door to invite them for snacks. The young wizards all say they love us more. Zhang Xu had to concede that conversing with 100 house elves simultaneously was indeed exhausting. Thus, he dismissed the majority of the small sprites, leaving only the eldest, named Job, along with a few others who had remained relatively quiet. Zhang Xu cleared his throat and expressed his intention to inquire whether the esteemed gentlemen and ladies from the East had left behind any recipes that were more homely or refreshing. He gestured to his head, admitting that he had not been feeling well lately and could not tolerate overly greasy food. Before he could finish his sentence, tears streamed down the faces of Job and the other sprites. Such a grave sin, a fate undeserved, a dereliction of duty. This is a serious incident. How could we have failed to care for the young gentleman from the East? Job forcefully banged his head against the stove. and the other sprites began to strike their own heads with pots they had hastily grabbed. Witnessing this alarming trend among the sprites, Zhang Xu had no choice but to draw his wand and shout stop. This halted their actions, preventing further self-harm. After much effort, he managed to comfort the sprites and restore their movements. The smallest sprite, named Dots, gazed at him with eager eyes and asked, "So, noble sir, do you intend to share your most treasure recipes?" Recipes? This was something Zhang Xu had not anticipated. Initially, he had only intended to ask the sprites if they could prepare more homely dishes. At worst, with the favor of his predecessors, he thought he could borrow a stove to whip something up himself. Little did he realize he could not escape the classic scenario of Chinese cuisine astonishing the Westerners. However, with the exemplary dishes of his predecessors in mind, he worried that his own humble recipes might be looked down upon by the sprites with elevated palates. Yet, he soon discovered that he had been overly concerned. These sprites truly revered humans, as Aunt Rowling had described in her interviews, treating them like kings. Even if he presented only simple dishes like Northeast stir-fry, soy sauce lettuce, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, or vinegar-sautéed lotus root, meals that could be prepared in mere minutes, the sprites regarded them as treasures. With each slurp of noodles, he relished the satisfying meal, occasionally stuffing his mouth with cloves of garlic. His right hand was adeptly equipped with both chopsticks and a spoon, making the experience of eating noodles with side dishes immensely delightful. Indeed, the comfort of home-cooked meals was unparalleled. Zhang Xu smacked his lips in satisfaction, feeling content. Yet, the expressions of those around him grew rather grim. Malfoy stood at the outer edge of the crowd, his face unusually pale. Just as he hesitated to engage Zhang Xu, a sharp, scornful voice pierced through the air. "How pitiful. The new leader of Slytherin finds such joy in consuming swine food." Chapter 18. Who excels in the art of gorging? Daphne Greengrass's words elicited peals of laughter from the surrounding crowd, while Pansy Parkinson laughed particularly maliciously. After savoring the last strand of noodles, Zhang Xu stood up, his demeanor calm as he surveyed the surroundings. Was it not amusing? Pansy provocatively lifted her chin. The illustrious Slytherin, with a history spanning 4,500 years, is reduced to consuming peasant fare akin to swine. Ah, truly laffable. Is this what you deem nobility in your land? Foraging like pigs in the earth? Zhang Xu medilis mai. I recall it was you who instigated trouble last time. Was it not? Have you not learned from the consequences? Moreover, how dare you, English folk, assume the audacity to mock the Chinese regarding their cuisine? Daphne stepped forward. Enough, Zhang. Cease your pretense of superiority. My father has long since contacted the Chinese Ministry of Magic, and there are no magical families there with a lineage exceeding 4,000 years. The magic you employed the other day was nothing more than an illusion, a deception. You have duped everyone. You are nothing but a consummate fraud. The surrounding young wizards gasped. The Chinese Ministry of Magic? It seems there is such an institution. Yet, do you not think you have approached the wrong temple in seeking answers from him? Zhang Xu remained expressionless. Pansy, however, had no intention of granting him the opportunity to explain. Ever since being inexplicably hurled aside by him, she had been plagued by nightmares and bedwetting, and not just once. In front of her half-blood roommate, were it not for the influence of Zhang's formidable family, she would have relished 100 ways to torment him daily. With a sudden flourish, Pansy drew her wand, uttering an obscure incantation, sending forth a brilliant blue curse towards Zhang Xu. How dare she invoke her family's dark magic here? Malfoy's complexion paled. The letter had portrayed Zhang Xu as a cunning little con artist and had chastised him for his incompetence in the most severe terms. Yet, even in the original narrative, the unrefined young Malfoy only dared to employ minor hexes against his classmates. He had never witnessed such an audacious use of dark magic. His proficiency in dark arts in the 7th book paled in comparison to that of Goyle and Crabbe. Not to mention that Zhang Xu had subtly transformed himself since then. The surrounding pure-blood wizards felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, teaching a lesson and humiliating someone is a far cry from outright employing dark magic to kill. According to current ministry regulations, the public use of dark magic could lead one to be classified as a dark wizard, a direct path to Azkaban. A faint golden light flickered and vanished as Zhang Xu immediately raised his wand. Armorous, the wand, as lustrous as yellow jade, traced an elegant arc through the air, establishing an invisible barrier. The brilliant blue curse struck the shield charm, emitting a hissing sound akin to corrosion. The splattered magic landed upon the coffee table, lamp, and sofa, melting the diverse materials into charred, distorted shapes. The expressions of the pure-blood wizards darkened considerably. They genuinely feared any association with dark wizards and dark magic. Although many pureblood families have produced their share of dark wizards, those matters were always kept clandestine. Who would dare openly provoke the Ministry of Magic? Moreover, Zhang Xu's proficiency in the ironclad charm was indeed beyond their expectations. Such a level of spell casting was beyond the capabilities of many adult aurors. To contend with someone of his caliber? What could they possibly use as a weapon? Their heads. Yet Daphne paid no heed to these concerns. She drew her wand and was the first to engage in battle. Simultaneously, she turned to the others behind her, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Let us go. Do not allow this mudblood to tarnish the honor of your pure blood lineage. Drive the dagger to the heart." As she unleashed her curse, an expression of grotesque delight twisted her features, her exaggerated smile brimming with sadistic pleasure. Pure blood. Honor. The pure blood wizards shuddered, exchanging glances. Seize them all. Petrify them. I'll knock your teeth out. You'll be stung to death. Countless minor curses flew toward Zhang Xu. For the family. For the honor. Brainwashed by their lineage, the pureblood wizards surged forward. One-on-one combat was futile. They could only rely on sheer numbers to overwhelm him. Malfoy hesitated for a moment, trailing slightly behind the others, also waving his wand, yet nothing emerged from its tip. Damn! Zhang Xu was startled. Is there really someone here casting the heart-piercing curse? He ducked swiftly to evade the curse and rolled several times behind the sofa. Colorful spells pierced through the leather of the sofa, emitting splattering sounds, while white feathers filled the air, accompanied by the unpleasant scent of burning. Zhang Xu turned his focus inward. His divine form had yet to recover. The balance of his energies disrupted, rendering his Daoist spells completely uncastable. However, magic was not entirely beyond his reach. He feared he might not be able to restrain himself. Suddenly, Zhang Xu sprang from behind the sofa, executing a ground punch as he rolled into the crowd. Relying on his martial training, his reflexes were swifter than those of the young wizards, and he swung his wand down fiercely towards the knee of the nearest opponent. Take that. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Damn it. Martial arts are also a form of magic, accustomed to the straightforward wand-waving of young wizards. They had never encountered such unscrupulous tactics. Caught off guard, many fell to the ground with cries of surprise. During the chaos, several were inadvertently injured by minor curses, and over half of the remaining allies collapsed as well. Useless. All of you are useless, Daphne screamed, kicking away a comrade who rolled towards her. She could not comprehend why the noble purebloods were being suppressed by a family she had never heard of. Why would a monkey from the East dare to lay hands on members of a pureblood family within Slytherin? Why did that accursed Zhang have the audacity to subject her beloved Pansy Parkinson to such humiliation? A venomous rage gnawed at her mind. After casting the heart-piercing curse, the last remnants of her reason were nearly obliterated. Zhang Xu, I want you dead. Avada Kedavra. Zhang Xu had just risen to his feet, still unsteady, when he beheld a dazzling green light approaching him. Almost instinctively, he brandished his wand with vigor, muttering in frustration, "So, you can only gnaw at the big melon? Can you?" A more resplendent and robust crimson light, as vivid as blood, erupted from the tip of his wand, seamlessly engulfing the green spell that resembled a malnourished little snake, no thicker than a thumb. The common room of Slytherin, perpetually cloaked in green, was now drenched in a brilliant red hue. Meanwhile, Daphne's pallid visage took on a sickly shade of red. After a flurry of emotions, madness, astonishment, and fear, her face bore an eerie expression that could only be described as a blend of obsession, yearning, and ecstasy. Just as the red spell was about to strike Daphne, Zhang Xu abruptly swung his arm, as if wielding a long whip, diverting the crimson incantation far away, where it crashed heavily onto the plush carpet of the lounge. Boom! The spell detonated upon impact, searing through the carpet and leaving behind a lightning-like fracture on the hard stone beneath. The ground trembled violently, and in that moment, no one but Zhang Xu could maintain their footing. Is this truly Slytherin? A collection of dimwits who fail to learn from their mistakes. Where's your wisdom? Your cunning? Your calculations? Which fool among you thought that I could be challenged? The Ministry of Magic in China, a mere farce on a decrepit island. Has you all spinning in circles? Have you lost all sense apart from obeying your parents? Zhang Xu heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside the main door. Yet he continued to speak with fervor. If pure bloods cannot improve Slytherin, cannot enhance Hogwarts, then there is no need for their existence. He turned to face Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, who arrived late with inscrutable expressions. What I say is true. Even Merlin's arrival would be futile. Chapter 19, Not a Fighter in Sight. Can someone tell me what on earth has transpired here? Professor Snape averted his gaze with difficulty. Though Zhang Xu was also a student of Slytherin, He had no desire to gaze upon that face at this moment. Professor McGonagall shook with fury, needing to lean against the doorframe to prevent herself from collapsing. Where are the prefects? Where has the Slytherin prefect gone? Why has no one intervened? Not even a report has come to me. I'm sorry, Professor, but the events unfolded too suddenly. Moreover, both prefects are unwell and should still be resting with Madame Pomfrey. Zhang Xu tilted his head. Oh, feigning illness? It seems there are indeed clever minds in Slytherin. Knowing that this murky water is best avoided, they have chosen to extricate themselves entirely. They've left ample space and freedom for the younger students to cause mischief, all while ensuring they can benefit without getting their hands dirty. What a clever calculation. Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback. Both are unwell. With her years of teaching and management experience, she quickly grasped the implications. This conflict appears to have been premeditated. It is certainly not a mere quarrel or a spontaneous brawl that can provide any plausible excuse. Consequently, her anger intensified, her fingers trembled, and an icy chill enveloped her. The fury bottled within her chest threatened to erupt like a volcano at any moment. Snape's countenance was dark and foreboding, appearing even more terrifying than a ghoul under the dim glow of the firelight. I wish, at this very moment, for someone to step forward and clearly, without reservation, inform me of what has transpired here. If I must take matters into my own hands, I assure you, he will regret ever entering this world. Believe me, the taste of Veritaserum and the effects of legilimency will be far more discomforting than drinking a potion of your own making that has gone awry. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. Severus, Dumbledore has forbidden the use of Veritaserum and legilimency on young wizards. Do not worry, Minerva, I shall not contravene Dumbledore's regulations. But who is to say that I might not inadvertently sprinkle Veritaserum on a certain dish? For instance, pumpkin juice? And then someone happens to drink it and wishes to discuss their childhood escapades of peeping at girls bathing or their 11th birthday night when they cried for their mother due to bedwetting. Snape's frigid gaze resembled that of a serpent, sending shivers down the spines of all the young wizards. Yet, none dared to utter a word. The recent spell had instilled fear in them. Since Zhang Xu had a habit of cursing in Chinese, they naturally misinterpreted his expletive as the incantation for the killing curse. Merlin above, so potent, how many lives must have been claimed? In the eyes of these young wizards, Zhang Xu had ascended to a status more fearsome than that of the Dark Lord himself. Do not be deceived by his usual smile. Each wrinkle on his face was seemingly filled with the weight of lives lost. How could our family expect us to confront such a monster? To hell with the family. I am now my own person. In response to Snape's inquiry, aside from Daphne, who was in a daze, and Pansy, who trembled, everyone's gaze converged on Zhang Xu. Oh, Mr. Zhang? It seems that in my absence, you have become the new leader of the house. Snape's neck stiffened as he reluctantly directed his gaze towards Zhang Xu. Shall I repeat myself? Zhang Xu stood, recounting the events that had just unfolded in a straightforward manner, devoid of any subjective conjecture. Naturally, he downplayed his own unsportsmanlike physical ambush and merely glossed over the spells he had employed with a single sentence. The wand, resembling amber, clapped rhythmically in his palm, as if the person who had just boasted before the two professors was not him at all. I genuinely know nothing. I was inexplicably besieged by them. Professor, you must handle this matter with impartiality. Professor McGonagall was genuinely struggling to maintain her composure. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. How could anyone dare to use dark magic against a fellow student at Hogwarts? Even more unforgivable, indeed, is the unforgivable curse, Professor, Zhang Xu added with a grin. So, what you imply is, Severus Snape interjected suddenly, that a dozen of them attacked you, even resorting to the killing curse, yet you single-handedly vanquished them all? Zhang Xu nodded, gesturing towards the young wizards still sprawled on the ground. The implication was clear. Did you not witness it? None possessed any capability. Are you certain they employed dark magic? Mr. Zhang, I believe you may not fully comprehend. The public use of dark magic, particularly the killing curse, could result in a sentence to Azkaban. No, I refuse to be sent to Azkaban. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the crowd. Pansy cried, Zhang. Zhang also used the killing curse. He is a monster. A monster. He should be sent to Azkaban. Hand him over to the Dementors. Hand him over. Enough. Snape flicked his wand, and Pansy's mouth instantly sealed shut as if bound by some adhesive force. Professor McGonagall also clapped her hands, calling out to two upperclassmen, Flint, Wells. You two, take all the injured and gather all the young wizards involved in the brawl to find Madame Pomfrey. Hagrid, seek out the head boys and girls. No matter where they are hiding, they must report to my office within the hour. This is utterly unacceptable. As for you, Mr. Zhang, and Miss Parkinson, Miss Greengrass, the matters concerning the three of you are beyond my jurisdiction. Now, immediately, accompany me to see Professor Dumbledore, if you wish to avoid being sent to Azkaban. I believe this is your final opportunity. Professor McGonagall regarded Zhang Xu sternly, particularly eyeing the blood-stained wand. Very well, Professor McGonagall. To be honest, he had longed for a serious discussion with Dumbledore. As the pinnacle of power in the entire series, having single-handedly subdued Grindelwald and Voldemort, perhaps only he could elucidate the essence and origins of magic. Only by understanding the nature of magic could one devise effective methods to integrate Western wizardry into one's own practice, seeking enlightenment and immortality. As for Azkaban, what jest? Who could prove that I employed dark magic? The last curse I cast, my spell was red. Red? It bears no resemblance to the green hue of the killing curse. Of course, this was a jest. Yet, Zhang Xu had indeed devised a sufficient excuse to present to Dumbledore, one that would undoubtedly persuade him. Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze flickering over the emblem on Zhang Xu's chest before he said nothing further. He turned and waved his wand, binding Pansy and Daphne with an invisible rope. Then, once again shrouding himself in his robes, he coldly observed the young wizards being escorted away, resembling a statue in the darkness. As he passed by Malfoy, he lowered his voice to inquire of Zhang Xu, "Have you truly taken the lives of many? Trusting your own judgment, Malfoy, when you liberate yourself from the constraints of your family's imposed ideology, I believe you shall emerge as a genuine Slytherin." Malfoy looked up in astonishment, taken aback by such a response. Zhang Xu turned his back to Malfoy and gestured dismissively. Following Professor McGonagall, they meandered through the corridors to her office. Pansy and Daphne were led to another room, where it appeared others were already waiting. After approximately half an hour, just as boredom was beginning to take its toll on Zhang Xu, a silvery, ethereal feline Patronus glided through the wall and leapt onto the armrest beside his chair. Professor McGonagall's voice emanated from the Patronus. "Follow my Patronus, Mr. Zhang. Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to speak with you." The password is sour popping candy. Chapter 20. The first formal conversation with Dumbledore. Zhang Xu followed the Patronus out of Professor McGonagall's office, faintly hearing the sounds of the door behind him opening and closing, accompanied by a man's boisterous exclamations about honor, the ministry of magic, and family. He traversed a dark corridor, ascending to the third floor. Before him loomed the renowned statue of the beast that once defied the ministry of magic. Barring Umbridge from entering the headmaster's office, it didn't appear particularly ugly. If it were shrunk 100-fold and transformed into a round face, it might even be more endearing than that fleeting trend from his previous life, the adorable Labubu. The creature puffed its chest, and, upon Zhang Xu uttering the password, swiftly leapt aside, extending a gesture of invitation towards him, ascending the spiral staircase, under the scrutinizing gaze of portraits along the walls. Zhang Xu arrived in a circular chamber reminiscent of an observatory. Beneath a vast skylight, peculiar instruments exhaled pale blue smoke, incessantly buzzing with activity. A low table with claw-like legs was cluttered with strange, antiquated trinkets, alongside a chaotic pile of towering documents and books. On the highest shelf rested a silent sorting hat. Adjacent to it, in a glass cabinet, gleamed Godric Gryffindor's sword, accompanied by a crystal basin for meditation. Dumbledore, propped up on his elbow, seemed to be dozing, with his own wand resting nearby. The wall paintings were tranquil, all figures appearing to be in slumber. However, Zhang Xu was aware that these old fellows were likely eavesdropping. "Headmaster? Ah, Mr. Zhang, I see you have arrived. Please take a seat." Dumbledore beckoned, summoning a high-backed chair from the corner as he watched Zhang Xu settle down. From his drawer, he produced a tin box, revealing an array of colorful jelly beans. "In my advancing years, I find it increasingly difficult to feel well-rested." He offered a smile, presenting the box before Zhang Xu. "Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Care for taste?" "Thank you, but no." Zhang Xu politely declined. The last time he had sampled one from Ron, it had been a nauseating flavor reminiscent of the night sky. "Very well," Dumbledore chuckled, selecting one for himself and tossing it into his mouth. "What do you believe has prompted them to take such sudden action against you?" Zhang Xu stood, expressing his belief that a dog biting a person requires no justification. "Is that so?" A glint of sharpness flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. "Yet I sense that this is not the answer residing in your heart." Zhang Xu immediately became alert. In his recollection, Dumbledore was a gentle speaker, a guiding enigma who preferred subtle hints. Such directness was uncharacteristic. In the original text, he appeared to be a master of legilimency, did he not? Could it be that the old Dumbledore was perpetually attuned to that skill? Good heavens! 1,000-year gaze, available 24 hours a day? Zhang Xu quickly donned his lotus crown and feathered robes, cradling the three-sided bronze mirror of spirit, energy, and essence. It was not out of fear of revealing his thoughts or of any arcane secrets. The crux was that the entire script of Harry Potter resided in his mind. If the opposing party were to discern something amiss, it could lead to a catastrophic rupture in the timeline or provoke a more sinister, inhumane scheme. How would he proceed then? The very thought was enough to drive him to despair. Hogwarts has always welcomed students from China, for their presence invariably brings delightful surprises to the school. The greatest regret of my life, Dumbledore mused, was never having the opportunity to journey through China. The closest I came was lingering for a week in a monastery among Tibetan monks, which proved immensely enlightening. Zhang, what I intend to convey is that I harbor no special opinions about you based on nationality, ethnicity, or any such external factors. At Hogwarts, you are simply my students, nothing more. Therefore, might you also engage in candid discourse regarding your thoughts? Zhang Xu pondered for a moment. If that is the case, I would describe this as an unexpected occurrence. Unexpected? Dumbledore inquired, surprised. Indeed, an unexpected one, Zhang Xu affirmed. There are no fools in Slytherin. Oh, those born of consanguinity do not count. I believe they may be foolish or malevolent, but certainly not stupid. Faced with an unfamiliar Eastern family that potentially possesses profound heritage and corresponding resources, even with the endorsement of the Ministry of Magic in China, they would not be foolish enough to confront me directly with overtly illegal dark magic. Such actions would only drive a potential ally to become an adversary. So, you mean? Precisely, this was originally a mere probe. They sought to test my boundaries, my heritage, and the stance of my family. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the young wizards of Slytherin resorted to dark magic against you, transforming this probe into persecution, Dumbledore added. Exactly, Zhang Xu continued. Next, they will likely apologize while simultaneously engaging in public relations efforts, portraying themselves as innocent victims, weak, pitiable, and naive, while depicting me as a malevolent demon from the East. A ruthless executioner who tramples others with his power, a spoiled scion. This narrative serves to exonerate their children while simultaneously fostering division, inciting racial hatred, and tarnishing my image in the eyes of the general populace, thereby diminishing my influence over Slytherin. Most importantly, it allows them to gauge the attitude and strength of my family behind the scenes. Even if the final outcome results in hitting a brick wall, one can nonchalantly attribute it to the follies of subordinates, casting a few scapegoats into the fray to resolve the matter. It could be considered a masterstroke in itself. Dumbledore remarked appreciatively. Now, I find myself intrigued by the family behind you, Zhang. Even if it is Tom, you are indeed a natural Slytherin. Zhang Xu merely curled his lip, thinking to himself that had Dumbledore watched a couple more episodes of The Legend of the Condor Heroes or Empresses in the Palace, he would not have uttered such words. When it comes to the art of cunning, the talent of the Chinese is as remarkable as their culinary prowess. Nonetheless, Zhang Xu feigned humility, stating, it's all due to the good teachings at home. Dumbledore popped a jelly bean into his mouth, his eyes filled with nostalgia. The East is truly a wondrous place. I recall in my youth, many formidable wizards, even fairies and magical creatures, had ventured eastward in pursuit of grand ambitions, only to meet with failure at every turn. Even the illegitimate offspring, unknown to their own families, as well as the descendants of pets and wild animals that had engaged in friendly interactions, could not escape their fate. Perhaps I am overthinking. Dumbledore leaned forward, gripping Zhang Xu's arm tightly. However, perhaps you can enlighten me on how you wield such a powerful, yet ambiguous killing curse. Chapter 21. The Fearsome Presence. Zhang Xu glanced around, failing to find a teacup, and thus moistened his throat with saliva, intentionally ignoring the pain in his arm. Please proceed. Zhang Xu took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and stated, the question I wish to pose is, what is the essence of magic? What is the essence of magical power? Where does it originate? What is its root? Through what mechanisms does it fulfill the purpose of spells? Dumbledore's body stiffened, his fingers slackening as he released Zhang Xu. After a long pause, he spoke. How terrifying, Mr. Zhang. I never anticipated hearing such inquiries from an 11-year-old wizard. Dumbledore reflected. Even Tom, back in the day, only began to inquire about the secrets of immortality at the age of 16. I now have reason to believe you possess the potential to become the next Tom. Potential? Zhang Xu replied, skepticism etched upon his face as he moved his sore arm. Rest assured, I have no interest in that kind of obsessive immortality. In fact, I find myself already half immersed in a realm of longevity. What I seek now is to diligently cultivate my skills and attain the kind of longevity I desire. The Eastern magical realm even encompasses the concept of immortality. Dumbledore abruptly closed his mouth, quickly scanning the murals on the wall before clearing his throat to shift the conversation. The answers regarding the essence of magic, the nature of magical power, and the mechanisms of transformation are, in fact, hidden within every subject you study, every spell you cast, and even every potion you brew. I could certainly share my understanding of magic and magical power with you. However, such actions will undoubtedly confine your thought processes, distort your own magical journey, and, more seriously, may hinder your ascent to a higher realm of magic beyond my own. Thus, I must apologize. Until you have firmly established a solid and steadfast path in magic that belongs solely to you, I cannot share my contemplations regarding the origins of magic. Very well then. Having grown accustomed to the traditional Chinese education system, which emphasizes learning formulas and principles before tackling problems, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to this method of encouraging independent exploration of theories and rules, along with mature discussions. Nevertheless, the matter that weighs most heavily on my mind has been brushed aside rather lightly. Zhang Xu rubbed his face vigorously. A sudden wave of lethargy washed over him, leaving him feeling quite drowsy. As for that incantation, I indeed employed the phrase Avada Kedavra. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. The portraits on the wall all opened their eyes. It was a spell based on the archetype. Surprised, are you? You know it and I know it. Yet I refuse to acknowledge it. I have never taken a life. Not in reality, and not in the context of games. There is no murderous intent in my heart. Those two young girls are not worthy. What filled my heart at that time was a profound emotion of national hatred and familial vengeance. It is an emotion distilled from a history of blood and tears, rooted in the misfortunes and anger of an entire nation. It is nobler than murderous intent, more enduring than hatred, and brighter than loathing. Although this incantation is pronounced as Avada Kedavra, it is in fact inscribed as the Iron Fist of Justice. Shocked, are you? Such sentiments of patriotism are beyond the comprehension of you English folk. Zhang Xu yawned again. Do you have anything else you wish to inquire about? Dumbledore's gaze became fixed. Yet, Zhang Xu was disinclined to elaborate further. Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. And since I do, the Ministry of Magic cannot possibly send me to Azkaban, can they? As for why the effect was so potent, well, national hatred and familial vengeance naturally call for sweeping actions to annihilate nations and clans. After all, how could the intent to kill one individual compare to the intent to annihilate an entire nation or race? Stunned by Zhang Xu's words, the entire headmaster's office fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, Dumbledore wearily waved his hand. Damn old glass. So, you retaliate against me by bringing up the Forbidden Forest, do you? Even though a week had passed, Zhang Xu still gritted his teeth in anger, unable to resist throwing a series of punches into the air. However, no one pointed fingers at his intermittent outbursts. In fact, it seemed that everyone was now inclined to steer clear of him. Even the trio of young ones appeared hesitant to approach him. Only Neville, in his naivety, continued to proclaim him a good person. Initially, Zhang Xu was puzzled. One would think that an incident involving an outbreak within Slytherin, particularly one that resulted in a pure-blood defeat and involved dark magic, would not be publicized. Yet, who could have anticipated that the one to stab him in the back would be the school's point system, and the house he held in the highest regard, Gryffindor? That day, as the young wizards arrived in the Great Hall, they were astonished to find the usually overflowing green hourglass completely empty, with shining golden numbers floating above it. 340 points. Goodness. After all these years of schooling, it is my first encounter with negative points allocated by the Academy. Thus, the news spread like wildfire, and the little wizards buzzed with excitement, fervently seeking information about the astonishing upheaval that had befallen Slytherin. Ultimately, it was the Weasley twins who, through the Marauder's map, overheard snippets of gossip in the corners and embellished the tale before sharing it with their fellow Gryffindors. Soon, the tales reached the ears of the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, and eventually the Slytherins, who had been left in the dark. Initially, the Gryffindor students cheered loudly, believing Zhang Xu's actions to be a source of great delight, worthy of 1,000 points from Professor McGonagall. An underhanded assault, a wand wielded with ferocity, a curse as thick as an arm. My word, is he, as the Muggles would say, a professional assassin? Regardless, the rumors circulated wildly within the Gryffindor house. Representatives from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were initially skeptical. The former doubted that a first-year like Zhang Xu could cast such formidable spells. Even if he could, it would only result in a nosebleed. The latter believed that, as a person from China, Zhang Xu could manage farming, be lazy, or boil hot pot. But murder? Surely that was the domain of the cunning purebloods from Slytherin. However, in the following days, the number of Slytherin students dwindled by more than half. At that moment, the atmosphere within the school shifted dramatically. Even if no one immediately believed the rumors, it was deemed prudent to discuss them discreetly and maintain a respectful distance. After all, one could hardly expect to encounter Zhang Xu without fearing a dramatic confrontation. Had anyone consulted Dumbledore? Zhang Xu remained largely indifferent to these developments. He was not present to forge friendships. Besides his intention to assist young Malfoy, only Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville piqued his interest. In fact, if Dumbledore were willing to elucidate the essence and origins of magic, Zhang Xu might reconsider his rapport with Harry. Being an observer did not hinder his ability to enjoy the spectacle. At worst, he could write to his grandfather to send more invisibility cloaks and expend some effort to accompany the trio. To quote a teacher from his homeland, "I am here to cultivate longevity, not to make friends." Regrettably, Zhang Xu's formidable reputation did not afford him even a few days of peace. His entanglement with Slytherin and the larger community of Hogwarts would continue unabated. For the secretive realm of Longhu Mountain had made its move. Chapter 22, Minor Punishments, Healing, and Saving Lives. In the dining hall, Slytherin's long table was laden with food, yet the number of dining little wizards was scant. Each Gryffindor had a copy of Singing Contrarily, and even Percy Weasley had set aside his usual disdain to earnestly peruse the publication alongside the Weasley twins. "Harry, look at this," Ron exclaimed, pointing to the third page of the newspaper, where an illustration depicted a wizard stripped of his garments, suspended from a cross. Across his bare chest were inscribed the bold characters: Minor Punishments, Healing, and Saving Lives. Despite the newspaper editor's attempt to obscure the wizard's visage with a mosaic, the vivid black mark of dark magic on his arm and the family crest unmistakably identify him as a fugitive pureblood Death Eater. The reason for his appearance in a Muggle church remains shrouded in mystery. Each page of the paper is emblazoned with oversized headlines, featuring sensational reports such as Revelation. Behind the scenes of the Gringotts heritage acquisition, humanity unraveled, moralica, ignorant Muggles pillaging the Gunter tomb, the ambiguous tale I must share about the Parkinson family, and a shocking confession from the mistress of the Shafiq patriarch, to name but a few. Meanwhile, the newspapers deemed more credible and official, such as the Daily Prophet and Witch Weekly, remain conspicuously silent on these matters. Instead, they dedicate over half of their content to the banalities of Minister for Magic Fudge presenting the Slughorn Prize to the inventor of a ghoul flea exterminator. The previous uproar regarding the emergence of dark magic at Hogwarts, the enigmatic Eastern demon, and Dumbledore's inaction, as well as the vicious curses plaguing the world of China, have vanished without a trace. This is quite intriguing. "Harry, do you think this could be the doing of Zhang's family?" Ron exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, noting that nearly all families with ties to dark wizards were implicated, suggesting that Zhang was intent on capturing all these nefarious individuals. "I think you are indulging in fanciful thinking," Hermione interjected, her delicate nose wrinkled in disapproval. "You must understand that these families have been entrenched in the wizarding world for centuries. Even Dumbledore, no, even that legendary Dark Lord, could not eradicate them all. Who has to say?" Ron countered. "Zhang is capable of wielding such potent killing curses." He gestured expansively. "How do you know Zhang's family couldn't achieve this? The mysterious individuals from China are all shrouded in secrecy. I would even believe it if Zhang suddenly declared himself the headmaster of Hogwarts." Hermione chose not to engage in his banter, huffing in annoyance before declaring, "I'll prove you wrong," and shouldering her bag as she departed the table. "Speaking of which, Ron, do you know what Zhang has been up to lately?" Harry inquired, setting down the newspaper. "Perhaps he is in detention with Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore." Ron speculated. "I hardly see him outside of class. He has been scarce in the dining hall lately. I'm worried he might be facing repercussions from the Ministry of Magic." A girl clad in Ravenclaw robes, with Asian features, suddenly approached them. The status of pure-blood wizards in the magical realm is rather exceptional, with many legal stipulations rendered meaningless for them. "I heard from a fifth-year student that Pansy and Daphne, being too young, have managed to evade the ministry's judgment simply through family pressure. The only consequence they faced was expulsion. However, the uproar surrounding the emergence of dark magic at Hogwarts is quite pronounced. I fear Zhang Xu might be made a scapegoat, bearing the brunt of all the blame and being sent to Azkaban." The girl had slightly reddened eyes, exuding a sense of vulnerability. Harry gazed at her, feeling that her beauty was astonishing, and his stomach fluttered oddly. He was introduced. "This is Qiu Zhang, a senior from Ravenclaw, 1 year above us. We met in the library." Qiu Zhang nodded and turned to Harry, saying, I know that Zhang Xu has a close relationship with you all. I understand that this request may seem a bit excessive, but I hope you can speak to Professor Dumbledore on his behalf, using your status as the chosen one. After Qiu Zhang departed, Ron curiously inquired, why does she care so much about Zhang? Oh, since they share the same surname. Are they from the same family? Why has Zhang never mentioned her? Hermione rolled her eyes, explaining, the population of Huaxia is immense. There are nearly 100 million people with the surname Zhang, which is more than the entire population of Britain. Zhang Xu hails from Huaxia, while Qiu Zhang's family immigrated to England over a century ago. There is no way they could be related by blood. As for why she wants to speak up for Zhang Xu, you wouldn't understand the thoughts of a girl. Ron scratched his head, completely bewildered by the complexities of a girl's sentiments. Meanwhile, Harry was contemplating what excuse he should devise to discuss matters with Dumbledore. At the same time, the much-admired Zhang Xu sat cross-legged in the center of the room, conjured by the Room of Requirement, holding a piece of paper resembling a note. Dear grandson, do not fear. Grandpa has already called upon someone to teach those blind fools a lesson. If it weren't for our country's international image, they would certainly have bled a bit this time to learn their lesson. Everything is well on the mountain. Remember to take care of yourself while you are out. If you face any grievances, let Grandpa know, and I will seek justice for you. He disregarded the threat from the old master, feeling an immense sense of relaxation and inner peace. Is this the feeling of having a powerful nation and a genuinely caring family standing behind you? Indeed, it felt rather splendid. Zhang Xu smiled, folded the letter, and tucked it away, letting out a long sigh as he turned his thoughts to how he would handle the upcoming expedition into the Forbidden Forest in a few days. Due to some sealed memories, he was unaware of how this journey might differ from the original narrative. He instinctively sensed that Dumbledore would seize this opportunity to orchestrate something, especially since Quirrell had already been exposed. Sending first-year students like them into the Forbidden Forest for patrol seemed unnecessary, unless there were other unknown factors that Dumbledore had yet to grasp. Dumbledore needed to utilize this somewhat contrived punishment arrangement to bring unpredictable elements under his control, at least within his surveillance. This would also clarify why the punishment list included the names of Harry, Neville, and Malfoy, the prophesied twins and the pure blood destined to lead Slytherin. These three naive children were merely bait thrown out by Dumbledore. As for himself and Ron, they were likely mere accessories to make the situation appear more reasonable. Nonetheless, this situation has its merits, although Dumbledore possesses a rather cunning disposition. Orchestrating events, much like a certain Adam, he would never intentionally sacrifice his students, thus ensuring their safety. Yet, given my current state, I cannot help but wonder if I might overshadow Harry. In Chapter 23, Good Night, Sue. In the original narrative, Dumbledore's favoritism towards Gryffindor, particularly towards Harry Potter, reached astonishing heights. Zhang Xu often mused whether Dumbledore had hidden a Harry or Potter in his middle name, for even with the mantle of the prophesied child and savior, Harry should not have been afforded such preferential treatment. Now, let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. What if I were compelled to act and inadvertently stole the spotlight that Dumbledore had meticulously arranged for Harry? Would our esteemed headmaster, out of some misguided benevolence, take it upon himself to suppress me, even if I trust Dumbledore's reputation to refrain from being truly ruthless? Enduring a monotonous routine of classes without Harry's entertainment is simply intolerable. Without the joy of Harry's antics, and no one to enlighten me on the essence of magic, what purpose does my education serve? Do you genuinely believe I am a prodigy capable of grasping the essence of magic within a mere 7 years, simultaneously integrating the arcane principles of Daoism to forge my own path in dual cultivation and attain enlightenment? In my previous life, I was merely a wage earner, not a deity like Strahd. Therefore, I must proceed with discretion. I shall strive to team up with Neville and Malfoy, allowing the stage designated for the savior to remain his for a splendid performance. Zhang Xu rose to his feet, his wrist adorned with a jade bracelet that transformed into a sturdy wand crafted from camellia wood. He narrowed his eyes, suddenly crouching, twisting his waist, and retreating forcefully, his body leaping as his arm naturally propelled forward. He fell heavily to the ground, without adhering to a specific incantation gesture. The wand's tip emitted a brilliant beam of light, striking true at the armored puppet. All were petrified. Disarm, impediment jinx, protego, incendio, shatter, bludgeon. Zhang Xu leaped and dodged imaginary enemy attacks on the empty training ground, his wand dancing through the air as physical collisions and magical assaults alternated, gradually transitioning from a deliberate awkwardness to a smooth, natural flow. As he wielded the wand, some spells successfully activated while others yielded no response, with varying degrees of potency. It appears my understanding of the essence of magic is indeed correct. Willpower, or rather, imagination, is the key to successful spellcasting. The cultivation of Taoism has sharpened my spirit, rendering it purer, which compensates to some extent for the deficiencies or irregularities in incantations and gestures. However, this intensifies the mental burden, impacting my physical state and causing a triadic imbalance. As the final feeble spell, producing only a few sparks, was cast, Zhang Xu collapsed on the ground, breathless. His wand and the black Slytherin robe rolled away, and his white shirt, soaked with sweat, clung to him, outlining the contours of his well-defined abdomen. Phew! My spellcasting speed has doubled, yet the quantity has diminished by nearly 2/3. Numerous spells remain unexploited. Is it a deficiency of magical prowess or a lack of proficiency? Zhang Xu raised his finger and cast a simple cleaning charm upon himself. Indeed, such basic household magic was effortlessly manageable, requiring no wand at all. But what was the reason behind this? How should one define the complexity of spell? It seemed illogical that while I could effortlessly conjure a mundane charm, I struggled with a seemingly simpler one. There was an undeniable sense that my thought process was missing the most crucial element. The deeper I pondered, the more my thoughts became stagnant. As fatigue radiated from my being, Zhang Xu gradually closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep upon the ground. As Zhang Xu drifted into slumber, the entire room began to transform. A large, unadorned bed rose from the floor, its soft velvet mattress cradling Zhang Xu's weary form without disturbing him in the slightest. Bed curtains embroidered with starlight fell gracefully, and a pair of invisible hands gently lifted the fluffy quilt to cover him. The bright and spacious room sank into the earth, revealing a crackling hearth, an elegant bookshelf, a thick carpet, a gilded vanity, and an array of quaint dolls alongside immobile oil paintings. These elements surrounded the bed, forming a cozy yet compact bedroom. On a grand desk crafted from golden silkwood, a pristine printed book slowly closed. Subsequently, a lady's glove, adorned with a green serpent motif, floated upwards. Reaching for the lamp's pull cord and lightly tugging it down. Good night, sweet dreams, Asu. Zhang Xu enjoyed an unusually peaceful slumber. Upon awakening and gazing at the faint outlines of European-style furnishings beyond the bed curtains, he was momentarily bewildered, realizing he was still within the wish-fulfilling room. But whose legacy was this? Climbing out from under the velvet quilt, he stood barefoot before the expansive mirror and discovered that his uniform had been replaced by an exquisite silk nightgown. Turning around, he found his clothes neatly folded on the desk, alongside a steaming bowl of soy milk and buns. Grateful for the wish-fulfilling room, he pondered, has it become this intelligent? It seems to manage everything so seamlessly without a request. Zhang Xu sensed something was amiss. After changing his attire, he pushed open the bedroom door and was greeted by the wish-fulfilling room, still maintaining its original appearance. As he repeatedly whispered to himself, I need a warm and comfortable room to rest. A small chamber resembling a Slytherin dormitory materialized beside the main room. The layout and decor seemed as if his own bed had been directly relocated there. Turning around, Zhang Xu surveyed this peculiar feminine chamber, pondering if it was a special privilege afforded to him, a hidden suite within the wish-fulfilling room. He sifted through his memories, yet found no trace of this secret chamber in the original text, films, or even games. He stepped back into the bedroom once more. Casting a glance around, he attempted to retrieve a book or sheet of paper from the desk or the bookshelf. However, an enigmatic force seemed to bind all the papers and books in place, rendering his efforts futile. Sparks erupted from the fireplace, crackling audibly. My apologies, I have been remiss. Zhang Xu realized, understanding this as a clear expression of refusal and discontent. Consequently, he abandoned his exploration, consuming the bun and soybean milk before once again expressing his gratitude to the bedroom, promptly and decisively exiting. As he watched the door of the room of requirement gradually vanish into the wall, Zhang Xu sincerely marveled. Indeed, Hogwarts is remarkable. How utterly fascinating. Chapter 24. Indulge him. Why don't you? Zhang Xu soon paid the price for his delight. He was tardy. Professor McGonagall, having released the Animagus transformation, leapt down from the podium, her striking gaze fixed sternly upon Zhang Xu. Even if Slytherin has but a handful of students remaining, you ought to learn to adhere to time. You have led me astray, Professor McGonagall. Zhang Xu could not help but silently muse, suspecting that she had secretly pursued studies in the East. After hastily taking his seat, McGonagall had already waved her wand, distributing a matchbox to everyone. Today's lesson involved transforming the matchbox into a cup. Regardless of material or shape, the incantation remained transfigure. Focus, gentlemen. The first student to successfully complete the transformation shall earn an additional 10 points. Thankfully, his final result was commendable, while the outcomes for others were rather dismal. Ron's goblet transformed only halfway, retaining the matchbox shape at the back. Harry's cup was rather diminutive, hardly suitable even for a house elf. By the end of the class, only Zhang Xu, Hermione, and a Slytherin girl whom Zhang Xu barely recalled had successfully transfigured their matchboxes into complete cups. After class, as Zhang Xu was tidying up his belongings, he had already obtained Professor Sinistra's permission to meditate in the astronomy tower during the day. It was the highest point in all of Hogwarts, more conducive to absorbing the essence of the universe. At that moment, Harry approached him, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Hey, Zhang, I would like to ask your opinion on something." "Do tell." Harry hesitated before continuing. "Do you remember when I mentioned that Hagrid had once helped Dumbledore retrieve something before taking the Gringotts?" "Oh, you mean the Philosopher's Stone? What about it?" Harry's eyes widened. "How did you know it was the Philosopher's Stone?" "Ron, Hermione, and I investigated for an entire week before confirming it." Realizing he had let slip too much, Zhang Xu, unburdened by guilt, shifted the blame to Dumbledore. "Dumbledore mentioned it to me last time." "You mean Headmaster Dumbledore?" "Well, all right then." Harry chose to trust the headmaster. "About a week and a half ago, Ron and I got lost and were sent to the 4th floor by the moving staircase, the very floor that Headmaster Dumbledore forbids students from entering. Ron and I witnessed Snape mysteriously emerging from a door, muttering incomprehensible words such as Philosopher's Stone and a dog. So, you sneaked over to take a look?" Zhang Xu's expression turned peculiar as the subsequent plot began to unfold in his mind. "Indeed, we discovered a 3-headed dog hidden in that room. Beneath the creature lay an enormous trapdoor." Harry exclaimed with excitement, surmising that Snape must be attempting to steal whatever the dog was guarding, and reported it to Professor McGonagall. However, she dismissed my claims, adamantly insisting that Snape posed no threat. As it stands, Snape appears to be innocent. The real issue lies with Quirrell. And then, I relayed the incident to Hagrid, from whom I learned that the massive dog was named Fluffy, lent to Professor Dumbledore by Hagrid himself, and that Fluffy was guarding something related to Nicholas Flamel. Eventually, we uncovered that this item was the Philosopher's Stone. Harry recounted the ensuing tale in one breath, gazing expectantly at Zhang Xu. "So, what do you wish to tell me?" "Zhang Xu inquit, Popa." In reality, the timeline must be nearing the end of the term. Have I accelerated the narrative? Noticing Zhang Xu's confusion, Harry summoned his courage. "So, Zhang, tomorrow marks my debut as a seeker for Gryffindor in Quidditch. Could you attend my match?" "Huh?" Zhang Xu's head was filled with countless dark lines. "So, all that you just said was merely an invitation for me to watch your match? What an absurd form of English small talk. Do you realize that what you mentioned is far more significant than a Quidditch match?" Harry sheepishly scratched his head. He was aware that the transition in his words was rather abrupt. Yet, he truly did not know how to broach the subject. Initially, Harry found his classmate from China to be warm and amiable, not only assisting him with his luggage, but also treating him to delectable snacks he had never tasted before. Zhang Xu exhibited none of the probing curiosity that others displayed, making Harry feel at ease in his company. However, the events during the sorting ceremony made him realize that, apart from himself, there were others who were equally unique, perhaps even more so, giving him a sense of finding kindred spirits. But later, Zhang Xu dared to challenge Snape in potions class. Faced with the basilisk in Hagrid's hut, he remained remarkably calm, knowledgeable, and resolute. Regardless of his Slytherin affiliation, he embodied the qualities Harry envisioned in an older brother far better than Dudley ever could. But how could he cast the killing curse? He even single-handedly defeated a dozen young wizards, including several upperclassmen, some of whom wielded dark magic. The flickering green light from distant memories shimmered before Harry's eyes, and his scar began to throb faintly. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling strangeness about Zhang Xu. That trust, that admiration, was gradually morphing into fear. He neither dared nor wished to actively engage with matters concerning Zhang Xu. Otherwise, no matter how discreet the request fulfillment room might be, given Harry and Ron's obstinacy, along with Hermione's vast reservoir of knowledge, how could they possibly fail to uncover a single clue for such an extended period? To express their concern and support for Zhang Xu? However, when Harry witnessed Snape's peculiar behavior, was met with disapproval from Professor McGonagall, and came to grasp the immense power of the Philosopher's Stone along with the dire consequences of its theft, his first thought was unexpectedly, why not ask Zhang Xu? Harry's heart was tumultuous. Coincidentally, he received a notification from Professor McGonagall, informing him that he would soon participate in his first Quidditch match as a Gryffindor seeker. He made a resolute decision. He must invite Zhang Xu to watch his game. It was akin to a child inviting their parents to their inaugural competition, yearning for approval through the display of their efforts. In his eyes, the significance of this invitation was as paramount as that of the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, in his original plan, he intended to commence with the invitation before inquiring about Zhang Xu's views on the stone and Snape. Yet somehow, the order of the two topics became reversed on his tongue. This left him feeling rather awkward, yet filled with anticipation. Zhang Xu scratched his head. He had originally intended to devote his time to the Astronomy Tower or the Request Fulfillment Room in the past few days. Uncertain of what Dumbledore might concoct during his patrol of the Forbidden Forest, he had planned to meditate and rejuvenate his spirit, focusing on aligning his essence, energy, and spirit to their optimal states. He also needed to prepare some emergency talismans and magical tools. However, gazing into Harry's bright, emerald-green eyes filled with eagerness, Zhang Xu found it impossible to harden his heart and refuse this endearing 11-year-old boy, who was even more charming than the cinematic version of Harry. Very well, he would indulge him. Sooner or later, he would find himself entangled in the role of a caretaker, even sacrificing the elixir of life in the process. Chapter 25, The Magnificent Draco Malfoy. Harry's spirits soared as he joyfully embraced Zhang Xu, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek before dashing away like the wind. Hey! Zhang Xu had intended to remind Harry to be cautious during the match tomorrow and not to forget the preparations for the patrol of the Forbidden Forest the day after. However, upon reflecting that the entire Slytherin team had been significantly reduced due to his actions, and considering that their opponent might be from any other house, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Only Slytherin was known for its penchant for foul play and cheating. Against other houses, they could simply rely on their skills to secure victory. Though he vaguely remembered that other unforeseen events might occur during the match, since he could not recall the specifics, it likely wasn't of great importance, so he decided to let it be. As for the Forbidden Forest, while he still did not intend to usurp the spotlight that Dumbledore had arranged for Harry, seeing him in his foolish demeanor stirred a sense of maternal responsibility within him. Well then, he would share some protective talismans and magical tools with him. One must prepare the guiding light in advance. Otherwise, these foreigners devoid of wisdom will be unable to utilize it. However, I was unexpectedly met with the impeccably dressed Malfoy in the public lounge, along with several other students who had recently vanished under various pretenses. Malfoy approached me with intention, stating, "This is a letter from my mother, expressing her gratitude for your kindness towards the Malfoy family. Furthermore, I, Draco Malfoy, representing the Malfoy lineage and other pureblood families from Slytherin who have wronged you, hereby offer a formal apology. We hope that your benevolence may descend upon us, forgiving the transgressions born of our ignorance." Zhang Xu peeked around, but did not see Pansy and Daphne. Even the Parkinsons and Greengrass were absent, which gave him some understanding of the situation. He waved his hand dismissively, generously remarking, "We are all classmates. There is no need for such formality. Let the past remain in the past." However, as Zhang Xu stood beside Malfoy, looking down upon everyone, he declared, "I do not wish to witness the decay of the old aristocracy within Slytherin any longer. This notion of pure blood and half-blood, of family and class, is distasteful to me. The worth of a family, the nobility of blood, should not be measured by the passage of time, but rather by the weight of its history and the contributions it has made to humanity and the wizarding community. If you hold the future and happiness of all wizards in your heart, then your family's name will be etched in their memory. Should you choose to oppress and bully others, rest assured, one day you will be shattered by all, and even the purest bloodline will be deserving of nothing but disdain. This wisdom, distilled from 5 millennia of my great nation's pursuit, I share with you unreservedly today." Placing my hand on Malfoy's shoulder, my youthful voice rang out with fervor. "The blind pursuit of pure lineage only breeds fanatical fools, yet the nobility sown in the hearts of people will cause your family's name to shine eternally. We are the youth, the future of our families, but more importantly, we are the future of Slytherin, of Hogwarts, and of the entire wizarding world. We shall inherit the rights, status, and wealth of our families, forging our own paths while trampling upon the obsolete and decayed past. We are hope. We are the future. We are everything. From this moment forth, I wish for you to let go of the past, release your prejudices, and break your chains, learning to think for yourselves. What constitutes true nobility? What is worthy of inheritance? I hope we can stand united on the same front, embodying our free will. Let Slytherin rise to greatness once more. Become the new, liberated nobility that embodies free will. The true Slytherin." Gently patting Malfoy's shoulder, I departed the public lounge amidst a sea of expressions, bewilderment, reverence, stupor, and fervor. As I turned to leave, I whispered, audible only to myself, of course, "You may choose to disregard my words, yet the consequences shall rest upon your shoulders. After all, who made my fists so formidable?" Malfoy entered closely behind, his eyes reddened and a delicate blush gracing his pale visage. "Zhang, were those words you spoke true?" Malfoy paused momentarily, maintaining his aloof demeanor with his chin held high. "I mean to say, I intend to follow you. What are your plans?" He gestured slightly, implying a vision of restoring Slytherin to greatness and establishing a new aristocracy. "Oh, that," Zhang Xu responded, "I have no specific plans, but I intend to entrust that to you." "Me?" Little Malfoy exclaimed, astonished. "Yes," Zhang Xu said, sitting upright on the bed, his gaze earnest as it met Malfoy's. "You know I am of Chinese descent. Although my family is noble and affluent, benevolent and powerful," he spread his hands, "I can only serve as their inspirer, a spiritual beacon and a role model, not a practical leader among them. Moreover, their allegiance to me stems from the strength of my family's influence rather than my own merit." Malfoy privately scoffed. "Nearly frightened to death by your curses, yet you claim it has little to do with you. Furthermore, I am ultimately a foreigner. Even if they genuinely recognize my ideals and leadership, have you considered how other wizards who know nothing of me would perceive it? Would they accept my thoughts and leadership? I fear that most would regard me with suspicion." "How could that be? As long as you act as you did today," Malfoy hastily interjected. "I understand, Malfoy. I comprehend your perspective," Zhang Xu replied with a calm countenance. "But I cannot dedicate all my time to oratory, can I? I'm not Grindelwald, endowed with a natural charisma and oratory talent. Those words I just spoke have nearly exhausted my vocabulary." "But I think you articulated it splendidly," Malfoy shyly countered. "Better than what my father conveyed to me. That is precisely why I wish for you to assume the role of leader." Zhang Xu's eyes brimmed with sincerity. There was no hint of reluctance, no desire to shirk responsibility. He believed that such arduous, laborious, and unglamorous tasks should rightly fall to Malfoy, while he himself could comfortably enjoy the privileges of a figurehead. Malfoy's family already held a significant status in the wizarding community, and he was originally elected as a first-year leader by the students of Slytherin. Gaining their recognition would undoubtedly be far simpler for him than for me. As long as you embody my ideals, whether it is I or you who leads, the result would be effectively the same. Indeed, if you could transform traditional Slytherin and the decaying practices of the old pure-blood aristocracy, making all wizards acknowledge that this is a reformed Slytherin, a new lineage of pure-blood families rising, then your name would be etched into the annals of wizarding history, shining as brilliantly as that of Albus Dumbledore. At that moment, Zhang Xu cast a deep, enticing glance at Malfoy, his words laced with temptation. "Your descendants shall not take pride in the name of the Malfoy family, but rather in you, as the illustrious Draco Malfoy, a legendary figure who has revitalized Slytherin and restored the esteemed reputation of the Sacred 28. Are you willing?" With a chuckle reminiscent of a spirited young Malfoy, Zhang Xu continued to fill his storage bag with items. Laughter erupted, growing louder until it brought him to the brink of tears. Shaking his head, he mused, "Indeed, young Malfoy is quite the good-hearted child, so easily deceived." Chapter 26, Journey to the Forbidden Forest. Having addressed the initial character correction of young Malfoy, Zhang Xu felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. As for how Slytherin would evolve in the future, he found himself rather indifferent. After all, adapting to circumstances is the hallmark of true Slytherins. Might makes right. With his current strength, Slytherin might maintain its semblance, but should Voldemort rise again, their stance would likely waver and transform once more. What he could do was merely plant a seed of rebellion in the hearts of these youngsters, while ensuring his own years at Hogwarts were comfortable, and allowing those half-bloods and muggle-born wizards to endure less bullying. That was sufficient. He was no Grindelwald. Let others grapple with the burdens of toppling the 3 great mountains over the wizarding world. Embracing tranquility, he focused inward, inhaling the essence of the universe as he practiced the 3 elements guiding technique, refining his essence, chi, and spirit. The next day, Zhang Xu arrived punctually at the Quidditch pitch. Was it still Gryffindor versus Slytherin? He found it curious. Even if young Malfoy had returned to school with those pure-blood wizards the day before, how had they recovered so swiftly, ready to play mere hours later? Clearly, he had underestimated the fervor and passion these young wizards held for Quidditch, even if it was merely a contest between houses. It still evoked the grandeur of a World Cup atmosphere. While the scale could not compare, the enthusiasm was undeniably equal. Due to Harry's invitation, Zhang Xu naturally took a seat in the Gryffindor supporting stands. Amidst a sea of red and gold, His Slytherin green was indeed rather conspicuous. However, it did make it easier for Harry to spot him, which visibly excited Harry. Zhang Xu had little interest in such sports events and found himself battling drowsiness throughout. It was only when Harry's broom went haywire that he perked up, almost prompting Harry to bestow upon him a public display of affection. After assisting Madame Hooch in escorting Harry to the infirmary, Zhang Xu took the initiative to stop Hermione, Ron, and Neville, gathering them along with an unwilling Malfoy in the Slytherin common room to discuss their impending venture into the Forbidden Forest. Ron and Hermione appeared somewhat out of their element in the Slytherin common room, and Neville seemed rather timid. Fortunately, Zhang Xu had no intention of delving into deep discussions. They simply exchanged information, primarily gleaned from Ron's inquiries with Hagrid and the official documents provided by Hermione. Afterward, Zhang Xu distributed the transformed talismans and disposable magical tools among the attendees. The meeting concluded with his quiet laughter. There was no need for such aversion towards them. After all, they were to venture into the Forbidden Forest together the following day. It was essential to foster good relations and communicate with one another beforehand. Would the noble Slytherin truly require their assistance? Malfoy turned his head, asking, "Isn't that what you are for? One must always be wary of unforeseen circumstances. After all, I am merely 11 years old. Though I possess knowledge, executing it is another matter." Malfoy retorted, "You do realize you're 11, not 110, right? Sometimes, I feel your words carry a weight beyond your years, often reminiscent of my father, or even my grandfather." Malfoy pondered maturity. Zhang Xu was taken aback. While his soul had indeed matured, the years spent traversing different lives had ingrained certain habits from his past whenever serious matters arose. After all, the land of my upbringing, Huaxia, is an ancient civilization both mature and youthful at once. There's an old saying, "A person is but a small nation, while a nation comprises countless families." In my youth, it seemed trivial, yet now it resonates profoundly. You may be correct. Still, I find it hard to like those Gryffindors. Malfoy, ever the sycophant, approached to massage Zhang Xu's shoulders, expressing his disdain. Reckless, foolish, and it always felt like mingling with them might lead to trouble. "You hit the nail on the head." Zhang Xu mused inwardly, but he maintained a philosophical stance. "Draco, do not forget our ideals. To dismantle the old order and establish a new one. Relying solely on Slytherin and our small cadre of wizards is insufficient. We must unite all forces at our disposal. As Slytherins, we ought not to exclude them, but rather lead them. Be it Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw, if they can aid us. We must embrace them equally and approach them with kindness." At this moment, Zhang Xu paused, struck by a thought. So, the true essence of Slytherin was never about ambition or glory, but rather about leadership? Having ambition, being astute, discerning the opportune moment, and prioritizing victory. These may not be commendable traits in ordinary individuals, yet in leaders, they embody remarkable qualities. Zhang Xu's thoughts wandered. The lion's courage will forge the finest warriors, ever charging to the front. The eagle's wisdom can identify gaps and strategize, and the badger's loyalty, diligence, and simplicity make for the most trustworthy allies and support. They allow the serpent's gaze to remain ever fixed on the victorious horizon ahead. Goodness, this is no mere school. It is unequivocally a legion. Concealed beneath the guise of peace lies the Hogwarts Military School of Magic. Following this train of thought, without mentioning Malfoy's silence or Zhang Xu's blissful realization, a calm night quickly passed, and the punitive patrol of the Forbidden Forest was upon them. The moon hung low over the willow's edge. Zhang Xu and Malfoy bid farewell to their first-year classmates, striding up the stairs with heads held high amidst the chilling atmosphere. They arrived at the entrance hall, where Filch awaited, cradling Mrs. Loris in his arms. Zhang Xu glanced around, but found no sign of Hagrid's towering figure, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. At that moment, Harry, Ron, and Neville hurried over from Gryffindor Tower. Their expressions bore more anxiety about being late than the fear of venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy instinctively turned his head away, but, recalling Zhang Xu's advice from the previous day, reluctantly greeted them. "How rare. I thought you might have been so frightened that you wet yourselves and stayed hidden in the tower." Ron's nose immediately reddened. "You are the one who wet himself. I heard that to avoid going into the Forbidden Forest, you wrote your father over a dozen letters in one go. Even the owls in the Ollery are too exhausted to deliver your messages anymore." Malfoy was about to retort when Filch bellowed in his raspy voice, "Silence. Silence. You noisy little pests. I cannot fathom why Dumbledore favors you so. In my opinion, rule-breaking miscreants should be handed over to me, bound with ropes and tossed into the water dungeon, or hung from the ceiling for the harpy to peck at their heads. Once you have a few large holes in you, perhaps those school rules will be firmly etched in your minds. Filch roughly thrust 2 oil lamps into the hands of the young wizards. Hold on tight, little ones. Stick close to me. If you fall behind and get snatched away by a werewolf or centaur, don't expect me to come to your rescue. The young wizards followed Filch timidly, particularly Neville, whose teeth chattered audibly to Zhang Xu. The group soon reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Seeing that Filch showed no signs of stopping, Zhang Xu could not help but speak up. Mr. Filch, where's Hagrid? If I recall correctly, he is the keeper of keys and grounds, and he should be leading the patrol of the Forbidden Forest. Do not mention that half-breed giant in my presence. A half-breed, a barbarian, and yet he serves as a wizard to manage the entire Forbidden Forest for Hogwarts? Bah! Filch spat on the ground with malice. Harry immediately shouted, I want to allow you to speak of Hagrid that way. You old lunatic. Old lunatic. Bald-toed. Smelly cripple. Ron joined in the outcry. Damn little pests. Filch roared, swinging the oil lamp as if to lunge at Harry, but then caught sight of Zhang Xu leisurely stroking his remarkably thick wand, which instantly quelled his anger. Very well. Very well. I hope when we enter the Forbidden Forest, you can act as recklessly as you do now. Filch glared at Zhang Xu, knowing full well that the clumsy giant would not make an appearance. Someone had reported him to the Ministry of Magic for harboring a basilisk, and he had already been taken away for questioning. This portion of the Forbidden Forest was now under my control. What? That cannot be. Except for Malfoy and Neville. Everyone gasped. Harboring a basilisk? Hagrid certainly did. But was not the serpent creature entrusted to Dumbledore's care? No one believes that Hagrid would be so reckless as to conceal the creature from Dumbledore or procure another one from somewhere. So why has this matter reached the Ministry of Magic? Who divulged the secret? However, Filch would not offer much explanation to the young wizards. With a peculiar sense of vengeful excitement, he rudely pointed at them, exclaiming, Now you, follow me into the Forbidden Forest. He singled out Harry and Ron, then yanked a tattered piece of parchment from his sleeve and tossed it to Zhang Xu. You lot from the east. Consult the map yourselves and enter the forest from another direction. Are you out of your mind? This is the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest. You a mute. Leading the way is one thing, but to separate everyone is absurd. Malfoy exclaimed in disbelief. Ah, it seems the little scion of the Malfoy family has quite the objection. Filch approached, tugging at the parchment in Zhang Xu's hand. So our esteemed Mr. Malfoy does not require this wretched map? Just return it to me. Get off. Zhang Xu's wand struck down, startling Filch into a hasty dodge, releasing the parchment. He stumbled toward the Forbidden Forest, shouting, This is all the headmaster's arrangement. Damn you little wretches. I curse you to perish in the forest, feeding the werewolves. Curse it. I will hang you from the ceiling one day. Indeed, Dumbledore's name proved to be quite effective. Even the hard-headed Harry and Ron could only exchange resigned glances before hastily entering the Forbidden Forest with their lanterns. Malfoy and Neville glanced at Zhang Xu, unconsciously drawing closer. Zhang Xu raised the lantern, scrutinizing the parchment map, while pondering Dumbledore. Are you not even going to put on a show? Chapter 27. The Troll. It was one thing to assign Filch to repulse others, but why involve Hagrid? The serpent creature. Could the Chamber's secrets have already been opened? Zhang Xu suddenly felt a wave of irritation. Beside him, Malfoy interrupted his thoughts. Zhang, must we truly enter the Forbidden Forest? Could we not simply circle around its edge and pretend we have completed our patrol? I fear that may not be feasible. Zhang Xu shook the map in his hand. It marked several special locations that required proximity to illuminate the corresponding icons. Attempting to deceive our way through would likely prove futile. Why not gather some upperclassmen to join us? Neville suggested. Neville, Gryffindor is not the same as Gryffindor. Zhang Xu shook his head, taking the lead toward the Forbidden Forest. We were assigned to patrol the Forbidden Forest, and if you call upon upperclassmen who are not punished, it would be deliberately leading them into violation of school rules. When we depart, those who came to assist will end up being penalized instead. I know the Gryffindor upperclassmen likely do not care about that, but we cannot proceed in such a manner. It is simply inappropriate. Zhang Xu waved his wand. A radiant glow emanated from the tip of the wand, dispelling the surrounding darkness and rendering the ominous black woods less fearsome. I had scrutinized the map, which was quite detailed. Aside from a section of jungle that might encroach upon the territory of a catfox, the overall route could be deemed safe. Zhang Xu handed the oil lamp to Malfoy, taking the lead while Malfoy and Neville flanked him on either side. Initially, both were a tad apprehensive. However, as their patrol progressed, and they successfully illuminated 2 markers on the map without incident, even the most anxious Neville relaxed. engaging in light-hearted banter with Malfoy. The two unexpectedly found a harmonious rhythm together. Was this the treatment reserved for mere passers-by? Indeed, it was devoid of any surprises. Zhang Xu juka inwali, pondering what peculiar place Filch would lead Harry and the others to. The light from the wand illuminated a glimmering surface. It was smooth, reminiscent of water. Yet the reflected brilliance was even more dazzling. Neville exclaimed, "Goodness! Is that unicorn blood?" Zhang Xu's expression turned serious. "Unicorn? Are you certain, Neville?" Neville nodded emphatically. There was no mistaking it. My grandmother once said that only the blood of unicorns, creatures of pure nature, would exhibit such a noble silvery hue. Due to my parents, my grandmother had attempted to use unicorn blood in a spell to awaken them. Though she was unsuccessful, the blood resembled exactly what I had witnessed before. Zhang Xu note that, grasping Malfoy's arm as he prepared to maneuver around a fallen log. He hesitated briefly. Malfoy was correct. The traces of unicorn blood could indeed be reported to Professor McGonagall. However, what was about to unfold on the other side might be a grand confrontation between Dumbledore and Voldemort to ensnare the formidable Voldemort. Dumbledore surely had scoured the Forbidden Forest in advance. Perhaps Professor McGonagall and others were standing by for support, making danger highly improbable. Oh, how I wish to see for myself. He turned to Malfoy and Neville. Yet, the two were wide-eyed, staring intently behind him as if a giant troll stood there. "Zhang, be careful behind you," Malfoy shrieked. Without needing Malfoy's warning, Zhang Xu sensed something amiss behind him and immediately crouched down, rolling forward several meters before daring to look up. There, behind a fallen tree, stood a colossal figure towering 3 or 4 meters above Hagrid. It possessed a massive, grotesque head, and its skin resembled rough stone. In its left hand, as thick as a thigh, it wielded a wooden club studded with bone spikes, stained with brown and silvery blood. Its right hand, even more robust than a thigh, clutched a mangled unicorn, barely discernible in shape. A troll? This was not how they appeared in the movies. Which troll bore black runes etched upon its body and could effortlessly slay a unicorn? Zhang Xu could not restrain himself from exclaiming a coarse expletive. What the hell? Is this an 8-year-old? Could this truly be the foolish contraption that Harry and Ron dispatched with a mere levitation spell? Come now. Summon them and let them attempt to vanquish me. I shall immediately perform a handstand while licking the troll's snot. Impossible, utterly impossible. As a practitioner of the arcane, Zhang Xu's senses were keen, and he quickly discerned the peculiar nature of the black runes etched upon the troll's surface, evoking an unsettling sensation as if it were slippery. Indeed, Dumbledore intended to bait a trap, yet how could Voldemort remain unprepared? This troll was likely a surprise meticulously crafted by Voldemort for Dumbledore. To contend with a formidable sorcerer like Dumbledore, relying solely on Harry's naivete, was truly foolish. The combination of magic-resistant runes and a berserk flesh tank was the optimal strategy. However, Zhang Xu lacked such resources. Thus, he resolutely turned on his heel, dragging Draco and Neville along as they fled. The troll, seemingly incensed by Draco's earlier shriek, unleashed a thunderous roar and flung aside a unicorn, leaping with remarkable agility over the massive trees in pursuit of the trio. "Dumbledore, you old fool. Wasn't it agreed that the spotlight would shine upon Harry while we merely set the stage and played our supporting roles? How dare you unleash such a terrifying creature into the Forbidden Forest?" Behind them, Neville stumbled and gasped, choked with emotion. "Zhang, you should escape alone. I'm not worth it." "Silence," Zhang Xu barked, suppressing his voice in fury. He was tempted to administer a confidence-boosting lesson to this perpetually despondent chubby boy. "Aren't you a Gryffindor? Where's your courage? This is far from the end. Do you truly believe I would abandon a friend?" After reprimanding Neville, Draco, panting more heavily than Neville, nearly wept at the words, I won't. Neville, I won't either. Good grief. It seems one of you specializes in minor jinxes, while the other is utterly inept." Suddenly, he longed for Hermione, for she would also be unhelpful. Her forte lay in 100 household charms you must master. How fortunate! How fortunate! All the levitation spells resided with Harry. Who could have foreseen that Voldemort would create such a magic-resistant flesh tank? Zhang Xu sprinted at full speed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his chest pounding as if a drum. Ultimately, he was merely an 11-year-old child, lacking spells and levitation support, relying solely on his breath to sustain him. There was no way he could escape the troll's pursuit while outnumbered. Just then, an unprecedented cacophony erupted from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, as if all the creatures were in revolt. Meanwhile, in the southwest depths of the forest, not far from Zhang Xu and his companions, A dazzling wave of flame erupted alongside a firework resembling the emblem of a dragon and tiger. The firework was Harry's, and only Dumbledore's fire magic could forge such a path. Zhang Xu's heart sank immediately. Thus, amidst Draco's astonished gaze, Zhang Xu abruptly pivoted on his heel. Halting behind the two, the cloth pouch that hung at his waist resonated with the seemingly yellow jade wand, illuminating brilliantly. Can you evade magic, then? Let us see if you can dodge the incantation. Zhang Xu slowly raised his wand, directing it at the lumbering giant approaching with heavy strides, and bellowed in Mandarin. Thunder, fire, rise, extinguish. Chapter 28. The battlegrounds of each the storage pouch unfurled flat, the essence of the universe swirling forth, releasing an endless stream of yellow talismans. With a flourish of the wand, resplendent bursts of thunder and fire erupted, instantly engulfing the giant's figure. Amidst the cacophony of thunder and flames, the anguished cries of the giant resonated, followed by a more intense tremor of the earth, as if some ferocious beast were about to emerge from the depths below. Zhang Xu squinted, manipulating the intricate pathways of the three elements guiding technique, dismantling a thread of crystalline essence and channeling it back into the copper mirror reflecting his divine form. In that fleeting moment, the fabric of time and space before him appeared to freeze, the intertwining trails of blazing flames and thunder becoming vividly distinct in his sight. Surrounding the dense array of spirit talismans, the essence of heaven and earth felt diluted, akin to a droplet of ink dissipating in the ocean, nearly drained to depletion. Yet from the southwest, a peculiar force of fire surged forth, replacing the waning essence of the world and unleashing an infinite power of thunder and flame. As his gaze shifted, behind the veil of lightning and fire, the giant raised its wooden club high, poised to strike down. The ground beneath its feet, littered with dry branches and leaves, had already been hammered into a deep pit, with moist black mud splattering, much of it landing upon the giant itself. To comprehend the extinguishing of flames with wet mud, one would surmise that, without deliberate training, its intelligence might resemble that of a mere 5- or 6-year-old human child. Alas, the thunder and fire summoned by the talismans were not so easily quelled by ordinary mud. Zhang Xu smirked, poised to detonate the remaining talisman papers, only to witness the giant thrust its wooden club before itself, emerging from the fiery inferno, cloaked in foul, decayed mud. Astonishingly, the soil-enveloped areas had indeed extinguished the flames. How could this be possible? Overwhelmed by intense emotional turmoil, Zhang Xu was forced to retreat from the state of clarity, instantly feeling his thoughts become sluggish and his body clumsy, as though encased in 10 layers of heavy armor. A wave of suffocation surged within his chest, and he spat out blood. Zhang, Naoe and Malfoy exclaimed simultaneously. In their eyes, Zhang Xu had just appeared as a celestial being, summoning thunder and flames infused with life, incinerating the giant in its anguished cries. Yet in the next moment, the giant broke free, and Zhang Xu fell, as if struck fiercely in the chest, blood gushing from his lips. The frenzied giant, out of control, hammered its wooden club against its own chest, bone spikes piercing through its flesh, tearing away charred skin. And viscous blood flowed forth, mingling with the residual heat to create a steamy, crimson vapor that permeated the forest, igniting the giant's savagery and bloodlust to their zenith. Hiss! The vocal cords, carbonized by extreme heat, could emit no further sound, only stirring a foul wind like a broken bellows. The giant, with its club raised high, appeared to the young wizards as a demon emerged from the depths of hell. Fainting, fainting, fainting. Neville drew his wand and unleashed spells at the giant with frenzied determination. However, the slender incantations merely bounced off the creature's formidable frame, seemingly inciting its fury further. The massive club, now gripped firmly by both hands, loomed ominously. In a moment of panic, Neville's hand trembled, causing his wand to clatter to the ground. The descending club cast a shadow across the land, shrouding the sky and extinguishing the flickering flames, much like a mountain stirred by a foul wind, poised to descend upon all. In this dire moment, a voice, laced with terror and nearly a scream, echoed. Armored protection. The sharp sound of shattering glass rang out as 3 young wizards were thrown by the violent gust, crashing into tree branches and tangled foliage, narrowly escaping disaster. The lethal club was sent soaring, dragging the giant backward, causing it to stumble and fall to the ground. Subsequently, the club shattered at the grip point. Zhang Xu, clinging to a tree branch, stared in astonishment at Malfoy, who remained poised with his wand raised. Ironclad charm? Malfoy, how do you accomplish this? It was well known that even Harry, proficient in defense against the dark arts, had only mastered this spell during his 4th year. Remarkably, Malfoy was not casting it for himself, but rather out of a protective instinct for me. Although the spell lasted but a moment and did not fully nullify the attack, he had managed to conjure it. In his 1st year, at just 11 years of age. Is this the power of pure blood coursing through Malfoy? A smile crept across Zhang Xu's face as he inhaled deeply. No, this had nothing to do with bloodlines. This was Draco Malfoy, a transforming Slytherin, a wizard with grand ideals, wielding magic honed through relentless effort and perseverance. To hell with blood supremacy. Zhang Xu clutched his chest and swiftly descended from the branch, racing to Malfoy and embracing him tightly. Well done, Draco. You saved us all. After a hearty pat on the flushed cheek of Malfoy, Zhang Xu leaped aside, pulling Neville from the grass. After placing a restorative charm on him, he beamed at the giant. Tell me, if we manage to defeat this behemoth, is there a chance it will earn us some points for the house? In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, to the southwest, Dumbledore dispelled the fierce flames, leaving only a faint glow swirling around him. He fixed his gaze intently on the figure cloaked in a wide hood before him. For a long time, I believed it was one of your Death Eaters, unwilling to accept your demise, impersonating you. I never expected you to be alive, Tom. You really need not have come here. Staying in Albania or the Amazon rainforest would have been a wiser choice, wouldn't it? Heh. Indeed, Dumbledore. Like a forsaken hound, I whirl in the filthy mire, considering myself as despicable as those wretched creatures of mud, hiding in a dark, sunless burrow, feigning the pitiful, harmless maggot, pleading for a mere fragment more of time, a sliver more of life. This is what you wish to witness, is it not? Our most esteemed, the illustrious Albus Dumbledore? The dark-cloaked one raised a hand, revealing the parched, silver-stained blood, as if showcasing a piece of art beneath the resplendent moonlight. Tonight is a full moon, the most suitable time for unicorns to roam the earth to propagate and mate. It is also the most opportune day for their slaughter. Behold, how exquisite. This is the essence of existence. Dumbledore's gaze turned frigid. Desist, Tom, for success is beyond your grasp. As long as I remain, no matter how many times you attempt, you shall never prevail. This world must never witness the rise of another Dark Lord. If you depart now and vow never to present yourself before anyone again, I assure you, I shall do all within my power. Ha 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 ha. The dark-cloaked one spread his arms wide, emitting a laugh rife with derision. Here it comes again. After all these years, the same old refrain, is it not? Even in this grotesque form, relying on parasitism, sucking the blood of beasts to survive, you still insist on showing me your compassion, your benevolence. You expect me to believe in some ethereal notion of love? Spare me the jest. His voice slithered like a venomous serpent, each word dripping with lethal poison. If you truly understood love, if you genuinely cared for me, then why? Why did you allow me to become this? Why you saved those filthy mudbloods? Why? Why did you not save me? I even swore to you, if you desired to rule this world, I, the last scion of the illustrious Gaunt family, the feared Dark Lord, Tom Marvolo Riddle, would willingly kneel and pledge eternal loyalty to you. Yet what did you do? For the sake of a few muggles, a handful of mudbloods, you utterly destroyed me. Ha ha ha. Dumbledore, you, an old relic with diminishing days, you have changed, become feeble, inept, shackled like those worthless fools by this filthy, repugnant world. How pitiful, Dumbledore. The dark-cloaked one slowly retreated into the shadows behind him, possessing such formidable power, capable of ending it all with a mere flick of his finger, yet ensnared by futile emotions, even reluctant to unleash them to obliterate me here. Wait. I shall soon be reborn, revitalized, the youthful Dark Lord, thoroughly, to reign over this world. And you, my dear Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, the invincible White Lord, shall soon find your lifespan exhausted, a solitary figure lying in bed, like a powerless Muggle elder, helplessly watching me. Once again, I shall return, invigorated, the young Dark Lord, to dominate this realm. Dumbledore stood still, patiently awaiting the complete disappearance of the dark-cloaked figure's presence. Suddenly, an immense, intangible magical force transformed into a fierce wind, ruffling the elder's beard and hair, causing his ornate robes to billow dramatically. Will you truly never be slain, Tom? A hint of fatigue flickered across Dumbledore's face, swiftly replaced by resolute determination. He bowed his head, murmuring, No, I shall compel you to bring about your own demise. Chapter 29, Battlegrounds Part 2. On the southeastern outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, Harry and Ron faced a troll, albeit a diminutive one compared to the colossal beast encountered by Zhang Xu. This creature stood merely 2 heads taller than Hagrid. However, it was clad in a suit of dark, heavy armor that resembled the chilling visage of cooled lava. Most intimidating was the spherical mace in its right hand, gleaming ominously, far more menacing than a stick bristling with bone spikes. Harry and Ron crouched behind a stout tree, alternately casting minor jinxes, Lumos spells, or sparks to divert the troll's attention. Although escape seemed impossible, they appeared to be momentarily out of mortal peril. Ron, hold on. Professor McGonagall will arrive to rescue us shortly. No, Harry. Professor McGonagall, 1T come. Ron exclaimed, his voice laced with desperation. That old cripple Filch has undoubtedly abandoned us to flee on his own. George and Fred have said that Filch harbors a deep-seated hatred for every wizard in this school. He would relish our demise. Harry peered around the tree. What are we to do? Just the 2 of us cannot possibly defeat it. Where is Zhang? He promised he would come as soon as the fireworks were set off. Ron's voice dripped with frustration, his slight frame trembling violently as if on the brink of collapse. The old wand's temperature was rising, the tip beginning to emit a faint burnt odor. And with every spell Ron cast, the wand shuddered violently, as though it might fail its master at any moment. As Ron's aim faltered, the troll drew ever closer. Harry struggled to steady his breath, tightly clutching the last remaining piece of parchment. Calm down, Harry, remain calm. Think of any spells that could be of use. Trust in Zhang, trust in Professor McGonagall. Such a grand firework display cannot go unnoticed by the patrolling professors. Cautiously, Harry peeked out and observed the troll lumbering clumsily toward Ron. Suddenly, an audacious idea sprang to mind. He affixed the yellow talisman to his chest and, with an awkward attempt at incantation in halting Mandarin, declared, "Levitate." He then waved his wand toward the troll's right hand, followed by a vigorous shake. Zhang, you're not jesting, are you? Malfoy's face, once flushed with excitement, now turned pale again. Honestly, we should just flee while the troll isn't pursuing us. No, we cannot flee. Neville's voice rang out, halting Malfoy. We cannot escape the troll. It is unlike any other. We must seize this moment while it is still weak and defeat it. At the very least, we must render it incapable of further movement. Zhang Xu gazed at Neville with a hint of astonishment, as if he were encountering the portly boy for the first time. So if you are so bold, then I shall not retreat, Malfoy declared, puffing out his chest. A true Slytherin would never yield. Zhang Xu pointed towards the bewildered giant, which appeared to have undergone some form of transformation. It possessed a significantly higher intelligence than the average giant, and its skin was far more resilient, exhibiting greater resistance to magic. Fortunately, the explosive thunder and fire of the talisman differed from magical flames. The giant's body was no longer as intact and robust as it once was, now marred by numerous wounds, particularly on its chest, where it had peeled away its own charred skin. Malfoy and Neville's gazes simultaneously fell upon the grotesque, gaping flesh of the giant's chest, a sight that initially seemed repulsive, but now shimmered with a peculiar allure to the two. My dear companions, at present, I am unable to wield powerful spells or techniques, but my physical prowess surpasses that of both of you. Therefore, I will venture forth to draw its attention. Your task is to distract it when it poses a threat to me, attacking its existing wounds, for only there can my spells take effect. Neville, your bravery astounds me. You are a true warrior, a genuine Gryffindor. Hence, I shall entrust you with the most crucial task. Zhang Xu locked eyes with Neville, his earnest demeanor suggesting he regarded him not as an 11-year-old boy, but as a steadfast comrade worthy of trust. Do not dwell on self-sacrifice. Survival is essential for hope. Shortly I will. The spear, polished to a gleam and possessing remarkable resilience, would allow the runes to absorb the ambient metal essence, enabling it to inflict harm upon the rugged giant. Casting an encouraging glance at the young wizard, Zhang Xu deftly conjured a floral pattern with the spear and charged forth. Engaging in close combat with the giant, should word of this spread, it might very well earn a place in the annals of the school. Zhang Xu mused self-deprecatingly. If given the choice, he would certainly not opt for such a foolishly direct confrontation with the giant. Yet, at this moment atop the sacred mountain, the inner deity languished in weakness, and the bronze mirror, symbolizing spirit and essence, lay shattered upon the ground, with only the mirror reflecting the pure body, barely retaining its vitality. The backlash was far more severe than he had anticipated. The essence of the Tao's convergence was, in essence, a reconstitution of spirit, energy, and essence, a process of transcending the mundane. Conversely, reversing this essence was akin to self-sabotage, eroding the very foundations of one's cultivation. While reversing the essence could indeed restore one's core and temporarily enhance the trinity of strength, it bore grave repercussions for the practitioner. Moreover, Zhang Xu had been forcibly ejected from the realm of clarity under the dual backlash. Maintaining clarity of mind without succumbing to slumber was a testament to his solid foundation. It was no wonder the elders of the Celestial Master's secret realm cherished seclusion and detested reckless valor, as such actions could indeed jeopardize one's path to longevity. Zhang Xu chuckled ruefully, realizing that the cost of reversing the essence was far greater than he had ever imagined. An inappropriate analogy might liken the cultivation of spiritual energy to the act of earning money, while the consumption of that energy resembles spending it on various purchases. Conversely, the reckless depletion of this energy is akin to setting fire to one's hard-earned cash for a fleeting indulgence. Although one may experience momentary convenience, the financial resources dissipate entirely. Moreover, one could face repercussions for damaging legal tender, potentially leading to criminal charges, a fate that Zhang Xu currently endures as a consequence of his choices. Yet, if I were to refrain from such actions, would I abandon others and flee alone? Zhang Xu wielded his spear, deftly maneuvering between the legs of the towering beast, complementing Malfoy's incantations with precise curses. The spear quivered as it tore open the wounds on the creature's ankles, deepening the gashes from which torrents of blood surged forth, transforming the surrounding ground into a treacherous mire. Any other individual in his place would likely meet their end within mere seconds, crushed by the beast's overwhelming might. Having lived 2 lives, my mental fortitude surpasses that of many a child, and indeed outstrips numerous youthful elders within the secret realms. Yet why then do I struggle to maintain clarity of mind? Back at Longhu Mountain, I often entered states of transcendence, achieving insights into my training. Is it a deficiency in my heart's refinement? The side effects of reckless energy consumption? Or is some external factor at play? Zhang Xu planted his spear into the ground, leveraging its resilience to propel himself away, narrowly evading another savage assault from a beast. Almost immediately, Malfoy unleashed a spell that ignited a cascade of sparks, delicate yet searing, striking the creature's mangled ankle with pinpoint accuracy. A guttural roar escaped the creature's throat, and it shook its head violently, as though intoxicated, instinctively retreating a step. Now was the moment. Zhang Xu seized the opportunity, channeling power into his waist, propelling his body like a taut bowstring suddenly released, concentrating all his strength into the spear. Launching it toward the beast's chest, the spear traced an elegant arc across the night sky, but just as it was about to pierce its target, a massive arm intercepted it. The creature smirked mockingly at Zhang Xu, revealing its intent. Yet in the next instant, boom, the spear exploded, a shockwave releasing blades of energy that sheared away layers of flesh from the creature's arm. Now, Wingardium Leviosa, Malfoy brandished his wand, casting a levitation charm to hoist Neville high above, hurling him toward the beast's exposed chest. At this moment, the creature's defenses lay wide open. Pale-faced, yet resolute, Neville Longbottom gripped his wand tightly, akin to wielding a sword, and without hesitation, plunged it deep into the creature's bloodied heart. With a thunderous impact, Neville felt a subtle yet high-frequency vibration emanate from the wand, followed by a sound only he could perceive, a noise akin to a water balloon bursting beneath the beast's thick hide. The creature toppled backward, and the muscle Neville clung to suddenly yielded, becoming as soft as minced meat, causing him to sink within. Merlin, Longbottom, Malfoy, and Zhang, are you all unharmed? The anxious voice of Professor McGonagall echoed through the air. Zhang Xu turned his head and beheld Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell soaring towards him on their broomsticks, emerging from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Trailing behind them was a clumsy figure, stumbling and running inelegantly. He gestured towards the spot where the troll had fallen, then pointed southeast, forming the shape of Harry with his fingers for Snape. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 30. I want to see Dumbledore. Snape, with a complex expression, wasted no time and swiftly flew towards the southeast. Quirrell hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow Professor McGonagall, rescuing Neville, who was ensnared in the mass of troll flesh. Trembling, Professor McGonagall reached out to touch the noses of Zhang Xu and Neville, then collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Thank goodness, they're still alive." Malfoy approached with a hint of pride, pointing at the fallen troll. "Look, we did this. A troll. This surely warrants 1,000 points for Slytherin." Professor McGonagall straightened her posture and spoke in a tone befitting a head of department. "Mr. Malfoy, I sense a great deal of pride in your voice. Perhaps I could persuade Headmaster Dumbledore to arrange for a troll specifically for you." so that you may showcase your bravery before everyone. Malfoy recoiled slightly. It seemed the plan to earn points for his house was in jeopardy. But Professor McGonagall, were you angry about? Furthermore, the route on the map was designed by the professors. Are you truly unafraid of me writing to my father and having the Board of Governors investigate your negligence? Quirrell stammered as he approached, attempting to ingratiate himself. It's truly wonderful that you are all safe. Thank Merlin, this evening has been dreadful. Professor McGonagall, could their punishment perhaps be lifted? After all, so much has transpired. Quirrell appeared somewhat intimidated by Neville, his body trembling unnaturally. Perhaps we should first escort the gentleman to the infirmary? McGonagall nodded, summoning her Patronus to deliver a message to Madame Pomfrey, then conjured 3 stretchers, which automatically slipped beneath the young wizards and bound them securely with bandages that seemed to emerge from nowhere. When Zhang Xu awoke, he found himself alone on a soft bed in the infirmary. At the head of the bed lay a delicate crystal vial, while the foot and surrounding area were adorned with an array of colorful snacks, flowers, and fruits. He raised his head, relieved to find no ominous signs above him. As his consciousness delved inward, his inner spirit remained feeble, yet the reflection in the mirror of his spirit showed marked improvement. With a month or so of recuperation, he felt he could fully restore himself. Compared to before, the sacred mountain of his inner landscape seemed to shimmer with a newfound luster, though he was uncertain of the cause. Wow, our hero has awakened. Do you need me to fetch your friends? Zhang Xu turned to see Madame Pomfrey, clad in a maid's outfit, approaching with a tray cradled in her ample arms. With a warm and ample palm resting on the forehead, Madame Pomfrey nodded gently, noting the satisfactory recovery. She believed that after sufficient rest, you would be ready for discharge. She gestured towards the bedside, indicating the vial of elixir of life left by Professor Snape, a potent sleeping draught that does not induce addiction or dependency, suitable for those troubled by insomnia. It facilitates a swift descent into deep slumber, thereby enhancing both mental and physical recuperation. Aside from its somewhat exorbitant cost, it bears no other side effects. Despite Professor Snape's often stern demeanor, unkind words, and his evident favoritism toward his own students, alongside a persistent, unpleasant odor, he is, in truth, quite admirable. Zhang Xu note that, tucking the crystal vial into his storage bag, Madame Pomfrey reiterated the dosage instructions for the elixir before turning to exit. Just then, 4 young wizards burst through the door, enveloping Zhang Xu in a jubilant embrace. You're awake at last, mate. Did you know you've been asleep for a whole week? Has it really been that long? It seems this backlash was more severe than anticipated. Zhang Xu assessed his condition and found no trace of the weakness typically associated with injury. Of course, Ron exclaimed, shaking Zhang Xu's shoulders. You wouldn't believe how frantic Harry was when he heard you wouldn't wake up, even with a broken leg. He wouldn't let go of your arm. If it weren't for Hermione using the petrifying charm on him, Ron's voice trailed off as Hermione coughed conspicuously, seemingly embarrassed. However, Zhang Xu keenly observed Hermione discreetly pinching Ron's side, causing him to wince. Harry's face flushed slightly, yet he merely tightened his grip on Zhang Xu's hand, gazing earnestly at him in silence. Ah, the Weasleys, ever lacking in grace. Malfoy, having extricated himself from Zhang Xu's side, raised his chin haughtily, as if oblivious to who had sprinted fastest and held on most tightly moments prior. He cast a taunting glance at Ron, declaring, I always believed Zhang would be fine. That's the essence of trust among comrades. Ron scoffed, oh please, you were crying harder than Harry. He added, and I've known Zhang since the train. Quiet. Don't disturb the patient's rest. Madame Pomfrey's authoritative voice caused the group to stick out their tongues in surprise, before exchanging amused glances and bursting into laughter. Zhang Xu turned to Harry. I'm sorry, Harry. I encountered a bit of trouble and couldn't reach you in time. Harry quickly shook his head. It's all right. I understand. So what happened on your end? Ron's eyes lit up, leaping to his feet and seizing several boxes of candy as props. He animatedly recounted the events from a week prior. It turned out that before Snape arrived, Harry had deftly used the levitation charm to incapacitate the troll. However, they unexpectedly encountered a startled centaur, which led to their injuries. Snape had been absolutely furious, wielding his wand as if he were striking a bludger. Then, wounds resembling those inflicted by swords appeared on the centaurs, who then fled in a disheveled manner. Ron's face was alight with excitement. Harry remarked that had it not been for the levitation charm you bestowed upon him, he would have likely succumbed before Professor Snape arrived. Zhang Xu wore a perplexed expression. That's not right. While it may not suffice against trolls, the charm I provided should have been more than adequate to deal with the centaurs. How could it have led to a broken leg? Malfoy sneered. That is a question best directed at our foolish Mr. Weasley. Not only did he squander all the charms in one go, but he also failed to utter the incantation. Truly remarkable. The extravagant Weasley family. They just threw away several thousand galleons in a single breath. It almost brings me, a Malfoy, to tears. Ron's head immediately drooped, his nose turning a vivid shade of red. Zhang Xu waved a hand at Malfoy, preventing him from continuing his tirade. He then engaged in casual conversation with several young wizards, primarily eager to glean what had transpired during his week of slumber. When Madame Pomfrey requested them to quiet down for the third time, the young wizards reluctantly departed, assisting Zhang Xu in disposing of the visiting gifts. After reclining on the bed for a while longer, Zhang Xu sighed. He then removed his hospital gown, donning a finely crafted Daoist robe, bidding farewell to Madame Pomfrey, and standing upright before the headmaster's office, sword in hand. The gargoyle remained utterly still. I wish to see Dumbledore. I advise you to be sensible. Chapter 31. I detest you. Zhang Xu regarded the gargoyle with an impassive expression, feeling the energy within him stirring. The gargoyle, as if encountering a specter, timidly jumped aside, gesturing for Zhang Xu to enter. Truly astonishing. The lad merely changed his attire, yet he seems more intimidating than Dumbledore himself. Inside the circular headmaster's office, Dumbledore appeared weary, as if he had just endured a heated argument, his eyes reflecting an unacknowledged melancholy. The portraits on the walls were huddled together within a single frame, and the table was laden with fruits and desserts, suggesting a recent feast. Ah, it's you, Zhang. I was just thinking it might be time for you to pay me a visit. Dumbledore summoned a high-backed chair from the corner and poured himself some tea. Zhang Xu, gripping his sword, shook his head, standing tall. Is that the uniform of Longhu Mountain? Such a unique design. Dumbledore smiled. Wearing that attire signifies that you stand before me not merely as a Slytherin student, Zhang Xu, but as Zhang Xu from Longhu Mountain. Are you attempting to convey your stance through this? Dumbledore emphasized the two names. I previously corresponded with the Grand Master, and he is a benevolent and wise elder. Some matters, given your intelligence, need not be articulated so bluntly. Are you attempting to intimidate me with your grandfather's influence? Even though I have mentioned Longhu Mountain, do you still regard me as a somewhat clever, yet still naive, first-year student, subject to your whims? Zhang Xu, how is it that I never realized before, Dumbledore, that you are such an arrogant and conceited individual? Bearing everything alone and planning every detail originates from the belief that only you can rectify all matters, does it not? For the young wizard, entrusting everything to the headmaster might prove to be a prudent arrangement. However, for Zhang Xu, this notion is utterly disheartening. Thus, he spoke, you have gone too far this time, headmaster. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, the headmaster replied. Ah, feigning ignorance is rather tedious, headmaster. Zhang Xu retorted with a cold smirk. I am uncertain of your true intentions, but this scheme should not involve the students, should it? Especially not those who are unrelated to it. Mr. Zhang, you are astute, possessing a brilliance that surpasses that of all young wizards I have encountered. However, should that be your sole attribute, you may easily be misled by mere appearances, leading to erroneous judgments and potentially straying onto perilous paths. I assure you, the school would never place any student in jeopardy. As Professor McGonagall once advised you, at times, it is prudent to place a modicum of trust in the professors. Huh? Zhang Xu scoffed, reclining on the soft chair with his sword in hand, lazily retorting. Your assurance that no student would be endangered pertains to sending 3 first-year wizards to confront a modified giant? Or perhaps to allow 2 first years to face an armored giant alongside a horde of centaurs. Trust can certainly be extended, but only if it does not emanate from your lips. Dumbledore erupted into laughter. Ah, conversing with you is always such a delight, Mr. Zhang. Despite our constant encounters with peril, we are fortunate to possess the courage to confront danger and the wisdom to resolve it. Are we not? I am confident in your ability to handle unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, you are well versed in the marvelous Eastern arts of magic, equipped with an array of intriguing trinkets. What challenge could possibly arise from contending with a giant? Since you have already accomplished this remarkable feat, why not relish the applause and cheers of your friends instead of quibbling with an old man like me? Zhang Xu, Thou Wen, do you truly consider me to be easily swayed as Harry is? Accolades? Glory? I am not Malfoy. I do not indulge in such superficial flattery. Even the most impeccable plans are susceptible to unforeseen events, and those events can be fatal. It is evident to any discerning observer that this patrol punishment in the Forbidden Forest is fraught with issues. First, Hagrid was reported, then Filch deliberately divided the patrol teams. And soon after, we were confronted by a giant and centaurs. If you do not harbor ill will towards us, seeking to deliberately endanger our lives, then what is your motive? For the greater good? Dumbledore's pupils narrowed slightly. He bowed his head, a profound gaze in his eyes. I am unaware of what you are implying. The sword of exorcism, held in Zhang Xu's grasp, grew slightly warm as he intentionally pricked Dumbledore with his words, revealing an expression of confirmation. Do not waste your efforts, headmaster. In terms of guarding against the confundus charm, the Daoist path has traversed further than that of wizards. If I choose not to speak, even if you and Voldemort were to cast your spells upon me simultaneously, it will be impossible for you to discern the thoughts that occupy my mind. I have come here solely to engage in an open and honest dialogue with you. Given your immense power and the multitude of friends who believe in and follow you, why do you still choose to lurk in the shadows, concocting schemes like that mindless? Scheming Voldemort? If your sole intention is to eliminate Voldemort, Zhang Xu leaned forward, suggesting that perhaps you need not rely on Harry. The Daoist sect could accomplish that for you. Dumbledore momentarily faltered in his breath, but quickly regained his composure. He retrieved a piece of candy from a small tin on the table and casually remarked, "Very well. If the need arises, I shall correspond with the Daoist sect. Since you insist, let it be so." Zhang Xu stood, turning his back to Dumbledore, and added, "But please refrain from treating everyone as fools. Many matters you believe you can deceive Harry or placate Snape and Professor McGonagall with are not due to their lack of intelligence, but rather their trust in you." Dumbledore clenched his fingers and gazed at Zhang Xu, asking, "And what of you, Mr. Zhang? What is your opinion of me?" Zhang Xu turned around, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth, and replied, "Me? I despise you." Dumbledore was rendered speechless, watching Zhang Xu's silhouette vanish down the corridor, and he leaned heavily back into his chair. The portraits on the wall began to clamor, exclaiming, Look, how rude, arrogant, unbelievable. He is positively monstrous in his precocity. Dumbledore, I must remind you, I see in him a potential more terrifying than Voldemort. If he were to commit evil, it would surely spell disaster. We must impose restrictions upon him. Drive him out of Hogwarts. How dare he threaten the headmaster? We do not welcome such a student. A second Voldemort must not arise. Albus, you cannot afford to be muddled at this moment. However, I find this child rather intriguing. Phineas murmured softly, though the youth always believe that their actions are absolutely justified. Dumbledore extended his arms, signaling the portraits to quiet down. Patience, everyone. He is quite an interesting young fellow. You have all witnessed what he has done to Slytherin, have you not? Phineas retorted, I disapprove of his actions. Purebloods must not be desecrated, only to be met with a chorus of protests from the other portraits. Slytherin is evolving positively, though I remain uncertain where his path may ultimately lead, whether to become another Tom or Gellert. For now, he is performing commendably. As for earlier, is it not normal for the young to be impetuous? Can one truly be called young without a measure of fervor? Despite his apparent rudeness and arrogance, akin to a mediocre actor barely scraping a passing grade, he fails to conceal the brilliance that glimmers beneath. That is a reflection of his care and affection for his friends. And yes, he currently harbors a strong dislike for me. Dumbledore jested, acknowledging that while his legitimacy had proven ineffective, it must be admitted that at times, the wisdom acquired through life's experiences and the passage of time is indeed more beneficial than such magical abilities. Although the reasons behind his profound understanding of numerous matters remain elusive, I firmly trust he shall not become a second Tom. Even though he bears a striking resemblance to Tom, even as a Slytherin, Dumbledore articulated each word with deliberation, as if elucidating his thoughts to the portraits, while simultaneously fortifying his own confidence. In his gaze resided a love that Tom lacked. The portraits fell into a contemplative silence before offering their opinions. You are the one in charge. After all, we are merely portraits. With a flick of his wand, the pensieve soared from the cupboard, gently alighting upon the desk. With a delicate tap, a silvery thread emerged from Dumbledore's temple, which he then set swirling within the depths of the pensieve, conjuring a vortex reminiscent of a spiraling mist. Chapter 32. Cheers. Although he voiced his disdain, Zhang Xu felt a twinge of grievance. Why was this Dumbledore, whom he encountered, so exasperating in his speech and actions, clearly capable of confronting Voldemort head-on, and now even receiving such assistance in revealing the door, he could easily eliminate all those cursed Horcruxes. Why then did he persist in presenting such an attitude? Surely, it could not be that your esteemed self harbored a connection to Voldemort rather than Grindelwald in this realm? Good heavens, how old was Voldemort when he entered school? And how old were you then? It is absurd to witness such a disparity. Should the opportunity arise to visit New Montgard, I must confront that old Grindelwald directly and inquire whether he is aware that his dearly beloved old classmate, Dumbledore, has now taken a fancy to his wretched student, Voldemort. causing all manner of turmoil. Truly, the White Lord, entangled with 2 generations of Dark Lords, wreaks havoc upon us innocent bystanders. Zhang Xu gritted his teeth and stepped into the dining hall. Suddenly, he sensed an abrupt silence around him, followed by a thunderous cheer that startled him. The Weasley twins sprang forth, each clasping Zhang Xu by the shoulders, as a throng of Gryffindor wizards showered him with streamers, golden confetti cascading over him, adorning his attire and forming a playful lion. Victorious warrior against the giant, residing in the serpent's den, let us crown you. You are the king of the night. I had always said the sorting hat must have been befuddled. Someone as formidable as you ought to have been placed in Gryffindor. George and Fred sang a whimsical poem in unison, pulling Zhang Xu toward the Gryffindor table, where they crowned him with a diadem crafted from sausages, pumpkins, and biscuits. The excited young wizards approached him one by one, embracing and shaking hands. The onslaught was not limited to Zhang Xu. Even before his arrival, Draco, Neville, and Ron had already been surrounded by an enthusiastic throng of young wizards. Despite having heard countless repetitions of the same stories over the past few days, the little wizards could not help but gasp in astonishment at the thrilling moments. Students from all 4 houses mingled together, momentarily indistinguishable from one another. Zhang Xu found himself utterly bewildered. With one foot perched on the table, Draco animatedly performed, while Ron, with a chicken leg in each hand, spoke with unrestrained enthusiasm. Neville sat quietly at his seat, appearing somewhat bashful in the face of his classmates' fervor. Harry cautiously hid around the corner of the corridor, feeling a twinge of envy, yet resolutely turning his head away. Hermione, is it truly impossible? Harry, no matter how many times you ask me, my answer remains unchanged. Hermione replied with exasperation. That is the full body bind curse. If you had genuinely studied advanced charms, you would understand how challenging it is to cast it. Not to mention, I've heard from a Ravenclaw upperclassman that unless one aspires to become an Auror, most students are unable to master the full body bind curse by the time they graduate, let alone using it to protect others. But you heard Ron say that Draco succeeded at that time, Harry insisted, pursing his lips and gazing earnestly at Hermione. Draco, like us, is merely a first year, yet he successfully cast the full body bind curse to protect Zhang and Neville. Hermione hesitated. Perhaps Ron misspoke? After all, he wasn't there. And you know how he tends to exaggerate even if Ron was mistaken. Could Draco have fabricated such a tale? And what of Neville? Surely he wouldn't lie. Moreover, both Professors McGonagall and Quirrell have mentioned in class that it was indeed Draco who protected Zhang and Neville from the troll. The words of those professors cannot be false. Can they? All right, Harry, you're right. He has indeed changed from before. Hermione nodded, but then suddenly embraced Harry tightly, exclaiming in his ear, But Harry, don't forget, you and Ron also defeated a troll. You are heroes, just as much as Draco. What is a mere full body bind curse? As long as we practice diligently, we too shall succeed. Harry smiled wryly, unable to resist casting another glance at Zhang Xu. If only I could be as gifted as Zhang. With an understanding of the wondrous Easter magic, hey, Harry, look at me. Hermione raised her voice. Do you remember what Zhang said? Your parents were the heads of the Students' Council, brave warriors who faced the Dark Lord. And Ron, he hails from the same sacred 28 pure blood family as Draco, with each child in his household excelling in their respective fields. And what about me? What do they call me? The know-it-all. Hermione giggled. You see, we are no less than Draco and Zhang. Why should we envy them? Harry chuckled in response. Hermione suddenly shoved Harry's shoulder and exclaimed, All right, our hero, Mr. Savior. Go and accept the adulation of your fans. Harry stumbled out, only to be gently caught by a robust figure. Looking up in surprise, he exclaimed, Hagrid, you're all right? Hagrid's bushy face bore 2 streaks of tears as he said, I'm so proud of you, Harry, truly the son of James. Well done. He hoisted Harry onto his shoulder and greeted all the young wizards with enthusiasm. Except for a small faction of Slytherins, everyone erupted in cheers. As the day's Zhang Xu produced an abundance of Chinese delicacies, he inadvertently revealed bottles of alcoholic wheat soda and sorghum juice, sending the spirits of the young wizards to a euphoric peak. In the headmaster's office, the portraits gathered, raising their goblets high. Professors McGonagall and Snape, along with a hooded figure whose face was deeply concealed, watched the scene reflected in the magical mirror, their expressions of concern and anger gradually softening. Dumbledore lifted his cup of red tea and took a satisfying sip, saying, You see, I told you, the plan is progressing smoothly. Now, let us all exert ourselves a bit more to elevate the difficulty of the challenges and refine them. Then, let us greet our old friends. Dumbledore cast a glance at the sleeping fox, noting that some matters require early preparation. In a few days, I must visit the Ministry of Magic in Nurmengard. I entrust the affairs of the school to you, Minerva. Chapter 33. Will you learn the 5-animal play? Albus, are you certain you truly wish to proceed in this manner? Professor McGonagall's smile froze, replaced by concern, as he was, after all, the former Dark Lord. I'm aware. Minerva, I am aware. However, I'm no longer young, am I? I have outgrown the age of being easily swayed or acting impulsively, leading to irreparable regrets. Dumbledore set down his teacup, recalling a saying from the tonsure of Longhu Mountain, teaching according to the student's aptitude. This resonated with our Sorting Hat's philosophy, but with greater precision, clarity, and an aesthetic beauty in education. Though only a few months had passed, Zhang's performance had already been remarkably brilliant, and I believe many, aside from us, have taken note of him. After all, besides his personal talent, he is backed by a vast family, a powerful nation, and possesses endless wealth and marvelous Eastern magic. Compared to previous Eastern students, Zhang is like a honeycomb unwrapped, sweet and tempting enough for some foolish individuals to act unwisely. Thus, I require a teacher of exceptional talent, albeit one who has strayed from the right path, to guide and protect him. Of course, this serves as a safeguard for Harry as well. If it is merely a matter of teaching and protection, perhaps I could manage, Snape suggested. No, Severus. It is not yet your time to intervene. Dumbledore shook his head. Your identity is too unique. You are our most crucial sword, and your existence must remain concealed until the final moment. Dumbledore popped a piece of crackling honey candy into his mouth, grateful that, given the inefficiency of the Ministry of Magic, obtaining a license could take a year and a half. Whether that individual would be willing to leave Nurmengard and come to Hogwarts as an ordinary teacher remained uncertain. Soon, he would cast a layer of obliviate upon him. The rest would proceed according to plan. How outrageous! Only 3 students. It was the first time he encountered a situation where merely 3 students attended his transfiguration class. Was this an insurrection? All students. Every student absent from class. Deduct 5 points from each. Zhang Xu clutched his throbbing head in despair as he gazed at the furious Professor McGonagall, feeling as though her sharp voice were a fork stirring within the chaos of his mind. His greatest regret was succumbing to temptation and bringing out the cereal juice yesterday. No wonder alcohol was banned abroad. These young wizards could certainly drink. Zhang Xu poked the pale, bloodless Draco Malfoy, exclaiming, "You're quite impressive, managing to drink so much and still be on your feet." Malfoy shot him a glance, retching. "Mr. Malfoy, Merlin above, what are you two still doing here? Quickly take Mr. Malfoy to the infirmary." Professor McGonagall's voice trembled with anger, as Zhang Xu and a Slytherin girl hurriedly assisted Malfoy out of the classroom. McGonagall surveyed the empty room, unable to suppress her existential questioning. What is this madness? Having successfully skipped Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class, a certain potions professor, having received advance notice, outright canceled the subsequent potions lesson, concluding with the deduction of 1 point from all absent Gryffindors. Meanwhile, Harry and the others, now sober and resigned to the loss of points, dragged the vociferous Hermione back into the Slytherin common room. "Wait, are you suggesting you want Draco to teach you the shield charm? You could just ask him directly." "Oh, he is still with Madame Pomfrey, but that is fine. You should be sober by now." "No," Harry shook his head. "I actually hope you can teach all of us. Not just me, but Ron, Hermione, Neville, and the first and second-year students from other houses who admire you." Hermione explained, "Everyone knows how poor Malfoy's spell casting was before, so many believe you must have taught him some special techniques, or perhaps used some wondrous Eastern magical artifacts for him to master such complex spells in his first year." Zhang Xu shook his head, firmly denying, "This has nothing to do with me. It's all due to Draco's own hard work." Hermione nodded, "But your strength is undeniable. And you understand before, Malfoy was a quintessential Slytherin, seeing nothing beyond bloodline and often bullying others, so many still dislike him. You, however, are different." Hermione fixed her gaze upon Zhang Xu, presenting him with a thick stack of love letters. "There are numerous girls who admire you, and even some boys have sent you letters. Look, that blue and green envelope is one of them. In short, everyone trusts you. After all, you are the Lion of Slytherin, hailing from Huaxia. If given a choice, no one would prefer that Malfoy fellow." Ron puffed out his chest, asserting that friends from Gryffindor are simply charming. "Of course, we are merely inquiring, seeking your opinion. Whether you choose to teach us is of no consequence," Harry remarked earnestly. "Mentoring a student, huh?" Zhang Xu covered his head, old memories rising. In fact, if it were merely the iron armor charm, Hermione could manage it well enough. "Hey, let me be straightforward," Ron interjected, unable to contain himself. "What we truly wish to learn are those Eastern magical arts of yours. For instance, the ability to conjure flames or lightning with a mere slip of paper, and that spell Neville used to smash the troll's chest. It's simply magnificent. Zhang Xu narrowed his eyes at Ron, remaining silent. Noticing Zhang Xu's reticence, Hermione quickly added, "If it's inconvenient for you, we're not insisting." "That's not my meaning." Zhang Xu straightened up. "The times have changed. The Daoist schools in Huaxia no longer regard many cultivation methods as they once did. If you wish to learn from me, I am indeed capable of teaching. However, the issue lies in the fact that even if you were to learn, you might not be able to utilize it." Hermione raised her hand. "Is it because of bloodline issues? I read in World History of Magic that many in the Huaxia magical community seem to adhere to bloodline theories. However, the blood magic employed in Huaxia appears quite similar to ordinary magic." Zhang Xu shook his head. "The Huaxia magical community is one thing, while the Daoist schools are another. What I practice cannot strictly be labeled as magic. It is Taoism. This is an independent system of cultivation aimed at comprehending the great principles of heaven and earth, drawing upon the spiritual essence of the universe, refining oneself to achieve longevity, immortality, and transcendence. It cannot be conflated with the bloodline magic concocted by those isolated on their islands. Setting aside whether you can comprehend the cultivation mantras, the most critical issue is that within all of Hogwarts, or even throughout England, the pure spiritual essence needed for practicing Taoism is exceedingly scarce. There are even impurities in the moonlight and starlight." The young wizards appeared bewildered, yet they grasped that their opportunities to learn Eastern magic were slim. Ron, somewhat disheartened, kept mumbling about how impressive it would be to showcase such skills in front of George and Fred, only to be sharply pinched by Hermione. Ron feigned toughness, Hermione persisted, and Harry intervened, while Neville and other Slytherins observed from a distance, filling the common room with a lively atmosphere. After a while, it was Neville who took the initiative to speak. "Aside from Easter Daoist magic, can you teach us spells?" Zhang Xu cast a pleased glance at Neville, who had always been somewhat insecure and timid, now finally showing signs of becoming more open and confident. He nodded slightly, then shook his head. "To be honest, apart from familial magic, the spells I possess likely do not exceed those of Hermione. Without the use of Tao breathing, many of my incantations may not even match your prowess. Of course, if you all are willing, sharing knowledge and learning together would certainly pose no issue." With a smile, Zhang Xu produced a well-prepared, blue-covered book. "Aside from Daoist arts, I wonder if you have any interest in ancient martial arts and wellness techniques?" The young wizard's eyes sparkled, and the surrounding Slytherins widened their eyes in excitement. In unison, they exclaimed, "Yes." Zhang Xu grinned as he handed over the book. Upon opening the cover, 3 lines printed in standard English read, "Wakinxi, Colloquial English Translation, published by New Huaxia Business Literature Press, 025th edition. Chapter 34. National Fitness? A Chaotic Dance of Spirits. Do not look at me with such eyes. Did I say that? In Huaxia, they have begun to regard some rudimentary practices with less importance." Zhang Xu remarked, gesturing to the book. "Of course, this version differs from the commercially available Wakinxi. The one sold in Huaxia is based on mimicking the forms and movements of 5 animals: the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird, aimed at promoting health and fitness. Even a muggle can purchase a copy for just 5 silver sickles. This particular edition, however, is one of our secret teachings from Longhu Mountain. It focuses on emulating the characteristics of 5 mythical creatures: the flying bear, Fuzhu, the fierce leopard, Shengqing, and the azure bird, designed to unify body and spirit in practice. The reason this is considered a secret transmission and has not gained popularity in the Muggle world, unlike the commercial Wakinxi, is not due to its difficulty or fear of it falling into the wrong hands. It is simply that Muggles find it challenging to encounter these mythical beings in their living forms, lacking tangible references. The practice yields far less effective results compared to using ordinary animals as models." At this point, Zhang Xu rubbed his hands somewhat sheepishly. "To be honest, this wasn't originally intended for you. You see, I had a bit too much to drink yesterday, and Draco insisted on giving me a knock. In my hazy state, I agreed. You know how it is at a table in Huaxia. One must uphold their word, even if it means traversing mountains or fire. After contemplating, I realized teaching something else wouldn't be fitting, so this serves as a good foundation. Thus, I thought, whether one learns alone or together, it's still learning. Why not let you practice this first? If I find something more suitable for you later, we can discuss it then." Before Zhang Xu could finish, an excited Ron and Neville rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Harry and Hermione, having lived long in the Muggle world, might not fully grasp the significance. But for these 2 born of pure-blood wizarding families, the notion of a secret transmission was all too familiar. a spell as overt as the paper for summoning lightning could hardly be deemed secretive. True secrets are those not revealed to the uninitiated. In their eyes, Zhang Xu had essentially shared the clandestine dark magic practices of wizarding families. It is unclear how the two young wizards have ended up in such a state, seemingly lost in the depths of the Black Lake. However, their indifference to being swept along with the current has brought a sense of relief to Zhang Xu. Yet, he has underestimated the fervor of these young sorcerers. Mere days later, he is astonished to find himself the last to awaken in the dormitory. Malfoy, along with Goyle and Crabbe, are conspicuously absent from their beds. The corridors of Hogwarts are teeming with what appear to be inebriated young wizards, swaying as they walk, their arms contorted as if they have mistakenly consumed a potion gone awry. Many can be found crawling around the edges of the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest, making a ruckus. Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey initially suspect that Snape has finally lost his temper and poisoned the Hogwarts students. However, upon their furious arrival at the potions classroom, they find Snape engrossed in a scroll of parchment, his body contorted into a symmetrical half-circle, which ultimately shatters their composure. This is utterly absurd. McGonagall pounds the table in frustration. Ever since Dumbledore's departure, this phrase has nearly become her mantra. Her former reserve and seriousness have evaporated, leaving her resembling a furiously ruffled cat. She chastises the instigator before her. Hermione, out of goodwill, lent her handwritten manuscript to a Ravenclaw upperclassman, who, with the cleverness of the Eagles, duplicated hundreds of copies using a copying spell. Neville, having heard Zhang Xu mention the necessity of observing living creatures for better practice, sought out his close acquaintances in Hufflepuff, thereby spreading the secret throughout Badger House. Malfoy, on the other hand, gathered all the young Slytherins and publicly disclosed the entirety of the 5-animal play, insisting that everyone diligently practice. Failure to keep pace and falling behind other houses would render them unworthy of being a proper Slytherin. As for Harry and Ron, while they did not disseminate the information, they have transformed into the leading figures of square dance, appearing wherever there is a crowd, be it in the castle or on the Quidditch training grounds, around the outer edges of the Forbidden Forest, or by the Black Lake. And of course, Zhang Xu is at the root of it all. You are all being utterly outrageous. McGonagall forcefully slaps the table, striving to suppress the impulse to send everything on its surface tumbling down. Her expression a portrait of a disgruntled feline, rendered speechless by her ire. Snape stands silently in the shadows, his expression dark. Professor Sprout opens her mouth to speak, but it is Professor Flitwick who steps forward to defuse the situation. Calm down, Minerva. What the children are doing is rather amusing, is it not? I have never seen so many baboons parading through the school. Phileas, this is no laughing matter. The children are merely a tad curious about the mysterious magic from the East, just a smidgen. Professor Flitwick stands on the table and gently pats McGonagall's shoulder, concluding, and no one has been harmed, which is the most crucial point, is it not? Even a similarly inquisitive professor, Professor Flitwick, merely strained a muscle when he inadvertently glanced into the shadows, yet fortuitously alleviated his chronic back pain in the process. Youngsters tend to engage in audacious antics out of curiosity. Since the consequences are relatively benign, it is our responsibility as educators to guide and regulate their endeavors. Zhang Xu and his companions nodded in agreement, for I too would rather not greet a troop of baboons daily, even if they are clad in Ravenclaw attire. Chuckling at Professor Flitwick's humor, Professor McGonagall soon regained her usual seriousness and composure. In light of this, Phileas, what is your perspective? Professor Flitwick hopped off the table and perched atop a stack of books on a nearby stool, drawing nearer to the young wizards. Miss Meipulin Blomies from Huaxiao once stated, rather than obstructing the surging river, it is wiser to learn to direct its course, a sentiment I find quite profound. Thus, I shall not recommend that Headmaster Dumbledore issue a decree forbidding you and your friends from continuing this activity. However, you must henceforth notify us in advance and practice at designated times and locations. Otherwise, not only I, but also the other 3 heads of houses, or any staff member within the school, even Mr. Filch, may prohibit your practices at any moment, potentially resulting in detention or loss of house points. After surveying the room and noting the nods of concurrence from the other heads, Professor Flitwick breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at the young wizards. At that moment, Ron was the first to react, excitedly lifting Professor Flitwick and exclaiming, "Bloody hell! Are you saying we can form our own club? Put me down! Put me down! Oh, Merlin S. Socks! Let go, Mr. Weasley!" Finally extricating himself from Ron's grasp, Professor Flitwick immediately jumped onto the table beside Professor McGonagall, adjusting his wizarding robes while continuing, "Unfortunately, Mr. Weasley first-year students are not permitted to establish their own clubs. You must at least wait until you are in your third year. And only exceptional students, or those who excel in certain areas, may apply to join or create a club of their own. Professor Sprout nodded in agreement, emphasizing that the first year is a crucial and formative period, just as the most vital aspect of herb cultivation is to plant at the right time, in the right place, with suitable soil, appropriate fertilizer, and optimal moisture, while routinely managing pests and providing care. It is essential for young wizards to have the opportunity to freely and comprehensively explore the magical world. Many young witches and wizards encounter the realm of magic formally for the first time upon arriving at Hogwarts. During this period, we hope you can immerse yourselves in the wonders of magic rather than prematurely confining yourself to a specific area or engaging with overly complex and advanced magic too early. Snape took over Professor Sprout's discourse, his icy voice sending shivers down the spines of the young wizards. Advanced spells are akin to an abyss as you gaze into it. It gazes back at you, murmured Zhang Xu. The sweet, alluring waters it emanates are laced with poison. Professor Snape feigned ignorance to the comment, maintaining his monotonous tone devoid of emotion. Magic is a harmony that requires a step-by-step approach, a gradual progression, to avoid straying from the path and to achieve greatness. Zhang Xu's eyelids twitched. Goodness, have you been secretly memorizing a dictionary of idioms? Of course, certain extraordinary talents, exceptionally outstanding students, may deviate from these norms. Yet they still require the guidance of a master. Professor Flitwick raised his voice. Zhang, I now invite you to join my spell club. I have always believed that you truly belong in Ravenclaw rather than Slytherin. What kind of lion in a snake house? You ought to be the eagle of the snake house. Professors McGonagall and Snape glared furiously at Professor Flitwick, while Professor Sprout muttered softly, clearly Zhang, with his roots in Huaxia, would be best suited for Hufflepuff. The Huaxia people's pursuit of gastronomy, their longing for agriculture, and their persistence in hybridization can only flourish in Badger House. Naturally, these words went unheard by anyone but herself. To be honest, Zhang Xu was quite tempted by Professor Flitwick's invitation. Despite his unassuming appearance, this professor was a genuine master of magical dueling, having once claimed the championship in his youth. He then fled with a few others, having successfully deducted points from his own house. At this rate, Gryffindor would soon resemble Slytherin, with nothing but negative points. Ron lamented. Malfoy immediately raised his chin. What did you say? Harry ignored the bickering cousins and gently nudged Zhang Xu with his shoulder. What should we do now? Are we really going to wait until our third or fourth year to establish the club? Zhang Xu shook his head and pulled out a mint-flavored whistle candy to share with everyone. What Professor Flitwick means is that we can no longer gather so many people for collective practice at once. We can practice with fewer people or simply find a place to study on our own without violating school rules. It's just a matter of avoiding others. Ron interjected. I've heard George and Fred have a map that shows the professors' locations in the school, if we could get our hands on it. The Marauders map? Zhang Xu couldn't help but exclaim. They must not let Ron acquire the Marauders map. Otherwise, what would happen if he saw the name of his pet rat, Scabbers, floating above him? Last time, he had nearly coughed up blood after being warned by the authorities for trying to catch that rat. Perhaps it wouldn't be so troublesome. Neville suddenly spoke up. Once, when I went to the kitchen for a midnight snack, I overheard a Hufflepuff upperclassman mentioning something on the 8th floor of the castle. Neville provided a brief introduction to the location and characteristics of the room of requirement, then gazed earnestly at everyone. Although I am uncertain whether that magical room still exists, I believe that if we need a place to gather freely without the professor's consent, to practice spells and study Easter magic, that room would be absolutely perfect. Zhang Xu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Truly, he was right to have faith in this lad. He knew how to help diffuse the situation. With Neville like this, who would dare bully him in the future? The future Swordmaster of Gryffindor would surely wield his wand bravely or deliver a solid punch to his adversary. I should find an opportunity to gift him a sword manual. A Swordmaster must be nurtured from a young age. Regarding Neville's proposal to convene in the room of requirement, Zhang Xu held no particularly strong opinions. If the room of requirement had previously appeared to him as a comfortable space to put his mind at ease and practice quietly, then, after the appearance of that special chamber, it had become synonymous with the hidden chamber housing the basilisk. In fact, it seemed far more perilous. After all, no matter how formidable the basilisk might be, it was merely a challenging foe. No one knew to whom that chamber truly belonged. Zhang Xu remained silent as the 6 young wizards swiftly ascended to the 8th floor. Under Neville's guidance, they easily summoned the spacious, smooth door of the room of requirement. Unlike the hall summoned by Zhang Xu, The room, conjured by Harry, resembled an underground classroom, with torches illuminating the walls and a row of puppet dummies beneath them. On the opposite wall stood a grand bookshelf filled with reference books and exquisite instruments related to the dark arts. However, aside from various editions of 5 Animal Play, there were no books concerning Eastern practices. From now on, this shall be our secret base, Harry exclaimed with excitement. Neville suggested that they keep the existence of their secret base under wraps for the time being, to avoid arousing the professor's suspicions. Zhang Xu, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, wholeheartedly agreed. He failed to notice Malfoy's resentful gaze. He had always intended to recruit a few Slytherins. After all, in their current group of 6, only he and Zhang Xu were Slytherins, while the other 4 were all Gryffindors. If a club were to be established in the future, should it be associated with Slytherin or Gryffindor? Surnamed Zhang. The next day, Harry and Ron suddenly grew unusually subdued, and the heads of houses issued stern admonitions. Consequently, aside from a small number genuinely curious about Easter magic, the sudden enthusiasm for Easter magical practices swiftly dissipated from Hogwarts without a trace. On this rare day of clear weather, with no classes to attend, Zhang Xu found a secluded spot near the Black Lake by the castle, nestled under a tree that offered both shade and shelter from the wind. He waved his wand, conjuring a tea table resembling a cluster of Lingji mushrooms from the ground. Subsequently, he produced a reclining chair made of xiangfei bamboo, a delicate set of tea utensils from the Chenghua period, and a small pouch of tea leaves known for their calming properties. Contentedly, he reclined. There was no need for manual effort. The teapot automatically filled with crystal-clear water, akin to spring water, its clarity rivaling that of nectar. The tea brewing spell then caused the water to boil, and the tea leaves leapt into the pot like playful sprites. The fragrant aroma enveloped him, prompting an involuntary sigh of satisfaction from Zhang Xu. His mind sank into tranquility, and the shimmering brilliance of the sacred mountain became increasingly vivid. As he refined his internal energy, he couldn't help but muse. If only Dumbledore could be a bit more resolute, not so ensnared in endless schemes. Or if Voldemort could act with a touch more recklessness. Or if the depletion of energy were not so severe. If only he could attend classes, learn household magic, enjoy life, and cultivate longevity. What a splendid existence that would be. Chapter 36. The Mirror of Ariste. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting flecks of gold upon the ground. The rising mist, infused with the aroma of tea, was abruptly dispersed by a flustered Malfoy. Zhang, a grave situation has arisen. Potter has become entranced by the mirror and has not eaten or drunk anything for several days. He is on the verge of being drained of his essence. Zhang Xu sighed in resignation. What is this? Has someone at Hogwarts created a mirror of desires? And a mirror demon, no less? Perhaps they ought to spend more time delving into serious literature rather than treating novels and comics as reality. Malfoy disregarded his words and tugged Zhang Xu towards the castle. Zhang, you don't understand. That mirror is truly sinister. Potter insists he has seen his parents in it, witnessing scenes of their life together. He even dragged me, Weasley, and Hermione to see it. And then what? Zhang Xu inquired with curiosity. Then I saw myself becoming the headmaster of Hogwarts. Weasley was dressed in Slytherin robes. Singing purebloods are truly great in front of me. Ha! Zhang Xu forced a laugh. You certainly have a talent there, huh? But it's not just that. Malfoy continued, leading Zhang Xu through a lengthy corridor adorned with numerous archways and ever-shifting staircases, until they reached a dimly lit chamber resembling a forsaken classroom. One could only wonder how Harry had discovered such a convoluted route. The empty room contained a massive mirror, reaching nearly to the ceiling, framed in ornate, gilded carvings that exuded opulence. At the top, in elegant calligraphy, were inscribed the words, Aristra eru oit ube kafru oit onwoser. When read in reverse, it revealed, I show not your face, but your heart's desire. Thus, they stood before the mirror of Ariste. This is precisely the moment when old Deng urged Harry to indulge in a torrent of motivational platitudes, even revealing in advance the final challenge of the Philosopher's Stone through that wretched mirror. Malfoy whispered at the door, Zhang, this mirror has undoubtedly become enchanted. I've noticed that each person sees something different when gazing into it. When Weasley looked in the mirror, he beheld himself as the Gryffindor Seeker, proudly displaying the House Cup and Quidditch Cup to his parents, while Professor Snape knelt before him, singing Conqueror. Yet Hermione claimed she saw herself as the Minister of Magic, demanding that all magical schools increase their examinations. Monthly, weekly, biannually, and daily quizzes. Merlin's trousers. What Hermione saw was surely akin to hell. It's utterly terrifying. Malfoy's face turned pale. Zhang Xu chuckled softly. What is the big deal? In Huaxia, you could find any elementary school that resembles this. For a scholar like Hermione, examinations are her paradise indeed. Moreover, I have consulted the professors, but they all suggested it might merely be a prank. However, look at Potter's expression. This is no prank. He is clearly ensnared by the mirror. Zhang Xu nodded, noting that although he was still some distance away, he could indeed see that Harry appeared somewhat gaunter than before. A considerable amount of food and water lay beside him, but it seemed he had scarcely consumed anything in recent days. Go fetch Harry some fresh food and water. Zhang Xu instructed. After I deal with this mirror imp, he will likely desire something warm to eat. Malfoy nodded, albeit with concern, reiterating, Zhang, do be cautious. This mirror imp, this enchanted mirror, truly possesses a kind of magic that compels one to want to immerse themselves within it. I've read that practitioners like you fear inner demons. You must not let it beguile you. Zhang Xu chuckled. If this mirror could truly manifest inner demons, it would have long since been seized by the Daoist sect and enshrined. How could it be left here to gather dust? He gently patted Malfoy's shoulder to reassure him, then produced a few enchanted swords, cradling them in his hands as he entered the room. I am eager to see what you can reflect. Harry remained motionless, his back turned to Zhang Xu, evidently unaware of anyone's entrance. Hey, Harry. Zhang Xu gently tapped his shoulder. What are you doing here? Zhang? Harry lifted his head, revealing hollow eyes, then grasped Zhang Xu's arm excitedly, pointing at the mirror of Ariste. Zhang, you must try it. My parents are inside. They all say they cannot see them, but you are different, right? You will surely see them. All right, I'll give it a try. Zhang Xu reassured Harry before turning his gaze toward the mirror. The mirror was sufficiently grand. Its gilded frame well-crafted, yet it paled in comparison to the exquisite artifacts produced by the royal artisans within the Tianshi secret realm across generations. The slightly distorted, mottled mirror shimmered, shrouded in a veil of mist. Even though Zhang Xu stood merely a step away, he could not discern his reflection. The 3 or 5 demon-slaying swords in his arms radiated a subtle warmth, while a glimmer from the depths of the Elysium mirror seemed to draw nearer through the white haze. Zhang Xu widened his eyes. Is it coming? My innermost yearning. What I desire, what I anticipate for the future will be. Suddenly, a crack appeared abruptly on the surface of the Elysium mirror. The light from within exploded, causing Harry, beside him, to gasp in shock and lunge towards the mirror, exclaiming loudly, no. Zhang Xu instinctively reached out to grasp the bloodshot-eyed Harry, but an aged yet strong hand pressed down on Harry's shoulder first. Who? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xu unsheathed the demon-slaying sword, a streak of crimson light trailing behind as he thrust forward. Harry, this is just. A gasp echoed, yet Zhang Xu remained oblivious, feeling only that his sword had struck nothing but air. Reacting on instinct, he reversed the blade, the sound of fabric tearing resonating as he glanced up to identify the intruder. In the reflected light of his sword, he beheld a familiar face, one that bore a kind yet astonished expression. Dumbledore. Zhang Xu's upward motion froze mid-air, caught between advancing and retreating. Fortunately, at that moment, Harry also regained his composure, turning to clutch Dumbledore's robes, his finger pointing frantically at the gaping crack in the mirror, unable to utter a coherent word. Professor Dumbledore, how did you get here? Zhang Xu sheathed the demon-slaying sword, feigning nonchalance, yet puzzled internally. He had meticulously surveyed the room upon entering, and apart from himself and Harry, there was assuredly no third presence. Why had Dumbledore appeared? Why had he not noticed? Moreover, how could Dumbledore's actions be swifter than his own, standing right beside Harry? Could it be that the old man had been hiding beside the mirror all along? Perhaps he had been poised, waiting to emerge at a critical moment. This peculiar voyeurism. I heard our young wizard discovered an extraordinary prank item, and, as the headmaster, it is of course my duty to come and assess the risk. Dumbledore chuckled, casting a reparative charm on his robes. With the vibrant red blade's light dissipating, the gaping tear in his attire vanished. Dumbledore cast a surprised glance at the sword's hilt peeking from behind Zhang Xu, yet he chose to remain silent. With a gentle expression, he turned once more to Harry. It seems you, like the hundreds before you who have encountered the Elysium mirror, have already savored its delights. Professor, it allows me to see my parents. So they haven't truly perished, have they? Their souls remain, still by my side. And as long as I find a suitable vessel, they can be resurrected, can't they? Dumbledore's demeanor instantly turned serious. Mr. Potter, I am uncertain from where you have heard of such a nefarious ritual, he said, casting a glance at Zhang Xu. However, I must convey a harsh truth. The resurrection of the deceased is a profound disrespect to their memory and a trampling of the preciousness of life. The pursuit of resurrection and immortality will inevitably lead you down a path that descends into darkness. At this moment, Zhang Xu clicked his tongue. The mirror of Arist reflects our innermost desires, our most fervent longings, portraying a beautiful illusion. Yet, it possesses neither the ability to summon nor to reveal spirits. I'm deeply sorry for your parents, Dumbledore continued, his voice softening. They sacrificed themselves to protect you, leaving behind nothing but love and memories. Zhang Xu thought to himself. Indeed, the vault of Gringotts does not hold galleons. All my parents left me was love. This mirror does not impart wisdom, nor does it provide solutions to our present dilemmas. It shows us what we wish to see, disregarding our true needs. Countless individuals squander their time before it, becoming obsessed to the point of madness, neglecting food and rest. Harry glanced at the withered food on the ground, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Yet, they are unwilling to relinquish their desires. For no one knows whether what they see in the mirror is real or if it could ever manifest. Observing Harry's contemplative demeanor and his bashful lowering of his head, Dumbledore redirected the conversation toward Zhang Xu. As for you, Mr. Zhang, I had intended to relocate this mirror, yet I did not anticipate that you would break it. Zhang Xu immediately protested. That is untrue. I did nothing. I merely stood here and glanced at it. It broke on its own. Please do not slander me. Oh, is that so? Dumbledore inquired with a knowing smile, drawing his wand and waving it at the mirror. Put away your little trinkets, Mr. Zhang, and I wonder if you might be interested in taking another look. What is your innermost desire? Chapter 37, The Deepest Longing. Zhang Xu instinctively stepped back. Put away my little trinkets? The old man speaks of legitimacy and peering into others' hearts with such refreshing nonchalance. He continued, to be honest, headmaster, I have little interest in probing the depths of my own soul. Is that so? Dumbledore placed a hand on Zhang Xu's shoulder. I believe you are quite interested. Zhang Xu licked his lips and met Dumbledore's gaze, which was as profound as a starry sky. He thought to himself, in a different world, adhering to my character, I would unsheathe my sword against evil and strike down my adversary with a fierce retort. Alas, without addressing the issue of energy loss and refraining from entering the realm of Huaxia. Even summoning the most powerful of allies may not suffice to contend with that cunning old man, Dumbledore. Thus, Zhang Xu grasped Dumbledore's hands tightly, tears welling in his eyes. I am indeed interested. There must be interest. You are truly understanding, headmaster, empathizing with a student's urgency. The Heiress Mirror, is it? I have longed to gaze into it. Dumbledore withdrew his hands, silently stepping back to grant space before the mirror. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xu sheathed his sword, refraining from any furtive actions within the confines of the room. He understood that Dumbledore's prior conduct was a clear signal. I do not trust you, but I am willing to trust you. So show me. Faced with such an unmistakable declaration, any attempt at concealment would be akin to loudly proclaiming one's guilt. Fortunately, the Heiress Mirror reveals only the deepest desires of one's heart, not memories or other aspects. Otherwise, even a rift with Dumbledore would have been inevitable. Zhang Xu's musings abruptly ceased, for what the Heiress Mirror unveiled was not the exalted ascendance he had envisioned, nor the attainment of immortality, but rather a modest room adorned with New Year paintings. The windowsill was cluttered with pots of garlic sprouts and cilantro, while vivid red cured meats and sausages hung from the lattice. A table reminiscent of northern culinary traditions was laden with an array of hot and cold dishes, sweets, juices, and beverages. An elderly couple with graying hair engaged in animated conversation on the sofa, while two young individuals, seated on low stools, exchanged messages on their phones with an air of secrecy, all while a television broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala played unnoticed in the background. Crash! The Heiress Mirror, recently restored by Dumbledore, shattered once more, this time the entire surface succumbing to ruin. Even the exquisite, gilded frame emitted creaking sounds as it splintered. Harry stood aghast, speechless. Zhang Xu turned, wearing an innocent, disarming smile. Forgive me, headmaster, I was a bit too emotional just now. However, I am certain you can mend it. You are correct. It can be repaired. I just remembered that I have a potions paper yet to write. By the way, Harry, Malfoy went to fetch some food for you. You might want to wait a moment. Despite his sharp tongue, he genuinely cares. Zhang Xu nodded at Harry and graciously bowed to Dumbledore. Headmaster, is Zhang all right? At this moment, Harry finally regained his composure, surveying the shards of glass scattered on the floor and the remnants of the Heiress Mirror. Now reduced to a mere wooden frame, he cast a pleading glance towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore, picked up a shard with care, wrapping it delicately in a handkerchief before placing it in his pocket. Then he offered a gentle, benevolent smile. "Do not worry, Harry. Zhang is fine. He is just feeling a bit homesick." Zhang Xu pushed open the door to the room of boundless requests, revealing an expanse of pure, unending darkness within. It seems as though he sensed the tumultuous emotions brewing within him. In the darkness, an ethereal mist swirled, revealing a delicately crafted light green door hovering half a meter in front of Zhang Xu. Upon pushing the door open, he entered a meticulously arranged and cozy little bedroom, a space he vowed never to step into again. "I am sorry. I do not know where else to go besides here now." Zhang Xu fixed his gaze upon the desk, where a pair of exquisite gloves lay, hands elegantly overlapping, quietly suspended in midair. It was as if an invisible lady stood gracefully before the desk, scrutinizing Zhang Xu. A piece of paper floated up from the desk. "I can sense your inner turmoil." The delicate handwriting paused, leaving a small ink blot on the stationery, a reflection of complex emotions. "Rest well. Everything will be all right." The paper folded into a charming origami crane, fluttering its tiny wings as it brushed against Zhang Xu's hand. Moments later, it erupted into a small firework, emitting a delicate cacophony of sounds. "Ha!" Zhang Xu chuckled at the noise, reminiscent of a cat named Tom. Snap! The lady's glove snapped her fingers and vanished. Zhang Xu was momentarily taken aback, only to realize he was comfortably reclined on a plush, soft bed, his school uniform replaced by a neatly pressed silk pajama. A steaming cup of hot cocoa floated nearby, while the vial of elixir Snape had gifted him cautiously dripped into the cocoa. The lamp dimmed automatically, and Zhang Xu raised his hand to cover his face, tears streaming down like two crystalline streams. Hee in all of Hogwarts. Only this unrecorded room feels most suitable for a foreign guest like me. Tonight, the fireplace seemed particularly warm. Chapter 38, A Gift List for the Professors. Dumbledore held the shard of mirror, his expression grave as he examined it once more. "Albus, you have been staring at it for an hour. What have you discovered? Has Tom returned?" Dumbledore carefully rewrapped the shard, turning to the portrait on the wall. "No, it is not Tom, Armando. Do you remember that young wizard from the East last time?" "Oh, you mean Zhang." Armando Dippet nodded, pointing at Dumbledore's desk. "I recall him. He stood right here and expressed his dislike for you." "Ha! Indeed, it is he." Dumbledore sighed, a weariness evident in his voice. "I fear I may have erred. After experiencing certain events, I find it increasingly difficult to fully trust anyone, even a young wizard from a well-bred family, illuminated by the light of what we call love." "Albus, what truly transpired at New Mongard?" Armando's gaze sharpened. "The old you would not utter such words." Yes. Certain events did unfold, but fret not, I have managed it." Dumbledore reclined his high-backed chair, gently waving his hand. "I believe my actions were justified. It was indeed a fitting opportunity, was it not? Out of concern for a friend's safety, I was naturally drawn to the allure of the Mirror of Arist. What young wizard could possibly resist the chance to experience such wondrous magic? Yet, in that fleeting moment, I felt as though I caught a glimpse of credence." "You mean, your brother?" Albus suddenly fell silent, cautiously sidestepping the topic that might unveil Dumbledore's scars. However, that young wizard was no silent observer, and given his origins, such issues ought not to exist. Indeed, I too found it perplexing. But in that instant, I truly wished I had misjudged. It seems that as a headmaster, you certainly need to engage in some deep self-reflection." The portrait on the wall exclaimed. "Seize an opportunity. Go and apologize to him." Dumbledore gazed earnestly at his palm. Indeed, the art of focus and intention was not omnipotent. When one acquires something, they are destined to lose something in return. I hope it is not too late. If it were a matter of selecting a gift or offering an apology, I believe I could contribute to this discussion. Fox chimed in, rubbing his hands together with a cheerful grin. The weather quickly turned chilly. Zhang Xu spent nearly all his non-class and non-practice time nestled by the fireplace in the Slytherin common room. According to Malfoy's explanation, this was referred to as wintering, a traditional method of wellness passed down through generations in China. Although the time spent together had diminished somewhat, the trio of stubborn Harry, Ron, and Hermione, now more accurately referred to as the Uncertain Quintet, including the occasionally joining Malfoy and Neville, found their relationships with Zhang Xu had grown closer. Ron would certainly not admit that this was due to Zhang Xu's generous willingness to lend him homework to copy, while Hermione had learned numerous Eastern study techniques from Zhang Xu, significantly enhancing her reading efficiency. As the first semester was just coming to a close, her extracurricular reading had already progressed to the standard spell book for third years. The only situation causing Zhang Xu some concern was Harry's demeanor. He felt that Harry's gaze had shifted from initial admiration to an increasingly peculiar direction. Ahem, do not overthink it. It is not that kind of peculiar direction. It is simply that Zhang Xu currently lacked the energy and desire to assist Harry in reconstructing his emotional world. With Dumbledore as a biased parental figure, Harry's matters were not his to tend. What he needed to consider now was, according to custom, this day required the exchange of gifts. A few days prior, the old master had even utilized the communication charm to forcibly connect with him, expending considerable effort and time to educate his grandson on the importance of presenting gifts appropriately. Oh, I am currently at a foreigner's home, so that is no longer a concern. Zhang Xu bit down on his quill in frustration. The art of gift-giving was indeed a profound subject. Regardless of whether at home or abroad, lavishly showering others with gold was the least advisable approach to gifting. Yet the question remained, should Dumbledore and the four house heads be included in the gift exchange? If it were a gift, Professor Sprout would surely be easy to please. She would appreciate anything a little wizard presents. However, what should I offer Professor McGonagall? I cannot possibly present her with a cat climbing frame or an electric litter box. Can I? Catnip? An electronic cat teaser? If I were to give such items, it might very well be I who ends up utilizing them. Huh? Perhaps this could work? A particular memorable scene surfaced from my recollections, and I couldn't help but feel a spark of inspiration. With this thought, I began to conceive delightful gift ideas for the other professors. Professor Flitwick might appreciate a lotus platform, 15 meters high, with a dazzling DJ light show. Professor Sprout could enjoy a series of books on grafting and hybridization, a decade's compilation from the Academy of Sciences. Professor Snape might be amused by a luxurious hair care set, crossed out, or perhaps a supreme haircut and styling VIP annual membership, crossed out, or wrinkle-free shirts, crossed out due to lack of enthusiasm, or even an entire year's supply of wash-free underwear, crossed out with fervor. Perhaps a rap show could work, crossed out. Never mind, let it be obliterated. Ugh, do not make me resort to customizing a life-sized lily pillow. I angrily tossed my quill to the ground, only to reluctantly bend down to retrieve it, and added a rather safe option at the end of my list, a mobile laboratory unit complete with vehicle. Indeed, dealing with a temperamental creature is far more challenging than with others. The gift must not be absurdly extravagant, nor should it fall short of expectations. I must consider both face and feelings. There are still many years ahead. How shall I manage this? After a brief period of frustration on the sofa, I picked up the gift list once more and murmured softly, it would be rather inconsiderate not to present something to Dumbledore, given that everyone else is gifting. Yet, this old fellow had recently put me to the test in a rather relentless manner, far removed from the lovable old man who believes in love as depicted in films and novels. Alas, who could blame me for being a Slytherin? Had I been sorted into Gryffindor, or even Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, perhaps I would now find myself on Dumbledore's list of favorite students, enjoying a taste of protagonist treatment. After all, he is the headmaster, the White Lord, who once taught the rebellious and brilliant young Voldemort, and whose partner is none other than the charmingly ambitious Grindelwald. Could it be that upon seeing me, he recalls past people and events, triggering some sort of response? I suddenly leapt to my feet, increasingly convinced and excited by the thought. Now I know precisely what I should present to you. Hee-ho-ha! With swift strokes, I penned the final line on the paper, folded the letter, and prepared to seek Professor McGonagall's approval for a special channel. Many items would need to be procured from China, and navigating customs without this special route would pose quite a challenge. Shall we play a game? I lazily acknowledged with a sound of agreement, indicating my willingness. Malfoy immediately scurried over, cradling an exquisitely crafted chessboard. Wizard chess, indeed. Zhang Xu zemin seat. Recalling that Ron seemed quite adept at this game. Zhang, do you have similar games in your homeland? Huaxia? Zhang Xu not that? The rules of wizard chess were akin to those of international chess, yet the board and pieces were entirely magical creations, exuding a strong sense of auto chess. The pieces possessed a semblance of life, and Malfoy's set of wizard chess was evidently quite expensive, although the creator appeared somewhat irreverent, as the queens on both sides were provocatively designed. Before the game had even commenced, the knights began to whistle at each other across the board. Gift? Malfoy's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. Even if I were to receive a gift, by the time it reached me, it would likely be in tatters. I see. Zhang Xu nodded, and Malfoy perked up again. A few days ago, my mother wrote to invite you and your family to our home as guests. If you accept, a special squadron of owls will deliver the formal invitation to your house. Owls? Zhang Xu recalled the 26 owls that had been transformed into roasted birds. Shaking his head vigorously. No holiday? Malfoy widened his eyes. Then you all. Zhang Xu stood. All right. Malfoy's expression fell, commanding his knight to behead the queen. Zhang Xu. Chapter 39, Unexpected Christmas Gift. There were various explanations, such as coincidences related to Jesus the wizard, the evolution of customs, and so forth. However, Zhang Xu believed the most plausible explanation, which the wizarding world was least willing to accept, was the influence of muggles. It was said that some wizards who practiced Christianity would greet each other with the peculiar salutation, "Hello, Merlin's God." On Christmas Eve, snowflakes as light as feathers drifted down from the sky, adorning the entire castle and forest in a winter wonderland reminiscent of fairy tales. Zhang Xu, rare in his departure from the warmth of the common room, ventured out without a scarf or gloves, clad only in a thin coat, wandering along the edges of the forbidden forest and the Black Lake for quite some time. This was a rare occurrence. It was a habit he had retained from his past life. The entire room had transformed into a resplendent spectacle. Few students remained at the school, yet this did not dampen the professor's enthusiasm for decorating the hall. Verdant holly, pine branches, and mistletoe formed cascading garlands that spiraled around the ceiling. 12 towering Christmas trees were strategically placed in the corners of the hall, while Professor Flitwick joyfully waved his wand, conjuring shimmering golden bubbles to adorn the high branches of the trees. Professor McGonagall, resembling a conductor, orchestrated the placement of decorative icicles, candy canes, and tin soldiers, bouncing as she hung them on the boughs. Hundreds of candles danced in the air, flitting between the branches of the Christmas trees and the cascading garlands. Above the archway, delightful little fairies carried colored lights, sprinkling fine snow powder over the heads of every person entering the hall. Ron waved at Zhang Xu, seated next to Harry, who appeared to be in less than ideal spirits. "Hey, Zhang, come over quickly. Look at what this is." Ron raised a plump paper package high, exclaiming, "This is a Christmas gift specially sent to you by my mother." Christmas gift? Zhang Xu settled at the table opposite him, and before him appeared 4 plates filled with hearty stews and cold cuts, accompanied by a basket of golden, crispy pastries. "Can you guess what my mother has sent you?" "Surely it isn't." Zhang Xu tore open the wrapping to reveal a thick, green hand-knitted sweater adorned with a silver letter Z. Even just holding it brought warmth. "Do you like it?" George, Fred, Harry, and I each have one. Ron's cheeks flushed, not with embarrassment, but with pride and boastfulness. "It's green, and mine is dark red." The quality was apparent, and the patterns were delightful. Zhang Xu nodded. "I really like it. However, I didn't expect Aunt to send me a gift, so I didn't prepare anything for her and Uncle." Feeling a bit bashful, Zhang Xu touched his nose, genuinely surprised that he could wear one of the unique Weasley sweaters in his very first year. "Oh, that's nothing. Mum knits a sweater for the family every year. It's quite customary for her. When I wrote home earlier, I mentioned it quite a bit, and Mum said this is her way of thanking you." At this, Ron couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. "Mum also said that if you don't mind, you're welcome to visit our humble abode. But I must be honest, mate. My home is a bit, well, shabby." "That's absolutely splendid." Zhang Xu donned the sweater and clapped his hands together enthusiastically. "I've grown tired of staying on a mountain. This is the first time a friend has invited me over. Don't worry, Ron. Given the opportunity, I shall certainly visit." The two exchanged a high five across the table, and Ron curiously inquired, "Mate, have you never had friends invite you over before?" Zhang Xu shook his head, burying his face in the plates. "My friends all live on a mountain too," clambering up to the 8th floor with a small paper package. Zhang Xu summoned the room of requirement, yet he did not enter. He merely placed the package gently on the floor inside the door. Shortly after he departed, a delicate lady's glove gracefully picked up the package, then vanished. The next morning, upon waking, Zhang Xu nearly believed he had dreamt of some grand folly. Now lying in the infirmary's bed, at the foot and sides of the bed, a colorful array of gifts formed small mountains, with various unwrapped flowers and snacks piled atop, a sight even more extravagant than the aftermath of the last battle with a giant. "When did I acquire so many friends? Is this a warehouse for 11 or 618? Zhang Xu grinned, realizing the entire day would likely be consumed by unwrapping. The bittersweet agony of joy. Pushing the snacks and flowers aside, he grew weary of getting out of bed, settling cross-legged at the bedside to commence his unwrapping. Initially, he was filled with enthusiasm, but soon he began to feel discontent. It wasn't the gifts he found lacking. Rather, it was the thick, sturdy wrapping paper that proved bothersome. The effort of unwrapping was both tedious and laborious, and to my astonishment, glittering particles fell away. Oh, such unscrupulous merchants deserve to be sent to Azkaban. With a flick of my wand, the wrapping of a gift burst open, revealing its contents. Another flick, and the gift gracefully soared to rest upon the table. Hail to magic! Indeed, having numerous admirers can be a burden. Hee hee, just look All of them are girls. Chocolates. Scarves, chocolates, 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 gloves. Oh, what is this? A confession letter. Let me take a peek. Ugh. Selling out her own sister to join the 5 Animals drama study group. Photos retained. Blocked. Wow. A confession letter, a movable photo of the sender. How unexpected to find a direct offering of love potion. Are you suggesting I drink it myself and embark on a romantic correspondence with a letter? Now that's rather intriguing. It appears to be a jade. With a subtle lift of my wand, a jade ring of vibrant green hue settled into my hand. From the perspective of a Huaxia person, the quality of this jade ring is not exceptional, bearing inclusions, fibers, and cracks. Yet it possesses a commendable translucence and a pleasing color. Most importantly, this is the first gift selected with thoughtfulness from a Huaxia viewpoint after Zhang Xu had unwrapped so many presents. How thoughtful. I must see who it is from. The story of Greengrass. Zhang Xu sat up abruptly, almost sending that girl to Azkaban, her sister. Goodness gracious. This is indeed a serious weasel, or rather. Zhang Xu toyed with the jade ring, a smile playing on his lips. This is akin to a hen wishing the weasel a happy new year. Nevertheless, whether this gesture originates from Astoria as own volition or as a test or a goodwill gesture from the Greengrass family, Zhang Xu remained indifferent. In school, he could easily overpower the young wizards. Outside of school, he could likewise dominate the wizards. At worst, they could all band together. As if no one had a powerful figure behind them. Setting the jade ring aside, Zhang Xu continued unwrapping the other gifts. Harry gifted him a complete set of Quidditch gear, inviting him to join a game at his leisure. Ron presented him with a limited edition Dumbledore card, impressively large and adorned with a golden border. It seemed he finally remembered the wizard card he had promised to give. Hermione gifted him a book. Neville bestowed upon him a pointed wizard hat of indeterminate material. Draco's gift was particularly intriguing, resembling a blood oath brooch in the shape of a droplet. It appears that Grindelwald's deeds have been passed down within pure blood families, though perhaps distorted by the time it reached Draco. Otherwise, he would not use an emblem of love to symbolize his oaths and allegiance. Following that were the professor's gifts, which, as expected, consisted entirely of supplementary books related to their respective subjects. From new interpretations of Transfiguration to Senya's magical combat, and practical tips for potion making, it could be said that there was an abundance of choices. At last, Zhang Xu personally unwrapped a parcel he had deliberately left until the end. It was a Christmas gift from Dumbledore, a tattered and ancient black notebook, exuding a strong scent of ink. Chapter 40. The Notes of Salazar Slytherin. Zhang Xu refrained from using his wand. Instead, he retrieved a few of his demon-slaying swords and cautiously tapped the notebook. The swords offered no response, indicating that no curses or malevolent enchantments had been placed upon it. Carefully prying open the first page with his sword, he discovered a delicate note tucked within the cover, inscribed with the following words: I sincerely apologize for my previous actions. This notebook of Salazar Slytherin may prove beneficial to your future endeavors. May your path be illuminated. Albus Dumbledore. Startled, he had initially feared it was Voldemort's tome. Zhang Xu exhaled in relief. He picked up the notebook and flipped through its contents, only to find it severely lacking in pages, with much of the handwriting exceedingly illegible. The text was riddled with insect damage, stains, and mold, rendering it quite arduous to read. Thus, Zhang Xu seized the notebook, donned his pajamas, and barefooted, made his way to the common room. He placed a glowing orb above his head, then spread out his draft paper, nestling into the sofa, ready to transcribe any useful sections. The opening lines of the notes read, How absurd! They chant the names of their so-called deities while slaughtering their own kin, bathing in the blood of wizards, and yearning for the powers of dark magic. They dare to denounce their saviors as heretics. They call upon the muggles who hunt them and invoke punishment upon demons. Merlin above, who truly is the heretic? Who is the demon? They cannot discern. They cannot comprehend. Zhang Xu paused his writing and added a note of his own. The founders of the 4 houses appear to have encountered the witch hunt, with the populace harboring deep-seated animosity towards wizards. In the face of invaders, the serpent's progenitor intended to intimidate, while the eagle and badger founders leaned towards conservatism. Turning to the next page, he found only a few lines. Perhaps I should enlist someone to forge a weapon, one that could protect my dear friend even when magic fails. The secret silver of the fairy kingdom would be an excellent material. Additionally, it might be wise to incorporate some unique components, such as a crown of thorns obtained from muggles. Yet curiously, the thorn crowns crafted by wizards lack any special effects, despite being made from the same material. Zhang Xu furrowed his brow, catching sight of a particularly intriguing term, crown of thorns. If his memory served him correctly, the most renowned crown of thorns, imbued with divinity, belonged to Jesus. Thus, could the crowns woven by ordinary individuals possess extraordinary effects? From whence did this peculiarity arise? A unique lineage? Exceptional materials? Or perhaps divine intervention? Zhang Xu did not linger on this query for too long and continued to peruse the subsequent pages. Regrettably, several subsequent pages were obscured by deep brown bloodstains, allowing only a few fragmented words to emerge. Danger, ruins, half-blood, pursuit, my dear friend, visible through the gaps. Zhang Xu harbored no doubt that this was a deliberate arrangement by Dumbledore. Otherwise, he could have easily torn out these pages containing no disclosable information, yet he refrained from doing so. The only plausible explanation was that even he could not employ a spell to cleanse or restore the tainted portions to their original state. Zhang Xu bypassed these pages, but the content that followed took on an eerie quality. Although the handwriting and style remained consistent, the overall impression suggested a haphazard collage of notes from several individuals. The script fluctuated between neatness and scrawl. At times, a mere handful of words occupied most of the page, while at other moments, it was filled with meticulous writing. Yet upon closer inspection, the content devolved into a meaningless jumble of words, obscured by heavy underlines, smudges, and corrections. It was at this juncture that the notes began to exhibit signs of deliberate tearing, missing pages, and abrupt transitions. Zhang Xu diligently translated and transcribed the text. Damn it! What the hell is this place? Why? Why can I no longer feel joy? Cold. So cold. Is this the legendary hell? No, I cannot die here. Heavy scribbles. This should not exist in this world. No, this must not be known to another person. I must find a way, to prevent this catastrophe that threatens to destroy the world. Loss of joy. Dementors? Is the Serpent Lord afraid of this? No, it should not be Dementors, if it were. One could simply write it out rather than alluding to it with terms like hell. It must not be known to a second person. It seems the Serpent Lord encountered some unforeseen circumstances, significantly connected to the Dementors. Zhang Xu placed emphasis on the words loss of joy and catastrophe. Thanks to the kind Muggles for helping me evade capture. I cannot fathom how Muggles reside so close to such perilous ruins. They naively believe that those outdated spells can protect them from harm. This must be documented and added to Godric's collection of dark humor. Haha, if the wizards of Stained County are of this caliber, I might as well be called the Dark Lord. Ha ha ha. It appears the Serpent Lord is quite weakened. Otherwise, there would be no need for evasion. Suddenly, sharp strokes pierced his pupils. Those ungrateful Muggles. Damn mudbloods. Damn it. Damn Godric. Damn Helga. Damn Rowena. You are destroying the wizarding world. Hogwarts absolutely must not admit Muggles again. How long has passed in this interval? Zhang Xu paused, running his fingers over the deep indentations and torn cracks on the paper. It was evident that the lines of text were a release of the Serpent Lord's utmost energy, an outcry of accusation. What have Muggle wizards done at Hogwarts? Is this truly the underlying reason for the divergence among the four founders? The foolish Helga has become completely engrossed in her trivial games, while even Godric naively believes that harmony can prevail. Am I the only one who recalls that the original intention behind the establishment of Hogwarts was to create a sanctuary for all, rather than a secluded paradise or merely an institution for education? Very well, you have won, Godric. I knew it. You are aware of it. You are willfully opposing both the Muggle wizards and me. Fortunately, I am about to embark on a journey, leaving Hogwarts in their hands, which leaves me deeply unsettled. It seems the Serpent Ancestor has ultimately compromised. Otherwise, Hogwarts would resemble Durmstrang today. Moreover, the external threats likely still loom. Yet, for some reason, Hogwarts remains relatively tranquil within, and the embryonic form of the school has begun to take shape. The Serpent Ancestor's demeanor appears to have softened significantly, perhaps due to the impending journey or the influence of dear friends and the young wizards. I was wrong. Do not disturb the sleeping dragon. Do not disturb the sleeping dragon. Do not disturb the sleeping dragon. All half-bloods and mudbloods must be exterminated. This is not merely a scratch, completely blacked out. Only pure blood represents the future of the wizarding world. I, Salazar Slytherin, vow in the name of pure blood, I shall bear all burdens. I am destined to embody all that is evil, to become the harbinger of the future. I am fated to be both the end of the world and its savior. With a sigh, Zhang Xu dropped his pen and exhaled deeply. The thin, foul-smelling notebook revealed that the transcribed content had come to an end. The Serpent Ancestor has indeed succumbed to darkness. Picking up the notes, transcribed in Chinese characters, Zhang Xu could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 41. A Fulfilling Holiday. If the previous Less than pleasant exchanges with Dumbledore have made him aware that the roles in this world are not as flat and simplistic as depicted in the original text, with each character embodying the multidimensional, rich, and complex beauty of reality. Then this notebook undoubtedly proclaims that beyond the narratives he knows, countless unknowns and surprises await his exploration and discovery. This is no mere encounter with a new game level, but rather a significant iteration across several versions. With innumerable new maps to explore, I have not traversed into the pages of a book. My future will not be extinguished by Voldemort's demise. I can pursue my cultivation with peace of mind, seeking my immortality, my path. There is no need to worry that my presence or actions will disrupt the original plot, even if it continues to unfold along its predetermined trajectory. Thank you, Dumbledore. Thank you for gifting me a world of authenticity. After meticulously reviewing the transcribed content and notes multiple times to ensure there are no omissions or errors, Zhang Xu feels utterly confident in the craftsmanship of his hometown. As for the potential leakage of information or the creation of rumors to be spread among Slytherin, he chuckles at the thought. After all, domestic fanworks are already ubiquitous. And does he truly require such a dark narrative twist? He carefully places the draft notebook into a separate drawer, deciding against embarking on reading comprehension at this moment. Since Dumbledore has indicated that this notebook will aid him on his future path, it at least implies that he should focus on solidifying his foundational skills and accumulating knowledge, which is what he ought to prioritize now. Despite having lived 2 lives, the time he has genuinely dedicated to cultivation amounts to merely 5 or 6 years, far too brief. The most awkward aspect is that he cannot divulge the truth of his soul's transmigration to others. Otherwise, perhaps his grandfather or Dumbledore might assist in crafting a tailored training plan, allowing him to potentially surpass his peers and eliminate Voldemort ahead of schedule, exploring other realms and quests along the way. He stretches his arms upward, indulging in a languorous yawn, lacking the motivation to relocate. Zhang Xu settles comfortably on the sofa in the public lounge, commencing a session of meditation and breath control. The subtle essence of a universe gradually permeates his being as he performs the 3 yuan guidance technique, the internal scenery of the divine mountain towering into the clouds, slowly growing at an imperceptible pace with the influx of spiritual energy. The essence of tranquility resides within motion, his body flowing like a dragon, his steps firm as a tiger, tracing circles at the summit of the divine mountain, tirelessly repeating the cycle. The 3 figures reflected in the copper mirror appear increasingly harmonious. Though he cannot tell if it is merely an illusion, compared to before the holiday, the recovery and enhancement of his vitality, spirit, and energy seem to have slowed ever so slightly. The following day, having completed his practice, Zhang Xu enters the hall with a refreshed spirit. The professors are gathered around a small brass record player, their expressions intensely focused. Zhang Xu's countenance shifts, and he immediately turns to leave. Zhang, why are you leaving so soon after arriving? Dumbledore inquires with a warm smile, gently beckoning him closer. Come, let us enjoy your Christmas gift together. To be honest, this style of music is quite novel to me as well. A bead of sweat forms on Zhang Xu's brow as he forces a smile, inwardly exclaiming in frustration. It feels akin to a child playing a prank on an adult, who, rather than being offended, showcases it to colleagues and friends. At this moment, it is the prankster who feels like the one being teased. The trumpet, shaped like a morning glory, emits melodious sounds. Desire breaks from its cage, so wild, so fierce. I know all your secrets. Stop trying to hide it. Why not simply descend with me, my muse? We possess an abundance of youth, a yearning for intellect, indeed a noble illusion. The anthem of love resonates, demanding to be acknowledged, ensnaring all my affections, lost in obsession. What lengths would you traverse for love? Such unique music. The lyrics are truly delightful. I am quite fond of them. Thank you, Zhang. To Zhang Xu, Dumbledore's smile appears profoundly meaningful, yet he cannot publicly express his innermost thoughts. He can only nod awkwardly, feigning understanding, pretending that he merely knows of your fondness for music and casually gifted a vinyl record, with no ulterior motives concerning your past with Grindelwald. Internally, he muses, if you could share such a song, why not send me a photograph of you and Grindelwald together? However, the other professors seem genuinely unaware. Once the melody concludes, they gather around Zhang Xu, equally expressing their delight over the Christmas gift. Professor McGonagall's face beams with uncontainable joy. Zhang, your gift is simply adorable. I enlarged it and placed it by my bedside. I must admit, in its enlarged form, it is remarkably comfortable to lie upon. Zhang Xu politely yuka. So, Professor McGonagall, your most anticipated gift isn't truly a cat tree, is it? I distinctly sent you a ceramic cat. How did you conceive of enlarging it and lying with it in your mouth? Furthermore, during your leisure, you aren't genuinely in your animagus form, are you? Oh, feline, how I long to pet you. On the other hand, Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick's gratitude is more subdued, yet their genuine appreciation is evident. Ironically, it is Professor Snape, who should be the most composed, who wears a perpetual scowl, leaving Zhang Xu perplexed. He dares not inquire, nor can he flee. He can only endure the discomfort, forcing himself to consume fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. After finishing breakfast, as he sits in the library, Zhang Xu suddenly slaps his thigh. Goodness, could it be that Snape lacks a driver's license? Silence. Mrs. Pants admonishes. Zhang Xu retracts his head, burying it within a pile of books. In the ensuing days, Zhang Xu spends most of his time in the library, diligently supplementing his knowledge of magical lore while perusing texts on magical history, hoping to glean deeper insights into Salazar Slytherin from the scant records available. The magical realm's records of historical events are regrettably fragmented and excessively detailed, failing to distinguish the significance of events or individuals. There exists no chronological or biographical structure. Rather, everything is recorded in an exhaustive manner. Rather than engaging in historical reading, Zhang Xu feels as if he is perusing a century's worth of summaries from a local newspaper, long-winded and tedious. Indeed, such matters are better suited for Hermione. And once she has finished, he can merely seek a summary. This sentiment comes from someone who ultimately surrendered after 3 days of effort. In the evening, Zhang Xu was not foolish enough to venture out to the astronomy tower to meditate in the frigid winter. Instead, he contentedly remained by the hearth in his dormitory, practicing his skills. With the care of a house elf, he had no concerns regarding the temperature of the fire. It was, indeed, rather comfortable. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and a new semester commenced. Chapter 42. The H.J. Emerald Society. The once haughty demeanor had vanished. Over half of the purebloods bore varying shades of bruises on their faces, and even the upperclassmen, typically unyielding, clustered together, timidly observing him. This was particularly evident with Malfoy. Zhang Xu tilted his head, noticing that the once proud young Malfoy now wielded a cane, presumably an old model used by his father, featuring a bright silver snake head adorned with 2 pea-sized rubies. However, it was clear that, unlike its ostentatious purpose for his father, young Malfoy was using it for support. Zhang Xu patted the empty seat beside him. Once Malfoy sat down, he first pointed to the corner of Malfoy's mouth, then gestured upward in a circular motion, implying that he should explain. About that, it's nothing really. I just wanted to say that Malfoy floundered, unable to articulate a complete sentence. We wish to form a society, but our family elders oppose it. My family is like this, though I suspect it's similar for everyone. A light-haired young witch leaned closer, unabashedly revealing a scar on her shoulder to Zhang Xu. A society? Zhang Xu frowned and looked at Malfoy. Draco. I believe I mentioned something about the club, although Zhang Xu did not complete his thought. He was confident that Malfoy understood his intent. Zhang, it's not about the study group. It's we intend to establish an exclusive Slytherin society, dedicated to new pure bloods and new families. Aside from presenting the idea, Draco said nothing further. Yes, exactly. Zhang, I haven't breathed a word about the study group. Malfoy nodded vigorously. Zhang Xu sighed. How could he claim to have said nothing? Did he not notice the glances being thrown his way upon hearing the words study group? Observing this overly enthusiastic young witch, who left no impression on him whatsoever, Zhang Xu felt increasingly overwhelmed. At that moment, I was simply unable to tolerate the unruly behavior of those mischievous children, who seemed to run amok without any supervision. I attempted to coax and deceive them into behaving more appropriately. Yet how could it be that just a little over half a semester later, they had evolved to such a degree of organization? Is it the Red Star or the Nyolan Mountain that holds sway here? Has my influence been so profound? Nonetheless, the situation is of their own making, and it cannot be ignored. Very well, I understand. To be frank, I genuinely wish to inspire change among everyone and to present a new visage of Slytherin spirit. But such radical methods are unnecessary. Zhang Xu rose to his feet, intending to console the injured young wizards. No, Zhang, do not comfort us. It is we, along with our families, who have failed to meet your expectations. The young witch's voice rang out clearly as she surveyed the group. I presume many of you have experienced similar tribulations, haven't you? Upon receiving Draco's letter, I handed it to my father, only to see it tossed into the fireplace. I sought his support and advice, yet was met with harsh rebukes and banishment from the room. During the Christmas family gathering, I persisted and sought support from other elders in the family, only to be met with derisive laughter and dragged before my father once more, subjected to further humiliation. Even my sister hurled spells at me. This scar upon my face is a testament to my sister's wrath. The wounded, pure-blooded young wizards nodded in agreement. Some admired Zhang Xu's strength, while others were genuinely moved by the speech of that day. Still others hoped to gather their own power and wealth through this newfound association, aspiring to rise to greater heights. Yet, without exception, they faced mockery and opposition from their families. Meanwhile, those unscathed, pure-blooded wizards averted their gazes, lacking the courage to confront their obstinate, stone-like elders. A small faction, primarily comprising upperclassmen, had received orders from their families to unconditionally obey Zhang Xu's directives. Yet they were forbidden from openly expressing their support. If benefits were to arise from the East, that would be ideal. If not, at the very least, they must navigate the risks with utmost caution, ensuring they remain unscathed. I appreciate your efforts, and I commend everyone for their struggles. Zhang Xu rose, tears welling in his eyes, and grasped the young witch's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously. All of your sacrifices are for the future of Slytherin, for the future of the wizarding world. I believe that your endeavors will not be in vain. One day, you shall take pride in the actions you have taken today. Your families will also witness your dedication and resolve. The hardships and wounds you endure today shall not go to waste. Malfoy, filled with emotion, grasped Zhang Xu's arm. In that moment, he felt that the scolding, ridicule, and even beatings he had endured during the holidays were all worthwhile. Yet the young witch took a step back and knelt on one knee. Even without the support of my family, I know that Slytherin cannot afford to wait any longer. It is time for change. There's a saying in the East, without destruction, there can be no creation. We can form our own association. When we stand together, we become a new family, distinct from the Sacred 28. Zhang, please grant our family a name. As the little witch's voice faded, numerous battered young wizards knelt behind her. One hand placed upon their chests, and the other raised, mirroring her gestures. Zhang Xu cast a sidelong glance at Malfoy and murmured, "Is this your doing? So one can form a society without relying on family? What if I've been outpaced? What will become of my standing in Zhang's heart?" He sighed, suppressing the impulse to ruffle the little pony's hair, and redirected his gaze across the assembly, sweeping over pairs of eager eyes. Shaking his head, he discreetly discarded the onion tucked within his sleeve and blinked as he proclaimed, "This image is unsuitable. The Longhu Mountain bears my mark. I would rather everyone remember. You are Slytherin, a noble, pure, and moral being, free from base interests, beneficial to the people, to your peers, to your family, and to all wizards, a true Slytherin. You deserve the finest, and shall undoubtedly become the finest. Transform with haste." A radiant sun rose behind the azure serpent, a majestic sword, crown, and golden cup encircled by olive leaves and wheat stalks. A long satin ribbon entwined all elements, elevating two golden letters, H and J. Hogwarts is the most illustrious school of magic in the world, and Slytherin is the most precious gem adorning Hogwarts. Hogwarts Jade, the Emerald Society, this is our society's name. What do you think? More individuals knelt in reverence. The little witch exclaimed excitedly, "No making without breaking." Zhang Xu shook his head for greater future. Chapter 43, Astoria. Having entrusted the subsequent development of the Emerald Society to the little pony, Zhang Xu stealthily slipped away. He called upon Harry and others to join him for a small meeting in Hagrid's hut. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, yet I cannot pinpoint what it is. Thus, I deliberately left the little pony behind. Speak freely if you have any thoughts. Ron eagerly raised his hand and was the first to speak. Mate, is this for real? You formed a society? Bloody hell, that's brilliant. Seriously, do you plan to oust Snape and become the headmaster, replacing Slytherin with the Emerald Society? If you succeed, I will certainly send my child to you as a student. He continued, and could I secure a position as a society officer? Cough. Hermione sharply jabbed him with her pencil. Hey, don't do that, it hurts. Hermione turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Hagrid, sitting nearby and munching on a rock cake, interjected, "You'd best not believe a word about Slytherin. Those blokes can think of nothing but schemes and wickedness." "Oh, Zhang, I forgot you're also a Slytherin, but it matters not. You are different. Damn it. I should have suggested to Dumbledore long ago that you be transferred to Gryffindor. Being in the company of those nefarious individuals truly frightens me. I fear that one day you may be led astray by them." Zhang Xu smiled faintly and turned to Harry. "To be honest, I harbor no fondness for Malfoy, nor for Snape or the other Slytherins. Yet, I cannot help but ponder that should they genuinely seek to effect change, it might not be entirely negative." "Oh, Harry, my heavens, do not be so naive," Ron interjected, rising to his feet. "The mere existence of one Zhang is a miracle amongst Slytherins, my friend. Do you expect all of them to lay down their arms and transform into virtuous beings? That is a feat even Merlin could not accomplish. Since the time my father enrolled, Slytherin has remained unchanged. What we ought to do is send every Slytherin to meet Merlin. I possess far more authority than you regarding the true nature of those purebloods. Hermione flipped through her notes. Ron whispered to Harry, "How does she manage to produce a notebook at any moment?" She circled a few names with a pencil and handed them to Zhang Xu. These individuals almost exclusively belong to pure blood families known for producing dark wizards. Can you believe they would participate in the Emerald Society, ostensibly for the betterment of the wizarding world? It is utterly inconceivable. Zhang, I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from involvement and to distance yourself from Malfoy. Their eagerness to promote the establishment of the Emerald Society may very well indicate a grand conspiracy. Trusting in their reformation is akin to believing that placing a decayed tooth beneath one's pillow will magically prevent further cavities. Indeed, Hagrid spewed crumbs of cake from his mouth, though he had no comprehension of what cavities entailed. Ron placed his hands on Zhang Xu's shoulders, lest you forget. The ringleader is the sister of that wretched being who hurled dark magic at you. The Greengrass family is notorious for producing Death Eaters. With such a sister, how virtuous could her brother be? Hermione prodded Ron again. Hey, did I say anything incorrect? Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance. You must not be so rude when speaking of a girl. Astoria is not like her sister. Merlin sucks. You dare refer to her as Asti? Have you fallen victim to her dark magic? Upon seeing Hermione raise her pencil once more, Ron hastily covered his mouth, indicating he would utter no more words. Neville raised his hand. I'm uncertain about the others, but I believe Astoria is not a bad person. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, Neville's face flushed. I have heard that the Greengrass bloodline carries a peculiar curse. When the curse does not manifest, they behave like ordinary individuals, albeit with heightened emotions, but when it does emerge, it severely compromises their physical health. While accompanying my grandmother in search of remedies for my parents, I encountered Astoria during a curse-breaking session. At that time, she helped me fend off some bullies. So I believe she must not be a bad person. Zhang Xu responded with a drawn-out "oh." Neville's face deepened in color. Hermione seized the conversation. Asti has indeed always struggled with her health. She always sits alone in the library, engrossed in her books, never disturbing others. Asti possesses a gentle and serene disposition, endearing herself to numerous Ravenclaw upperclassmen, who often bring her snacks and class notes. Moreover, I overheard some of the Ravenclaw seniors mention that although Asti hails from a pure-blood family, she has never fully embraced their pure-blood education, frequently engaging in heated arguments with her sister over their attitudes toward Muggle-born wizards, often leaving her quite distraught. Hermione raised an eyebrow, convinced that Asti could not possibly be a malevolent individual. However, she was genuinely surprised that, given Asti's nature, she would actively participate in the establishment of the Emerald Society. Resting her chin on her hand, Hermione looked at Zhang Xu with keen interest. Zhang, your charm is truly remarkable. Zhang Xu shook his head, stating that among all of Slytherin, aside from Draco, he trusted no one else. Nevertheless, since the Emerald Society had come into existence, he would not remain indifferent, regardless of whether their intentions were genuine or feigned. As long as their outward demeanor suggested positive progress, he would tentatively believe in their sincere desire for change. Zhang Xu feigned nonchalance as he stretched, but there were words left unspoken. After all, the notions he had nearly memorized in his previous life would likely be incomprehensible to the young wizards. The construction and transformation of thoughts are never matters of a single day. Without the immense pressure from external circumstances, even if Hill were to possess him, he would have no confidence that a few speeches could alter the deeply ingrained pure-blood ideologies within Slytherin. One must not underestimate the cumulative weight of generations of pure-blood beliefs, nor the instinctive adaptability of young wizards, who navigate familial interests with shrewdness. Zhang Xu waved goodbye to Harry and the others, pondering who their enemies and friends were, leaving such a grave and complicated matter to the esteemed Slytherin leader, Draco Malfoy. Slytherin, do you truly wish for change? Then why not begin by proving it to me, starting tomorrow? Chapter 44. Something is amiss in Slytherin. Sitting in class, Draco Malfoy abruptly sneezed, inadvertently spraying pumpkin juice all over Crabbe, who sat across from him. Did I just hear someone cursing me? He rubbed his nose, dismissing the memory of the freckled redhead, and began reviewing the next document. It must be said that Malfoy possesses a natural flair for leadership. Without the aid of coffee to sustain him, he managed to endure an entire night, formulating a comprehensive plan for the Emerald Society. This plan included but was not limited to The organizational structure and entry standards of the society, the rewards and responsibilities of members, the format of financial statements and investment standards, as well as a 5-year development plan and a guide for the dissemination of its ethos. He fully exercised his initiative as the executive vice president of the Emerald Society, demonstrating the essence of his role. Even after an all-nighter, the rosy hue of his cheeks resembled that of someone who had consumed an entire bottle of exhilaration, in stark contrast to Astoria, who had only glanced at the forms for 10 minutes before succumbing to a state of lethargy. Even if you perform exceptionally well in front of Zhang, the position of executive vice president ultimately remains mine to fulfill. Youngster, you are still too inexperienced. Lifting the pristine porcelain teacup before him, he savored a delightful sip of pumpkin juice, spitting out an imaginary tea leaf foam onto the ground. The diligent vice president Ma then immersed himself in another day of work. Suddenly, the wizard from various colleges discovered that overnight, Slytherin seemed to have fractured. Their actions were indeed more terrifying than those induced by a giant's brew of confusion potion. Goyle, with stiff movements, assisted a petite elderly woman. Mrs. Knott, Professor Flitwick's mother, had recently come to Hogwarts to visit her son, like a cat being carried. She was maneuvered from the castle's grand entrance to the sun-drenched steps outside. Madam, please take your time, Goyle gently urged in a soft voice. There may be banana peels on the ground. Allow me, Gregory Goyle of Emerald House, to provide you with the necessary support. Mrs. Knott murmured, No, it's not needed. I could take a stroll by the lake myself. Ah, I see. You wish to take a walk, Goyle exclaimed with joy, spinning Mrs. Knott around. Please call me Red Scarf, Goyle of Emerald House, doing good deeds anonymously. Thus, for the next 7 minutes, every Hogwarts student and faculty member passing through the castle's entrance had the fortune of witnessing an extraordinary performance of helping an elderly lady cross the road. When Mrs. Knott finally curled up trembling on a bench by the lake, contemplating the cancellation of her visit plans for next year, the year after, and the year after that, she was entrusted to the elderly, subway-riding, smartphone-expressing Astoria. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of Hogwarts Castle, although not as ferocious as Goyle. Many young witches and wizards were still quite frightened. Even the Weasley twins lamented that Slytherin had become so cunning. Even their usual pranks had taken on a fresh twist. We are still too young, but we shall never admit defeat, the Weasley twins declared with enthusiasm. In contrast to their eagerness, the Hufflepuff Badgers appeared somewhat apprehensive. This afternoon's Quidditch match pitted Hufflepuff against Slytherin. If the Slytherin of the past were formidable, today's unusually behaving Slytherin would likely subject them to some inhumane dual torment of body and spirit. The turnout for the Quidditch match was exceptionally high. This was due to a special concoction of 5-flavor popcorn crafted by Zhang at Yauber's behest, featuring not only caramel and chocolate flavors, but also the spicy, garlicky butter and minty sweet sour from Sichuan. Any young wizard possessing a Quidditch ticket could indulge for just 5 bronze nuts. Groups of 3 would receive a complimentary special Lao's Hang Cola, and purchasing 5 bags would enter one into a lottery for a chance to taste a mysterious flavor. As a result, not only Hufflepuff rallied their forces, but students from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor also came in droves. Malfoy gazed in admiration at the audience seats, which had been arranged in a 2-tier structure, yet were still filled to the brim with a raucous crowd. An eloquent phrase in Mandarin slipped from his lips. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Under the guidance of Zhang Xu, the members of the Emerald Society intentionally mingled with students from other houses. Besides their own green support flags, they also brought small trumpets in the colors of Hufflepuff, generously distributing them to those in need. Meanwhile, a small cluster of solitary Slytherin students huddled in a corner, murmuring about the disgrace of purebloods and lamenting the decline of standards across generations. In a multicolored stance, this small group, cloaked in a dark shade of green, stood out conspicuously. Other young wizards noticed this peculiarity. Why are those Slytherins sitting with us? They must be at odds with each other. Look, they seem different from usual. So shiny, so beautiful. I've never seen a material like this. Is it a gem? It looks quite precious. So exquisite. I want one too. Then, join Slytherin. You'll never have to curse the blinding sunlight again, since you'll be living in the sewers. Get lost. Amidst the clamor of young wizards discussing these matters, Madame Hooch strode confidently into the center of the arena, carrying her box. Her striking golden eyes scanned the Slytherins, who appeared as meek as quails, and then glanced at the trembling Hufflepuffs, puzzled. Why aren't these 2 teams exchanging barbs today? To her astonishment, Slytherin's players unfurled a banner across the field, cheerfully declaring, "Good morning. Have you eaten? Be careful of catching a cold in this windy weather. Heartfelt congratulations on the establishment of the Emerald Society. Friendship first, competition second. The Hufflepuff captain, Glenn Ellison, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Goodness, are they trying to mentally unsettle us before effortlessly winning the match? Glenn took a deep breath. Everyone, listen up. Do not look at the banner across from us. If you feel nauseous, go and vomit now. If the urge strikes during the match, then aim to throw it over there. No sooner had he finished speaking than Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, soared over on his broomstick, his gorilla-like face contorting into what could barely be considered a friendly smile. His fur-covered arms extended, fist outstretched towards Glenn. Taking a step back, Glenn reached for his wand only to realize with horror that wands were not permitted during the Quidditch match. Flint's large fist opened to reveal a squished breakfast roll resting in his palm. Ellison, good morning. Have you eaten? No. That's all right. Cheer us on later. We must, glancing at the note in his palm, promote sportsmanship, strengthen wizardly physiques, friendship first, competition second. Together, let us build a brighter tomorrow for Hogwarts. Marcus scratched his head, perplexed by the lines he had just heard. Ah, well, dear best two. Glenn's face turned pale, utterly bewildered by the opponent's strategy. Fortunately, Madame Hockey interrupted the two. If you don't plan to enjoy a cup of Earl Grey, let us shake hands. Guess who goes first? Chapter 45. Friendship first, competition second. Glenn bit his lip, trembling as he extended his hand. He then beheld the gorilla's hand, so thickly furred it could be braided, gently shaking his hand as if caressing a lover's palm. Merlin's waistband. What was this fellow thinking today? Had he suddenly developed a taste for something different? Glenn's hair stood on end, as though he had encountered something unsavory. He then fled in a panic, mounting his broomstick, frantically rubbing his trousers as sparks visibly illuminated his path. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. Madame Hockey blew her whistle, and the match officially commenced. The players immediately took to the skies on their broomsticks, forming the prearranged formation, engaging in a standoff and struggle for possession. However, it wasn't long before the Hufflepuff Badgers sensed something amiss. Albie swung his bat to strike the quaffle, leaning close to Captain Glenn's ear and bellowing, "Captain, something's off with the opponents today. They haven't committed a single foul. I suspect a grand conspiracy." Glenn nodded in agreement. He too had noted that Slytherin seemed unusually gentle today. Not only were they refraining from striking their opponents, but they were also deliberately avoiding collisions. What scheme were they concocting? In the stands, fervent Quidditch enthusiasts, including the legendary Gryffindor seeker Professor McGonagall, shared the same query. Something was indeed amiss. It was exceedingly, undeniably strange. Why were Slytherin's actions so impeccably clean? No subtle fouls, no intentional collisions. My goodness, could this truly be Slytherin? If it weren't for the color discrepancy, she could almost believe the players soaring above were her beloved little lions. The unfolding drama on the field ignited fervent discussions among the young wizards. Harry's eyes widened as he watched the match, forgetting to pop another piece of popcorn into his mouth. Ron, can you believe it? These fellows have actually turned over a new leaf. He had not forgotten the two matches against Slytherin, where the opposing team seemed utterly deranged, eager to bludgeon their rivals at every opportunity, as long as they evaded the referee's gaze. But now, those hulking players appeared to be cooperating with their adversaries, engaging in a clumsy ballet. Clumsy, yet graceful. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Marcus, for once, had not collided with anyone. Good heavens, he had even managed to evade contact. He had even shielded Tiffany from the quaffle. Ron exaggeratedly waved his bag of popcorn. Do you think it's possible they slipped a potion into the popcorn beforehand? And what we're witnessing is merely an illusion. Something is amiss. Is it possible that? Hermione pushed Ron aside, who was obstructing her view of the match. Exasperated, stop guessing. This must be Zhang's doing. Zhang, have you all forgotten? He just mentioned that he was compelled to form a society, mandating all members to make a change. Ron rubbed his nose. I thought Zhang was joking. I can hardly believe it, Harry nodded, recalling how he noticed the Slytherin players upon their entrance. The combination of emerald and silver shimmered under the sunlight, declaring their uniqueness. Slytherin would not change without reason, especially not for the better. Up to this moment, they had yet to employ any of their notorious foul tactics. Hermione shook her voluminous hair, resembling a fluffy lion. Admit it. Harry, Ron, Zhang has succeeded. Slytherin is genuinely improving. Meanwhile, Zhang Xu eagerly scanned the crowd for Professor Snape's figure, curious to see his current expression. Surprise, Professor, the house has been stolen. Yet, after searching around, he found no sign of Snape, nor even the conspicuous head of Quirrell. Strange. I recall all the professors were present when the tickets were collected, right? These two aren't here. They can't be sneaking off to steal the Philosopher's Stone in the chaos, can they? A glance at Dumbledore, who sat calmly in the stands, made Zhang Xu reconsider the absurdity of his thought. Setting aside the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, he pondered, regardless of their willingness, under his influence. Slytherin was indeed undergoing a transformation. Today may merely be a match, but tomorrow, who knows what events may unfold. One by one, these small changes accumulate. I believe that those little snakes, who blindly adhere to the rules of the Emerald Society without understanding their significance, will eventually grow accustomed to this new nature. They will complete their transformation. As these young snakes mature, they will be able to influence and change even more individuals. By that time, you may not need to do much at all to utterly redefine Slytherin's reputation in the eyes of others. Moreover, he could even impact and alter the perspectives of many more. Little horse, to accomplish this, you shall have to toil a bit harder. Our esteemed vice president. Zhang, did you call for me? Malfoy turned with an expression of excitement directed at Zhang Xu. Clearly, he had overheard the discussions around him. Although the affirmations were faint and the skepticism more pronounced, the mere existence of this small acknowledgement brought him a blissful sense of euphoria. This is what a pure-blooded noble, a true Slytherin, ought to strive for and relish. Listen to those words of praise, hear those supportive voices. Is this what Zhang referred to as the voice of the people? Malfoy smiled, lost in delight. Compared to the cacophony surrounding him, Draco Malfoy was constantly reminded by his father of the same admonitions. Draco, keep your distance from the impoverished. Draco, the poor will bring you misfortune. Draco, nobility stems from blood. Such utterances were nothing short of nonsensical drivel. The competition persisted, and Slytherin's transformation lent the match a more formal air, garnering considerable favor from the audience. Yet, the contest ultimately concluded with Slytherin's defeat. After all, too much had changed in an instant. Even though their skills were marginally superior to those of Hufflepuff, abruptly severing a chronic ailment necessitated a period of recovery and adaptation. Despite his grim expression, Marcus adhered to the pre-match advice from Zhang Xu, shaking hands with Glan and then draping an arm over Glan's shoulder, vigorously waving towards the spectators. Behind the two captains, the small serpents, holding aloft the banner of friendship first, competition second, were greeted for the first time by the roaring cheers from the stands. Those cheers were meant for them, despite their loss. What a pity they were so close. If I had been in the match, I would have certainly captured the golden snitch at the outset. After all, there are a total of 40 brooms in my family's cupboard. Malfoy puffed up, dismissing the inferiority of their brooms. Once I become the Seeker, I shall ensure everyone is equipped with the latest model. As Ron passed by, he scoffed. Is wealth so impressive? If you're capable, why don't you replace the brooms for the entire school team? You. Malfoy bristled. What nonsense. Do you have any idea how much a brand new broom costs? You pauper. Just as Malfoy was about to retort, a strong hand landed on his shoulder. Hey, I have a brilliant idea to boost the Emerald Society's visibility. Not sure if you're interested in pondering it? Chapter 46, Nabur. Malfoy's face was marked by despondency. Who would have imagined that even the Malfoy family could find themselves in a position of financial constraint? Zhang Xu, Isapda, felt once again overwhelmed by the economic system of this world. Setting aside the exceedingly convoluted conversion rates, can you believe that the Malfoy family, renowned for their wealth and nobility, could not muster the funds to purchase a mere 65 flying brooms? Zhang Xu distinctly recalled, Rowling stating in an interview that a firebolt, representing the pinnacle of broom craftsmanship, was priced at 500 galleons, at a rate of 1 galleon equating to 5 pounds. And with the current market value of 1 pound being roughly equivalent to 10 Chinese yuan, the acquisition cost of a firebolt would be approximately 30,000 Chinese yuan. That is even less than a fully loaded old model car. If the firebolt is priced thus, how much could the mass-produced Nimbus series possibly be worth? Malfoy sighed. My family is wealthy, but it depends on whom you're comparing us to. My father insists that the Weasley family's vault, if opened, wouldn't yield 2 complete galleons. Compared to them, the Malfoys are indeed rolling in riches. However, if we disregard the estate, fields, shops, and materials, these fixed assets, the entire Malfoy family would likely be unable to muster more than 5,000 galleons in liquid cash. Furthermore, this cash must be allocated for the livelihood of the family members and to sustain normal business operations. Moreover, many members of the society have defied family orders to join the Emerald Society independently. Without the support of their families, even if they exhausted their savings, they could not raise such a sum. Astoria raised her hand. In fact, if we were to purchase the sweep series, we of few pure-blood families could scrape together enough. No, Zhang Xu shook his head. If we are to proceed, we must aim for excellence. This is the opportune moment for the Emerald Society to establish its name. Capitalizing on the fervor generated by the Quidditch match is the wisest course of action. You need not worry about finances. Let everyone contribute voluntarily according to their means. And I shall cover any shortfall. However, one condition must be met. This information must be communicated to the families behind everyone. They may disdain the ideals of the Emerald Society, yet they're the shrewdest of merchants and will not overlook the chance to cultivate ties with Hogwarts. I can assure them that when donating broomsticks in the name of the Emerald Society, a list of benefactors will accompany the donations in order of contribution. The family that ranks first will have the privilege of having the head of the family inscribe the name of their house on the broom. Zhang Xu gently clapped his hands. Draco, please draft a proposal. I am confident this endeavor will be successful. Malfoy nodded, opening his dragonhide folder and beginning to jot down notes on parchment. Ignoring Astoria's hesitant expression, Zhang Xu dashed off to Hagrid's hut to attend the hatching ceremony of Norbert the Dragon. Goodness, look, it adores me. Oh, little darling, are you calling me Mama? Hagrid gazed affectionately at the hatchling, entirely oblivious to the fact that the tiny dragon, snapping at his fingers, was actually exhibiting aggressive behavior. How hideous! Zhang Xu could not help but think. Compared to Eastern dragons, this Western dragon bore a striking resemblance to a lizard or bat, lacking in both sanctity and majesty. Yet, it certainly possessed a fierce demeanor, making it a commendable choice for a mount. Hagrid, where did you procure the dragon egg? Ron teased, waving a piece of jerky to entice Norbert. You didn't win it in a bet at the pub, did you? How can you so baselessly tarnish someone's reputation? Hagrid retorted, looking skyward, his fingers fiddling nervously in his lap. Entertainment among drinking buddies can hardly be called gambling. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the hut with a joyful atmosphere. But Hagrid, do you intend to keep it forever? Hermione inquired. Looking up, I recognize it. It's a Norwegian ridgeback. They grow remarkably fast in their youth. It won't be long before it becomes larger than your hut. Hagrid swayed slightly, I know, but it's just so adorable, I cannot. Ha the genli nuget Zhang Xu. The gaze was filled with yearning. All right. I knew it would ultimately fall upon me. Zhang Xu sighed, sometimes genuinely curious as to why Hagrid couldn't just care for a few normal pets like Yaya. The last creature, that serpent monster, and now this Norwegian ridgeback, both seemed to thrive on danger and defiance. The maternal instinct within Hagrid surged forth with even greater intensity. Perhaps this was a certain reflection of the Gryffindor spirit? Fortunately, I had anticipated this. Hagrid, do you remember the Christmas gift I bestowed upon you? Oh, I remember. It was a beautifully patterned leash. Hagrid nodded repeatedly. I often use it to walk Ron as pet and take Yaya for strolls. Yaya adores that leash. Did I let something slip? Zhang Xu Mu said. However, he chose not to expose Hagrid's slip of the tongue. Instead, he accepted the leash Hagrid offered and carefully wound it around Nobber's neck twice. Mate, what on earth are you doing? Ron pointed at the leash around Nobber's neck. Do you truly believe that a leash can control this dragon? Charlie told me that the Norwegian ridgeback is one of the most fearsome dragons in existence. Not only would it be difficult to control with such a thin leash, but even with iron chains, it would be a formidable challenge. The most fearsome? It seems your brother hasn't ventured much into the east. Zhang Xu scoffed. This little lizard wound even suffice as a snack for an Eastern dragon. Rest assured, this is a magical alchemical device from the East. Once activated, it not only suppresses the beast's ferocity, but also allows for control over its size. The only concern is that after using the beast-taming leash, Nobber might acknowledge me as its master. Of course, this recognition won't impair its faculties. Hagrid, as long as you master the incantation, you too can control Nobber freely, so there's no need to worry about it running amok. Zhang Xu's voice grew softer. He had to admit that when he gifted Hagrid this item, it was with the intent of helping Hagrid keep Nobber. Perhaps even a cosplay as a dragon rider in the future. While Hagrid might not mind, the idea of forcing a friend as pet to acknowledge him felt quite uncomfortable. Yet Hagrid didn't dwell on such thoughts, choked with emotion. Thank you, Zhang. You've helped me once again. It's all right. Let Nobber acknowledge you as its master, and I shall be Nobber's mother while you can be its father. Zhang Xu's lips twitched, channeling a minuscule amount of his energy to activate the beast-taming leash. A flash of golden light appeared. The red woven leash vanished, replaced by a beautiful collar around Nobber's neck. Delicate red lines formed a diamond pattern on Nobber's forehead, and it finally ceased its gnawing, gently nuzzling its head against Hagrid's palm. Chapter 47. Where did this come from? The activation command for the beast-taming leash is rock cake, a term that translates to rock cake in Chinese. After all, this is an alchemical artifact from the East, requiring a special energy source to function, hence Hagrid. If you wish to release Norbert or require my assistance in any other matter, do not hesitate to reach out. Oh, no need. Thank you, Zhang. You are truly a remarkable Slytherin, Hagrid remarked, while kissing Norbert. After bidding farewell to the tearful Hagrid, Zhang Xu's thoughts inevitably drifted back to the Philosopher's Stone. Although there was an additional basilisk egg, Norbert still fell into Hagrid's hands according to the original storyline. This implies that Voldemort's original plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone would continue to unfold, right? Yet, this does not seem plausible. With Voldemort's level of intellect, would he truly fail to recognize that the whimsical obstacle course was a trap? Unless someone misled him. Zhang Xu nodded. This made sense. However, if that were the case, wouldn't the design of that challenge entirely transform into a puzzle crafted for Harry and his companions? Suddenly, he felt less inclined to participate. Zhang Xu admitted that during his year at Hogwarts, his mindset had undergone significant transformation. He no longer yearned to cluster with the main characters to spectate. His attitude towards magic had become earnest. Though he diligently practiced daily, an increasing portion of his energy was devoted to experiencing magic, savoring life, and anticipating a wholly unique and unpredictable future. Perhaps it was merely a manifestation of his laziness. He decided not to partake in the teaching challenges regarding the Philosopher's Stone, as ultimately, Voldemort would meet his demise at the hands of Harry's affectionate head pat. Once this affair concluded, he could, in his grandfather's name, borrow the Philosopher's Stone from Dumbledore for research. Although its efficacy had significantly diminished, it remained an artifact that could be utilized to concoct the elixir of immortality. Did it not? Perhaps, through the structural analysis of the Philosopher's Stone, he could unravel the very essence of magical energy. Who knows? Zhang Xu raised his hands high and stretched lazily. In such an intriguing world, without the burden of immortality, who has time to fully experience it? Casting aside his expectations of Voldemort, the following days for Zhang Xu truly resembled ordinary school life. Attending classes, completing assignments, engaging in banter with classmates, practicing magic in the room of requirement, sitting in the position of the Emerald Society president as a mascot, cheering for the Quidditch players, amusing Norbert at Hagrid's hut, checking on its development, and training it to control fire for barbecuing. The remaining time was split evenly between practice and leisure, enjoying tea, daydreaming, basking in the sun, essentially, wasting time. Despite the limitations posed by the concentration of the surrounding spiritual energy, the accumulation of his internal Tao energy was slow. Yet the inner sacred mountain grew increasingly luminous, with the states of essence, qi, and spirit improving remarkably. Zhang Xu's magical prowess visibly advanced. Fortunately, he had established a solid foundation in the Celestial Master's secret realm. Otherwise, even with the professor's special treatment, he might not have secured 6 O's. Having received an E in both herbology and potion-making, Zhang Xu faced the repercussions of a peculiar incident. His misadventure with Professor Sprout's greenhouse, where he carelessly indulged in a hot pot, inadvertently altered the efficacy of the potion he was concocting. This unfortunate event led to a collusion between the two professors, resulting in a diminished grade. In stark contrast, he excelled in his flying class, achieving a remarkable A. Unaccustomed to the art of riding through the air, he became the only student to complete the flight using the Nimbus 2001. This peculiar feat drew prolonged ridicule from Malfoy, in a rather amusing turn of events. The exam for defense against the dark arts consisted solely of fill-in-the-blank questions from the textbook, transforming what should have been a practical examination into an academic one. The curse examination posed no significant challenge, yet the transfiguration test proved to be rather intriguing. The task of animating a living creature almost brought him to failure. With a deft flick of his wand, the deep green silk curtains morphed into 4 layers of lace sheer drapes, adorned with an array of gemstones that depicted the scene of the transfiguration exam. The more complex the transformation, the greater the difficulty. Yet, why did he nearly falter at the simple task of transmuting a mouse into a snuff box? Logically, with the aid of his cultivation practices, his mental fortitude and concentration exceeded that of an average adult wizard. So, why did he struggle with living transformations? Gazing at the patterns on the curtains, he pondered for an extended period, yet the solution eluded him, and fatigue began to envelop him, prompting a series of yawns. As time was still ample, he decided to indulge in a brief nap. Had he known better, he would have refrained from instructing Job to prepare so many pasta dishes, as they indeed lead to a carb-induced stupor. Zhang Xu rose, adding a drop of the elixir of life to his teacup and consuming it with delight. He discovered that drinking this concoction not only ensured restful slumber, but also prevented the dreaded post-sleep puffy face, effectively rendering it a near-perfect potion. As for the Philosopher's Stone and Voldemort, who truly cared? In his dreams, ethereal melodies floated through the air, clouds billowed, and a radiant rainbow descended at his feet, beckoning him to ascend to the heavens. Surrounded by a gentle breeze and auspicious clouds, he felt as though he were soaring, transcending into the realm of immortals. Yet abruptly, he found himself grounded. Zhang Xu jolted awake, his body feeling light as air, and the sensation mirrored that of his dream. To his astonishment, he had experienced a celestial ascent during slumber. However, pain suddenly struck as he plummeted heavily to the floor. Springing to his feet, wand at the ready, he aimed it at the round face before him. Boldly, reveal thyself, he demanded. Malfoy, hands raised in mock surrender, chuckled. Zhang, you're awake. What was it you just said? Rubbing his eyes, Zhang Xu realized that not only Malfoy, but also Harry and Hermione were solemnly surrounding him. Looking around, he noted that the design of each level of Hogwarts Castle was remarkably similar. Without the distinguishing statues and oil paintings, one could scarcely discern their location. However, given the company he kept, Zhang Xu needed no further clues to identify where he was. Thus, Draco, it was time for you to repent. Before I succumb to my morning ire and take drastic measures against you, it would be wise to confess. Where have you bound me? Chapter 48, Grass, Thicket, and Dogs. Malfoy instinctively lowered his head, ready to admit fault, but then he raised it defiantly. Now is not the moment for such discussions. Potter mentioned Snape, but I am saying that someone is currently attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. If we do not act swiftly, we shall truly be too late. Oh, I mean it. Malfoy raised his voice. Granger has divulged everything to me. The mysterious chamber on the 4th floor, the Dark Lord, Nicholas Flamel, the Philosopher's Stone, and furthermore, the intimidation of Professor Quirrell by Professor Snape. Zhang Xu glanced at Hermione, intrigued. Such trust you have. Malfoy continued. If the Dark Lord obtains the Philosopher's Stone, those Death Eaters will regroup and seize control of the entire wizarding world. At that point, my family will be doomed. You need not be so fearful. After all, your father, your mother, and your aunt seem to be Death Eaters as well. I assure you, Malfoy speaks the truth. Hermione chimed in. I heard Snape threaten Professor Quirrell, instructing him not to engage in any trivial antics in his presence. They mentioned the Philosopher's Stone and loyalty. Hermione exclaimed, Snape must be loyal to the Dark Lord. He intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Besides Hagrid-esque creature, Quirrell must also be involved in the stone's protection. That is why Snape threatened him in the corridor. Just moments ago, Neville visited the potions classroom to find Snape, and he was not in his office. I wager he is undoubtedly behind that door. Zhang Xu sighed. Splendid reasoning, but perhaps refrain from such theories next time. Moreover, why are you Gryffindors involving me and my dear Malfoy in your schemes? The effects of the draft of living death have yet to wear off. Harry grasped Zhang Xu's arm. You'll help us, won't you? The grip was painfully tight, revealing his genuine anxiety. However, why not first attempt this yourselves? Zhang Xu's gaze sharpened. The Gryffindor tradition dictates that there is no limit to recklessness, that one should act rather than deliberate. Even with Malfoy in our midst, it is absurd to not even open the door, instead, rushing to seek counsel. So where's Ron? The three young ones wore awkward expressions. Hermione, blushing, quietly opened a crack in the door. The three-headed creature lay upon a large door panel, cradling a golden harp, surrounded by a dense mass of black plants with serpentine tendrils, resembling a spider's web on the floor. Ron, like a caterpillar ensconced in a cocoon, lay despondently amidst the slimy black vines, too frightened to speak or move. Hermione whispered, This is my fault. I mistook these for crabapple plants, which Hagrid provided to entertain the creature. In truth, those robust tendrils are known as Devil's Snare, while the slender ones adorned with broad leaves are referred to as the Devil's Snare vine. We were rather careless upon entering, nearly awakening Ron, who was ensnared by the Devil's Snare. I've already observed this. Hermione's cheeks flushed. Zhang, what shall we do now? Harry clutched his wand tightly. It could not conceive of any spell that might prove effective in this predicament. Zhang Xu scratched his head, sensing malevolence from Dumbledore in the arrangement of the room. How absurd. Was this chamber prepared for Harry and his companions? It was evidently designed for me. A challenge that could have been surmounted with a simple song or a light tune. Just look at it. What kind-hearted individual would set up a devil's snare and a devil's snare vine next to a three-headed dog? One that, upon contact, would coalesce like a serpent, not relenting until it suffocated you, while the other would emit a cacophony of noise, disturbing Ron's slumber. Want to hide a few biting cabbages in there as well? Such a combination. Do you expect Harry to confront it head-on? Harry's expression darkened. Even Zhang hesitated. Was this trial truly so formidable? How had Snape managed to pass through? Harry, feeling rebellious and emboldened, was ready to charge in. At the very least, he must rescue Ron. Malfoy seized Harry's arm. Are you mad? Do you wish for everyone to be captured and devoured by that monstrous dog? But Ron is still inside. Being ensnared by the devil's snare won't lead to death. What if Ron awakens? Even if he does, he cannot enter the devil's snare. Yet, if Ron makes a move, the devil's snare will constrict him. You can't possibly tell him to remain still. But, enough, you two. Cease your bickering. Hermione, but Ron Granger. Do you not think, Potter? Petrify them all. Hermione, in a fit of exasperation, cast 2 petrification spells, freezing the 2 who were on the verge of confrontation. You fools. Can't you see that Zhang is deep in thought? Still arguing. Compared to Zhang, you two are merely babbling infants. Zhang Xu pressed his fingers to his temples, forcefully dispelling the drowsiness that lingered from the potion. No, my reasoning is flawed. This challenge should not be so arduous. If my absence renders it insurmountable, what purpose does Dumbledore's design of this defense of the Philosopher's Stone serve? To vex me? Dumbledore is not so petty. Moreover, he has already apologized with Slytherin's notes. Thus, this trial must indeed exist in such a way that Harry could surmount it without my presence. Perhaps even in a manner so uncomplicated that it wouldn't hinder the subsequent challenges. Within the interior of the mystical mountain, the inner deity, beset by drowsiness, delineated a chart. Golden characters continuously filling in according to his thoughts. The answers would not exceed the knowledge of a first year's curriculum. The problem-solving approach would likely align with the personalities of a few individuals. Harry, a specialized adversary of Voldemort, naturally endowed with a flight buff. Hermione, a veritable repository of knowledge. Malfoy, timid yet obedient, belongs to a pure-blood lineage and possesses relative wealth. Ron, embodying the spirit of chess, is indecisive and reckless. A sudden realization dawned upon Zhang Xu. Indeed, if he were absent, the most distinctive traits of these young wizards would be their stubbornness and impulsivity. Thus, the more cautious one is in this challenge, the more one risks being confined and ensnared. To succeed, one must adopt a mindset akin to that of a lion, embracing boldness. Zhang Xu scrutinized the situation within the door, a smile gradually blossoming on his lips. He cast a counter curse, liberating Malfoy and Harry from their petrification, and then ushered both to stand beside the grand entrance. To overcome this challenge, they would need to rely on Ron. Ron? Harry inquired, perplexed. Isn't he already ensnared by the devil's snare? Fear not. The elements of victory are all in place. Zhang Xu this. In a moment, you two must follow my gestures. When I signal charge, disregard everything else and rush toward the trapdoor with me. He turned to Hermione, providing her with brief instructions, before using his wand to inscribe in the air, rousing the sleeping Fluffy. The louder, the better. He waved his wand, sending shimmering silver letters toward Ron. Zhang, will this truly work? Will Malfoy awaken the 3-headed dog? It won't devour us, will it? Rest assured, I'll handle it. Zhang Xu deeply gone feed in. Now, cover your ears. Ron is about to commence. In the room, Ron blinked nervously, fearing he might misread a letter. Stealing a glance at the slumbering Fluffy, he swallowed hard. Then, taking a deep breath, he let out a resounding, Chapter 49, A Special Audience. It must be said, the Weasley family is indeed fortunate in this regard. Poor Fluffy, positioned right beside Ron, found itself subjected to the dual effects of the Golden Harp's lullaby and Ron's frantic screams. Its 6 ears twitched spasmodically, while its robust limbs convulsed uncontrollably, yet the 6 eyes on its 3 heads remained tightly shut. Thus, as if trapped in a nightmare, Fluffy tumbled into the thick, treacherous devil's snare. In an instant, dark, serpentine tendrils ensnared it. Fluffy instinctively began to struggle. Yet, the more it fought, the tighter the tendrils constricted. The more tightly bound it became, the more frenzied its movements. Under Fluffy's pawing, the disturbed devil's snare joined in the cacophony of Ron's cries. Woo. Aura, 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 aura. What is that racket from the devil's snare? A professor, mistakenly having taken a student as Christmas gift, sneezed. Ron's screams, the 3-headed dog's barks, and the uproar of the devil's snare melded into a tumultuous symphony, distorting the very air around them, conjuring a magical rendition of Edvard Munch's expressionist masterpiece, The Scream. In less than 3 seconds, Ron and Fluffy's heads drooped, each succumbing to unconsciousness. This was their moment. Zhang Xu waved his wand, unleashing a luminescent flare akin to a signal rocket into the room. Having received prior instructions, Hermione chanted incantations, reminiscent of her encounters with Snape, causing her wand to emit a flame resembling the bluebell flower, which instantaneously dispelled the devil's snare, entangling Ron. Wingardium Leviosa, simultaneously called Malfoy and Harry. The former's spell swiftly opening the trapdoor to reveal a dark abyss below, while the latter's charm lifted the unconscious Ron away from the clamorous, biting vines. The three boys leaped into the chasm, with Hermione following closely behind. Just as Zhang Xu grasped the trapdoor, intending to be the last to jump and secure it, a soft incantation whispered in his ear, Din Sajo. In an instant, he felt as though a hook had yanked sharply at his navel, followed by a disorienting plunge akin to falling into a swirling toilet bowl. When he finally emerged from the haze of dizziness, his body felt a heavy jolt. As his blurred vision cleared, he found himself in a spacious, circular chamber, shrouded in silvery mist, where a peculiar device emitted a monotonous, gurgling sound. Dumbledore, adorned with an old wizard's hat and a face framed by a white beard, rested his chin on his hands, wearing a bemused expression as he regarded him. I initially expected you to employ more formidable spells, perhaps lightning or flames, to lead Harry and the others through the obstacles, Dumbledore remarked. Mr. Zhang, when did you first suspect something was amiss with the trials? He pushed a tray laden with fizzing honey sweets toward Zhang Xu. Have some candy. It is quite normal to feel discomfort on your first use of a portkey. Zhang Xu refrained from taking any sweets, and through this gesture, he noticed in the ancient mirror-positioned askew on Dumbledore's desk, Harry, Malfoy, and Hermione were embroiled in a heated argument about some matter. It was astonishingly a live broadcast. Zhang Xu's Wali. What a tardy arrival, what negligence. All the perfectly timed heroes making their entrance had been meticulously orchestrated. The moment I laid eyes on this trial, I sensed something was amiss. The devil's snare and the biting vines were added by you to counter my presence. Were they not? The last time Harry sought me out, there was merely a three-headed dog in the chamber. Zhang Xu rubbed his temples. You, concerned about my variable presence, fear that I would lead Harry and the others through unscathed. Maintaining the original design would render this educational trial meaningless. Thus you escalated the difficulty of the challenges specifically for me, accurately predicting Harry's character, deliberately ensnaring Ron within the trials. Your dedication to nurturing Harry is indeed commendable. Dumbledore chuckled softly, letting out a sigh. The youth are formidable. You are correct. The entire trial serves as both a lesson and a trap. I understand. Thus, you cannot remain for the next challenge. Why not? Your presence provides them with a focal point. They will instinctively rely on you, thus neglecting to think for themselves. On the contrary, your absence may indeed inspire them to unleash wisdom and actions beyond the bounds of reason. There is no need for you to express this to me. No, Mr. Zhang. Dumbledore smiled, winking at Zhang Xu. Do you know? In you, I see the potential for a future akin to no even greater than that of Harry, radiant and promising. I believe that perhaps the true adversary capable of sending Voldemort into eternal slumber is not Harry, but rather you. Zhang Xu's expression stiffened, and with a chuckle, he leaned over to adjust the copper mirror on the table to face himself. I wonder what sort of challenges you have prepared for Harry and the others in the next round? Dumbledore popped a piece of candy into his mouth. 100 golden snitches and 3 old brooms discarded by the school. Dumbledore pointed at the mirror. What a pity. Nicholas Flamel could never conceive a method to imbue the mirror with sound transmission. Otherwise, at this moment, we would hear the little wizards lamenting over this challenge. Ha ha ha. TSK, do you wish to hear if what you say is even comprehensible? How can one set such trials for the younger generation while secretly watching and reveling in their struggles? Complaining about the poor quality of the visuals and the absence of sound? 100 golden snitches, how long will it take to catch them? Dumbledore suddenly ceased his laughter, awkwardly rubbing his nose, surprised that such a tactic existed. What a pity, this challenge was originally designed specifically for Harry. Zhang Xu glanced at the mirror, where Hermione was waving her wand, casting a levitation charm towards the golden snitches. Instantly, all the snitches began to fly erratically, as if intoxicated, their movements slowing down. At that moment, a pale little hand grasped an ancient silver key shaped like a doorknob. It was Malfoy. Quite unexpectedly, Draco's flying talent proved to be remarkable. That recent burst of skill was reminiscent of McGonagall in her prime. Dumbledore looked at Zhang Xu with a sly grin. You hold significant importance in his heart. Then he inquired, if it were you, what would you do? Zhang Xu shrugged, let Harry and Draco catch them. Dumbledore fell silent. Well then, Mr. Zhang, the time for your special viewing has come to an end. You ought to rejoin your companions. Zhang Xu tilted his head. Rejoin? Pray tell, have you dug a significant pit for me in the next round, waiting for me to make a fool of myself? No, Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe it would be more beneficial for Harry and the others to develop their independence if I simply exited the stage. Enough of this chatter. Off you go. Dumbledore gestured with his hand, and Zhang Xu suddenly felt something tugging fiercely at his backside. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself astride a gallant stone-carved warhorse. Retrieving a letter written on gold-flecked parchment from a drawer, he murmured, "This feels splendid." Ha ha ha. Chapter 50. Who cannot flip the chessboard? As the three young wizards pushed open the grand doors, a fierce flame erupted suddenly, spreading along the cold stone walls and ultimately converging at the center of the vast three-tiered chandelier, illuminating the icy blue chamber completely. Ron, Zhang, you are indeed here. Harry and Malfoy exclaimed with excitement upon spotting the two riders on horseback. Wait, do not approach, came Ron's urgent voice from the other side of the room. Ron? Harry, perplexed, stepped forward but was firmly held back by Hermione. Harry, stay still. Look down. Beneath their feet, a chilling realization dawned upon him. Oh, for heaven's sake. Is that a cliff? No, it's a chessboard. Harry felt beads of sweat form at his brow. Just a step away, the black squares appeared to plunge into a hellish abyss, a frigid breath emanating from within. A white chess piece hovered above one of the squares, its surface marred by the scars of battle. Before the white piece, the black and white squares interlaced to form an immense chessboard, where pieces of different colors were entangled in a fierce struggle, sharp swords and thick ivory piercing one another, as if a battlefield had been frozen in time. Harry cautiously tested the surface of the chessboard. It seemed to possess an invisible barrier, preventing all pieces from tumbling into the abyss. From the opposite side of the chessboard, Ron shouted, "Everyone do not move. This is the endgame of a wizard's chess match. The white side is down 3 pieces. I presume that as soon as you step onto the board, you will automatically assume the role of a white piece and must participate in this endgame." Ron, are you all right? Harry inquired. Don't worry about me. I just feel a bit dizzy. Harry sighed in relief and gathered around Zhang. At that moment, Zhang, mounted on his steed, suddenly trembled, his entire being coming to life. Hey, what's with the sneak attack? Look around. Wizard S chess? This is Ron's domain. Wait, why is Ron on the opposite side? Just then, Ron's voice echoed again, guys. We have a problem. It seems I am your opponent. Opponent? Malfoy frowned, scrutinizing the steed beneath Zhang and glancing over at Ron's mount, realizing the colors were indeed different. The flames had obscured their earlier view. What to do? I feel that whether I try to come over or you all wish to cross, we must win this chess match. But if we are opponents? Ron's voice quivered, suggesting a despairing possibility. Did that mean he must perish here? Ron, do not lose hope. We will find a way. With Zhang here, he will surely devise a solution. Harry and Hermione hurriedly consoled Ron, but Zhang, still on horseback, wore a wry smile. I truly do not know how to play wizard-esque chess. At that moment, Malfoy leaned closer, whispering, Zhang, do you think we have any chance of drawing? A draw? You mean? Malfoy nodded, considering that if he and Ron coordinated effectively, they could deliberately sacrifice pieces to create a stalemate condition. As long as they achieved a draw, there would be no casualties in this match. You may attempt it, but I sense that this game is unlikely to be so simple. The formidable Malfoy and Ron swiftly devised a strategy and meticulously crafted the upcoming moves based on the endgame scenario. Given the current position, the most feasible outcome was to force a draw against the black pieces. Through capturing pieces and occupying positions, they aimed to compel the black pieces, represented by Ron, into a situation where there were no legal moves available, all while avoiding check. At that point, the endgame would be automatically adjudged a draw. This way, they could triumph without the worry of any fatalities arising. Draco, you are truly a genius. Although the majority of the moves were deduced by Ron, he still loudly praised Malfoy's brilliant idea from atop his steed. All right, let us commence. Malfoy flushed, taking the place of the king on the chessboard. Nearby, Harry and Hermione mimicked him, each standing in for the rook and bishop, respectively. According to the endgame, it was now Ron's turn to play. Pawn e2, move to e4, commanded Ron. However, the black pawn remained motionless. I said, pawn, e2, move to e4, Ron shouted, yet the black pawn remained still. Meanwhile, in the distance, the pieces pierced by weapons slowly turned, coldly regarding Ron. Seeing the black pieces' prolonged inactivity, Malfoy could not help but urge, I don't know. The pieces refused to obey my command. Refusing orders? How could that be? A sinking feeling struck Malfoy as he leaned forward to observe the opposite side. E2, E4, E2. Oh no, how could I have forgotten? These pieces are not mere inanimate objects. They possess intelligence. They are magical creations endowed with the characteristics of being alive, fully aware that they were heading towards a dead end, especially after overhearing the conspiring voices of himself and Ron plotting for a draw. These pieces could indeed refuse commands and even decide their next moves independently. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How can we achieve a draw now? Must one side be utterly defeated? Must there be someone? Malfoy gazed at the center of the chessboard where a gleaming sword and ivory pierced through the bodies of the pieces, his legs trembling, tears welling in his eyes. Alas! Zhang Xu sighed, defiantly gesturing a middle finger towards the sky. Then, with a graceful dismount, he landed at the very center of the black and white chessboard. In an instant, flames erupted. The vivid red glow illuminated Zhang Xu's white robe, transforming it into a vibrant crimson spectacle. All opposing black and white pieces, upon his entrance, drew their weapons, aiming their blades at Zhang Xu. Zhang, don't act rashly. Zhang Xu waved his hands, signaling both sides to remain calm. I knew forcing me down would lead to trouble. You speak of teaching the young sorcerers, yet you intend to practice on me, don't you? No, Dumbledore. Do you truly consider me a mere caretaker for Harry and his companions? Surrounded by adversaries, Zhang Xu quietly retrieved his mobile phone from his storage bag, fiddling with it in vain, realizing it remained unresponsive. The absence of background music rendered the scene devoid of atmosphere. The king remained silent, while the queen held her tongue. Soldiers unsheathed their long swords, the sound of metal scraping piercing the air. The colossal elephant raised its trunk, upon which a bishop brandished a glimmering scepter. And the warhorse beneath Ron began to fidget with anticipation. Draco, have you ever encountered a tiger-striped shark? Zhang Xu casually inquired, then leapt high, his wand inverted in hand, slicing through the air with a gust of wind as he deftly struck the nearest soldier's face. Crack! The soldier's head exploded upon impact. The shattered neck revealed a grayish-white rock-like core, a small pale blue orb drifting from the severed stump, quickly dissipating into the atmosphere. The headless soldier seemed to have all vitality suddenly siphoned away, with half of his long sword lodged in the belly of the nearby elephant. The two bishops, caught off guard by Zhang Xu's swift action, halted in their tracks, urging the elephant to swing its trunk towards Zhang Xu's waist. Zhang Xu gauged the distance between them, lightly tapping his toes as he stepped onto the soldier's shoulder. With his wand once again inverted, he drew a magnificent arc of light in midair. Clear water flowed forth. What was once a spell capable of producing only a trickle of water now resembled a deluge summoned from the heavens. A torrent cascaded from the arc, the immense force almost instantly severing the elephant's trunk, compelling the bishop atop to huddle low on its back, bracing himself against the deluge. The massive flow of water cascaded onto the chessboard, yet did not yield the effect Zhang Xu anticipated. The barrier that had supported the pieces and the young wizards seemed to vanish before the onrush, allowing the clear water to plunge into the endless, dark abyss. Beyond the area inundated by the torrent, more soldiers brandished their long swords, charging toward him, and let their legs stand still. He thrust the tip of his wand forward, then twisted it, using his arm to guide the wand in a circular motion around his head. The spell, which should have targeted a single entity, transformed into a gentle ribbon. One end connected to the tip of the camellia wood wand, the other gracefully swept across the soldier's legs, causing all pieces, regardless of color, to become ensnared together, tumbling forward in a wave of momentum. Crack! The elephant broke free from the torrent's impact, its massive foot crushing the skull of the leading soldier. Grayish-white fragments piercing through the barrier, falling into the abyss. The stout bishop dismounted from the elephant, vibrant red flames coalescing. The entire chamber was enveloped in a brilliant crimson hue, the world reduced to shades of black and red, with the most resplendent flames soaring toward Zhang Xu, who stood amidst the remnants of the soldiers. Chapter 51, Ancient Magic. As the flames approached, a multitude of spells raced through Zhang Xu's mind, and in a flash of inspiration, flames ablaze, a small burst of fire erupted from the tip of his wand, directed toward his head. The bright yellow flame flickered feebly, its power scarcely sufficient to ignite a hearth. Yet it succeeded in capturing the attention of the blazing crimson fireball. In an instant, the fiery sphere collided with the radiant yellow flame, unleashing an intense burst of white light that engulfed the entire chamber in a torrent of red and black. A wave of scorching heat surged forth. The young sorcerer could no longer maintain his footing, being hurled against the walls by the tumultuous winds. At the very heart of the blinding explosion, Zhang Xu, with his left hand raised in a sword-like gesture, adjusted his sunglasses with his right hand, wielding his wand aloft. Seizing the moment of the bishop's momentary paralysis following his spell, he struck fiercely at the knee of his opponent. A mage, is it? Playing with fire, are we? Just because you're tall doesn't mean I can't reach you. I need not leap to strike your knee. The wand, reminiscent of yellow jade, sliced through the air with unimpeded force, shattering the unprotected knees of the two bishops. A silent gasp escaped the bishop's lips as his massive form toppled to the ground with a resounding crash. Just as Zhang Xu turned to dispatch the remaining knights, the king, and the queen to conclude this tedious game, he was suddenly met with the sound of heavy objects slicing through the air above and below him. Obstacles abound. With fluid grace, Zhang Xu unleashed 2 barrier spells toward the source of the impending threat. Yet, the sweeping wand seemed unaffected, its speed instead accelerating. The spell faltered. Zhang Xu immediately sought to cast a protective charm in defiance. However, as the wand drew closer, an eerie and grand wailing resonated amid the whirling winds, reminiscent of ancient sacrificial hymns penetrating the fabric of time, burrowing into his mind. What spell, what imagination, what magic? In that moment, all thoughts were eclipsed by the haunting sounds of the ritual. The shadow loomed ever closer. Instinctively, Zhang Xu traced a half-circle with his right hand, grasping the Lingguan technique. Directing it toward the heavens, the sacred mountain trembled, the 3 bodies converged, and the resplendent sun burst forth from a sea of clouds, its boundless rays coalescing into a 3-inch beam of pure golden light. The 5 thunders, a technique he had never dared to neglect since childhood, erupted forth. Dumbledore pressed down on the scrying mirror with great force, yet the immense fissure continued to fracture the mirror surface. Within the infinite white light, the mirror crafted by Nicolo made its voice heard for the first time. Boom, boom, boom. It was the wrath of heaven and the thunderous resonance of creation. Then, the mirror shattered with a deafening crash. In the chessboard chamber, Zhang Xu stood resolute, as crimson lightning wove through the air, dispersing the white heat that filled the atmosphere. The red lightning formed the very essence, while the white flames took on the guise of scales. The fire, transformed by fierce thunder, birthed a serpentine creature, shattering all wicked sacrificial sounds in an instant, without Zhang Xu's guidance. Beneath the overwhelming radiance of the thunder, the remnants of the 2 bishops disintegrated into mere ashes. Zhang Xu stood in stunned disbelief. What on earth is happening? Harry, regaining consciousness from a brief daze, beheld the once aesthetically pleasing ice-blue chamber now stripped of its filter, appearing aged and dilapidated. The black markings radiated throughout the room, enveloping all remaining pieces and staining the entire chessboard a deep ebony hue. Only the area where Zhang Xu stood retained a ring of dark crimson, reminiscent of a blossoming flower. Malfoy, Hermione, Harry called out, rousing his companions. Without a moment for embraces, Hermione dashed to the other side to check on Ron, who lay face down, while Harry and Malfoy hurried towards the center of the chessboard, where Zhang Xu sat, lost in thought, cradling his head. Zhang's gaze was vacant, his lips mumbling incomprehensible terms like fire magic and myrtle flower. Zhang, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine. Zhang Xu focused his eyes and pulled the corners of his mouth upwards. I suppose it was quite exhilarating, though I can't quite understand why it suddenly worked again. By the way, let us hasten to the next level. The commotion I caused earlier might have affected someone's plans. Harry nodded vigorously, remembering that his purpose here was to seize the Philosopher's Stone before Snape could resurrect you-know-who. Meanwhile, Malfoy furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. How had Snape, a potions professor, navigated these challenges? And why had they not encountered him yet? With their abilities, did they truly have a chance to claim the Philosopher's Stone first? Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Hermione arrived, using a levitation charm to bring Ron along. Zhang, do you have any white essence or healing potions? Ron has been knocked unconscious by that horse. I have some. Malfoy quickly approached, fumbling through his pockets until he retrieved a small brown vial. With Harry's assistance, Malfoy carefully extracted the essence and dripped 3 drops of the transparent liquid onto Ron's wound. As a fragrant white smoke rose, the gruesome injury visibly began to heal. During the brief moment of healing, Hermione's curiosity flared again. Speaking of which, Zhang, how did you solve the ancient magic earlier? Ancient magic? Zhang Xu gestured with his hand. Are you referring to that bishop? Or the fireball conjured by the bishop? Both. Hermione pressed down on the still struggling Ron, her eyes sparkling in the dim firelight. At first, I thought those statues were crafted using a combination of transfiguration and animation spells. But I noticed that the shattered statues emitted azure orbs of light. The books say those are called spirits. Using spirits to animate golems is a notable feature of ancient magic. Spirits serve as both the brains and the driving force of the golems, fundamentally distinct from the alchemical puppets and magical constructs of today. Unfortunately, I've scoured the library and found little else on ancient magic. Hermione lowered her gaze, helping to turn Ron over, revealing his back, similarly stained with blood. Believing that Malfoy was faint from the sight of blood, Harry instinctively seized the small vial and poured its entire contents of fragrant essence on Ron's back. Amidst the aromatic mist, Hermione continued. The information I have gathered thus far indicates that ancient magic serves as the very foundation of all modern sorcery, encompassing the earliest forms of druidic magic, elemental magic, ritualistic magic, and alchemical practices. Despite its immense power, the success rate of casting such spells is alarmingly low, compounded by a myriad of complex prerequisites such as incantations, spiritual artifacts, and celestial conditions, troublesome to an exasperating degree. The most crucial point is, Hermione abruptly lifted her gaze, fixating intently on Zhang Xu. Only ancient magic can counter ancient magic. Chapter 52. Wait, Harry, are you suggesting that only ancient magic can combat ancient magic? Is that what you gleaned from a book at your father's shop? Zhang Xu juka. Yet, his smile faltered as a sudden realization struck him. Why was the consumption of the Golden Light spell and the Five Thunder technique so minimal within an environment imbued with ancient magic? Remarkably, a sentient thunder beast was conjured without the need for an altar or offerings. In Longhu Mountain, no, even within the entirety of the Daoist community, there could scarcely be more than 10 individuals capable of such a feat. Zhang Xu's lips trembled as myriad thoughts surged within him. Yet he struggled to find a coherent thread. A vital answer lingered tantalizingly close, separated only by an insurmountable divide. Exhaling a deep breath, he suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and turned to Hermione with gravity. Hermione, there may be profound secrets hidden within ancient magic. In the future, we should discuss this matter in depth. By the heavens, Harry exclaimed, I must obtain the Philosopher's Stone. I will prevent Voldemort's resurrection. I would gladly die for this cause. His gaze was resolute. Voldemort murdered my parents. I am determined to stop him. Foolish. Potter. Foolish. Malfoy interjected, rising to his feet and delivering a powerful punch to Harry's face. Have you lost your mind, Malfoy? Hermione immediately abandoned Ron and rushed to restrain Malfoy. I may not like you, Harry Potter, but I will not allow you to recklessly throw your life away with such foolish, naive notions. She scolded. Malfoy, what do you know? Harry bellowed. Behind that door, Snape is about to resurrect Voldemort. He is the one who killed my parents, the most wicked villain to ever exist. He deserves to rot in hell. I would kill him myself if I could. I will not permit. And what of it? Malfoy retorted, equally furious. So you intend to throw your life away? This is nothing short of irresponsibility. My father is right. You Gryffindors are nothing but reckless, foolish, and impulsive simpletons. Breathing heavily, Malfoy suddenly extended his hand toward Harry. However, based on the friendship we forge in our 5-animal play study group, as the executive vice president of the Emerald Society, it is my destiny to strive for the welfare of the entire wizarding world as a pure-blooded noble. I, Draco Malfoy, am willing to assist you, so as not to fall victim to my own recklessness and folly. Harry paused for a moment. Then a smile graced his face as he clasped that pale, delicate hand tightly. And I too. Hermione extended her hand, joining the boys in their grip. The unconscious Ron, Zhang Xu, who was originally enjoying the spectacle. So, would it be inappropriate for me not to join in? Zhang Xu suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, in the next moment, the group took a step back, and Hermione proactively moved to Ron's side. Go on, Harry and Draco, and Zhang, I know you will not falter. So let me remain here. Hermione, I shall take care of Ron and guard your retreat. Harry nodded emphatically and was the first to approach the dark door, pushing it with all his strength. A thick white mist, mingled with the stench of decay, surged forth from behind the door, immediately obscuring everyone's vision. In the next instant, a long corridor lined with mirrors appeared before them. Malfoy swallowed hard as he beheld countless reflections in each mirror, as if a multitude of parallel worlds suddenly blossomed before his eyes, mimicking his every movement with identical responses. Yet, he could not discern whether he too was one of those reflections. I believe this challenge is one that Granger would excel at. But after merely a few steps, Malfoy could no longer distinguish which was Harry and which was merely Harry's shadow. An illusion? Or simply a visual distortion? Zhang Xu stroked his chin, uncertain, yet cautioned. Stay close behind me and be careful not to lose track. Malfoy nodded and stepped into the corridor, trailing Zhang Xu closely. However, just as Zhang Xu brought his foot into the corridor, the scenery before him shifted dramatically. The myriad mirrors vanished, and he found himself in an expansive, empty chamber. Glancing around, there was no sign of Malfoy. Harry was absent as well. The room was desolate, save for a moss-covered stone archway in the center, from which a curtain of water cascaded like a veil, obscuring the view beyond. The surrounding walls were similarly draped in thin sheets of water, flashing rapidly with unfamiliar images that Zhang Xu had never encountered. Despite the hazy visuals, he could discern that these images originated from two distinctly different perspectives, each documenting events yet inexplicably intertwined. One segment was filled with distorted, screaming figures, seemingly calm, yet shrouded in a heavy layer of iron gray. The other, though bathed in warm hues, was particularly chaotic. In a lush, primeval forest, warm sunlight kissed the earth, while a grotesque serpent mocked the heavens. Within a cozy cabin, a charming girl raised a goblet towards him, filled with writhing creatures. He turned to walk toward the archway at the center of the room. An invisible force of repulsion emerged, preventing Zhang Xu from approaching and crossing the water curtain. Leaning closer to the shimmering veil, he could barely discern Professor Quirrell, his head enveloped in darkness, and Harry, who stood there, seemingly lost in thought. Indeed, the ultimate moment of vanquishing the dark forces was destined for Harry. But, what curse, why was there no sound? Moreover, the quality of this image was utterly abysmal. As we reach the final stage, I do not demand a 4K masterpiece. Yet it should not resemble a primitive 360p blur. I yearn to witness Harry's heartfelt gesture of affection. Dumbledore. Suddenly, a piercing green light flared behind the water curtain. Damn it! He is mine. Mine. You wretched insect. How dare you? How dare you take his life before my very eyes? I was wrong, Master. I was wrong. Behind the curtain, Professor Quirrell, having removed his turban, wept bitterly, prostrating himself in the most abject manner. He incessantly pleaded, begging the face that resided at the back of his head for forgiveness for his transgressions. Yet from an angle unseen by others, he was unmistakably laughing maniacally, unrestrained in his glee. You filthy bug! Cursed beast! You have betrayed me! Despicable traitor! Traitor! Master, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Quirrell's entire body was engulfed in thick, worm-like veins as an unidentifiable substance, whether lead or blood, seeped continuously from his pores. He cried out, I merely wish to assist you in eliminating your foes. I only wanted to help. Master, please spare me. Please spare me. No, I shall never let you go. I must. As the voice of fury crescendoed, the face behind Quirrell's head stretched outward, yearning to break free. However, when it elongated enough to turn, it beheld Harry brushing off the dust and rising, as if nothing had transpired. This cannot be. Quirrell and Voldemort shouted in unison. This is impossible. My killing curse struck him directly. Quirrell was in shock, his eyes reflecting boundless despair. Yet Voldemort laughed heartily. Splendid. Splendid. The boy who lived. You are mine. Exclusivity mine. In this world, only I can end your life. Only I. Only I. Outside the water curtain, startled by the green light, Zhang Xu calmly spat out blood, realizing that the power of this grand spectacle was rather unimpressive. Even the death talisman I crafted could not break through. How dare he still call himself the Dark Lord? If only the sacred texts of Longhu Mountain contained the Emperor's banner, I would gladly toss you in for a lesson. Rubbing his still aching chest, he shook out the ashes of the talisman hidden in his robe and pressed his face against the water curtain once more. Is it not time for the grand finale? Why are they still chattering? I never realized how verbose Quirrell could be. Oh, right, it was Quirrell who initiated the attack. No wonder he was so agitated. So, the potency of this spectacle must indeed pale in comparison to Voldemort's. It matters not. You both have no tomorrow. Go on. Here we go. Give that bald head a good thrashing. Chapter 53, Quirrell's Relic. There is little to narrate in the ensuing tale. Enraged, Quirrell lunged at Harry, intending to unleash another close-range jinx. However, the moment his arm brushed against Harry's, he recoiled as if scalded by searing iron, screaming and retreating. Seizing the moment, Harry delivered a triumphant, affectionate pat that ultimately vanquished both Quirrell and the dark presence of Voldemort lurking at the back of his head. Although the experience was somewhat diminished by the veil of water between them, Zhang Xu nonetheless felt a profound sense of pure joy in witnessing Harry's initial triumph over Voldemort, albeit from a distance. How much better it would have been without Dumbledore's interference. Suddenly, the watery barrier dissipated, releasing an acrid scent of charred remnants and an alluring wave of energy. Zhang Xu leaned forward and beheld an irregularly shaped gemstone in Harry's hand. its deep hues seemingly encapsulating all the colors of the world, illuminated by flickering golden flames. It resembled a vintage wine jar having its cork removed, or an oasis appearing abruptly in a desert, exuding an unparalleled allure. Zhang Xu deeply, akin to a parched traveler crossing a desert, his face reflecting longing and enchantment. Then he lamented, "It's nearly perfect, just a fraction away. How disappointing." He stepped through the archway, glancing at the peacefully slumbering Harry before pocketing the Philosopher's Stone. If I were to lose this, how would I account to Dumbledore? Squatting before the remnants of Professor Quirrell, he pondered for a moment, then picked up a fire-starting charm and consumed the remaining golden flames imbued with purifying effects. Subsequently, he drew his wand and prodded the ashy remnants, exclaiming, "Oh, there's indeed some loot." Using the tip of his wand, he sifted through the debris and discovered an assortment of items belonging to Quirrell. Several gold galleons and silver sickles, darkened and suitable as mementos for Ron. A palm-sized mud map, a small vial of charred silver liquid, and a pristine notebook, its surface entwined with golden threads that shimmered with a fiery luster as his fingers moved across it. Goodness! Zhang Xu gasped. What an antiquated trope. He examined the threads on the notebook's surface, sensing the same essence as the flames on the ashes, the essence of a phoenix. It appeared to be intended for Dumbledore. He chuckled. Now it is mine? Just then, a melodious cry echoed from the corridor behind him. Accompanied by a wave of flames drawing nearer, Dumbledore emerged, one hand grasping Draco Malfoy and the other cradling Fawkes. Casually stowing the notebook in his bag, Zhang Xu turned, a beaming smile upon his face, and approached Dumbledore, saying, "Headmaster, you must see this. Harry seems to have been struck down by Quirrell. How could this happen?" Dumbledore, taken aback, immediately rushed to Harry's side. It was only upon seeing the young wizardess even breathing and rosy visage in slumber that he realized he had been deceived. "Ah, how fortunate! Mr. Zhang, do you have anything you wish to convey to me?" "No, Headmaster," came the earnest reply. "Are you truly certain?" "Indeed I am." Zhang Xu's expression radiated sincerity. "But you, on the other hand, must have quite a few remarks to share with us, correct?" Dumbledore chuckled, though his laughter seemed somewhat distracted, his gaze wandering over Harry as if searching for something. "In the presence of such brave young wizards, I find myself with an abundance of words, yet regrettably, the moment is not yet ripe. Oh, by the way, Madame Pomfrey and the professors are hastening this way. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger will surely receive the most appropriate care." Dumbledore squeezed Harry's pocket, sighing in relief. He gently set Harry down, feigning a grave demeanor as he approached Zhang Xu, glancing at the pile of ashes and softly uttering, "What a pity. Quirinus Quirrell, once the shining star of Ravenclaw, whose diploma I personally conferred. I recall that shell biting me at the time. Such a kind child. Yet it was his overwhelming curiosity that led him to seek possession of that which did not belong to him." Dumbledore's words faltered, for Zhang Xu was staring at him with an expression akin to disbelief. Dumbledore lowered his voice. "Have I spoken incorrectly?" Zhang Xu pointed at the ashes. "It has all been reduced to ash. How could you possibly recognize it? Furthermore, I am not vexed by your incessant pedagogical endeavors. What you just said could not be more transparent. Curiosity? That which does not belong to oneself." Zhang Xu scoffed coldly. "So you know everything? Yet you still risk the students' lives?" "I." Dumbledore blinked. "I did provide Harry with the protection of Fawkes. But I did not. Do you require it? Moreover, Fawkes' protection cannot withstand the killing curse." Indeed, Quirrell cast the killing curse at Harry. Zhang Xu, perplexed, turned to Dumbledore. "At this juncture, what pretense remains? Cannot you see all from your office?" Dumbledore's gaze flitted between Harry, the ashes of Quirrell, and Zhang Xu, before finally resting upon Zhang Xu's shoulder. "Thank you, Zhang. What? I nearly lost my way. I am but a man, not a deity. Even standing atop the pinnacle of this world, unforeseen events still transpire." Dumbledore nodded toward the pile of ashes. "Quirrell was a good boy. I understand now." With that, he lifted Harry and took hold of Malfoy's hand, making his way towards a corridor. Mysterious indeed. One mustn't play the riddle maker, lest one meets their demise. Zhang Xu let out a soft sound of exasperation, obediently trailing behind Malfoy and Hermione as they made their way to the infirmary. There, beside the beds of Harry and Ron, they listened to a tale meticulously prepared by Dumbledore, one that spoke of Quirrell's downfall, the magic of the Philosopher's Stone, and the power of love bestowed upon Harry. The young wizards were captivated, while Zhang Xu drifted into a reverie, utterly disinterested in such fairy tales. His curiosity was piqued by the prospect of discovering whether that peculiar notebook contained any intriguing stories, as well as why Dumbledore had suddenly lost his composure. He sensed that something fascinating was unfolding beyond his awareness. After enduring Madame Pomfrey's examination, Zhang Xu evaded Malfoy and sprinted toward the room of requirement, summoning a spacious sanctuary where he comfortably reclined on a chaise longue, ready to indulge in his reading. The notebook began with the line, "I am truly foolish indeed." The second line read, "I am Quirinus Quirrell, stricken out with force. By the time you read this letter, I will have perished." Chapter 54. Who says one stands in the light? I am truly foolish indeed. I am Quirinus Quirrell, stricken out with force. By the time you read this letter, I will have perished. I cannot guarantee that everything you see is true, as I'm sometimes also called Tom Marvolo Riddle. Indeed, I am Voldemort. How amusing it is for a single individual to possess two identities, is it not? But you must believe, the proud Ravenclaw has not yielded. Though at times I find myself questioning what I am truly resisting and what I'm steadfastly holding on to. After all, I am Quirrell. Quirrell. The moments of lucidity are fleeting, and the chaotic labyrinth of memories torments me far more than the pain of the flesh. To state my conclusion plainly, I intend to defy Albus Dumbledore. I shall eradicate Voldemort in my own manner. That boy, the one who has narrowly escaped death. My own, uniquely mine, must be the one to slay Harry Potter. Yes, I must kill him, an innocent child who has survived a tragedy. He must die, for he, like me, exists under the control of a Dark Lord. Mine is the Dark Lord, while he is the White Lord. This is not compassion, nor sympathy. The Father S-bone, the servant S-flesh, the enemy S-blood shall reshape the most perfect body. Kill him, kill Harry Potter. The Trinity will forever lack one component. And Voldemort's resurrection will sow the seeds of inevitable doom. He shall continue to taste solitude, to encounter failure, and to endure the regret of a love forever out of reach. Ha ha, what a flawless plan. Dumbledore, this is the price of your forgetting me. You're ignoring me. You're using me. The death of an innocent little boy will forever be nailed to your soul. Oh, what am I even saying? I am acutely aware that my fate was sealed the moment I, driven by curiosity and a thirst for exploration, recklessly touched that stone slab in Albania. Believing in the serpent ensnared by alchemy and dark magic. I have been tainted. The blood of a muggle has sullied the lineage of the Gaunt family. How wretched. Voldemort is contaminating me. He is eroding my very essence. He is plundering my soul. He is assimilating me. He is leading me astray. He is deceiving me. Is he saving me? By all that is sacred. How amusing it is that one body can harbor two souls. I shall serve my master with unwavering devotion. And the Philosopher's Stone. Yes, the Philosopher's Stone. When my master is resurrected, the immortality bestowed by the stone shall be the most magnificent gift. Huh. Dumbledore would never suspect that the very professor of defense against the dark arts he personally invited has already knelt beneath the resplendent glory of my master. A long scratch that tore through 3 layers of parchment. I fear I may not live to see the day the plan is executed. I hope the one who reads this letter is not I. That would be dreadful. I can sense the power of the brain-blocking charm waning. And Voldemort seems to have detected the issue. He is redoubling his efforts to siphon my soul's strength. The plan must be expedited. I am sorry. Harry, I am sorry. Dumbledore, I am sorry, Aloys. Your essence is rather delightful. Ha ha ha. No, no, Ravenclaw shall not yield. I, Quirinus Quirrell, am destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame, yet I harbor no regrets. I repent for my indiscriminate slaughters. I repent for the innocents slain by the basilisk. I repent for the destruction of Hogwarts wrought by the troll. Yet I shall not waver. I absolutely will not. Voldemort must perish, I, Harry Potter. Thus concludes the contents of this note. Zhang Xu cast aside the notebook, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. The source of a narrative distortion has been uncovered. It is neither the illustrious Zhang Xu of Longhu Mountain, nor the reincarnated Zhang Xu holding the script, but rather Quirrell, an individual long deemed a cowardly traitor, a black wizard complicit in wrongdoing, and one of the weakest antagonists in the entire series, Professor Quirinus Quirrell. It is hard to believe, yet this revelation elucidates all previous uncertainties. Zhang Xu reread the suicide note, highlighting key points and connecting them to the bizarre occurrences he had previously encountered. His lips trembled as the answer emerged within him. Snape's brain-blocking charm had afforded Quirrell the means to resist Voldemort's mental encroachment and memory extraction, yet the two souls, unable to be completely severed, began to merge through their constant proximity. No, it should be noted that Quirrell was singularly influenced by Voldemort's negative, distorted emotions, leading to a form of dissociation. Thus, while he trusted Dumbledore and steadfastly executed Dumbledore's plans, he simultaneously sensed the inevitability of his own demise. Yearning for vengeance against Dumbledore and against the savior Harry, who who was imbued with protective auras. Consequently, he devised a more ruthless secondary plan. This also elucidates why. In the final confrontation over the Philosopher's Stone, he did not willingly meet his demise alongside Voldemort, but rather cast a killing curse at Harry first. After all, in his perspective, Harry's death would obliterate Voldemort's chances of a flawless resurrection. A diminished Voldemort would forever remain no match for Dumbledore. Simultaneously, he would resolve the betrayal of Dumbledore, vanquish the favored Harry Potter, and eliminate the true murderer who tormented him, Voldemort, effectively achieving 3 objectives with a single stroke. It is no wonder that he was deemed worthy of receiving his diploma personally from Dumbledore. As a Ravenclaw, Zhang Xu could not help but marvel, shaking his head in a tone of profound sentiment. It is a pity that Dumbledore would not permit such an unstable element to persist within his plans. As a master of legilimency, it would be exceedingly simple for him to insert a backdoor when Snape employed the brain-blocking spell. Thus, it is highly probable that during one of their encounters, Dumbledore detected Quirrell's secondary plan. Consequently, he adeptly designed the Forbidden Forest adventure and the Troll Challenge outside the Philosopher's Stone's trials to facilitate the young wizard's swift growth, particularly aiding Harry while simultaneously diminishing the living forces Voldemort could currently command. If all goes well, Hagrid's basilisk egg was likely also delivered by Dumbledore's arrangements, setting traps for his own allies, only to then alert the Ministry of Magic as a third-party force to alleviate the pressure caused by the basilisk's emergence. He could feign being out defending Hagrid while attending a ministry meeting, creating an illusion of a power vacuum at Hogwarts to fish for information. Yes, this is quintessentially Dumbledore. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xu shook his head, lamenting that unfortunately, Voldemort and Quirrell had not completely lost their wits and had cancelled the release of the adult basilisk, thwarting much of Dumbledore's advantageous design. For Voldemort, remaining concealed was the most prudent choice. It felt as though the ensuing half-year of tranquil routine was Voldemort's strategy to completely engulf Quirrell, hiding within Hogwarts under the guise of a defense against the dark arts professor, amassing strength while preparing for his perfect resurrection. Alas, today, I have lamented too much. Zhang Xu rubbed his face vigorously, closed his notebook, rebound it with silk thread, and placed it neatly on the chaise lawn. Professor Quirrell, sensing his own frailty, deliberately instigated a conflict with Snape for the young wizards to witness. Thus, the valiant Harry triumphed over evil through love. The Ministry of Magic and the wizarding world continued their peaceful existence. The young wizards experienced growth. Professor Quirrell also found liberation. Everyone rejoiced, did they not? Even if the truth turned to ash, forever remaining in the shadows, those baseless slanders would not dissipate. But who says that only those standing in the light are heroes? At the very least, I have experienced, I have seen, I remember. The answer shall surely see the light of day once more. Zhang Xu stepped out of the room of requirement. Turning away, he quietly observed the grand doors close as a pair of elegant ladies' gloves delicately lifted the notebook. Just as the doors vanished and Zhang Xu prepared to depart, a fleeting image suddenly erupted in his mind. No, this cannot be. That serpent had ensnared Quirrell. The very serpent that Voldemort had first possessed. Where had the great serpent Nagini gone? Chapter 55, Umbridge and the Decree for the Restriction of Magic. Zhang Xu was genuinely intrigued. Who among the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts was leaking information? How could even the slightest stir be known to all? Was today not the last day of term? Were they not supposed to joyfully discuss the outcome of the House Cup and share plans for their holidays? Why was all the attention focused on Malfoy? Even Harry's luminescence seemed overshadowed by Malfoy, who sat dumbfounded at the side. Yet every word Harry uttered still elicited gasps from the young sorcerers. How thrilling! The three-headed dog, exhilarating broomstick chases, the chaotic chess match, and the ultimate villain Quirrell. It was far more exhilarating than any novel. The young witches and wizards lamented their missed opportunity to partake in such thrilling events. This entire year of lessons felt utterly wasted. Zhang Xu sat at the far end of a long table, devoid of any desire to join in, merely feeling a headache from their raucous chatter. Yesterday, he had spent the entire night in the dormitory piecing together clues, even unlocking the sealed memories of the original text. Yet he still could not find any trace of the great serpent Nagini. The sensation of having one's mouth agape without managing to sneeze was exceedingly vexing. The young sorcerers grew drowsy, save for those from Hufflepuff, who maintained their spirits, their eyes gleaming as they fixated on the House Cup, eagerly anticipating the long-awaited honor to finally rest upon them once more. It was merely a moving red flag. Why the fervor? Zhang Xu yawned, wishing only to hasten the conclusion of this final day of torment, and then swiftly depart Hogwarts, to leave England behind. They say the West is barren. But who could have imagined it to be this desolate? An entire year, a whole year without a glimpse of the essence of heaven and earth. This time, I shall feast to my heart's content. I shall indulge until I am ill. I will grab handfuls of food with my hands if I must. Were it not for my grandfather's prophecy, I would have to pay the price for not tasting the essence of heaven and earth. With Voldemort's cunning schemes and Dumbledore from my own camp always plotting betrayal, what meaning does this hold? Zhang Xu drifted off into daydreams, while on the podium, Dumbledore predictably commenced the final round of points. Following a smooth and seamless series of maneuvers, not only did Gryffindor's points surge to the pinnacle, claiming the top position among the four houses, but even Slytherin, which had been mired in negative points, rebounded to secure the second place. Amidst the clamor, the benevolent Dumbledore spread his arms wide and cheerfully proclaimed, "Now, let the feast begin." Wait a moment. A discordant voice unexpectedly intruded, interrupting both Dumbledore and the jubilant cheers of the young wizards. Zhang Xu turned his head to see a plump figure in a garish shade of red squeezing past him. "My sincerest apologies, headmaster, but I must briefly interrupt you here." The rotund figure made its way directly to the podium, bowing respectfully to Dumbledore before turning to face all the young wizards, managing to muster a smile that was scarcely more appealing than that of a toad. "Regrettably, I cannot linger for long, as I am genuinely eager to meet each and every one of you." She cleared her throat and paused deliberately, ensuring all eyes were upon her. "The Ministry of Magic has always prioritized the education of young wizards. You possess invaluable innate gifts, and you are the future and foundation of the magical world. The Ministry is committed to providing you with the utmost protection and the most suitable regulations." She turned slightly towards Dumbledore, offering a subtle nod. However, just a few months ago, the Ministry received credible intelligence indicating that within this esteemed institution of magical education, there have been violations of countless ministerial edicts and numerous laws governing the magical realm, involving forbidden creatures. Astonishingly, to this day, not a single individual involved has been apprehended, and those orchestrating these transgressions remain at large. This is utterly intolerable to the Ministry, and it is imperative that we pursue this matter to its conclusion, providing an explanation to all the young wizards who look to the Ministry and support Minister Fudge. The voice of the plump figure suddenly rose in pitch. Therefore, in alignment with Minister Fudge's philosophy of education and proactive prevention, to better manage the whereabouts of all students during their time away from school, to guard against those with nefarious intentions lurking among you distinguished wizards, I have been specifically dispatched as the representative, Dolores Umbridge. I bring forth a newly crafted notice and voluntary consent form regarding the use of magic by underage and young wizards during school vacations. I kindly ask that you temporarily sacrifice a brief moment of this precious banquet to assist me by signing the consent forms and passing them back to me, if you would be so obliging." Umbridge released the parchment she had been cradling, akin to a flock of fluttering doves, which accurately found its way to each young wizard before them. What a bother. "Isn't this the notice we sign every year? I had hoped they would forget to send it to us." The Weasley twins, grasping their wands, juggled the parchment with dexterity, inscribing their names upon it. "If this notice is distributed annually, why has a special representative been sent this year?" "I don't know. Hermione. Perhaps you should ask Ron?" Ron's wand emitted a plume of white smoke, trembling as if burdened by immense pressure. After finally inscribing his name on the parchment, he turned his head with resignation. "Did you hear that? The Ministry is afraid that dark wizards are lurking among us." "What is the purpose of this notification?" Harry inquired. "Who knows? Perhaps it's merely a formality," Ron shrugged. At the far end of the long table, Zhang Xu disdainfully drew his wand and scrawled a line across the promised document. What nightmare! How could Umbridge appear so early? The sight of her toad-like visage, paired with her garish pink sweater, was enough to induce nightmares. Despite feeling nauseated, Zhang Xu was reluctant to offend the pink toad over a meaningless notification. "Let them come. Can they truly trace me through this web?" he thought. "Oh dear, you must be Mr. Zhang. You are indeed as dashing and distinguished as rumored." A large mass of pink suddenly appeared at Zhang Xu's table, as Umbridge cheerfully confiscated the parchment, showing no concern for the insipid signature upon it. Then she produced a thick, crimson parchment, warm to the touch, placing it before Zhang Xu. "I apologize, Mr. Zhang, but according to the Ministry's information, it appears you possess some magical artifacts that allow you to perform magic without a wand. Therefore, the Ministry has specially prepared these unique promise documents for you. I hope you don't find it bothersome to sign each one with those artifacts." With a swift kick, Zhang Xu sent Umbridge flying, standing calmly as his wand, made of camellia wood, manifested a protective aura, tiny currents of electricity flickering at its tip, unapologetically aimed at the soup-splattered Umbridge. Speak, how do you wish to die? Chapter 56, Unburdened. Professors and young wizards gasped, yet all remained cautious, refraining from any actions. Dumbledore removed his glasses, fingers reaching toward the old wand tucked within his sleeve. Zhang Xu cast a detached glance at the podium, his wand still steadfastly pointed at Umbridge on the floor. Dumbledore, Umbridge shrieked, is this how you educate your students? Such unruly creatures. I am a special representative of Minister Fudge from the Ministry. How dare you silence? Zhang Xu squinted in disgust. Electricity crackled from his wand. A torrent of magical energy surged into his body, aligning with his will and fury, compressing, distorting, and arranging itself before erupting forth. In an instant, a bolt of lightning pierced Umbridge's limbs. The vicious current coursed through her, inflicting excruciating pain that overwhelmed her mind and soul, leaving her brain a blank slate, devoid even of the thought to cry for help. The stench of burning flesh wafted from Umbridge. Dumbledore covered his mouth and nose, calling out to Zhang Xu, enough! Mr. Zhang, cease at once. Dumbledore responded with a cold chuckle, yet Zhang Xu brandished his wand, and, with a flick as if discarding refuse, hurled Umbridge down the steps outside the Great Hall. Turning his back to the hall, he addressed his two accompanying officials from a position of superiority. This time, it was merely a wand, but next time, I shall raise mountains and temples, leaving no trace behind. Yes, indeed, as you command, my lord. The officials trembled in fear, daring not to utter another word, as they swiftly carried the scorched Umbridge directly to the hospital wing. One could only hope Madame Pomfrey had not yet finished her shift. Zhang Xu rubbed his wrist, then, feigning nonchalance, picked up a plate from the table and elegantly exited the great hall. A few breaths later, the hall erupted in a cacophony, the uproar nearly lifting the roof off. Casting a glance at Professor McGonagall, with a sound akin to a bubble bursting, Dumbledore materialized in his office. There sat Zhang Xu, well acquainted with the surroundings, comfortably settled in a high-backed armchair, meticulously transferring 3 dishes of stir-fry into a large bowl, carefully mixing in rice. How rare! The gargoyle did not impede your passage. Without lifting his gaze, Zhang Xu replied, it's merely a statue, devoid of intellect. Your reaction today was somewhat excessive. Huh. Zhang Xu tossed a spoon into the plate. If this were in China, that toad, along with Fudge and the Ministry of Magic, would likely be drafting their wills by now. Dumbledore shook his head, his gaze profound. I have encountered many young wizards from China and have conversed with Eastern sages. Most of them are cultured and articulate, occasionally clashing, yet they never exhibit the kind of ferocity you do. Indeed, but it's not as grave as it seems. What, then, do you believe my temperament should embody? Difficult to say, very difficult indeed. Dumbledore gestured subtly, and the teapot and teacups on the shelf floated to Zhang Xu's side, filling his cup with fragrant black tea. Through the rising steam, Dumbledore's voice wavered slightly. Despite my efforts to perceive you as an ordinary young wizard, in the next moment, I find myself unconsciously regarding you as an adult, one that requires cautious handling. He chuckled softly, adding, moreover, I find in you an inexplicable sense of dissonance, as if a mature soul and an inexperienced one are forcibly merged. Coupled with your remarkable abilities and artifacts, it renders my predictions of your actions and thoughts exceedingly challenging. You are quite candid today, so why did you act thus? She overstepped her bounds, but she represents the Ministry of Magic, the very rules of the wizarding world. I care not. One must respect the rules to advance further. Zhang Xu, with a stoic expression, raised his teacup and took a sip. Render unto God what is God's, and unto Caesar what is Caesar's. The Ministry of Magic may impose restrictions on the use of magic, and I have acquiesced to that. Yet, what audacity does she possess to reach into my pocket, coveting that which belongs to China? Who does she think she is? Yet she undeniably represents the visage of Fudge, as well as the very essence of the Ministry of Magic. You may refuse, protest, or negotiate, but to inflict direct harm upon someone as you did today would render the entire ministry incapable of standing tall, potentially inviting retribution. Zhang Xu set down his teacup, dismissing the ministry with a mere flick of his wrist. Dumbledore's pupils constricted slightly. This indeed borders on extremity. Is this truly extreme, headmaster? Do you know, he continued, I once had a dream, an extraordinarily vivid dream. In that realm, there was no magic, no Daoist pathways. The world wholly belonged to muggles. In my dream, the territories and might of Huaxia were not as vast as they are now, and one might even say they were rather backward. In that dream, Being backward meant suffering blows. Zhang Xu gazed intently into Dumbledore's eyes. I do not wish to conflate dreams with reality. Yet the visage of that wretched toad resembles far too closely the individuals from my dream. I cannot help but feel provoked. Leaning back in his chair, he spoke candidly. Present-day Huaxia cherishes peace, and the Daoists seldom venture beyond their own territory. However, there are always fools who mistake tranquility for cowardice and humility for ineptitude. Otherwise, I cannot fathom what prompted Fudge to dare send someone to challenge the authority of Longhu Mountain, particularly Umbridge. Especially after that pure-blood family has just recovered from their recent misfortunes. Dumbledore, keenly perceptive, noted that Zhang Xu had first mentioned Longhu Mountain rather than the Daoist sect, leading him to remain silent for a spell before murmuring, "Your grandfather would not approve of your actions." "That remains to be seen," Zhang Xu replied. "If the ministry fails to grasp the concept of knowing when to retreat and dares to extend its hand towards me, it may not even require my grandfather's intervention. The senior brothers and sisters from the front mountain would swiftly rectify the ministry's Fudge faction. After all, despite my grandfather's constant emphasis on rules, asceticism, and restraint, I have always known that he is the least rule-abiding among them. Nevertheless, fret not. As long as the ministry does not act foolishly, it is highly improbable that they will directly confront Longhu Mountain. After all, my current identity remains that of your student, a wizard. Hogwarts, or the ministry's typical educational management and disciplinary actions would hardly draw any ire from my family. They might even write to you expressing their dissatisfaction with the leniency of your punishments. As for any actions that cross the line," Zhang Xu cast a knowing glance at Dumbledore. "Well, there's still you, my esteemed headmaster." Dumbledore, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Very well. I shall mediate with the ministry. Just manage yourself and refrain from instigating trouble." Zhang Xu rolled his eyes internally, reflecting, "Do you think I relish stirring up trouble? I initially came here merely to observe and cultivate while keeping an eye on Harry. Training the little pony and the serpent house was merely a side endeavor. Who could have anticipated that each and every one of you, including yourself, would relentlessly target me? I too possess a temper. If I do not act a bit more out of line, how can I continue living in this manner?" Observing that Dumbledore had no intention of continuing the conversation, Zhang Xu, who had originally intended to find a place to evade the persistent little wizards, wisely tidied up the dining ware and respectfully departed from the headmaster's office. In a rare moment, Dumbledore refrained from engaging in further dialogue with the portraits adorning the walls. Instead, he retrieved a damaged brooch, his gaze once again clouded with uncertainty. The following day, under the protection of Malfoy and the members of the Emerald Society, Zhang Xu managed to avoid the frenzied throngs of little wizards. After spending a lengthy and joyous day with his companions, the Hogwarts Express arrived at Platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. Before parting ways, Ron extended an invitation for everyone to visit his humble abode, which even included Malfoy. "If I have the time, I suppose I shall visit. Let us keep in touch over the summer." Zhang Xu responded with a chuckle, eagerly rushing towards Su Shoujing. "Brother, the Celestial Master's secret realm, the breath of heaven and earth. The days of serene cultivation await. Here I come." Su Shoujing opened his arms towards Zhang Xu. "What?" Chapter 57. The Reason for Not Returning Home. Zhang Xu's voice rang out, drawing the attention of many nearby. However, as the words were in Chinese, the curious onlookers soon dispersed after a brief examination. "Calm down, you need to compose yourself." Su Shoujing helplessly rolled up the car window, fearing that they would soon attract the attention of the authorities. "Su Shoujing, if you don't clarify your words today, do you believe I one-team march upon the Ministry of Magic right now?" "Zhang Xu vi do." "You," Su Shoujing chuckled wryly. "How is it that after a year, your temper has only grown while your cultivation remains stagnant? And what about you? I'm practically at my wit's end." Zhang Xu et Galim, beginning to feign tears. "You have no idea of the hardships I've endured in England, perpetually underfed and inadequately clothed." All right. Can you at least contain the onions before your faux tears start?" Su Shoujing replied. "You're making me tear up." "Oh." Zhang Xu opened the car window and casually tossed half an onion out before producing a bottle of eye drops, applying it liberally. "I can't help it. The foreign onions are overwhelmingly pungent." "Sigh, this is all for your own good," Su Shoujing said, ruffling Zhang Xu's hair and exhaling deeply. "Do you still remember what our master said before you left?" "I knew you wouldn't remember, but recalling these 2 sentences is sufficient." As Su Shoujing turned the steering wheel, guiding the car into a deep alleyway, he fixed his gaze ahead and spoke in a calm tone. "Why?" "Because you have yet to be accepted by the Celestial Order of the West." Su Shoujing pressed the brake, looking earnestly at Zhang Xu. I don't believe you have failed to notice that the breath of heaven and earth in England is woefully scarce, utterly inadequate for fulfilling the requirements of the cultivation methods from the back mountains. Moreover, utilizing any Daoist techniques here results in a significantly heightened consumption of energy. The same circular light technique, when employed here, consumes Daoist energy that exceeds that of our homeland by tenfold, if not more. Zhang Xu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the insight. This is the rejection from the celestial order towards both you and me. In our Master's words, it is a case of the heavens being unified while the Tao remains inaccessible. Zhang Xu expressed his confusion. Even if I were to gain the recognition of the heavenly principles here, how could it possibly assist me in ascending to immortality? Indeed it can. Su Shoujin firmly grasped Zhang Xu's shoulder, their eyes nearly touching. Upon your departure, the master specifically sought out those discordant old fellows and the young bald head, calculating that your opportunity for enlightenment lies in the West. Zhang Xu's breath caught in his throat. You are unlike us. Your roots have always been in the West. As long as you are willing to invest time in immersion and regain recognition from the heavenly principles of this realm, then the spiritual essence of the heavens, which has lain dormant for millennia, shall be yours to command. The celestial hierarchy of Huaxia is already at capacity. Every additional immortal position only burdens the heavenly principles further. However, the situation is quite different in the West. The celestial court here is essentially vacant. In fact, it may not even be established yet. As long as you can successfully absorb the spiritual essence of this realm, attaining the fruits of longevity and ascension is virtually assured. You might even achieve further greatness. Su Shoujin suddenly lowered his voice, whispering close to Zhang Xu's ear. Do you remember when you wrote about your branch's establishment and the sudden arrival of fragrant flowers and treasures, bestowing you with a talisman and a promotion? Yes, I recall. That was orchestrated by the master, who detonated 4 talismans of the Zhengyi Alliance and 12 seals of the Yangping governance to snatch that opportunity for you. If you possess even a shred of conscience, once you attain enlightenment and seize the rightful celestial authority here, do not forget to leverage this connection to bring the entire Eastern Celestial Court over. In one fell swoop, consume the Western heavenly principles. At that time, with the East and West celestial principles intertwined, the Daoist sects will face no restrictions. You shall reign as the Emperor of the West, living freely and joyfully. The Master and I, your brother, will also be able to secure a favorable position within the Grand Celestial Court of the East and West. What is the cost? Zhang Xu's mind momentarily blanked. Yet the accumulation of his past life instinctively prompted him to ask this question. His expression was quite complicated as he remarked, Zhang Xu, you have matured. Huh? What do you mean? It's nothing. Su Shoujin shook his head, stating that if you asked that question, there was no need for further elaboration. Go forth with confidence. Should any issues arise, the Daoist sect will support you. As for the cost, the entirety of Longhu Mountain has already borne it for you. Zhang Xu sat there, dazed and confused, uncertain about what to say at that moment, despite having the experiences of 2 lifetimes. All right, let us not linger in the vehicle any longer. Su Shoujin's tone suddenly lightened as he unbuckled his seatbelt and playfully gestured for Zhang Xu to follow. Come, let us take a look at our new home. New home? Indeed. Su Shoujin opened the car door, pulling the somewhat dazed Zhang Xu a few steps toward an ancient door crafted entirely of wood. Without needing a key, he nudged the door open with his foot and, pulling Zhang Xu along, slipped inside. Gazing at the verdant curtains before him, Su Shoujin could not help but beam with pride. Beautiful. I assenti it? This courtyard was specially designed for you by Master Lu. Focusing on a return to simplicity and authenticity, Zhang Xu nodded, following Su Shoujin as they strolled deeper into the courtyard. In every corner of the courtyard, there is no trace of deliberate human craftsmanship. Instead, the scenery genuinely embodies the concept of changing vistas with each step, capturing the essence of all 4 seasons. Towering trees stand in graceful disarray, casting shade from the blazing sun. Seasonal flowers bloom in harmonious competition. Creeping vines weave a serene tapestry, while wisteria sways gently. The long corridor stretches endlessly, and pavilions appear to take flight, with the first lotus stirring the waves and koi leaping in the sunlight. The flowing water babbles softly, creating a dynamic yet orderly ambience. Pavilions and terraces connect seamlessly, and bamboo conceals elegant alcoves. Everything is perfectly balanced, appearing as if shaped by nature itself. Although this courtyard was designed by the 6th master, the funding came from the 2nd and 4th masters. They insisted on providing a comfortable haven for Su Su. Despite his wanderings, After much discussion, they procured this place adjacent to the station. It is already quite satisfactory. Once the initial shock subsided, Zhang Xu's mindset returned to normal, and he accepted his senior's generosity with an air of inevitability. As for the design, it sufficed to be passable, for after all, one cannot conjure the essence of heaven and earth. In the spacious hall, Zhang Xu and Su Shoujing each found a comfortable spot to sit, staring at each other for several minutes. Su, do you have nothing to say? With a troubled mind, he remained silent. Oh, do say something. Sitting here in silence is unsettling for me as well. What should I say? I don't know. Sigh. Su Shoujing lamented. Su. Regarding the monumental matter of usurping the heavenly way, do you truly have no questions? When the advisor first informed me, I was so anxious that I lost my overnight meal. It's impossible. The plot is advancing too rapidly. Not only can I barely keep up, but I suspect the readers might also be unable to follow along. They might even abandon the story before reaching this point. Your reasoning is sound. I find myself at a loss for rebuttal. Then please elaborate. How do we suddenly transition from a magical academy to the grand notion of devouring the heavens? Nonsense. Do not indiscriminately impose those fictional tropes upon this narrative. What is the heavenly way? It is the heart of humanity. Human reason equates to heavenly reason. The so-called devouring of the heavenly way simply refers to the cultural invasion, spiritual identification, and dissemination of values that our schools teach daily. The influence of the Western heavenly way upon our secular sphere has been ongoing, and so, thus, do not indulge in fanciful notions of divine battles or celestial rivalries. Focus earnestly on your studies and cultivate your path. Zhang Xu contemplated the definition of the heavenly way, then inquired with a hint of confusion. And what of the heavenly court? Su Shoujing pondered briefly, then retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket, prying open the back cover and pointing to a module. You may understand the heavenly court as an enormous modem that encompasses the entire territory of China, composed of the essence of heaven and earth and spiritual accumulation. It can receive, transform, and analyze the discordant traces in the world, issuing warnings to the secular realm through the celestial officials. Simultaneously, it can gently pluck the strings of the heavenly way, mitigating the severity of disasters within the realm. The mystical path can utilize the heavenly court to suppress malevolent forces and chaotic energies, resist foreign invasions, and must also maintain and optimize the heavenly court in return. In the celestial realm, its prowess is undoubtedly immense, yet it is certainly not as formidable as your mind may whimsically envision. Zhang Xu lifted his teacup and suddenly chuckled. Hearing your explanation, I can't help but feel that this heavenly domain, this world, seems so grounded and authentic. Otherwise, what is the point? Su Shoujing responded matter-of-factly. As the sun rose the following day, Zhang Xu and Su Shoujing, sharing a silent understanding, rose early to stand on either side of the lotus pond. Bathed in the gentle morning light, one wielded an 8-faceted short whip, while the other grasped a gnarled wooden wand, both holding their breath and attuning themselves to the energy of their opponent. Suddenly, Su Shoujing crouched and launched the short whip, sending arcs of electric light that twisted through the air in an unpredictable S-shape, making it nearly impossible to evade. Surrounding him was a rich golden glow, which expanded to 3 inches before solidifying. As he stepped forward, it felt as though he was gliding upon waves, moving directly toward Zhang Xu. Zhang Xu also unleashed a golden radiance. In comparison to Su Shoujing's, it appeared extraordinarily brilliant and dazzling. He did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he calmly raised his wand, his lips moving to cast an intensely luminous spell toward Su Shoujing. A resonant thrum echoed, as if the very fabric of space trembled, and the blinding white light of the spell flickered out almost instantaneously. Despite Su Shoujing swiftly closing his eyes, he felt a momentary blinding sensation at the corners of his vision. At that instant, Zhang Xu, having cast a breath-concealing charm and an invisibility spell, audaciously darted to Su Shoujing's front, swinging his wand down toward his forehead. With a thud, Su Shoujing felt a sharp pain in his head as he partially submerged in the water. Just as he was about to retaliate, darkness enveloped him, rendering even his golden aura ineffective. Assessing his internal qi reserves, Su Shoujing pragmatically dismissed his protective golden light, raised his hands in surrender, and let the other half of his body sink into the muddy lotus pond. Now you recognize my prowess, do you? Zhang Xu et Galim, waving his wand and removing the veil of mud from Su Shoujing's face. This little trick, learned from family magic, was intended to ward off the sunlight during lazy mornings. Yet it proved surprisingly effective against the golden spell as well. He then raised his wand triumphantly, striking a pose reminiscent of JoJo, exuding both flair and confidence. Such a lack of martial ethics. Su Shoujing exclaimed as he wiped the mud from his face, indignantly rebuking. Who launches a flashbang and then bags their opponent right away? Don't you get it? This is called strategy. If you're capable, go ahead and use it against the master. Zhang Xu sut nun jialen. He used a levitation spell to lift Su Shoujing, followed by another spell to clean and restore him, smoothing over the ambush incident. Not to mention, this British magic is indeed quite convenient, though the initial movements are rather prolonged and conspicuous. Su Shoudong Zima? I actually noticed when you were casting your spell earlier, but I thought it was just a friendly sparring session and chose not to interrupt. Who would have imagined you would resort to such underhanded tactics? Lightly tapping Zhang Xu's forehead, Su Shoujing couldn't help but advise, in the face of true danger, do not hesitate to expend your qi. It should be utilized when necessary. Otherwise, encountering a truly formidable master could easily lead to one's demise. I understand, yet I still feel compelled to explain. In truth, when one masters magic to a profound level, it is indeed possible to eliminate the casting delay and execute spells silently and without a wand. However, such an approach significantly diminishes the spell's potency. To my knowledge, only 3 individuals possess the ability to cast powerful spells without incantation or wand. Zhang Xu raised 3 fingers. One is our principal, another is our principal spouse who is currently incarcerated, and the last, despite his earnest desire for resurrection, is rather foolish and is likely to bring about his own demise. I see. Then I shall rest assured. The 2 made their way to a waterside pavilion and took a seat, where a servant approached to arrange tea and breakfast. The array of traditional Chinese breakfast items brought Zhang Xu great delight. He sampled each dish, from soup dumplings and wontons to soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding, all surprisingly authentic in flavor, with the chili oil and vinegar equally genuine. By the way, is there a quick method to enhance one's affinity with the heavenly Tao? Zhang Xu, with a soup dumpling in his mouth, mumbled. Although Hogwarts has preserved several recipes from our Chinese seniors, the culinary offerings there are rather bland. Moreover, the absence of spiritual essence makes cultivation quite uncomfortable. Su Shoujin took a sip of soy milk and leisurely replied, there is indeed a way. Really? Please. Call me Father and I shall divulge it to you. Father. Su Shoujin wiped his mouth, surprised that you actually called out. What else could I do? Shouting at one T cost me anything. And as for whether your superlative status might get you beaten by your senior brothers or grandfather, that is of no concern to me. Bah, such disregard for martial ethics. Zhang Xu hummed a little tune, setting down the dumpling, only to pick up a crisp fried dough stick and dip it into the spiced tofu pudding, relishing the sweet and savory delight. In truth, the master did hint at something before departing, but he didn't elaborate too specifically. The gist was that to gain the heavenly Tao's approval in advance, one must embrace the demonic path. Embrace the demonic path? How exhilarating. Oh dear, I misspoke. It's not the demonic path you might think. Su Shoujin retrieved a tea egg, crushed it, and began to peel it delicately. The master's implication was that one must delve into the magical arts as one would into the path of enlightenment. If your mastery of magic reaches an extraordinary level, gaining the heavenly Tao's recognition could happen in an instant. ISNT, that essentially saying nothing? Chapter 59. Gathering aspirations, stealing the secrets of heaven. One may articulate it this way, yet one must not conceive it as such. Su Shoujin placed the peeled egg into Zhang Xu's bowl and picked up another to slowly peel. To approach the path, one cannot shy away from hard work. While on the mountain, you relied on your innate wisdom, bridging a gap that took others a decade to close in just 3 years. And they said nothing because that was the fruit of your past life as endeavors. Do you truly believe that upon arriving in the West, you could conjure up another portion of past wisdom and achieve a 3-year graduation, becoming an Auror in 5 years, and at 18, shatter the dreams of dark wizards? All while subduing Dumbledore? Su Shoujin suddenly spoke earnestly. Su, possessing innate wisdom is indeed a blessing, aiding your swift journey. Yet this very wisdom may also become a hindrance to your progress, potentially obstructing your path to enlightenment. You are still young, and it is unwise to fixate solely on longevity and enlightenment, driven by a sense of urgency. Such a mindset may not bode well for your future development. TSK, is that not a phrase borrowed from your senior brother? He imparted this wisdom to me when I was merely 6 years old. To be honest, dear brother, I have transformed. Zhang Xu blinked, recalling how I once regarded the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment as the ultimate goal of my existence. Thus, I was willing to follow any path that would aid my cultivation. If it was said that my destiny lay in the West, I would gladly venture to England. If it was claimed that I bore chaotic fate, I would protect the most notorious troublemaker, the iron-headed Harry, in the school. I even refrained from seeking the spotlight or meddling in affairs, fearing any disruption might hinder my cultivation and opportunities. However, things have changed. My quest for longevity is now a means to explore uncharted territories, and my enlightenment is intended to allow me the freedom to indulge in life without reservation. Clinging too rigidly to the path may lead one astray, a folly I shall not commit. Su Shoujing scratched his nose, promptly stuffing a tea egg into his mouth, choosing silence. Suddenly, Zhang Xu recollected something, retrieving the 3 treasures of the Celestial Master and placing them on the table. After a moment's thought, he added his wand to the collection. Brother, since I have secured a position in the Celestial Court, could I perhaps borrow a modicum of the power of the heavenly way of Huaxia to glean some celestial secrets here? Su Shoujing Jioget. The entire tea egg lodged in his throat. Despite turning pale from the distress, he managed to force out a few words. He waved his hands vigorously, finally swallowing the egg, and quickly exclaimed, "Absolutely not. You have yet to earn the recognition of the heavenly way here. You are entirely marked by the Huaxia heavenly way. Should you dare to summon the power of the Celestial Court to extract celestial secrets, you would be the first to face the consequences." Very well. Zhang Xu reluctantly put away his belongings, acknowledging his impulsiveness this time. Su Shoujing gulped down a bowl of wonton soup, and, seeing his demeanor, offered consolation. Why not put in some effort in your studies and expedite your mastery of magic? A man of valor should not be daunted by such trivial magic. Zhang Xu pouted, believing that trading 3 years for a secure opportunity to ascend was a bargain, even if it took 30 times longer. My desire to uncover celestial secrets stems from a sudden realization of a profound question. Zhang Xu, brother, do you not think the essence of the spiritual energies between Huaxia and England should be fundamentally similar? In theory, it should be. Then why is it that neither of us can harness the spiritual energies here? Su Shoujing sighed in exasperation. How many times must this be explained? Have I not mentioned that it is due to the heavenly way? Wait, that cannot be right. Zhang Xu interrupted Su Shoujing, pointing at himself and then at his brother. It is only I who am affected by the Western heavenly way, unable to access the spiritual energies. This does not apply to you or others from the mystical sections. The reason you cannot utilize the Western spiritual energies, I surmise, is that they are inherently different from those of Huaxia. Is that even possible? Certainly. Zhang Xu spoke with unwavering conviction as he brought forth a bowl of soybean milk and a bowl of tofu pudding. Although both were derived from the humble soybean, their forms and flavors were distinctly dissimilar. It was akin to the ethereal essence of the heavens and earth in Huaxia and that of the West. Fundamentally similar, yet vastly different in manifestation and application due to the disparate elements within. Su Shoujing, now earnest, urged him to continue. Brother, this is how I perceive it. Zhang Xu wet his finger and traced a line on the table. Let us first assume that the ethereal essence of Huaxia and that of the West are indeed 2 entirely different entities. This would provide a rational explanation for the inability of the Huaxia Xianmen to absorb sufficient ethereal essence from this side, compounded by the severe consumption of its own Dao essence. If we extend this assumption further, should the heavenly court and the celestial officials possess the ability to manipulate the strings of the Dao, altering the changes within the realm, then when our Dao consumes that of this side, does it not imply that we could also, through the heavenly court and celestial officials, transform the ethereal essence here? For instance, by adding a pinch of brine, gypsum, or perhaps even gelatin to the soybean milk. Thus, once the impurities contained within the ethereal essences on both sides are harmonized, and the soybean milk transforms into tofu, we would naturally be able to wield our Daoist arts here, unimpeded and unrestricted. I believe this encapsulates the essence of the Dao's assimilation. However, let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. Such matters can only be definitively assessed by the Venerable Master. Zhang Xu waved his hand, shaking his head. That is not the crux of the matter. My primary concern is merely assuming, that I must rely on the ethereal essence here to cultivate and attain immortality. I must comprehend the exact composition of this essence to harmonize both Dao and magic, thereby achieving mutual enlightenment. Otherwise, what if the 2 sides clash and I find myself in peril? Su Shoujing fixed his gaze intently upon Zhang Xu for a full minute, before rubbing his eyes and wiping away tears of frustration. After all this, you still expect me to help you devise a scheme to pilfer the secrets of the heavens? I thought you had unearthed some earth-shattering revelation from your wisdom. What a waste of my eager heart. With a chuckle, Zhang Xu stood up and gently grasped Su Shoujing's sleeve, swaying cautiously. Brother, please lend me your assistance. Stop, stop. You must cease this at once. Su Shoujing jumped up, retreating behind a pillar, feeling an unsettling chill envelop him. He simply could not fathom how, at the tender age of 11, one could emit such an oily and saccharine tone. Very well, aside from the traditional notion of pilfering the secrets of the heavens. There indeed exists another method, provided you are unafraid of the complications. Absolutely unafraid. Zhang Xu replied with enthusiasm. You said it yourself. Clearing his throat, Su Shoujing continued. Then listen closely. This method is called gathering acclaim. Gathering acclaim? Zhang Xu was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Brother, do not tell me that this flawed Dao also incorporates a reputation system. Indeed, Su Shoujing exclaimed with a wicked grin. With a sweeping gesture, Su Shoujing unleashed a grin reminiscent of Zhang Xu's cunning demeanor. As the saying goes, the heart of the people reflects the will of heaven. The people's aspirations embody the essence of the divine. Do you think you can hide in the shadows, quietly honing your skills while merely spectating? Dream on. To seize the secrets of heaven, one must diligently strive to establish their name and reputation, to flaunt one's prowess and seize the spotlight. When will the hearts of the world align with a single individual? The celestial principles of the West cannot ignore you any longer. Crack! Zhang Xu clutched his chest in agony, his idle heart, which longed for a life of ease and detachment, shattered by Su Shoujing's relentless admonition. Chapter 60. The Wrathful Lucius Malfoy. In the desolate and dilapidated estate of Wiltshire, northern England, an enraged Lucius Malfoy forcefully brandished his cane, striking Draco's face and leaving a stark crimson mark. Get out! You do not belong in the Malfoy family. He thundered. From this day forth, consider yourself fatherless, for I shall claim no son such as you. Depart, take your filthy friend's gifts, and leave Malfoy Manor at once. You have sullied the honor of our pure blood. The heavy, exquisite ebony door slammed shut, isolating the despairing Draco outside. Narcissa sighed softly and approached, gently placing her hand on Lucius's shoulder. Lucius, please do not despair. There is always a way to resolve matters. No, Narcissa, you do not comprehend the gravity of this situation. Lucius pounded the table in frustration. I cannot defy his orders. If I refuse, he will kill you, and Draco, he will not spare any of us. Lucius fell to his knees, clutching Narcissa tightly. I cannot let anything happen to you. And Draco, he must remain unharmed. He is our hope. Serving the Dark Lord, one is sufficient. I cannot allow Draco to be embroiled in this. Narcissa tenderly stroked Lucius's hair, her voice soothing as if lulling an infant to sleep. Do not fear, Lucius, do not fear. I will always be by your side. Draco carries the noble blood of both the Malfoys and the Blacks. He shall not come to harm. Our ancestors in the heavens will surely protect their pure-blood descendants. Nonsense! Lucius erupted, springing to his feet and wildly gesticulating, his once meticulously groomed golden hair now a chaotic tangle, obscuring his flushed face. What nonsense about nobility! What nonsense about bloodlines! Does that man, the Dark Lord, ever care? He is a scoundrel. Lucius paused, his demeanor deflated. In truth, whether it be the Malfoys or the Lestranges, even the most ancient and noble of the Blacks, in his eyes, we hold no higher status than a mere dog. He is a madman, yet I have no choice. Narcissa, go check on Draco. I had always believed he inherited only my cowardice and weakness. But it seems he possesses the wise and astute blood flowing through your veins. An ancient lineage from the East. Only such power can provide sanctuary for Draco. How dare those fools of the Ministry of Magic provoke such a formidable being? Narcissa nodded, turning to leave the study, her footsteps echoing in the corridor. Dobby. Yes, yes. Esteemed mistress, what is your command? Dobby, clad in a tattered pillowcase, was not acknowledged by Narcissa as she made her way toward Draco's room. Prepare some refreshments to send to Master Draco's chamber. Yes, at once. Dobby bowed in the direction Narcissa had vanished, yet did not immediately disappear. Instead, he cautiously glanced toward Lucius's study. Through the heavy ebony door, it seemed one could hear Lucius's frantic cries for a name. Harry Potter. Dobby hesitated, his form fading into the shadows. Before long, a visibly distressed Narcissa rushed back, forcefully pushing open the tightly shut door. Lucius, Draco is missing. He is not in the manor. I have searched everywhere, and there are no signs of him. What shall we do, Lucius? Draco has truly run away. He hasn't taken his wand, nor even a bag for gold. What? Lucius snapped his exquisitely crafted cane in half, then struck the table with the jagged end. Dobby, come forth. Go find him. Immediately. Have all your wretched little house elf friends search for him. At all costs, at all costs. Zhang Xu had lain languidly in his new home for over a month, spending his days either practicing magic or tinkering with spells. Having completely relinquished the notion of taking shortcuts to uncover secrets. As the end of the holiday approached, he suddenly remembered that, despite Hogwarts being a school of magic, it regrettably still assigned summer homework. Besides the now physically non-existent Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class and spell practice, he had 4 lengthy essays, each 12 inches, untouched. Having entirely forgotten this matter while indulging in his holiday, Zhang Xu found a new direction in life and, grasping a quill, began his daily struggle with parchment. One day, Su Shoujing, holding a teapot, joined Zhang Xu in a spirited debate over whether Western potions or Chinese alchemy reigned supreme. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a crooked paper crane landing on the desk. A flying crane message? Does anyone in London still practice this? Su Shoujing's curiosity piqued. He reached to examine it. Zhang Xu clicked his tongue, waving the quill at the paper crane, which, now infused with energy, flapped its little wings vigorously and soared back into the air. No point in pondering. It's magic, and you 1T uncover anything from it. Hey, you think you're impressive, don't you, Celestial Emperor? Stand down, you are forgiven. Bah. After a brief interval, the paper crane returned, now soiled, revealing a disheveled Draco at the study's entrance. Zhang, Draco? What brings you here? Zhang Xu was taken aback upon encountering the message-carrying paper crane, initially believing it to be a casual visit from Hermione. However, he was utterly unprepared for the arrival of Draco. It is worth noting that Wiltshire is over 100 kilometers away from London, requiring at least 2 to 3 hours of driving. Furthermore, given Draco's appearance, it seemed he must have journeyed all the way here on foot, perhaps having walked through the night. What could have happened? Had Voldemort resurrected prematurely and taken over the Malfoy estate? Zhang, it truly is you, Draco exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and the immediate swell of grievances that compelled him to burst into tears at the threshold. Zhang Xu quickly ushered Draco inside, offering words of comfort. Once he grasped the backstory and learned that Draco had indeed followed the paper crane for an entire day and night, he reassured him, Draco, you can stay here for now. In a few days, once your father has calmed down, he will surely come looking for you. I'll help smooth things over and clear up any misunderstandings. Thank you, Draco stammered, lowering his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Zhang. But I didn't bring any money with me this time. So Zhang Xu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. He then instructed a servant to take Draco to the dining room for a meal, followed by a bath and some much-needed rest. It was truly pitiful. Even in his past life, Zhang Xu had never witnessed such a disheveled version of young Draco. He then reclined on a bamboo couch, expressing his despondency to Su Shoujing. Old Malfoy has gone mad. This is truly a transfer of guardianship upon me. Su so don't get down Su play free. Stop being. Bah. Do you think you're calling me to be entrusted with guardianship? Running away from home and making it sound like a tragic separation. Does it amuse you to speak as if you were some elder? Having received a kick while lying down, Zhang Xu couldn't be bothered to respond to Su Shoujing. He could not reveal that he had already read the script. With old Malfoy's cowardly yet blustering nature, it was inconceivable that he would sever ties with Draco simply due to his son associating with a few Muggle wizards. The real concern was whether Narcissa would intervene. After all, she was the formidable woman who dared to deceive Voldemort to his face. Thus, the only scenario that could compel the timid old Malfoy to distance himself from Draco under the threat of Narcissa's unforgiving wrath was one that involved Voldemort intending to eliminate the Malfoy family entirely. However, according to the storyline, this should still be the Chamber of Secrets arc, with Voldemort's true form not yet revealed. What was driving old Malfoy to such madness? Unless Voldemort had no intention of reopening the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, but rather sought to kill old Malfoy to resurrect himself through him. Zhang Xu sat up abruptly, feeling that this deduction might indeed hold considerable weight. Chapter 61. The Dreadful Abode, Another Black Magic Diary? Given Lucius's opportunistic and fickle nature, it was unreasonable to believe he would be more difficult to control than Ginny. Moreover, if memory served correctly, no one had perished throughout the entire Chamber of Secrets ordeal. Yet, the possessed diary Tom Riddle arrogantly boasted of Voldemort's impending return, brimming with vitality. Wasn't he this utterly absurd? What vitality can an immature first-grade witch offer you? Have you ever inquired about the Blood Sacrifice clan, which even allowed itself to be annihilated by a malevolent cultivator? It's purely comedic. Nevertheless, Zhang Xu sprang into action, leaping up and scurrying to the bathroom to meticulously inspect the soiled garments that Draco had discarded. Well. Who would have thought our Western Emperor had such peculiar preferences? Su Shoujing sauntered over leisurely, his gaze filled with mischief. Su, although we reside in England. Isn't it a bit premature for you to adapt so quickly? Get lost. Do you believe I will banish you once I ascend to the throne? Zhang Xu shot Su Shoujing a fierce glare, thinking to himself that he was the one who favored bald heads. Yet, his hands were undeterred, diligently examining every inch of the clothing, even the seams of the underwear, before finally exhaling in relief. Fortunately, it was merely ordinary clothing, devoid of any soul devices or other detritus. No ambush for Voldemort. Draco was safe. Now, should I follow the plot and await the start of school to open the Chamber of Secrets? Or would it be more prudent to eliminate old Malfoy at once? Zhang Xu hesita. After all, old Malfoy was Draco's biological father, and whether he was under Voldemort's control remained uncertain. Striking him down directly would be expedient. But what if he were mistaken? Killing the father of his own vice president would complicate future interactions. Yet considering the start of term, Zhang Xu sighed at the thought of Dumbledore's benevolent yet biased visage. If only Hogwarts didn't close its doors for the summer, taking advantage of the absence of others to promptly dispatch the basilisk, sever its head for a trophy, and summon the Ministry of Magic for a press conference to proclaim the Eastern warrior who vanquished the serpent. If only the entire plot could be completed in one breath, it would surely garner a wave of admiration, far more enjoyable than the tedious wait. Zhang Xu sai heavy li, unwittingly missing the fact that Draco had finished a shower and emerged wrapped in a towel. Upon seeing Zhang Xu crouched on the floor, unconsciously rubbing his own underwear, Draco's face flushed crimson, his lips stammering, Zhang, actually I'm not. Suddenly, clarity struck. Plop. It was decided. Should I seek out old Malfoy for that diary? Just then, Zhang Xu raised an eyebrow as another elegant paper crane, crafted from bright yellow talisman paper, fluttered into the room, dropping a red envelope before him. As Zhang Xu peeled open the wax seal, the red envelope sprang to life, its voice an exasperated shout, albeit suppressed. Hey, Zhang, it's Harry. I'm currently at Ron's humble abode. It's absolutely splendid here. I truly wish you could join us. Ron mentioned he also invited Hermione and Malfoy. You're the only one missing. With that, the message concluded, and the envelope spontaneously ignited in midair, releasing a slender handwritten note that detailed the family address and provided a special line within the Ministry of Magic's Flynn network, facilitating swift transit to the fireplace at the humble dwelling. Su Shoujing gazed with keen interest at the curled paper ash scattered on ground. This letter possesses a certain intrigue, he mused, with its automatic playback, ample volume, and captivating essence. Yet it also bears the capability of self-destruction upon reading. Zhang Xu produced his wand and lightly tapped the paper crane, causing a bright yellow talisman to unfurl. Within it, apart from the talismans inscribed with cinnabar and the great seal of the Celestial Master, there were no other inscriptions. It appears that the contents of the shouting letter encompass everything. Zhang Xu pondered. Ron's invitation was quite reasonable. He had mentioned it several times before the holiday. Harry had always been at odds with the Dursleys, so it was understandable for him to seek solace in their humble abode as the new school year approached. Was this mere coincidence? A sister volume to the Diary of the Dark Arts? What could that book in old Malfoy's possession be? Moreover, how did the diary end up in Fred's hands? Tom Riddle, do you truly fear that conversing with him might transform you into Thomas Kate? The most crucial point is that I had only just contemplated seeking out old Malfoy when this second volume, presumably the Dark Arts Diary, suddenly emerged. Voldemort, are your abilities truly so enigmatic? Is every thought known to you? You might as well change your name to Adam. This unexpected coincidence caught Zhang Xu off guard, leaving him feeling damp and sticky, as if being watched by some chilling entity. Just as he hesitated, pondering whether to divulge his foresight to Su Shoujing for counsel, he noticed Draco, finally awake, unsteadily emerging from bathroom. Zhang, where am I? Why am I here? And my clothes? He stammered. Could it be? You and I. Malfoy tightened his grip on the towel, glancing at the crumpled, dirty clothes on the floor, his thoughts quickly veering in a certain unspeakable directions. Zhang Xu buried his face in his hands, astonished. Goodness, did Lockhart's spell have such a powerful effect? To wipe out an entire day and night of memory on the very first use? How am I supposed to explain this? Oh, your father has abandoned you. So now you are an orphan whom I have kindly taken in? How absurd. At that moment, Su Shoujing suddenly smiled and extended his hand towards Draco. Malfoy, Weren't you scheduled to visit Zhang Xu's classmate's home? How could you forget so quickly after just a sip of barley juice? Is that so? Su Shoujing patted Draco's arm. Although this was not a significant concern in Huaxia, as a young man, one must still protect oneself while out in the world. Rolling on the ground in drunkenness is hardly a commendable habit. With a blank mind, Draco glanced between the dirty clothes on the floor and Su Shoujing's earnest expression, choosing to trust the latter shyly. At that moment, Zhang Xu also had a revelation, slapping his thigh vigorously. Of course, didn't Ron invite Draco as well? Why not? Let us not hesitate. Let us call old Malfoy, bring Draco along, and I shall disregard which of the two diaries is genuine or false. We shall meet at the humble abode. Chapter 62, Dobby the Overly Free. However, considering that old Malfoy needed time to be summoned to the manor and that Draco, having endured an all-night marathon, was not in the best condition, Su Shoujing sent Draco to the guest room to rest, casually remarking as he entered, "It doesn't matter. After all, your meager skills won't last 3 minutes. When trouble arises, it's still my magic that will save the day. Whether you want to come or not is of no consequence." Mastering both magical paths is quite impressive, isn't it? Just look at this. Zhang Xu waved his wand, demonstrating the prowess of dual cultivation. After sending off a paper crane, he could not suppress a yawn. The manor, located in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, was approximately 200 kilometers from London. Under favorable road conditions, it would take about 3 to 4 hours by car. However, since Su Shoujing preferred to remain inactive, Zhang Xu chose not to disturb him. With Draco, a pure blood of impeccable lineage, accompanying them, they could conveniently travel through the ministry's fluid network without fear of encountering any undue difficulties. The following day, after lunch, Zhang Xu and Draco took a taxi to Whitehall, where they found the old red telephone booth tucked away in a dilapidated alley, enabling them to enter the magical hall with ease. Draco led Zhang Xu a few steps to the right, falling in line behind a person wearing a hat that obscured their face. Zhang Xu surveyed his surroundings. They were in a splendid hall at one end of the grand space. The walls on either side were adorned with dark wooden panels, embedded with no fewer than 100 gilded fireplaces. Every few seconds, a fireplace across the hall would emit a puffing sound, and with a flicker of azure flames, a figure in formal attire would emerge from within. On their side, a queue of wizards was forming, many of whom seemed to know each other, chatting amiably in small groups. Zhang Xu listened in, and indeed, the British were discussing nothing but the weather and peculiar place names, devoid of any engaging gossip. Fortunately, the line moved quickly, and within 3 minutes, it was their turn. Draco skillfully grabbed a handful of shimmering powder from a golden tray at the fireplace entrance, scattering it beneath their feet while exclaiming, "To the manor!" In an instant, azure flames erupted. The sensation was far more uncomfortable than the last time Dumbledore had used a key for transportation. Just as Zhang Xu felt nauseous, a sudden thud resounded in his head, followed by a searing pain and dizziness. His vision blurred, his legs weakened, and he stumbled forward, collapsing onto the cold stone floor. When he regained his composure, he found himself in an empty room, where a dirty and disheveled house elf was perched atop Draco, vigorously tugging at his nose and mouth with its dark fingers, seemingly contemplating whether to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Tentatively, Zhang Xu called out, "Dobby?" The elf, startled, vanished and then reappeared before Zhang Xu, blinking twice before exclaiming excitedly, "Dobby knows you. You are the friend of the young master and the esteemed sir. Dobby has seen your picture." Zhang Xu rubbed his head, inquiring, "Where's this place?" Dobby shook his head. Dobby does not know, but Dobby knows he must rescue the esteemed sir. Thus, Dobby cannot allow the young master to go to the dilapidated abode. Upon hearing his master's words, he suddenly froze, leaping aside and furiously banging his head against the fireplace. The fireplace was only half the height of a person, with protruding red bricks that just reached his head. As he pounded his head, he shouted, "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby!" Dobby nearly spoke ill of his master. Yet, Dobby must save the esteemed sir. The master will harm the esteemed sir. The young master cannot go to the dilapidated abode. If the master does not go, the esteemed sir will not encounter danger. Blast it! Bad Dobby! Dobby is bad. Dobby cannot make decisions for the master, but Dobby must save the esteemed sir. Oh, bad Dobby! Dobby must punish himself. A faint golden light illuminated the room as Zhang Xu invoked the golden light spell, warily observing the frenzied little elf. In stark contrast to the devoted house elves at Hogwarts, who diligently served the young wizards, Zhang Xu's impression of Dobby had plummeted to an all-time low. Especially now, Dobby's actions bore an uncanny resemblance to treachery against his master. Zhang Xu dared not contemplate the consequences had the fireplace been a few centimeters shorter. He and Draco would not merely have bumped their heads and felt dizzy. They could have easily broken their necks and perished. With his wand in hand, Zhang Xu spoke firmly. Dobby, I ask you once more, in the name of Draco Malfoy Superior, what is this place? What do you intend to do? Speak. Dobby suddenly trembled, looking at Zhang Xu in disbelief. You are the young Master Superior? So the esteemed sir, even more noble than the young master. Dobby must obey your commands. But Dobby does not know where this is. Dobby tugged at his ears vigorously, a gesture that seemed both punitive and hesitant. And then he began to choke up, mumbling, Bad Dobby has harmed the young master. Bad Dobby has stolen the master's diary. The young master cannot go to the dilapidated abode. The diary will be discovered by the master in the dilapidated abode. It will be found. Dobby must protect the esteemed sir. Dobby must prevent the master from going to the dilapidated abode, but Dobby cannot decide. Oh, Bad Dobby. Dobby is bad. Stolen the diary. Zhang Xu was nearly amused by his anger, realizing Dobby was the one scheming behind the scenes. Truly, you are a free-spirited house elf, to dare steal from your master while the contract remains unbroken. Do you comprehend how much hair you have caused me to lose with your antics? For this, old Malfoy's mercy is a testament to his good nature. Suddenly, Dobby shouted, Dobby must protect the esteemed sir. You all, be petrified. Almost the instant Dobby turned, Zhang Xu infused his wand with breath, concentrating intently as he unleashed a petrification spell. An invisible force rippled through the air, and Dobby's arms snapped to his sides, flying backward like a light hollow brick, crashing to the ground. The contorted expression on his face transformed from anger to sheer terror. Zhang Xu set down his wand, feeling it was still somewhat precarious. After all, the magic wielded by house elves is formidable, often surpassing that of many ordinary wizards in one-on-one confrontations. Hence, Zhang Xu picked up Dobby, retrieved a stack of yellow talismans, and diligently affixed them onto Dobby while gradually depleting his own magical energy. He could not help but mutter curses about the deplorable education of the Malfoy family, pondering the appropriate compensation he would demand when they eventually met. Once he had wrapped Dobby like a dumpling, Zhang Xu finally exhaled in relief and lay down, cradling the large bump on his head. This situation defied logic. Draco was half a head shorter than him, yet he had managed to deliver a beating, and Draco remained oblivious. Chapter 63, Calling the Parents. As Mr. Arthur drove his flying Ford Anglia, carrying a rather unpleasant-looking Lucius, guided by a paper crane, they arrived just in time to witness two young wizards, their heads pressed into their hands, legs atop their faces, each sporting a sizable bump on their heads, sleeping soundly amidst the soot. Zhang, Draco. Both Arthur and Lucius lunged towards the young wizards, each seizing one and pulling them into their embrace, simultaneously shielding the children while exchanging fierce glares. The young wizards opened their eyes, each letting out a peculiar cry. Damn it! Poor old Arthur! What the hell? The King of Elves. Coughing awkwardly, Arthur and Lucius exchanged glances, silently swapping the children in their arms. Curse that wretched soot! Zhang Xu sprang from Arthur's embrace, looking astonished at Lucius. That face! Are you certain it's not a lazy model directly copied from Li Pace? To think that Draco, at such a tender age, is so exquisitely handsome. He truly possesses remarkable genes. Lucius, pulling Draco to his feet, glared at Zhang Xu with displeasure. Are you insulting the noble Malfoy? Elf King? What kind of despicable, filthy creature is that? Ah! Zhang Xu suddenly realized that in the eyes of wizards, elves were essentially equivalent to house elves, perhaps with a few magical creatures from Cornwall added to the mix. Thus, strictly speaking, what he just said could indeed be construed as an insult. However, so what? While I admit to being someone who appreciates aesthetics, does that mean you, Lucius, conduct yourself any less shamelessly? Regardless of how handsome you are, it cannot compensate for the fact that you are utterly insufferable. Arthur stepped between the two. Mind your filthy mouth, Lucius. A noble who can only intimidate children is hardly noble in my eyes. Now that we have found Zhang and young Mr. Malfoy, why not proceed to the wretched abode? I believe the children must be eagerly awaiting. Dream on. Lucius menacingly waved his new wand. Father. Arthur smiled, clearly pleased with this response. Wait. Zhang Xu emerged from behind Arthur, pointing at the Dobby on the ground. You forgot something. Lucius, impatient, poked the wrapped figure with his wand and scoffed. What is this? A parting gift? Do not presume that any trivial item can atone for the insult you just cast upon the Malfoy family. Zhang Xu emitted a sound of understanding. It was nothing of great value, merely a house elf that had pilfered from its master and nearly fractured its young master's neck. Lucius inhaled sharply, his breath becoming labored as he abruptly drew his wand, directing it toward the dumpling on the ground. Shatter to pieces. The dumpling remained unresponsive. Crushed to dust. Dans l'explosion. Split asunder. A small corner of the yellow paper atop the dumpling fluttered slightly. I refused to believe it. Avada, hey. Zhang Xu pointed at Arthur, unable to contain his derision. You're prepared to commit murder right in front of others? And with your meager magical prowess. Do you truly think your killing curse could tear apart this flimsy paper? Lucius's facial muscles tightened, and although Arthur did not grasp the entirety of Zhang Xu's words, he instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of him. Lucius, you must comprehend the gravity of your actions. Draco hastily grasped Lucius's arm, his voice a low plea. Infuriated, Lucius refrained from uttering the final incantation. At this juncture, Zhang Xu glanced at Arthur, taken aback by the integrity of this red-haired, earnest-looking Weasley. Yet still extended his hand toward Lucius. Hand over the diary, and I shall pretend none of this transpired. I know not of what you speak. Lucius retorted defiantly. No acknowledgement. Zhang Xu, it appears you prefer conversing with Dumbledore, or perhaps a trip to Azkaban. Lucius's facial muscles quivered once more, and ultimately, with a look of venomous resentment, he relinquished his wand, reached into his robes, and produced a black-bound diary. Damnabelbrat. Take it. Zhang Xu accepted the diary, but was momentarily stunned. No, you truly possess it? I merely jested to irritate you, and yet you have actually retrieved one? Did Dobby not claim to have stolen and hidden the diary away? What then could this be? After surrendering the diary, Lucius displayed an air of having gained an advantage. Kicking the dumpling toward Draco and placing a hand on his son's shoulder, he executed a disapparation. With a sound akin to a car tire bursting, he vanished, unwilling to linger even a moment longer. Arthur shrugged, clearly relieved not to have to entertain the detestable Malfoy, father and son. However, upon turning to see the diary in Zhang Xu's hands, he could not help but frown and advise, Zhang, I have heard Ron speak of you. He mentioned you are an exceptionally powerful and opinionated wizard. Yet, I must caution you, within the wizarding world, many perilous dark magical artifacts disguise themselves as innocuous, everyday items, such as a mere diary. Arthur gestured toward the diary in Zhang Xu's possession. It is advisable to don dragonhide gloves when handling such items, as they effectively shield against dark magic and curses. Oh, well, you've already made direct contact. However, fret not. Brief exposure should not result in any dire consequences. However, I must advise you to take this matter to the Ministry of Magic for examination. As you are aware, Lucius was once a Death Eater. Anything in his possession is likely to be entangled with the Dark Lord and his dark magic. Rest assured, Zhang Xu nodded while placing the diary into a storage bag. And once school commences, I shall present the diary to Professor Dumbledore. Oh, Dumbledore. Arthur's spirits lifted. Indeed, that would bring a sense of security. Mr. Arthur Weasley possesses an exceptionally amiable disposition. Despite incessantly inquiring about muggles, particularly those from China, throughout the journey, one could distinctly feel the sincerity and affection in every word he uttered. He adeptly transitioned to the next topic, ensuring that Zhang Xu felt neither pressured nor that the conversation fell into a tedious loop. With such a father, it is no wonder the Weasley family has nurtured so many children, living together in delightful harmony. Zhang, do not worry. Tomorrow, I shall report to the ministry, urging the Department of Transportation to enhance oversight and protection of the Flynn network. As a director myself, they will surely take heed. Arthur proclaimed with fervor. Zhang Xu expressed his gratitude politely, while inwardly placing the Flynn network project on his blacklist. The efficiency of the British bureaucratic system, I trusted as far as I could throw it. After approximately another 10 minutes, the old Ford meandered through a dense grove, revealing a crooked building of at least 4 or 5 stories before Zhang Xu's eyes, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Harry and the others surrounded the vehicle before it had even come to a complete stop, chattering excitedly. Zhang Xu unfastened his seatbelt, opened the door, and walked directly towards Fred, one of the twins, bluntly stating, Chapter 64. Who are you? Where is he? Hey, aren't you going to tell us about the house elf that kidnapped you? Ron lightly punched Zhang Xu's chest. With your demeanor, I almost thought you had discovered something about the Dark Lord hidden within the diary. Harry cast a glance at Ron, somewhat regretting having mentioned his headache and the dream involving the serpent and cloaked figures. Zhang Xu, with a peculiar expression, remarked, Ron, have you considered pursuing a career in fortune-telling? It might be more promising than becoming an orer. At this moment, Harry glanced at the back seat of the old Ford and asked, Is Malfoy not coming? He then turned back to Fred. With a grin, Fred replied, I am George. Not Fred. How could George possess Fred's diary? The other twin chimed in from the other side. I am truly saddened that, as a good friend, you failed to recognize me. They both exclaimed in unison. If you wish to see the diary, you must earnestly beg for it. Even the proud lion of Slytherin could not discern who was George and who was Fred. Truly, the most traditional pranks always yield the best results. George and Fred erupted into hearty laughter, only to be playfully tapped on the head by Mr. Arthur, who had parked his car. All right, you little rascals. Hurry up and usher Zhang inside. Are you planning to stand here and wait for the goblins to treat you to pudding? Mr. Arthur winked at Zhang Xu. Don't be too polite with them. If you can pull a prank on those two, I assure you, no one will be happier than I. Zhang Xu returned the wink. Since you put it that way, shall I start by lopping off one of George's ears for everyone's amusement? The group made their way toward the burrow, perhaps considering the cramped quarters of their dining room. Mrs. Molly had already conjured a long table and chairs in the open space in front of the house, and was currently arranging dishes with Ginny and Percy. Zhang Xu had initially intended to simply enjoy an afternoon tea and leave with his diary in hand. However, after being delayed by Dobby, what was supposed to be a light tea had transformed into a dinner gathering. Fortunately, Mrs. Molly was understanding and seemed even more delighted by the change of plans. For Mrs. Molly, the recipe book had proven invaluable, revealing numerous clever household tips for utilizing canned goods that left her quite impressed, enriching the flavors of their family meals without any additional expense. She felt that today was a splendid opportunity to express her gratitude and to allow this genuine Chinese guest to further refine her culinary skills. As Ginny was setting the plates, she spotted Zhang Xu approaching, her face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly ducked behind Mrs. Molly, peeking out with one little eye that blinked incessantly. Ron, noticing this, chuckled mischievously. Ha Zhang, you have no idea? Ginny absolutely idolizes you now. She has been incessantly talking about you and Harry all summer long. It's driving me mad. It's quite ironic, considering she once swore she would join Gryffindor. The twins hopped around joyfully, teasing their little sister. Oh, adorable Ginny. Oh, lovely Slytherin. We revel merrily in the burrow. At last, a Gryffindor has produced a female Slytherin. Ginny, blushing profusely, chased after the twins, playfully hitting and kicking them. Mrs. Molly scolded the twins loudly before hurrying a few steps to greet Zhang Xu. She wiped her hands on her apron and embraced him tightly, exclaiming, It's so wonderful to see you safe, Zhang. Arthur has already filled me in on everything. It's those wretched traffic officials to blame. I have never heard of the Flynn network being hijacked by a domestic house elf. Oh, the poor child. Come dia. Today's meal is prepared according to that recipe you gifted me. You must eat well. Mrs. Molly called out to her husband and the children who were playing in the distance. And soon the 6 members of the Weasley family, along with Harry and Zhang Xu, were seated neatly at the dining table. Is Hermione not coming? Someone inquired. She mentioned that her astronomy paper is still incomplete, so she plans to meet us directly in Diagon Alley tomorrow. However, this arrangement is rather agreeable, with Hermione accompanying Mother and Ginny. We can explore the intriguing offerings of Diagon Alley. This evening's main course consists of slow-roasted beef in red wine, chicken stewed with vegetables, canned tomato soup, sauerkraut with sausages, along with some bread and salad. While it may not be extravagant and the preparation lacks finesse, its sole merit lies in the hearty ingredients and generous portions that satisfy one's hunger. If only the staple could be replaced with rice and the amount of spices halved, it would cater more to Zhang Xu's palate. During the meal, Fred generously unveiled his diary to share. Mr. Arthur and Mrs. Molly unanimously perceived it as yet another prank device conjured by the twins, expressing their reluctance to write anything, fearing they might be compelled to retaliate upon seeing the answers. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron enthusiastically demonstrated the diary's functionality. Look, as long as you write with magical ink, it will automatically reveal the answers. Ron, brimming with excitement, wrote a simple greeting, hello, and soon received an identical response as the text vanished. Percy could not resist a scornful remark. Ah, yes. Please don't pretend to be childish. This question is hardly amusing. Harry handed the quill to Zhang Xu, urging, here, give a try. Zhang hesitated, but took the quill, tentatively inscribing a line of Chinese characters. Voldemort? The writing quickly faded, yet after a considerable wait, there was no response. Ron exclaimed, Zhang, you must write in English. The twins erupted in laughter, seemingly reminded of some amusing jest, chiming in, it's just a diary. It hasn't traveled abroad. It must adhere to its rules. Suddenly, a multitude of incomprehensible crimson text materialized. Zhang Xu calmly closed the diary and apologized to the twins. I'm sorry. It seems I may have caused the diary to glitch. Fred shrugged. No matter. We're already bored with it. And it can merely serve as a tool for Ron's homework. George nodded. You can take it, but you must inject some entertaining ideas into it. They exchanged a knowing glance and shared a triumphant high five. After dinner, Zhang Xu politely declined the invitation to stay overnight, but after much coaxing from Harry and Ron, as well as Ginny's pleading gaze, he acquiesced to their request to accompany them for shopping in Diagon Alley the next day. Once seated in the black cab, which had doubled in fare, Zhang Xu finally exhaled in relief, his fingers trembling as he reopened the diary. The once blank, yellowed parchment was now filled with twisted crimson writing. Who are you? Where is he? Chapter 65, Two Foolish Imbeciles. Zhang Xu retrieved a ballpoint pen from his bag and noted in the diary, make the letters smaller, it's hard to read. Also avoid red, it's too dazzling. The crimson script gradually faded, transforming once again into elegant black handwriting. How rare it is. You're the first person from Huaxia I have encountered. He deceived me. I believed I would attain eternal life, yet all I received was a timeless prison. So who are you? A name is merely a meaningless designation. What truly matters is that we are both Huaxia people, is it not? That is a valid point. So who are you? What is your connection to Voldemort? You may call me Qin Shuhua. I'm sorry, I have not heard of you. I am of no consequence. So who are you? Where is Voldemort? Has he achieved immortality? Does he now rule the magical realm? You may call me Tom Riddle. Riddle? Impossible. You are deceiving me. He declared that he would not allow his bloodline to continue. Who on earth are you? The writing in the diary turned blood red once more, this time enhanced with a bleeding effect. Ha! Little chick, revealing its dark feet. I senti it? After Zhang Xu inscribed the final sentence, believe it or not, he promptly closed the notebook. He then sealed it, secured it with a golden lock, encased it in an envelope, and discarded it into his storage bag. Clearly, he had no intention of reopening it anytime soon. I was terrified. I thought Voldemort truly possessed two diary Horcruxes. Zhang Xu, warming his pale, icy hands beneath his armpits, leaned back against the rear seat and dozed off. He did not believe a single word of what Qin Shuhua had said. Apart from that last sentence, dripping with jealousy, the entire conversation was filled with absurdities. Pretending to be Huaxia people. What kind of Huaxia person speaks like you? And immortality? Is it a term a Huaxia person would use? Even the demons who devour Tang Sung know to say that consuming his flesh grants eternal life. Pretending to be Huaxia. Such a mindset. Not even a zombie would find it palatable. Zhang Xu shook his head inwardly. Though Voldemort was eccentric and acted with extreme measures, he could still be considered a gentleman. Proud and self-important when it came to maintaining his reputation, even with just a fragment of his soul remaining. He should not engage in such base acts as cross-dressing or disguise. Thus, this diary must have been a preliminary creation of Voldemort before he fragmented his soul, belonging to some unknown woman as Horcrux. Due to its similar age and the application of the same dark magic, its aura, appearance, and size closely resembled one another, leading Dobby to mistakenly identify it and hide it away in the Weasley household. Logically, that seems plausible. Although my intuition suggests the story behind this diary is far more complex, I must ask, what concern is it of mine? As long as you do not interfere, you may live or die as you please. Zhang Xu, drowsily asleep in the back seat, arrived home just past 3 in the morning. That damn black cab not only took a longer route, but also made a stop at a bar for a drink. Had it not been for Zhang Xu's threat to withhold payment and report him for drunk driving if he dawdled any longer, he might have been unable to drive into London until dawn. At this moment, Zhang Xu found himself utterly devoid of the energy to engage in conversation with Tom from his diary. Casually, he tossed the diary into Su Shoujing's room, wary of its potential to disrupt his slumber with nocturnal antics. Zhang Xu resolved to rejuvenate himself, neglecting even the thought of a shower, and collapsed onto his bed, ready to embrace sleep. Just before surrendering to slumber, he retrieved a long-forgotten vial of life and death elixir from his storage bag, allowing a single drop to touch his lips. In terms of restoring vigor and overcoming lethargy, the art of potion-making far surpassed the path of alchemy. He slept soundly until 10 the following morning. Zhang Xu stretched luxuriously, feeling revitalized and invigorated, as all traces of yesterday's discomfort from bumping his head and staying up late vanished. If the conversation had been fruitful, he would seal it in a bag to revisit later when he had gathered enough soul artifacts to mold together. If it had not, then he would simply discard it. However, upon entering the room, he was greeted by the sight of Su Shoujing, fervently wielding a brush, engrossed in writing on the pages of the diary. Brother, how have you found yourself conversing with it? Su Shoujing, without lifting his gaze, moved the brush across the paper with remarkable speed. The graceful strokes traced intricate, arcane patterns, which, as the lifeless ink marks were absorbed by the parchment, he promptly began to replicate. He continued this meticulous endeavor until the ink marks no longer faded, culminating in a complete talisman, after which he reluctantly set down the brush. Su, this diary possesses quite the charm, Su Shoujin exclaimed with exuberance, marveling not only at its ability to converse, but also at its capacity for repeated practice of talismans without damage to the pages. Look, I have written all morning and have succeeded only once, yet the burned portions barely total 10 pages. Zhang Xu could only chuckle in disbelief. I thought you were reminiscing with Tom about the past, discussing ideals, and was afraid you might be led astray. Yet, you tell me you are using this as a low-cost practice book? That cannot be beneficial. Tom has only managed to create 7 items. The esteemed Principal Deng could not destroy this soul artifact, and you have obliterated 10 pages in a single morning. Should I commend your genius or question your efficacy? Such a high failure rate in talisman creation. Testing the restoration potion, Zhang Xu confirmed that the consumed pages of the diary had indeed turned to ash, with no possibility of recovery. He then briefly explained the origin and crafting method of the diary to Su Shoujin. In this light, one might consider this object a discarded artifact imbued with a spirit. Su Shoujin flipped through the diary repeatedly, his expression reminiscent of an elderly man engrossed in his phone, drawing in breaths of cold air that raised the temperature of the entire room. Are you suggesting that this Voldemort character detonated his own soul to create a spirit, believing that this would grant him immortality? The artifact produced possesses no notable functionality and remains entirely separate from its host, leaving it vulnerable to destruction without awareness. Moreover, has he reduced himself to madness, fixated on blowing up schools and harming innocent boys? Indeed, Zhang Xu responded, speechless. You're quite right. Tom meticulously repackaged his diary and placed it into a storage bag, while Zhang Xu handed over Chun Shuhua to Su Shoujin. After all, the craftsmanship of both books was quite similar. Thus, it mattered little whose was used for practice. With his grandfather and numerous senior brothers around, Zhang Xu felt no apprehension regarding any potential harm emanating from Chun Shuhua. Interestingly, I recently stumbled upon a rather intriguing phenomenon. I noticed that while drawing talismans, the trajectory of the symbols seemed to attract minute amounts of the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, I neither set up an altar, nor invoked any deities, nor engaged in any fasting or recitation. It was merely a leisurely activity, and to my surprise, it actually worked. It is a pity, however, that intent without spirit renders the talisman ineffective. Chapter 66, Liheng Bookstore. An ineffective talisman? Brother, do not jest with me. What sort of useless talisman could wear down a magical artifact? The dark magic inscribed here could confound even Dumbledore, and you did not pit a mountain artifact against it. Yet you managed to wear away several pages merely through practice. Are you a genius, perhaps? Su Shoujin scoffed, tracing a symbol in the air with his finger, conjuring an ethereal and intricate design. Our talismans from Longhu Mountain emphasize the importance of concealing breath within the ink. The brush must lead, imprinting the divine might of the heart's altar, thus completing the talisman's essence. Only then can one connect with the forces of the universe and the authority of the celestial realm, deeming it a true talisman. However, the symbol I created today contained only my intent and the automatically converging essence of this realm, lacking the crucial breath and spirit. Thus, despite its surface brilliance, it is fundamentally an ineffective talisman. The reason I bring this up is to encourage you to explore whether you can unravel the mysteries of the essence of heaven and earth through the path of talisman crafting. By intertwining Eastern wisdom with Western energy, the mere act of breaking apart a few pages was merely a side effect of my misguided approach. Su Shoudong Sai, acknowledging that only you might genuinely navigate this path. Enough of that. Don't smile so foolishly. Do you truly believe I can allow you to rely solely on gathering insights to uncover heavenly secrets? With your laziness, I am well aware of your aversion to trouble. Cultivation is a race against time. Brother, you truly are my dear brother. Zhang Xu leapt up, eager to give Su Shoujin a kiss, only to be met with a swift kick. After some casual banter with Su Shoujin, Zhang Xu reluctantly donned his clothes and stepped out into the sun. Upon arriving at Liheng Bookstore, Zhang Xu found it teeming with people, packed both inside and out, whether young girls or elegantly dressed middle-aged women. They resembled the fervent fans he had seen in his previous life, clutching thick hardcover books and shouting the name Gigi with fervor. Had he not seen the prominent sign in the bookstore's window, he might have thought these individuals had lost their minds, fervently adoring a monkey. However, upon witnessing the flamboyant man with golden, wavy hair, adorned in a vibrant forget-me-not blue robe, flashing 8 dazzling teeth, Zhang Xu realized there was little difference between this and fawning over a monkey. How do ISNT it? Zhang Xu turned his head to see a handsome elderly gentleman with white hair standing behind him. Indeed, his writing is quite engaging. However, the crowd is overwhelming, and I find myself reluctant to push through. Would you like me to assist you in obtaining a more favorable number? No, thank you. I anticipate that by this time next year, one might easily procure a complete set of unopened autobiographies by Lockhart from a second-hand store, all at an inexpensive price without any competition. The charming old gentleman couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "You are quite amusing. Was it a form of divination or mere foresight? You are overthinking it. I was merely speaking casually. A remarkably keen intuition." The charming old man said as he glanced over Zhang Xu's shoulder. "It seems your companion has arrived. Until we meet again." With that, he gracefully presented Zhang Xu with a delicate blue flower plucked from his pocket. Following a sound reminiscent of a soap bubble bursting, the charming old man vanished without a trace. Just as Ron and Harry reached Zhang Xu's side, they witnessed the elegant disappearance of the old gentleman. Zhang, who was that? Goodness, that was an extraordinarily adept disapparition. I doubt even the professors at school could achieve such a subtle vanishing act. I do not know him. We merely exchanged a few pleasantries. Where are the others? Ron sighed and gestured towards the throngs in the bookstore. They've been inside for the past 2 hours. I truly cannot comprehend what is so admirable about that greasy Lockhart. Ron mimicked Hermione's voice, saying, "Giddy, Gilderoy, I shall love you forever." Ugh. Zhang Xu and Harry couldn't help but laugh. However, their mirth was short-lived as Mrs. Weasley emerged from the crowd, laden with a towering stack of books, followed closely by Ginny and Hermione. Mrs. Weasley unceremoniously tossed the mountainous collection of books into Harry and Ron's arms, alleviating her burden by half. Then, with a sudden exclamation of dismay, she cried, "Merlin's beard! How could I have forgotten you? Jean, quickly take this. It contains the personal signatures of Mr. Lockhart. 7 volumes in total. These are all the textbooks you will need for the new term. I shall go and procure George and Fred's books." Zhang Xu go sopti. Lockhart's novels are hardly inexpensive, and it is evident that these are deluxe editions printed to sell at a higher price. Should Mrs. Weasley gift him the books, and then he go spend money to acquire a set, the Weasley family would surely face financial ruin. Zhang Xu hurriedly tossed all the books onto the new cauldron at Ginny's feet and took hold of Mrs. Weasley's arm. "Mrs. Weasley, there's no need for that. You see, I have already purchased them." He produced the book Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Eliminating Household Pests from his storage bag and waved it before Mrs. Weasley, explaining that it was a gift from Su Shojing when he first arrived. "Oh, very well, dear. Since you have already acquired it, then I needn't." Mrs. Weasley did not closely examine the book's cover, pausing momentarily before exhaling in relief. Navigating through those crowds truly is a tiresome endeavor. Unforeseen circumstances arose when the Lehan bookstore conspired with Lockhart, exclusively offering only deluxe editions of various novels, which drastically diminished the funds available to Mrs. Molly and the young wizards. After meandering through the Honeyduke's candy shop without making any purchases and lingering in front of the Quidditch Boutique's window for a spell, the young wizards soon lost interest in continuing their shopping expedition. Hermione expressed a desire to browse parchment and ink, and following a sumptuous treat of fruit ice cream for everyone, Zhang Xu politely bid farewell. What a disappointment. Ron pouted, blaming Lockhart for the exorbitant prices of the books. Dumbledore must be losing his wits to appoint such a person as the defense against the dark arts professor. "Ron, don't speak so hastily," Harry interjected, shaking the book in his arms. "He has penned so many stories. Perhaps he possesses genuine talent? I don't care. I simply dislike him." At that moment, Hermione quietly leaned closer to Zhang Xu and whispered in his ear, "Zhang, has something happened with Malfoy? What makes you think that?" Zhang Xu inquit. Hermione lowered her voice slightly. "I overheard Uncle Arthur and Aunt Molly mention that you were captured by the Malfoy family's house elf. Yet, as far as I know, even upon learning that their master intends to harm them, house elves would merely cheerfully prepare themselves, never betraying their masters, let alone abducting their own young master. I suspect something significant must have occurred to compel a kind house elf to act so irrationally." "Perhaps," Zhang Xu replied noncommittally. "Speculation alone is futile when school begins. You can inquire directly with Draco, or I can assist you in arranging a meeting with Yabur, who works in the kitchen, to glean some insights." In truth, he too was curious as to why the house elves had become so altered. After bidding farewell to everyone, he opened his palm, revealing the Deathly Hallows, the emblem of the Pureblood faction. Shall we meet again later? Is it a greeting or a threat?" Zhang Xu pressed his fingers to his temples. reflecting on the Ministry of Magic, then the Pure Blood faction. In a couple of days, would the Death Eaters, the Order of the Phoenix, and even Azkaban send representatives as well? Chapter 67. Two Professors of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Clearly, the Death Eaters, the Order of the Phoenix, and Azkaban had no immediate intention of intersecting paths with Zhang Xu. Thus, the following days, leading up to the smooth embarkation on the train for the return to school, Zhang Xu experienced a period of relaxation and tranquility. It was not until he was startled awake by a vendor selling snacks that he suddenly realized how uncharacteristically quiet it was around him. It made no sense for the other young wizards to deliberately bypass him and seek seats further back, even if someone were to sabotage his reputation, causing the young wizards to shy away from him. What of Draco? Why was he absent as well? And what of Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville? The four Gryffindors known for their headstrong nature? Could they truly distance themselves from him due to a few words in a newspaper or some rumors? It was inconceivable. I have even preemptively dealt with the unstable factor known as Dobby. Should he dare to abduct his own young master, Lucius would undoubtedly ensure his demise or subject him to stringent surveillance. With Dobby unable to block the way, Draco and his companions would not intentionally avoid me due to mere rumors. Thus, the pressing question arises, where have all the people gone? Zhang Xu opened the carriage door, and the corridor was filled with the excited and boisterous chatter of young wizards. Peering into the compartments on either side, he found them completely occupied. Even a Muggle-born Slytherin recognized him and waved cheerfully, displaying no signs of trepidation or reluctance. With your formidable prowess, why engage in a game of hide and seek with a mere child? Zhang Xu feigned a look of being playfully mocked, yet utterly helpless. At the same time, his right hand stealthily delved into his storage pouch, grasping the hilt of the 3-5 demon-slaying sword. Quite an impressive reaction. To identify a problem and boldly probe, even attempting a sneak attack and counterstrike within such a brief span of time. Had you been born in my era, you might have emerged as a remarkable figure. The air before Zhang Xu quivered slightly, revealing a dapper old gentleman clad in a finely tailored suit, adorned with a floral pin on his lapel. He was not the same individual encountered earlier in Diagon Alley. You flatter me. No, this is no flattery. I merely speak the truth. After all, for that esteemed individual, to take personal action is the highest affirmation of your potential. May I inquire as to why you seek me? It is nothing of great significance. The dapper old man produced a handkerchief, delicately dabbed at the corner of his mouth, and offered Zhang Xu an apologetic smile. At someone's behest, I have been tasked with blocking a few young ones at the entrance of the Muggle side of platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. Unfortunately, they seem to have failed to find a way to breach that barrier. Presently, the dapper old man glanced at his palm. Currently, they are piloting a modified flying car, making their way here. Zhang Xu inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through his mind, a fleeting thought of the convergence of world lines. Fear not, for I have another old friend watching over them. Even if they cannot pass the subsequent tests, there is no cause for concern regarding their safety. After all, it is at that individual's behest. Few in the magical realm would dare to disregard his words. With that, the dapper old man rose slightly and bowed to Zhang Xu, removing the floral pin from his lapel and gently placing it on the table. The train is nearing the station. I wish you a pleasant new term. Thank you, Zhang Xu replied, standing to see him off. The dapper old man waved his hand, opened the carriage door, and with a flash of distorted light, his figure vanished in an instant. Turning back, the floral pin left on the table ignited into a gentle white flame. What on earth? Another pureblood fanatic. Dumbledore, have you lost your mind? If you long for your old lover, go to Nurmengard yourself. Who do you think you're intimidating by sending a swarm of pureblood fanatics to surround me? You indeed possess the leisure to instruct them to confront Voldemort, to engage with the Ministry of Magic, or at the very least, to eliminate those purebloods who perpetually hinder progress. What is it that demonstrates your prowess in bullying children? Do not compel me to alert my grandfather. Zhang Xu, wielding the sword of evil banishing, cursed vehemently, his fury intensifying, yet his voice diminished with each utterance. Eventually hurling the sword onto the table and clutching his chest, gasping for breath. How exasperating. That old man's impeccably tailored suit exudes an overwhelming pressure. Zhang Xu harbored no doubt that if these suited elders were to draw their wands against him, he would be utterly powerless to resist. The train swiftly arrived at Hogsmeade Station. Following the throng, Zhang Xu disembarked, stepping onto a dimly lit street where over 100 uniquely styled carriages awaited, tasked with transporting students from their first year onward to Hogwarts. Zhang Xu could surmise the nature of the impending challenge for the young wizards. Silently mourning for that old Ford, he boarded a carriage without a trace of hesitation, journeying to the castle, entering the great hall and taking a seat at the Slytherin table. This singular act quickly captured the attention of Gilderoy Lockhart, seated at the head table. Ah, what a commendable young wizard he is. He smiled at Professor Snape, who sat beside him, recalling his own experiences in Tibet, where monks had similarly revered him. He extended a finger, mimicking a 90-degree bow towards his golden goblet, recalling his popularity there, even receiving accolades from the lamas who invited him to sit upon a throne of gold. Are you aware of what a lama is? I mentioned it in my tome, A Year with the Yeti of Tibet. Naturally, I also detail my favorite color, lilac. Snape, with a stern visage, turned away, were it not for Dumbledore's presence. He might have swiftly concocted a potion to administer to Lockhart, ensuring his greasy voice vanished from this realm entirely. This year's sorting ceremony appeared somewhat subdued compared to the previous year, as it was improbable for such extraordinary talents as Harry or Zhang Xu to emerge annually. Yet, when the sorting concluded and Dumbledore announced the New Year's notices, his words incited a stir, due to certain exceptional circumstances. A vacancy arose in the defense against the dark arts position. Thus this year, I have chosen to invite Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart immediately rose, presenting a standard smile to all the young wizards. He cleared his throat, poised to speak, but Dumbledore preempted him, completing the sentence. Alongside Professor Percival Graves as co-instructor for this course. What? Lockhart endeavored to display his 8 gleaming teeth. Headmaster, I am grateful for your arrangement of an assistant. Yet, as my work suggests, I am quite capable and, perhaps, do not require such assistance. Apologies, Professor Lockhart. I believe you may not have heard clearly. Dumbledore interrupted him, his expression devoid of emotion. What I meant to convey is that the defense against the dark arts class will be taught by 2 professors this year. One is you, Gilderoy Lockhart, and the other. Bang! The closed doors of the auditorium swung wide open. An elderly man, clad in a long robe, with a meticulously trimmed beard and white hair, adorned with a dark red rose and a tattered brooch on his chest, strode confidently into the room. Behind him, invisible arms supported several unconscious young wizards. A viscous substance of indiscernible color dripped from their garments. A foul stench mingled with the scent of blood wafting through the auditorium. Ignoring everyone, the old man approached Dumbledore and came to a halt before him. He extended his long, pale fingers, now wrinkled yet elegant, and pinned a mutated, multi-petaled daffodil, only found deep within the Forbidden Forest, onto Dumbledore's chest. Then, turning around, he addressed all the students in the hall with a voice rich in magnetism and authority. Percival Gale, it is a pleasure to meet you all. Chapter 68, The First Class. Professor Gale's demeanor was strikingly impressive, especially in contrast to the disheveled appearance of other professors. Many young witches began to flutter with excitement, speculating about the type of personality Professor Gale might prefer in a romantic partner. Lockhart's smile froze on his face. How considerate of Dumbledore. Only a wizard of such apparent excellence could shine in the role of my assistant without being overshadowed by my own talents. Let me ponder this. Should he perform splendidly, I might consider granting him a prominent supporting role in my next autobiography. Merlin above. Professor Gale, what have you done to these young wizards? A flurry of complex, silent incantations poured forth from her pallid lips, her right hand cautiously maneuvering her wand while her left hovered delicately above the young wizards' bodies, her fingertips trembling as if weaving the most intricate and delicate threads. After a considerable time, Professor McGonagall lowered her wand, her expression akin to that of a lioness on the verge of a roar, her blue eyes piercing through to the center of the dais. Absurd. Dumbledore, this is utterly ludicrous. I've detected at least a dozen traces of dark magic upon these young wizards, and scars inflicted by magical creatures. I absolutely refuse to allow anyone who harms young wizards to remain at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall stepped forward towards Professor Gale, barely suppressing her fury. Her wand almost pressed against his chin. Do not fret, Minerva. Dumbledore interjected soothingly. Professor Gale is a seasoned instructor in the defense against the dark arts. I am confident that under his care, the young wizards will encounter no incidents. Absolutely impossible. Professor McGonagall nearly shouted. The Gryffindor Lions had never witnessed such a display of fury from their head of house. 5 young wizards lie unconscious. Is this what you refer to as an absolute assurance against mishaps? Dumbledore, if you cannot safeguard the young wizards at the very least, do not admit those who may pose a threat to them into Hogwarts. I shall never consent to allowing such a perilous individual into Hogwarts. Least of all, would I agree to his appointment as the defense against the dark arts professor. Professor McGonagall finally exclaimed, tears glistening in her sapphire blue eyes. illuminated by the flickering candlelight beneath the hall's dome. Clap, clap, clap. Professor Gale gently applauded 3 times, offering a smile to Professor McGonagall. What a touching display of affection. Professor McGonagall, the Gryffindor house is fortunate to have such a responsible head as you for these dear little kittens. Professor Gale, do mind your words. Huh? Is it truly necessary? Professor Gale brandished a nondescript wand, raising it above his head and giving it a gentle twirl, causing the candlelight throughout the hall to dim instantaneously. Under the care of a nurturing lioness, even the fiercest young lion would devolve into a mere, unthreatening kitten. When faced with danger, the only recourse would be to cry out for mother in a voice laced with childlike desperation. Accompanied by Professor Gale's voice, a swirl of silver light emerged, unfurling a vast curtain in the center of the hall. Against the backdrop of the ominous Forbidden Forest, young wizards were seen frantically fleeing, pursued by a horde of monstrous acromantulas. Professor Gale waved his wand once more, and this time, a voice emanated from the curtain. Harry, quickly, set off the signal. There are too many spiders. We cannot hold them off. Malfoy, silence. Are you planning to summon Zhang to feed the spiders? Dust to dust. What do you suggest we do then? Can you reach the professors? Fainting away. Were you two still bickering about it such a time? Obstacles abound. Obstacles abound. Good grief. Why are there so many spiders in the Forbidden Forest? Fainting away. Neville, can you still use that spell Zhang taught you last time? I forgot. I left everything in my suitcase. I have nothing on me. Curse it, where's Ron? I can barely hold on here. Ron has fainted. Good grief. Professor Gale brought his fingers together, pausing both the sound and image on the curtain. No one knows whether tomorrow or calamity will arrive first. If you wish to remain helpless and desperate when misfortune strikes in the future, only to flee and pin your hopes on others to rescue you, very well. Please continue to maintain your current state. And from this moment on, begin to pray. Pray that your headmaster, the most illustrious wizard Albus Dumbledore, remains forever youthful and immortal, and that he is present beside you in times of peril. However, Professor Gale, it is an acromantula, the most dreadful of communal beasts. My brother says that even the most exceptional Auror could not face an entire horde alone. Professor Gale smiled, nodded, and then turned to the impassive Dumbledore. Am I not already the professor of defense against the dark arts? Indeed. Very well. Professor Gale suppressed a smile, for Ravenclaw had just foolishly lost 100 points. No. On what grounds? Be silent. Buffoon. No wand, no sound? Not even a supportive gesture. Zhang Xu suddenly felt parched. Even without the constraints of a spell, did he truly stand a chance against such an unforeseen and relentless assault? There could be no mistake. Such a near-divine mastery of magic was not something any mere high-ranking member of a wizarding faction could achieve. This was a terrifying power on par with Dumbledore himself. Percival Gale, Percival Gale. Zhang Xu's lips twitched. Was it really necessary to whimsically combine Dumbledore's middle name with his own? Professor Gale paid no heed to Professor McGonagall's furious glare. His voice, though not loud, naturally quelled the chatter of all the young wizards. The enemy will not wait for you to be fully prepared before launching an attack. The unexpected can never be contained within the limits of what you can manage. Has Hogwarts fallen to the depths where all classes only serve the purpose of those trivial, worthless certificates? Or have you, under the guidance of those pedantic, inept professors, lost the awareness of being a wizard? Because you cannot, you choose not to confront? Because you are young, you rely solely on the hope of others' assistance? Professor Gale swung his arm vigorously, and suddenly, all the candles erupted into fervent flames. Remember, the essence of defense against the dark arts is to always confront dark magic. Always face it head on, whether you are strong or weak, whether you stand alone or within a team, even if you are merely a first-year student, even if you possess only a handful of trivial spells. Overcome it, even if you can only produce a flickering light. The possibility of victory still exists. The scene on the screen replayed, just as all the young wizards found themselves encircled by giant spiders, in a dire predicament. A tall figure descended, standing before the young wizards. The unremarkable tip of a wand glowed with blinding light, and all the giant spiders instantly scattered. Goodness, I completely forgot that the acromantula has no eyelids. Its greatest fear is the basilisk and bright light. As the white flash and the young witch's frustrated voice gradually diminished, the expansive screen faded, and the hall returned to its original brightness and warmth. In the adoring gazes of the students, Professor Gale slightly bowed, turned, and ascended the podium, taking a seat beside Dumbledore's. In a calm voice, he added the final remarks. That concludes my first lecture on defense against the dark arts. By next week, I expect everyone to submit a paper no less than 10 inches long. Late submissions will bear consequences. No, the entire hall erupted into chaos. The lamentations of the young wizards rising in a chorus. Who could have anticipated that, before even tasting the feast on the first night of school? The new professor's assignment would already weigh heavily upon them. Lockhart shifted his body towards Snape, complaining with a hint of envy. How unfortunate to conclude with such a tasteless remark. If Professor Goyle had invited me to share the stage, I could certainly have crafted a more splendid closing statement. One that would leave all the young wizards in awe of my brilliance. Chapter 69. The Man Who Destroys with a Vengeance. Severus Snape discreetly pushed his golden goblet and played away, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against his wand, as if selecting a suitable curse to eliminate Lockhart in one fell swoop. While contemplating whether the Christmas gift from Zhang Xu possessed the capacity to dispose of corpse. Meanwhile, Lockhart, feeling overlooked, noticed that despite his best efforts to maintain a smile and casually hint at his illustrious past to his colleagues, hoping to pique their interest, their conversation remained fixated on that insufferably handsome old man, Percival Goyle, and his exasperatingly unique teaching philosophy. How could such trivial matters ever compare to the thrilling experiences of my past? Of course, the young wizards were also captivated by another topic, the escape adventures of Harry and his friends, pondering how they themselves would fare in such a situation. With Professor Goyle's demonstration, their imaginations ran wild, conjuring a plethora of spells, the tooth removal charm, the stinging hex, the levitation charm, and even the notion of feigning death with the bubble head charm. Zhang Xu found little interest in these discussions. Compared to the giant troll he had encountered previously, these acromantula were merely oversized spiders, lacking any challenge in a confrontation. Although Professor Goyle's dazzling Lumos spell was indeed impressive, if it were up to him, he would unleash a roaring inferno upon the forbidden forest, with his head bowed over his meal. Zhang Xu failed to notice the knowing smile that played upon Professor Goyle's lips at the podium. However, the residual effects of summer vacation weighed heavily upon him, especially in the absence of Draco's wake-up calls, leading him to nearly arrive late to class on the very first day of the new term. Professor Sprout, responsible for herbology, kindly handed Zhang Xu a pair of special earplugs. Once he donned them, she cheerfully remarked, "If this happens again, I shall bury you in the ground to serve as fertilizer." Zhang Xu pretended not to hear, leaning forward curiously and calling out, "Could you speak up? I can't hear you with these earplugs on." After completing the soundproofing test, Professor Sprout signaled for everyone to remove their earplugs and officially commence the lesson. "Students, today we will repot Mandrake. Who can tell me about the extraordinary properties of Mandrake? What precautions should we take during repotting?" Silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to answer. Professor Sprout appeared somewhat disheartened. Zhang Xu mused. It seems the absence of Hermione has left the professors at a loss for support. If I recall correctly, Mandrake is a potent restorative. Its fresh juice can concoct an antidote to restore those afflicted by curses, spells, or transfiguration mishaps to their original state. Asteria raised her hand, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. When repotting, it is essential to protect one's ears, is it not? After all, you have provided us with earplugs. Ha ha ha, splendidly articulated Miss Gringlass. 10 points to Slytherin. The crux of repotting the Mandrake lies in safeguarding against its wailing. Prolonged exposure to its cries can lead to fainting or even death. Everyone, don your earplugs and pay close attention to my demonstration. Professor Sprout signaled for everyone to put on their earplugs and then forcefully extracted the Mandrake from its pot. The Mandrake, resembling a tumor with a face, wailed loudly. Its piercing cries nearly penetrated the barrier of the earplugs, causing everyone's features to contort in unison at that moment. Zhang Xu, too, furrowed his brow. He sensed that the Mandrake's cries held a hint of something beyond mere magical essence, akin to the primal energy of nature. No, not merely primal energy, but something closer to the essence of flora in Huaxia, radiating an unrefined aura. Had it attained sentience? Could it cultivate? Zhang Xu's heart raced with fervor. If the Mandrake could cultivate and transform like the legendary beings of Huaxia. No, transformation wasn't necessary. As long as it could cultivate and possess human-like qualities, he would be immensely fortunate. Not only would there be an inexhaustible supply of mature Mandrake essence, but it would also possess built-in surveillance and theft prevention mechanisms. Even if Death Eaters were to besiege the castle, the chorus of Mandrakes would surely overwhelm them. Filled with aspiration, Zhang Xu imitated Professor Sprout, grasping the Mandrake's leaves firmly and pulling upwards with determination. A Mandrake baby, its head intact, let out a final, mournful cry before bidding farewell to this world. "Mr. Zhang, Grasp the base of the stem firmly. Be decisive. Do not hesitate. Professor Sprout urged loudly, swiftly maneuvering through the crowd to closely observe Zhang Xu's actions. To be honest, after so many years as a professor, it was the first time she witnessed a repotting attempt that resulted in only the head relocating. Zhang Xu took a deep breath, focusing on Professor Sprout's emphasized points, gripping the base tightly. Decisive, without hesitation. Then, he pulled with all his might. Wah? Hee. Yuwa, oh no. Ah, don't come near. Stop. Professor Sprout rushed to embrace Zhang Xu. Do not pull anymore. Mr. Zhang. Leave it with a complete body. While others successfully bury their mandrake babies, he was stuck at the very first step, surrounded by a mountain of severed limbs. Throughout the remainder of the class, Professor Sprout's gaze never left Zhang Xu. Her eyes bore a mixture of wariness and distrust, reminiscent of a wife who had caught her unfaithful husband. Zhang Xu couldn't help but sigh, judging by Professor Sprout's demeanor. Not only would he be unable to borrow the mandrake for his research on magical plant enhancement, but it was also questionable whether he would ever be permitted to touch her precious herbs in class. Who could have imagined that the eagerly anticipated mandrake defense system would falter at the very first step? Alas, the joy of hands-on experience in cultivation and exploration has been lost. What significance remains in this herbology class? Zhang Xu stifled a yawn, his thoughts meandering. This year, he could continue to provide recipes for the house elves in the cafeteria, a means to enhance their meals while benefiting future generations. The notes from Slytherin were nearing completion. He wondered what new information could possibly be salvaged. Perhaps it was time to seek an opportunity to vanquish that basilisk and gain a surge of reputation. Zhang Xu rubbed his fingers together in anticipation. However, with Tom Riddle's diary in his possession, was the basilisk truly doomed? Not necessarily. While slaying the creature would indeed elevate his status, it would be a fleeting triumph. Capturing the basilisk, on the other hand, could yield a continuous influx of renown, and he could even recruit a companion for future battles. Yet, he must remain vigilant against Gilderoy Lockhart's attempts to claim credit. Although Lockhart possessed no remarkable talents, his prowess in marketing and self-promotion was unparalleled. If he were to twist the narrative and present Zhang Xu's achievements as his own, all of Zhang Xu's efforts would be in vain. Moreover, caution was warranted regarding Professor Gale. Chapter 70. Installing a doorbell for the chamber. The man who established the Purity Party and ensnared Dumbledore into a blood pact could never be content to merely serve as an ordinary professor at Hogwarts on a whim. Even after spending much of his life imprisoned in Nurmengard, Zhang Xu believed that the flames of ambition and discontent still burned brightly within him. One could only hope that those flames would not consume him as well. As herbology class concluded, Astoria approached Zhang Xu. President, may I invite you to lunch after Transfiguration class? I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. Zhang Xu replied with a nod, noting that with Draco absent, the affairs of the club were more burdensome. Yes, there's no rush on recruitment. We should give the freshmen some time to acclimate. Very well, President. Astoria's eyes flickered with disappointment, but quickly brightened. By the way, do you know where Moaning Myrtle's restroom is? The legend of the Weeping Myrtle had circulated among the girls for quite some time, though it was not the terrifying version Zhang Xu had envisioned. She not only harassed every girl who entered the restroom, but would even wander over to the boys' lavatory, playfully teasing the innocent young lads. Because of this incessant annoyance, the spacious girls' restroom had sadly fallen into disuse. Of course, the restroom's remote location contributed to its abandonment. One could only surmise that the four founders had not been particularly considerate in their design of the castle. After Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, Zhang Xu, cloaked in invisibility, hurried to the girls' restroom at the end of the third-floor corridor. Although he had no immediate plans to open the chamber, it was prudent to set up early warnings at its entrance in case of unforeseen circumstances. With Myrtle absent, Zhang Xu pursed his lips and whistled, a radiant glow cascading from afar, illuminating the entire restroom. A gentle breeze emanated from Zhang Xu, extending outward, cleansing the damp stains on the washroom floor, as well as the cobwebs and dust entwined around the faucet and corridor. The spell, a combination of a sound-based incantation and a cleaning charm, was a clever trick devised by Zhang Xu and Su Shoujin during their summer studies. The brass faucet, though still darkened by age, bore the marks of time, enhancing the vivid engraving of a small S-shaped serpent. Zhang Xu located the peculiar faucet and began to extract various props from his storage bag, including an assortment of prank items purchased during a stroll in Diagon Alley, as well as a thick yellow talisman depicting a gaping mouth spewing water. Were it not for the malfunctioning smart devices within Hogwarts, Zhang Xu mused that installing a set of intelligent surveillance equipment would have been the most time-efficient and effective solution. Half of the yellow talisman was affixed to the surface of the prank items, while the other half, under the dual enchantments of an invisibility charm and a silencing spell, was randomly placed on the nearby sink, backboard, and floor. Any triggering of these talismans would activate a linking array, simultaneously detonating all talisman papers. The talisman designs were an innovative creation by Zhang Xu, based on the howling signal magic and thunderous runes, resulting in a new form of howling talisman. Not only did it inherit the frenzy and volume of the howling signal, but it also possessed the powerful resonance of thunder that could travel great distances and shake the hearts of those who heard it. Imagine the cacophony of 100 reinforced howling signals erupting right beside one's ear. Oh, what a delightful thought, as he clapped his hands. Uncertain of what mischief might arise in the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class, he resolved to remain vigilant. Just as he turned around the corner of the corridor, he spotted Lockhart approaching, clad in an ostentatious deep violet robe, trailed by a group of starry-eyed young witches clutching thick, beautifully bound books. Before he could step aside, the young witches suddenly looked up, their faces filled with terror as they pointed behind them and screamed. Zhang Xu turned around, momentarily frozen in astonishment. Above, where he had just been standing, a gaunt, gray-furred, long-haired cat dangled, bound by strange implements, casting a shadow in the corridor. Nearby, the caretaker, Filch, cradled nothingness in his arms, his head bowed in bliss, as if preparing to kiss something. A heavy gray shroud enveloped both man and cat. Behind them, a line of crimson letters proclaimed, in the blood of the lowly, "Welcome the return of my great master." What? How could this be? I just installed the bell. Are you telling me the basilisk has escaped? Zhang Xu wagered that when he arrived moments ago, this spot was utterly vacant. This meant that in the brief time he had set up his warning devices, someone had stealthily dispatched Filch and his cat and transformed the scene into a grotesque art installation. If the target had not been Filch, but himself, then it was he who could have found himself dangling above. Zhang Xu dared not ponder further. Just then, Lockhart suddenly shoved him from behind. I take immense pride in your courage. It is indeed unfortunate that you did not grant me the opportunity to showcase my abilities. Nevertheless, proceed bravely. I shall cheer you on with my blessings. Zhang Xu staggered forward, wand in hand, yearning to unleash a spell of oblivion upon Harlow. Yet before he could act, Professor Gale, accompanied by Dumbledore and a throng of young wizards, suddenly emerged from the staircase. Zhang, what is this? Dumbledore's eyes shifted, his demeanor instantly turning grave. Professor Gale firmly grasped Zhang Xu's shoulder, while his other hand waved his wand toward Filch. A biological petrification curse? Did you do this, Zhang? Professor Gale inquired, gazing at Zhang Xu. It has nothing to do with me, but I suspect it might be the work of a basilisk. A basilisk? You are unaware? Oh, right, you hail from Durmstrang. Mr. Zhang. Dumbledore interrupted, then turned to the young wizards behind him. You remain here, Mr. Zhang. I have questions for you. All right, no problem. Lockhart exclaimed with relief. How I wish I'd been there. I happen to know a few spells that could have prevented this tragedy. Huh. Why not stay here and rescue this unfortunate soul, Mr. Smiles? Chapter 71, Temptation. Once Lockhart had moved away, Zhang Xu could hardly contain himself. Dumbledore, how many secret chambers does Hogwarts truly possess? Don't tell me you're unaware. Surely there are matters concerning Hogwarts that you are not privy to? Calm down, Zhang. Calm down, Dumbledore replied with a hint of exasperation. The legend of the secret chamber has circulated at Hogwarts for centuries. Many are aware of its existence, yet none know its precise location. Even as the headmaster, privy to many hidden rooms, it would not be difficult for one of Hogwarts' founders, Slytherin, to conceal a chamber from me. Ah, that sounds like shirking responsibility. You may not discern the exact location of the chamber, but surely you can sense the abnormal magical fluctuations within Hogwarts, identify architectural anomalies, or discover spaces beyond your comprehension. With these peculiarities, you must be able to surmise something. Yes. And you, Mr. Zhang, why are you so certain this incident pertains to the secret chamber? It is best not to pry too much into societal matters. Cough, cough. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. This young wizard from China harbored too many secrets. Delving deeper would not yield favorable results. The school motto, "Do not disturb the sleeping dragon," applies equally to certain exceptional individuals. I do not know the precise location of the chamber, but indeed, it houses a basilisk, left behind by Slytherin before his departure from Hogwarts. However, thus far, no one has been able to truly control it. Does this imply it may have been an accident? The basilisk is uncontrollable. Even superficial control can only be achieved by one fluent in Parseltongue, such as Voldemort. Yet, The only heir of Parseltongue at Hogwarts, Harry, lies in the infirmary. So, is this a form of solace for me? The basilisk's gaze is a lethal curse, which does not align with this state of petrification. Professor Gale remarked. Zhang Xu waved his wand, directing Filch's gaze towards the group, and conjectured. I have conducted research indicating that spells exhibit a phenomenon of attenuation after reflection or penetration through certain mediums. The death curse likely manifested merely as a petrification spell, as Filch and Madame Loris may not have gazed directly at the basilisk, but rather perceived a distorted reflection through some medium. Those who have owned cats would be familiar with this posture, akin to cradling a cat while indulging in its presence. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, the extent to which Filch cradled it would conveniently accommodate Madame Loris. Thus, I surmised that while Filch was indulging in his feline companion, he caught a glimpse of the basilisk's reflection through Madame Loris's eyes. At that moment, she might have been gazing out a window or at a mirror, which fortuitously reflected the shadow of the basilisk. A coincidence? I believe so. Otherwise, one cannot explain why both Filch and Madame Loris succumbed to petrification yet remained unharmed. However, this deliberate arrangement and the accompanying text. Need I ask, Albus? Professor Gale scoffed. The basilisk may indeed have acted, but undoubtedly there is someone orchestrating events behind it. He pointed to the inscriptions on the wall, asserting that without a doubt, a fervent disciple of the Dark Lord had infiltrated Albus. This is his proclamation. The Dark Lord shall return. You may continue to deceive yourself, dismissing this as mere happenstance, the folly of an ignorant creature rather than the machinations of a person. Yet, next time, it may not be petrification, but rather a true loss of life. Dumbledore's expression darkened. Shall I assist you in extracting the intruder, Albus? You know I would be more than willing to eradicate this threat without soiling your hands, all the while safeguarding your cherished young wizards. All you need to do is remove that mark and return to me that which rightfully belongs to me, my wand. Professor Gale's voice seemed to resonate with the siren's call. Or Mr. Zhang, why not join me now in seeking out the basilisk and slaying it? Observe how our esteemed headmaster hesitates, deliberating, calculating. Yet time waits for no one. We can alleviate his burdens while reveling in the use of magic. Under my guidance, whether it be light or dark magic, you shall master it effortlessly. With a hand resting upon Zhang Xu's shoulder, he continued. I have always believed that creatures such as the acromantula, centaurs, and fairies pose no challenge to you. However, the infiltrating Death Eater and the basilisk left behind by Slytherin are most fitting adversaries for you. No. Dumbledore seized Professor Gale's wrist, his eyes reflecting an undeniable refusal. Zhang possesses great potential, but the time is not ripe. Do not tempt him. The Death Eaters are far too perilous. Very well, very well, very well. You are the headmaster. Your word is final. Professor Gale raised his hands in surrender. I eagerly anticipate your performance in this afternoon's class. Zhang Xu could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Gale before turning to Dumbledore. Headmaster, may I request a leave of absence this afternoon? I believe I have been sleeping too soundly of late and require Madame Pomfrey's assistance. Perhaps you ought to consume less of the elixir of life. Mr. Zhang, Dumbledore replied. You certainly may take a leave, but should I hear from any professor that you are deliberately skipping their class, rest assured, you shall receive a letter from the esteemed master before dinner. That's rather excessive. Zhang Xu scoffed. Have you learned to inform parents as well? In that case, I shall refrain from disclosing the location of the Chamber of Secrets and the matter of Tom's diary. He had brought a gift for the mysterious Lady of the Gloves. After all, it was only proper to maintain good relations. Unbeknownst to him, rumors of a hidden monster within Hogwarts spread rapidly among the young wizards in the span of a mere lunch break. Particularly, his unintended mention of the basilisk prompted many upperclassmen to recall the ancient legends of Slytherin's true heir. It swiftly became the most discussed topic among the young sorcerers. A handful of ostracized Slytherin wizards fervently claimed that Hagrid was indeed responsible. They argued that he had been manipulated by Slytherin's true heir to open the chamber, unleash the basilisk, and ultimately eradicate all half-bloods and muggle-borns, allowing the brilliance of purebloods to shine throughout Hogwarts. The reasoning behind this? Naturally, it was due to his recent capture by the Ministry of Magic for secretly raising a basilisk. In the afternoon, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Gilderoy Lockhart stood at the podium, adorned in a fresh turquoise robe. With an infectious voice, he recounted the events that had transpired in the corridor at noon. I was present at that moment. I could have averted the tragedy. Alas, I was misled by a student. Reckless Mr. Zhang's audacity prevented me from intervening in time to save that, unfortunate individual. Zhang Xu shot up his head. No, you may boast all you wish, but why involve me? Be cautious. Or I might just have to put you in a sack. A young wizard raised a hand to inquire. Professor Lockhart, was that truly the basilisk? My grandmother says that merely meeting its gaze leads to death. How did you confront the basilisk without a scratch? Lockhart cast an approving glance towards the inquisitive young wizard. Excellent question. 1 point to Gryffindor. If you had perused my works, you would know that I always possess a few spells that prove useful. Moreover, I am endowed with unparalleled courage and wisdom, unlike Mr. Zhang, who foolishly flails his wand, engaging directly with an insurmountable monster. The gaze of the young wizards shifted back to Zhang Xu. From my past experiences, you can later refer to my autobiography, The Wizard Who Can, which elaborates on this matter. I dare say, had I not been tasked with protecting several delicate ladies, and a reckless Mr. Zhang, I could have certainly demonstrated to you all just how grotesque and terrifying the basilisk's head truly is. Now, enough of this idle chatter. In the forthcoming moments, let us engage in something both leisurely and meaningful. Many may have heard of my illustrious exploits, yet how well do they truly comprehend them? A mere survey will unveil the depths of their understanding. Please, in an orderly fashion, collect the questionnaire, and I shall bang. The small door at the side of the defense against the dark arts classroom swung open, and Professor Gale emerged, wand in hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. Professor Lockhart, why do you linger here? Do we not agree to take the young wizards for a stroll in the Forbidden Forest, allowing them to experience the unique allure of wild werewolves up close? When did I? Lockhart retorted instinctively, yet he quickly suppressed his displeasure and forced a smile. Professor Gale, I am presently conducting a lesson. Might I kindly request that you refrain from interrupting my students as we revisit those thrilling adventures? Oh, my apologies. It seems I have intruded. However, I believe the students would prefer to witness your noble figure in action, wouldn't they? For instance, this Professor Gale plucked a tome titled Confronting the Spectre from student's desk. What a splendid title. My dear Professor Lockhart, if you're unwilling to move your esteemed legs, why not demonstrate to the students how to confront a frenzied spectre right here? With a snap of his fingers, a swirling mass of black substance materialized in his palm. As it happens, I possess a fragment of a lingering spectre. If you do not mind, shall I release it now? A mere fragment cannot be compared to an actual spectre. Such trivial matters are hardly worthy of my intervention. Yet, if you were to pose a sincere inquiry, I might consider imparting the simplest method for banishing a spectre. However, your current demeanor is rather unappealing. Thus, I shall withhold my knowledge. What a pity. Professor Gale turned his gaze to the students, inquiring if anyone would be willing to assist in dispelling this insignificant fragment. If no one volunteers, how about you, Mr. Zhang? I refuse. Don't look at me. I decline. Zhang Xu vehemently shook his head. Ah, what a farce. Who are you trying to fool? A fragment? Does your fragment emit black smoke and possess 2 heads and 6 eyes? Chapter 72. I am now reluctant to meet my end. How lamentable. I have heard that in Huaxia, there once existed professionals dedicated to managing rogue spirits and entities, and I thought today would finally offer a glimpse into that world. However, as I mentioned, who can predict whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first? Professor Gale's hand, cradling the spectre, suddenly trembled unnaturally, and a magical restraint binding the fragment dissipated. The fragment, now liberated, allowed the black smoke enveloping it to unfurl and spread, swiftly filling the classroom, as if a thick veil had descended upon the windows. Aside from the automatically lit chandelier, the room was shrouded in darkness. Simultaneously, with the specter's faint, ethereal breaths, the temperature in the classroom began to plummet. Professor Gale, do not shift the blame for your mistakes onto others. Professor Lockhart exclaimed, clutching his trophy and attempting to slip out through a small door. However, as his fingers grazed the base of the trophy, a burst of white frost flowers erupted from the mahogany stand, encasing the trophies and portraits adorning the table alongside Lockhart. Simultaneously, a heavy layer of ice enveloped the brass classroom door, the crystal windows, and the vents. Oops, my hand slipped, Professor Gale remarked, glancing at his empty palm and bowing to the shrieking young wizard in apology. Almost immediately, he too was enveloped by the spreading frost flowers. The young wizards, who had harbored a glimmer of hope for their professors, were now overtaken by panic. Over half of them dropped their wands, trembling and screaming as they scurried beneath the tables. The remaining half waved their wands in confusion, casting no useful spells. They resorted to hurling whatever they could grasp at the hovering specter. In retaliation, the ghost began to counterattack, her damp, flowing hair resembling a dark, serpentine tongue, straddling the line between reality and illusion, as it passed through the bodies of the young witches and coiled around the neck of a young wizard. A chilling dread seeped into the very bones of the young wizards. The timid ones trembled uncontrollably, fainting at the sight of distorted faces reminiscent of congealed candles gazing back at them. Crack! The ghost's six shattered, ebony eyes rotated toward the source of sound. Upon seeing the cascade of dark hair and the unmistakably typical Eastern visage, she suddenly shrieked, her long limbs flailing as she flung the other young wizards aside. Lunging at Zhang Xu, with her nearly decomposed hands oozing with pus and filled with overwhelming malice, she aimed directly for Zhang Xu's neck. Is she targeting me? Zhang Xu pondered, reaching towards his storage pouch. Though her appearance was indeed terrifying, augmented by dark magic. I care not whether you are an Eastern specter or a Western one. Receive this talisman inscribed with the seal of an exorcist to your face, and I shall not believe you will not kneel. But in the next moment, Zhang Xu's expression changed dramatically as he caught a glimpse of his waist. His storage pouch was inexplicably sealed by a thick mass of ice. Damn it, Zhang Xu exclaimed, seizing his wand and casting a protective armor spell upon himself, then swiftly redirecting his wand to strike the ghost's face. This was the correct approach. The armor charm could withstand most malicious magical assaults. Yet, mere defense was insufficient. A counterattack was imperative. Are you serious? Striking a formless ghost with a wand? Professor Gale observed with amusement, watching through the icy veil as the young wizards reacted. Most of their responses fell far below his expectations, while Mr. Zhang, who had been lauded by Dumbledore for his immense potential, elicited a derisive chuckle from him. Ultimately, he was still too naive. Even if the wand contained magical power, it could not. Crack! The wand made a crisp sound as it connected with the ghost's chin. Amidst the astonished gazes of the young wizards, the female specter, accompanied by the mournful cries of an injured puppy, soared like a baseball struck from a bat, landing far into the frost-laden trophy of Harlow. Exorcising spirits is my specialty at Longhu Mountain, Zhang Xu commanded, redirecting his wand and turning to the bewildered young wizards behind him. What are you waiting for? Attack her! In an instant, the young wizards sprang into action, raising their wands high, heedless of their incoherent incantations, driven by an adrenaline rush as they unleashed a barrage of spells upon the specter. Various colored enchantments clashed in midair, exploding, merging, and distorting into an indescribable mass of hues that enveloped the female ghost. She emitted a chilling wail as her corporeal form shattered, revealing a half-melted body beneath. The black smoke intertwined with a peculiar luminescence, morphing into a murky green gas that exuded a strange, acrid odor, infiltrating the nostrils of the young wizards and inducing a sense of drowsiness. Is this the scent of a mutated curse? Professor Gale discerned the foul essence immediately with a delicate sniff. The amalgamation of hypnotic, anesthetic, and exhilarating spells, reflecting the chaotic emotional fluctuations of the young wizards, had fused with the remnants of dark magic that had originally afflicted the specter, resulting in this gaseous curse. Gale twisted his body, breaking free from the frosty confinement, and unleashed an unmasked surge of potent magic from the tip of his wand, forming an invisible net of arcane energy that ensnared the dissipating curse and the semi-conscious specter, compressing them into a grayish-green orb, which he effortlessly crushed to oblivion. He then surveyed the scene, his pupils constricting. The young wizards who inhaled the mixed curse had succumbed to a peculiar state of intoxication. Some swayed aimlessly, while others waved their wands chaotically, uttering nonsensical self-invented spells. Meanwhile, Zhang Xu fixed his piercing gaze upon the ground, reciting incantations in a language he could not comprehend: Chinese Accio, Alhambra, Disarm, Protection, and Avada Kedavra. Following the doctrine of spellcasting, he invoked the essence of the incantations, resonating without wand or sound, his words manifesting spells effortlessly. Manifesting spells effortlessly? Zhang Xu bellowed, as a luminous wheel inscribed with mysterious runes reappeared, radiating a mist of white light alongside a celestial robe. Thoughts coalesced. Past visions materialized. Those he had witnessed or inadvertently performed transformed into inspiration, filling the chasm of understanding. Enlightenment sparkled in Zhang Xu's eyes, deepening his comprehension of magic. In the next moment, all anomalies surrounding him vanished, a smile gracing his lips as he landed gracefully upon the ground. He then raised a hand, giving Professor Gale a cheeky gesture. Leaning forward as if to bow, he abruptly collapsed, succumbing to slumber. Professor Gale's expression turned complex, before erupting into hearty laughter. As he remained the sole individual awake in the classroom, his laughter grew louder and more unabashed. With a casual flick Professor Goyle transformed a portrait of Lockhart into a carrier pigeon, sending it to the infirmary. He then nonchalantly pulled over a chair and reclined upon it, exclaiming, "How utterly amusing, Albus! You are indeed correct. Having encountered Zhang, I find myself reluctant to depart from this world." In Chapter 73, words become spells. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, as the heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin respectively, marched angrily to the headmaster's office to voice their protests. It seemed that the great Merlin had heeded the young wizard's prayers, for in the days that followed, Professor Goyle appeared to vanish, no longer gracing the defense against the dark arts classes with his presence. Meanwhile, the resurrected Professor Lockhart finally occupied the spotlight he so desired. The young wizards, who had initially rejoiced in their escape from the terrifying ghost, soon found themselves regretting that decision. Indeed, Lockhart's lessons in defense against the dark arts lacked any fearsome creatures. For an entire week, Professor Goyle remained by the bedside of Zhang Xu in the infirmary. Even Madame Pomfrey could not help but remark, "Though it was he who brought the young wizard here, he has redeemed himself through his actions. I find myself wondering if, in future, should more young wizards be sent here due to classroom incidents, it might simply be a testament to his dedication." Yet, had she known the true identity of Professor Goyle, she would have understood that notions of redemption and regret were entirely foreign to him. It mattered not if these young wizards suffered mere scrapes or perished in his classroom. His sole reason for remaining was pure curiosity regarding Zhang Xu's current condition. For 7 sleepless nights, he conducted a magical experiment, undetected even by Madame Pomfrey, monitoring the changes in Zhang Xu's body. Had Su Shoujin or any practitioner from the mystical schools of Huaxia stood in that place, they would likely have marveled at Zhang Xu's fortuitous fate. His present state was described as a slumbering dragon, and more profoundly, as a mystical dragon in tranquil repose, guided by an enlightened understanding of the natural order. It is said that if one can maintain this state for a century, upon awakening, they may pluck the fruit of immortality and ascend to the celestial realms. Zhang Xu, unaware of the extent to which this legend may have been embellished, nevertheless found himself far from attaining immortality when he finally awoke. Yet, above the inner sacred mountain, a shadowy moon had begun to take shape, contrasting with the radiant sun representing the path of cultivation. This shadowy moon was a manifestation of his amalgamated understanding of magic from both his past and present lives. Professor Goyle had departed before Zhang Xu's awakening, believing that the young wizard was not yet worthy of engaging in discourse with him. He felt that receiving merely a vague, fixed answer was far less gratifying than pursuing his own research and exploration. While others who attained enlightenment were often met with celestial phenomena, or at the very least, celebrated in grand ceremonies, how peculiar it was that he awoke in a hospital room instead. And yet you still possess the strength to utter strange remarks. It appears you have fully recovered. Very well, Mr. Zhang. You have languished here for over a week. Do hurry along. Maintain your health and refrain from idleness. Madame Pomfrey remained, as she always was, dismissing Zhang Xu after confirming his sufficient health. Clearly, sending away a healthy young wizard was the happiest task in her eyes. Exiting the infirmary, Zhang Xu hastened to the room of requirement. His mind brimmed with insights, yearning to conduct experiments without a thought for attending class. After a year of diligent research, he never anticipated that his understanding would ultimately coalesce through the use of potions. Isn't that remarkable? Standing in the center of the hall, he jested with the ironclad puppet he often reduced to fragments. He then drew his wand and proclaimed in articulate Mandarin, "Light." Instantly, a brilliant glow ignited at the wand's tip, indistinguishable from a burst of phosphorescent light. He extinguished the lights. The wand dimmed. Blinding. A dazzling beam erupted, snuffing out the light. The brilliance vanished. Phosphorescence flickered. The wand illuminated once more. Never mind. The wand went dark again. Zhang Xu gazed at his wand, elation and absurdity surging within him, ultimately transforming into a resounding laughter that grew ever louder. Spellbound. Damn it, I knew it. This sorcery isn't as simple as it appears. No wonder my grandfather insisted on coaxing me into learning magic. Spellbound indeed. Oh, how I wish to extract your essence. Magic, slicing you down to atoms and quarks to scrutinize the exquisite elements within. Zhang Xu took a deep breath, raised his wand, disregarding any incantation gestures or trajectories. With an arm that swung in a straight arc, akin to how he often wielded his wand to strike, he aimed the wand tip at the iron puppet. It collapsed. In Mandarin, a brilliant red spell exploded. The armor of the iron puppet shattered into countless pieces. The heavy puppet flew backward, crashing violently against the wall. Such power! Zhang Xu's eyes sparkled, and he promptly began experimenting with other spells. Indeed, every incantation uttered in Mandarin proved to be more potent than those spoken in English, even substituting with more colloquial phrases, laced with expletives yet conveying similar meanings, yielded even greater strength. When the third iron puppet was obliterated, a sudden epiphany struck him. Instead of substituting with profane alternatives for the spells he had learned, he instead called forth wind, Zen, clouds rise, mist gathers, sand flies and stones leap. Beans turn to soldiers. In an instant, the hall vanished, the room of requirement transforming once again into an endless expanse of darkness, and the entire space began to tremble. In the shadows, clouds and mist visibly coalesced, subtly constructing a grand and magnificent edifice. Yet before it could solidify, the structure collapsed with a thunderous roar, dispersing back into ethereal vapors that silently crept into the depths of darkness, filling the void. Raindrops, seemingly falling from nowhere, mingled with inexplicably appearing yellow sands. As a whirlwind gradually intensified, swirling and dancing, it soon wove together a colossal tapestry of gray and yellow. The air was filled with the furious roars of countless warriors, accompanied by the relentless sound of arrows plummeting. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Zhang Xu heard the crisp sound of water droplets falling. He lowered his head and noticed bright red droplets of blood cascading down his cheek on the ground. In an instant, the surrounding darkness vanished, the clouds, gravel, wind, and rain, along with the warriors, dissipated without a trace. A pair of exquisitely crafted ladies' gloves materialized out of thin air, perfectly supporting Zhang Xu. It was only at this moment that he felt an overwhelming numbness in his lower body, as if he had lost all sensation. Within himself, the sun dimmed. The moon concealed itself, and the entire divine mountain looked ravaged, as if it had undergone a devastating spell. Elegant characters appeared before Zhang Xu. Are you recklessly attempting to harness the primordial forces of the world, planning to end your life before me? Chapter 74, Breaking the Limitations of the Void. Primordial forces? The elegant script shifted once more. You truly do not know? Even the most reckless Gryffindor would not dare to tamper with the primordial forces at your age. What exactly have you been taught in Huaxia? The text swiftly retreated, vanished, and reappeared. The primordial forces of the world are the fundamental essence that sustains the magical realm, the source of all magic, and a taboo among taboos. This world, South Divine Court, has been absent for far too long. Without the blessing of deities, even the mightiest sorcerer is unworthy of coveting the primordial forces. Every individual who dares to touch the primordial forces inevitably faces backlash from that very power. The most renowned among them was a fellow named Merlin. I can sense that more than one seed of the world has already coalesced within your being. Perhaps one day in the future, you may ascend once more to the divine court and awaken the primordial forces. But before that what? Zhang Xu sti in guit. Yet the text remained unchanged, and instead, the lady in gloves forcefully pried open his mouth. With a resounding snap of her fingers, a small crystal vial emerged from the darkness, automatically uncapping itself and dripping a single drop into Zhang Xu's mouth. Ah, liche flavor. Mumbling indistinctly, Zhang Xu instantly fell into slumber. As his body reclined backwards, the exquisite lady's chamber unfolded before him, gently cradling him onto the soft bed. She pulled up the covers, carefully tucking in the corners. The lady in gloves suddenly sighed softly, raising her finger to trace the embroidered serpent design on the back of her hand. So reminiscent of you, father. Zhang Xu, drowsy, opened his eyes only to find himself lying in his own bed in the Serpent House dormitory. The bed curtains parted automatically. The snores of Goyle and Crab echoed, while Draco curled up, blissfully sucking his thumb in sleep. Zhang Xu moved his fingers, and the magical calendar perched on Draco's bedside soared before him. The adorable chibi version of Draco bowed, then hopped over to the page marked with the double potion class on the 12th day. Zhang Xu encountered Draco and the others, who were engaged in morning exercises, in the room of requirement. After being guided by Professor Gale on a tour through the Forbidden Forest, the young wizards increasingly recognized the significance of both learning and practice. Particularly after Neville, with the assistance of the Bluebird, managed to outrun the Acromantula. Even the typically lazy Ron felt compelled to join in. However, Zhang Xu had been confined to the infirmary for over a week, and yesterday, the gloved lady force-fed him a potion of life and death. Awakening in the middle of the night, he drifted in and out of sleep, finally rising now, appearing somewhat lethargic. With others present, he hesitated to call for the gloved lady, who likely would not appear anyway. Thus, he reluctantly joined the morning exercise group. Yet, His practice was not the 5-animal play or the 3-element guiding technique, but rather a form of chi cultivation known as the nurturing jade technique. Unfortunately, his internal reservoir was severely depleted, necessitating gentle recuperation without drawing upon the natural energies of the world, and he was advised to refrain from condensing or activating even the Daoist breath. Upon the conclusion of their morning exercises, the group settled together. Zhang, I intend to visit Hagrid. Would you care to join me? I've heard he hasn't been well lately. Hagrid? What's wrong with him? What else could it be? Rumor has it that he has come under the control of a dark figure, having unleashed the basilisk, and is preparing to unleash havoc upon Hogwarts. Moreover, some parents have banded together to pressure the Ministry of Magic for Hagrid's expulsion. However, I suspect their true aim is to diminish Dumbledore's influence to facilitate control over Hogwarts. I inquired about this in a letter to my father, but he advised me to mind my own business. My mother did send me a note, mentioning that the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk indeed exist, and that the legend of the true heir of Slytherin is likely true. Draco looked exasperated. She actually wants me to take a stand on this. She certainly holds you in high regard. Dumbledore will handle the Basilisk issue, but if there is nothing urgent, I suggest you avoid wandering aimlessly around the castle. A glance from that creature could be fatal. Indeed, apart from the Basilisk, we might even encounter Lockhart. Dumbledore must be losing his wits to have invited him. Just yesterday, I heard Professor McGonagall lamenting that Lockhart has the audacity to teach her the nuances of living transfiguration and animagus transformation. He even recited a love letter, purportedly from a fervent admirer of hers, in front of several professors. It was utterly maddening. You're right. As long as I don't have to assist Lockhart in performing a play, I'd accept a battle with the Acromantula. The group of young wizards jested as they made their way to Hagrid's hut. Compared to before, a significant plot of farmland had been cultivated outside Hagrid's wooden abode. It was said that a senior named Chun had sent him an array of delectable plant seeds, which he intended to experiment with. Harry approached the door and knocked, and Hagrid soon opened it with a clattering of sounds, warmly embracing each young wizard in turn. Notably, his expression was slightly awkward when he hugged Draco. Come in, lads. I was just playing with Norbert. That little fellow is truly full of energy. Greetings, Zhang. You truly ought to visit this little creature more often. Though its size remains unchanged, its appetite is astonishingly voracious, surpassing even the combined consumption of both myself and Yaya. Hagrid proudly showcased Norbert's handiwork to the onlookers. What remained was a small colt, gnawed down to mere bones. The skeleton had been arranged to resemble a castle, marred by gnaw marks and scorched by flames. Harry cast a worried glance at Hagrid. Hagrid, are you doing all right? I heard. Oh, fret not, Harry. You know, I pay no heed to the disparaging remarks of those naysayers. As for those bothersome souls at the Ministry of Magic with Dumbledore around, and wise Zhang, of course, I have no concern over what they might do to me. Last semester, I truly raised a blast in its grit, and look what came of it. Those ministry fools scoured the place repeatedly, yet they found nothing. I even suspect that the whole tale of the script might have been fabricated by some imbecile to frighten others. Cough, cough. Forgive me for being so blunt, but it was I who inadvertently revealed the existence of the script. Zhang Xu sputa. Hagrid gently patted Zhang Xu on the back and continued, compared to the script, I now dread encountering Gilderoy Lockhart. That fellow is excessively self-important. He actually taught me how to prevent mere people from swimming into wells, as if it were common knowledge. He even boasted about how he banished a ghost. If any of his claims were true, I would devour this kettle right here. Harry burst into laughter, partly due to Lockhart's absurdity and partly because Hagrid remained unaffected by those bothersome individuals. After a while, Hagrid proposed a visit to the Forbidden Forest to observe Norbert in his true form, under the control of the Beast Tamer's reins. Norbert now appeared scarcely larger than a kitten. However, according to Hagrid's calculations regarding Norbert's appetite, his actual size should be approximately half that of an adult dragon. Yet we must be swift. Dumbledore has cast protective charms around the Forbidden Forest, allowing access only during patrols for a few hours each day. Should we miss the window, we may find ourselves spending the night within the woods. Hagrid beamed as he extended his arm towards Norbert, inviting him to perch upon his shoulder. Norbert sniffed the air, exhaled a puff of dragon fire towards Hagrid in a display of pride, then flapped his wings and, quite unexpectedly, flew onto Zhang Xu's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his little head against him. Apologies, Hagrid. This is purely the influence of the Beast Tamer's reins. Ha ha. It seems Norbert has taken quite a liking to you, Zhang, Hagrid remarked, giving a hearty pat to Zhang Xu's other shoulder. No need to apologize, Zhang. If it weren't for you, Norbert would likely be separated from me by now. Besides, you are my friend, and my creature adores my friends. Surely, that is only natural? A warmth enveloped Zhang Xu's heart, and he found that the little lizard-like dragon seemed to have taken on a charming allure. As I reflect on the past, my initial intention in aiding Hagrid to conceal Norbert seemed to revolve around the prospect of riding the creature. Given that the parents have no objections, might it not be prudent to consider the implementation of the Dragon Rider initiative? Zhang Xu fixated on Norbert, a bolder scheme blossoming in his mind. Hagrid, I have an idea. If successful, Norbert need not maintain this size daily. He could revert to his original form, soaring freely in a suitable environment, hunting, and living like a true dragon. Really? Hagrid's voice trembled with anticipation. Zhang Xu remained silent, extracting his wand to inscribe a series of interlocking circles beneath the castle of Hogwarts, enveloped in formidable protective enchantments. No one aside from the headmaster could employ apparition or disapparition within these grounds. Zhang Xu's objective was to exploit the principles of the ancient Chinese array techniques, harnessing magic as a source of power to probe this protective spell for a loophole, to create a summoning teleportation array that merges magical and mystical elements. In essence, a Daoist version of summoning magic. Should the experiment succeed, beyond the aforementioned benefits for Hagrid, an even greater advantage would manifest. He could summon Norbert for battle at any given moment. Chapter 75, Dragon Riders. Are you inscribing alchemical runes? No, wait. Is this ancient magic? Were these patterns resembling birds and insects? Hermione inquired, leaning closer. These runes signify summoning and consent, while those represent passage and stability in magical inscriptions, and is at a Muggle coordinate axis. Additionally, there are spells for apparition and disapparition. I understand what you intend to accomplish, Hermione exclaimed, but this is impossible. The protective magic of Hogwarts was established collaboratively by the 4 founders and successive headmasters. It is inconceivable that you could find a loophole. Even with your knowledge of ancient magic and the mysterious Eastern sorcery, it is unfeasible. Done. Zhang Xu stay, drawing forth a trace of Norbert's essence, inscribing a beast-taming serial number at the core of the array, achieving a metaphysical binding of beast, vessel, and essence. This array, a confluence of Eastern formations, incantations, magical runes, spells, and various Muggle theoretical calculations, could now be declared a resounding success. Though its appearance may seem somewhat incongruous, as long as it ultimately functions effectively, it would be deemed perfect in Zhang Xu's eyes. With a flick of his wand, he replicated a miniature version of the array on the sole of his shoe and commanded, "Let us proceed to the Forbidden Forest." The group, filled with enthusiasm, traversed the gap in the protective spell, journeying through the ominous expanse of the Forbidden Forest, which still bore an eerie atmosphere in daylight. Ron quickly expressed his dismay. "Zhang, are we not deep enough yet? I can already sense the foul stench of those accursed acromantulas." Ah, the ever-timid Weasley, after traversing but a short distance. "You're already faltering," Draco teased. "If you're not afraid, then why cling to Zhang's sleeve?" "Who is afraid? I'm merely concerned that Zhang might slip. Keep up your bravado. Enough with the bickering. With Hagrid and me by your side, what is there to fear? I propose we venture a bit further in. After all, this is my first experience with this endeavor, and I cannot ascertain the outcome or the magnitude of the disturbance it may cause. Should we inadvertently conjure a phenomenon that alters the very fabric of reality, you certainly wouldn't wish to summon Professor McGonagall at a moment's notice, would you? We might not manage to escape. Or do you think it would be wiser to involve Professor Goyle instead? No, I concede to your apprehensions. Let us proceed. The deeper we go, the better. Ha ha. Hagrid lowered his umbrella and surveyed the surroundings, stating, "Honestly, I believe we have reached an adequate point. Zhang, if we advance any further, we will encroach upon the centaur's territory. Those creatures are not only insular, but also notoriously irascible. Were it not for Dumbledore and Professor Goyle's recent admonitions, we would likely be warned off or expelled simply for standing here. Since Hagrid has spoken, I suppose that will suffice. Everyone, step back and make space for the adult dragon to maneuver." As the others distanced themselves, Zhang Xu stepped forward on one foot, his right hand forming an intricate gesture as he murmured, "Summon." The array inscribed on the soles of his shoes instantly expanded, enveloping the entire clearing. Nobber's essence materialized at the center of the array, followed by the familiar Daoist intent, and the disorienting magic experienced when using the Flynn network or a portkey began to surge. 2 disparate forces intertwined, rapidly extending towards the source of Nobber's essence. This sensation was akin to operating a drill to excavate a tunnel. As the tunnel formed between the array and Nobber, the next time the array activated, it would allow for an instantaneous crossing of spatial barriers, summoning Nabur to this side of the formation. Yet, regardless of how the array operated, the drill was always but a thin veil away from its destination. The air grew increasingly tense, with a dense accumulation of magic gathering around the perimeter of the array, manifesting as a luminous mist. "Hey, Harry, do you think Zhang will succeed?" Harry hesitated momentarily when Draco interjected. He'll definitely manage. This is Zhang we're talking about. He can take down rampaging trolls and giant chess pieces. What could possibly be beyond his capabilities? I dare say, even if Zhang were to confront the Dark Lord, he might. Draco abruptly silenced himself, for at the very instant he uttered the name of the Dark Lord, Harry clutched his forehead where the lightning-shaped scar resided. Bending over in agony, almost simultaneously, the array beneath Zhang Xu erupted in a brilliant crimson glow. Boom! A powerful surge of magic enveloped the area, causing the very earth to tremble. An invisible net, dormant for countless years, clearly materialized before them. One of its apertures bulged ominously, as if on the verge of rupture, causing the entire net to quiver incessantly. "Stop! It's going to break." Zhang Xu, of course, would not cease his endeavors. As the array absorbed and transformed all magical energy, a vibrant and remarkably sturdy passage instantaneously took shape, merging with the grand web to create an incredibly secure conduit. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air as Nabur, now fully liberated, burst forth from the magical formation, his 10-meter-long form strikingly majestic. Before the young wizard beside him could utter a gasp of astonishment, Nabur unfurled his dark, spiked wings and soared skyward amidst a tempestuous gust. How could this be? Hermione was left speechless, her worldview once again shattered. The knowledge she had unwaveringly trusted from her textbooks seemed nothing but a jest in the presence of Zhang Xu. Meanwhile, Ron and Draco dashed to an open space, exuberantly waving their arms at Nabur and Zhang Xu, who were now soaring high above. Harry followed, closely behind, his forehead scar pulsating momentarily, yet it did nothing to dampen his excitement. As for Hagrid, he was already overwhelmed with emotion, covering his mouth in tears of joy. Was this the sensation of riding a dragon? Zhang Xu perched upon Nabur's head, seated upon a throne resembling a crown, fashioned from intertwining black horns and bone spikes. He spread his arms wide, embracing the howling winds. This experience was utterly distinct from riding a broom or wielding a sword. It reminded him of his childhood days, riding upon the shoulders of the old master, visiting friends in the East Mountain, and sipping water from the icy northern sea with his grandfather. After reveling in the skies for a while, Zhang Xu finally recalled the need to be cautious, to avoid attracting any unsavory creatures. Reluctantly, he commanded Nabur to descend. With a mere thought, Nabur shrank in size, gently landing on Zhang Xu's shoulder. Heavenly! This was simply too cool. Can I have a turn? I want to ride too. The Norwegian Ridgeback is classified as a dangerous creature by the Ministry of Magic, yet I wish to experience it. Fear not, for Nabur has not yet exhausted his delight. He is more than willing to take all of you for a ride. However, we must be mindful of our altitude to avoid drawing the professor's attention. No problem. I must ride to Dad and Mom. I, Draco, have now ridden a dragon. Nabur expanded once more, thoughtfully lowering his body and head to allow the young wizards to clamber onto his towering back. Then, with a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended into the sky, soaring freely above the Forbidden Forest. Even Hagrid, albeit shakily, managed to experience the thrill, and when he finally descended, he was so ecstatic that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, Nabur remained in the Forbidden Forest, confident that no reckless magical creature would dare to provoke him. With the beast's reign secured, there was no need to worry about any mischief within the forest. Chapter 76, Preconditions. Zhang, may I learn this magic? If I master this spell, I shall be able to summon Nabur at any moment, and with a mighty dragon as my ally. I shall never again fear being thrown into a swarm of spiders by Professor Gale. Ron could not help but indulge in his fantasies, envisioning a day when he might join the national Quidditch team. In a moment of dire straits, a fierce shout from him could summon a dragon, turning the tide of battle. How splendid that would be! Observing the eager gazes of his fellow young wizards, Zhang Xu shook his head. There's no need for such complexities. This magic is primarily designed on the foundation of Daoist formation theories. It can be manifested in the form of spells or utilized as an alchemical item. Just earlier in the Forbidden Forest, I activated the summoning of Norbert through the runes engraved on the soles of my shoes. All you need to do is select a personal item, inscribe it with the same runes, and infuse it with magical energy to activate it when needed. Zhang Xu lifted a shoe to reveal the etched markings on the bottom, then set it down and waved his wand, tracing a circle in the air. The circle closed, and intricate lines began to fill in automatically. Within mere seconds, a complete summoning magic circle materialized before them. If you intend to achieve such an effect, you must first learn apparition and disillusionment, and then master several spells related to spatial measurement. If you're interested, it would be beneficial to briefly study Muggle concepts of spatial geometry. Furthermore, you should learn some foundational theories regarding Daoist formations and talismans, and of course, do not neglect your studies of the Chinese language. Before Zhang Xu could finish, Harry and Ron widened their eyes and began to murmur among themselves, earnestly discussing the most suitable placement for the runes and the most impressive gestures for summoning. Draco, however, took out a notebook to jot down notes, kindly offering to make a copy for Hermione. As for Hagrid, he had not been listening to Zhang Xu at all, instead gazing contentedly out at the forbidden forest while sipping on his home-brewed wheat juice. Despite the evident reluctance of the most dragon-riding capable Harry and Ron to engage in learning, Zhang Xu thoroughly explained the thought process behind the creation of this magic, as well as the prerequisites for casting and subsequent improvements. Throughout his explanation, various ideas for enhancements flitted through Zhang Xu's mind, allowing him to deconstruct and reassemble many previously seemingly unalterable structures. By the time he finished, the originally complex and arcane runes had been transformed into something much clearer and more elegant. Draco, Hermione, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to seek me out. We can discuss and learn together. Zhang Xu gazed at the elegantly simple runes before him, feeling a lingering desire to share more. Yet, he hesitated to impose on the young wizards to hear his thoughts again, knowing that even a repetition might not yield further bursts of inspiration. No wonder Daoist practice emphasizes wealth, companions, magic, land, and treasures, with companions ranked second. The ability to engage in mutual exploration and inspire one another is indeed a precious gift. Regrettably, my grandfather has yet to disclose why only I am destined to traverse the path of dual cultivation in the magical arts. How splendid it would be if I could share this journey with a partner, mutually enhancing our abilities. Zhang Xu is aware of his lineage. Orphaned by the tragic demise of his parents, he hails from an obscure European nation. Yet, what is so extraordinary about this? Is it due to my name being inscribed in the Book of Admission? Or perhaps it is because my soul has been reincarnated. However, that cannot be the case. There are others within the Daoist sect who have awakened their latent wisdom, and many students from Hogwarts had come before me. The more Zhang Xu pondered, the more perplexed he became. Sometimes, the answers to profound questions can be encapsulated in a single phrase, but without leads, one cannot fathom the truth. No amount of mental exertion will yield results. Thus, he chose to dismiss such thoughts. Returning to the present, Draco and Hermione were quietly discussing the specific materials required for the summoning spell's prerequisites, while Harry and Ron each clutched a cup of juice, chatting with Hagrid about the latest confectionaries introduced by Honeydukes, and the latest gossip in the newspapers regarding Dumbledore's purported inability to manage the school. These two characters Zhang Xu smirked, feeling rather disinclined to engage further with them. Suddenly, Hagrid peered at the time and began ushering the young wizards out. All right, lads. It's time to prepare for class. He paused, pondering what was it called again? The practical duel training? If all goes as planned, this afternoon you shall meet the new professor for the dueling class. What? Ron expressed disbelief. Isn't this afternoon supposed to be Snape's potions class? How'd he convince Snape to forego it for this? Harry couldn't help but sigh. I'd much prefer to hear Snape berate us during class than to assist Lockhart with addressing envelopes, performing theatrics, or dealing with those pesky reporters. Draco concurred. At least in Professor Snape's class, one genuinely learned something. Only Hermione pouted slightly, her eyes alight with anticipation. The new classroom was allocated in an empty, desolate room adjacent to the potions class. Hundreds of candles floated high above, casting a warm glow against the velvet black ceiling, while a rectangular golden stage occupied the center of the room. Dressed in a purple robe and an embroidered golden vest, Lockhart stood on the stage, smiling and greeting each young wizard as they entered. In stark contrast, Snape stood grimly in a corner of the stage, coldly scrutinizing the exuberant students. Zhang Xu stood on tiptoe, surveying the surroundings, and noticed not only Gryffindor and Slytherin students, but also a considerable number from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. It was astonishing. Lockhart had spent the entire morning distributing flyers across the houses to promote this afternoon's dueling class. Ron waved a flyer he had somehow acquired. Look at this absurdity. I wager Lockhart will turn this lesson into a theatrical performance. I truly hope I won't have to play the role of a ghost, let alone a yeti or a werewolf. Harry and Draco exchanged a glance, their expressions tinged with apprehension. Zhang Xu cast a malevolent look at Lockhart on the stage. suggesting that it would be wise to summon Madame Pomfrey ahead of time. Our esteemed Professor Snape has never been one to engage in amiable discourse. Chapter 77, Snape's Path of Fire. But what of it? Could he concoct a potion on the spot and force it down Lockhart's throat? Or might he resort to his sharp tongue, berating Lockhart to the point of inducing public humiliation leading to his demise? Snape could likely achieve that, yet Lockhart, unlike Wang Lang, appeared less fragile. Ron rolled his eyes and pulled Harry aside, exclaiming, "Make way. I'm a student in this class." Zhang Xu, disinterested in squeezing through the crowd, casually conjured a candle, extinguished it, and transformed it into an increasingly elevated armchair. Perched atop it, he surveyed the stage from a lofty perspective, reminiscent of the experience of watching a film in a cinema. From this vantage point, the entire scene unfolded before him. In one corner of the classroom, Madame Pomfrey glared at Lockhart with fury, seemingly poised to rush the stage to enlighten him on the true meaning of the phrase "the scalpel is the sharpest knife." Not far from her, a cat tree shaped like a cactus stood, atop which a delightful tabby cat lounged, yawning in sheer boredom. Around its eyes were patterns resembling spectacles. Professor Flitwick, of diminutive stature, sat on the opposite side of the cat tree, holding a candle and engrossed in one of Lockhart's novels. Another corner of the classroom lay empty, devoid of any presence. Yet, from Zhang Xu's current perspective, that corner appeared so devoid of life that not even a hint of ethereal essence lingered. It seemed to be the exclusive seating of two old acquaintances. On stage, Lockhart suddenly waved his wand, producing a resounding blast, and upon capturing the attention of all present, he boisterously proclaimed, "Gather around. Can everyone see me? Can you hear my voice? Excellent. As you may know, Hogwarts has recently encountered some unfortunate events, and Headmaster Dumbledore feels deeply responsible. Hence, he has invited me to introduce a brand new course on dueling techniques and practical exercises. My hope is that when faced with danger, you'll possess a few spells and skills that can prove invaluable, just as I do. For further insights on this topic, you may refer to my previous works or purchase my forthcoming book, I, the Great Professor of Hogwarts." Lockhart flashed a grin and then announced, "Now, please welcome my assistant, Professor Snape, who will oversee the potions class and assist me in a small demonstration to facilitate your understanding of what practical combat entails. Rest assured, I will return your potions class to you in its entirety." Haha. Slytherin emerged from the shadows, offering Lockhart a smile. All the young wizards present, including Zhang Xu, could not help but gasp in astonishment. "Lockhart, why aren't you fleeing? Severus seems to harbor murderous intent." Draco, from below, incited the Slytherin students to chant in unison, "Headmaster, show him a thing or two." Lockhart awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Haha. Then let us begin. Fire God, pave the way." "What?" Zhang Xu leapt to his feet, eyes wide in disbelief as a fire dragon erupted from the tip of Severus's wand, roaring as it clamped on a Lockhart's waist and crashed into the wall at the far end of the classroom. All the young wizards collectively inhaled sharply, only to be choked by the searing heat that followed. Is it really that intense, right from the start? This is an instant defeat. What is there left to demonstrate? Who here can conjure the fire god with just a flick of their wrist? On the stage, Severus's lips curled slightly. It appears that Professor Lockhart should. "Em unharmed. Everyone need not worry. That was merely just a cough. I simply cough. Coordinated with Severus's cough. Lockhart leaned against the wall, valiantly rising to his feet, despite being char-black. His flamboyant purple robe and embroidered golden waistcoat tattered, revealing severely burned skin. He struggled to maintain his composure. Yet, he ascended the stage with determination, ruffling his disheveled hair, striking an elegant pose, and smiling down at the young wizards. "I have 120 methods to thwart and even retaliate against Professor Severus. Cough. However, I intentionally collaborated with Professor Severus in this performance to provide everyone with a direct understanding of this practical demonstration. Cough. Professor Lockhart, since you possess 120 methods to counter me, why not continue this duel? I believe we could. Cough. Fire God, pave the way." Before Lockhart could finish his sentence, Severus raised his wand with ferocity. A fierce wave of heat thrust all the onlookers away, as crimson flames instantaneously obscured the light of hundreds of candles. Severus stood amidst the flames, wielding his wand with all his might, his icy visage betraying no hesitation, only an overwhelming fury. Lockhart, that pompous fool, dared to utter such words to him. "Professor Severus, with your perpetual stern demeanor, how could any girl possibly fancy you? Even if someone showed you kindness, they would surely be snatched away by a man as dazzling as myself." who always steals the spotlight. Ha ha, damn you. James Potter. Damn you, Gilderoy Lockhart. Damn it, worthless Severus Snape. May you all perish. Severus roared, bringing his wand down with tremendous force. The endless flames surged forth as if the fire god had descended, fueled by Severus's unbridled wrath, crashing down upon the already unconscious Lockhart. Clear water like a spring. Armored protection. Spell. Halt. Whirlwind reversal. 3 incantations, accompanied by the sound of spells, erupted almost simultaneously under the pressure of flames. A gentle spring of water surged forth, creating an imposing wall of water that towered several feet high, effectively separating the young wizard from the raging flames on stage. A transparent, colorless shield enveloped Lockhart, providing him with protection. Professor Flitwick unleashed a powerful gust of wind, redirecting the flames towards the lofty ceiling, while Professor McGonagall, having regained her human form, swiftly cast a spell to extinguish the fire entirely. As the water wall dissipated, Madame Pomfrey pushed aside the surrounding young wizards and hurried onto the stage to examine Lockhart as condition. With a disdainful expression, she remarked, "Superficial injuries. He merely fainted from fright." Before departing, she subtly gestured a heart towards Professor Snape. "Severus, I must say, even for practical exercises among professors, employing such elementary spells as Expelliarmus is quite sufficient. There is truly no need for this extravagance." Dumbledore slowly spoke, casting a glance at the excited young wizards around him, and amended, "You've made quite the spectacle of this. I shall be more mindful next time, Headmaster." Snape bowed slightly, deliberately emphasizing the title of Headmaster. "Since Professor Lockhart has exited prematurely, I declare this practical lesson concluded. It would be a pity to end it here. Wouldn't you agree, Albus?" Professor Goyle, who had mysteriously reappeared from the shadows, remarked with keen interest, "Such an intriguing affair, and yet I was not invited. Severus, how about I take my turn as your opponent?" Chapter 78, The Art of Dueling. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Professor Goyle. "Is this your intention, Dumbledore, Headmaster?" "Severus, you need not. Hello. Professor Snape, are you still an infant? Must you seek permission for every action you take? Oh, great Dumbledore, may I do this? Is that your wish?" Goyle ascended the stage, mercilessly interrupting Dumbledore. He gently waved his wand, subtly shifting the candles towards Harry. Under the flickering candlelight, Harry's green eyes sparkled. The stage was set, and the audience was ready. "Do you not wish to prove yourself? To demonstrate that you possess the ability to protect others? To qualify as a professor of defense against the dark arts, and that you're no longer the incompetent, cowardly, pitiful person you once were? Just look at those eager little eyes. Do you truly not intend to show her the person you have become?" Snape's pupils quivered as he took a deep breath, stepping back 7 paces and raising his wand towards Goyle, gesturing for him to proceed. "If only you were as formidable as your words. Perhaps Dumbledore wouldn't have so many favorite students." "Ah, splendid." Goyle raised his wand, challenging Snape. "Show me how much you've improved since then. If you truly possess the power to protect others. Look at me." Dumbledore pointed his wand at his throat and bellowed loudly. "I care not for what schemes you two may concoct. You shall not employ dark magic, nor shall you wield spells beyond the comprehension of students. If either of you exceeds the bounds, I shall promptly terminate this duel." "Very well, begin." A rare hint of anger laced Dumbledore's voice. Yet to Zhang Xu, it seemed tinged with a touch of embarrassment. Instantly, he felt invigorated. After all, this was the clash between the Half-Blood Prince and the Dark Lord of Ur. Alas, how could I have forgotten to bring beer, drinks, and snacks today? This lesson is invaluable. "Oh, Lockhart, I adore you." Zhang Xu perched excitedly on a high-backed armchair, anxiously fidgeted, disregarding the superstitions surrounding the use of magic in moments of inner turmoil, and swiftly produced 12 enchanted scrolls, unfurling them to capture the spectacle from every angle. The young wizards gathered around the stage erupted with enthusiasm, vociferously expressing gratitude to the now unconscious Professor Lockhart. Many were relieved, thankful that they had not succumbed to the coaxing of the Weasley twins, saving not only the cost of vomit-inducing sweets, but also witnessing 2 thrilling duels. Truly, they had made the right choice. On the stage, Professor Snape and Gale appeared remarkably at ease, their gazes tranquil, devoid of any overt hostility. They resembled 2 distant acquaintances engaged in amiable discourse. Suddenly, Professor Gale's fingertips trembled slightly, and a vivid red spell shot forth toward Snape. In response, he swiftly stepped forward with his left foot, lowering his center of gravity, and with a flick of his wand, prepared the incantation for a second spell. Snape merely flicked his wand, and Gale's spell instantly altered its trajectory, soaring towards the ceiling and leaving a charred mark in its wake. Following that spell, a relentless barrage of spells ensued. Yet Snape remained steadfast, as if a weathered rock enduring the tempest, resolutely cleaving through the torrential onslaught of magical attacks. Suddenly, Snape's wand imperceptibly tilted upward. In the next instant, a flame bypassed Snape's defenses. The fire brushed past his ear, singeing a lock of hair. It was the levitation charm. Ron instantly recognized the spell employed by Professor Gale and was elated. So, the levitation charm can be wielded in such a manner. In the subsequent onslaught, Professor Gale intermittently interspersed his barrage of attacking spells with the occasional repelling charm and levitation charm, in stark contrast to the dazzling offensive spells. These incantations emitted barely a glimmer of light. Professor Gale resembled a fervent dancer, his body moving in a symphony of intricate motions, the spells flowing seamlessly without a hint of interruption. Although he merely employed fundamental spells that even young wizards could master, he executed them with the precision and rhythm of a Gatling gun. Faced with such an onslaught, even Snape found himself compelled to retreat. Growing increasingly cautious, Snape took small steps back, twisting his body to evade the spells, devoting greater focus to discerning the traps interwoven within the barrage of attacks. After narrowly evading another surprise attack from the levitation spell, Snape suddenly felt his wand jerk violently in his hand, almost slipping from his grasp and flying across the room. It was the summoning charm. How ingenious! After being subjected to numerous repelling and levitation spells, one could hardly resist the inertia of caution. At this moment, employing the summoning charm could catch his opponent off guard entirely. Moreover, as the wand naturally moved forward during an attack, thrusting and striking, the summoning charm could even harness the momentum imparted by the opponent, further amplifying its potency. Zhang Xu clapped enthusiastically, even intentionally controlling the intensity of his magical power. Truly, this was a level achievable by even a slightly gifted student from Hogwarts. It adhered perfectly to the demonstration requirements set forth by his partner. A remarkable display of skill. A return to simplicity. Snape was indeed caught off guard by the sudden summoning charm. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, preventing his wand from slipping away entirely. However, in response to the subsequent spell, Snape found himself in quite a predicament. The spell that had been deflected shot straight upward, shattering several candles above him. Instantly, molten wax cascaded down like a fireworks display, falling as though scattered by a celestial maiden. Professor Gale suddenly accelerated the frequency of his attacks. Faced with the deluge of wax descending upon him and the unexpectedly intensified assault from Professor Gale, Snape's wand tip glowed with light. But not for an attack or protective charm. Instead, it was a transformation charm. The splattering wax was transmuted by Snape into fluttering butterflies, effectively intercepting the oncoming attack. The scene transformed into something rather romantic. Transformation charm? Has he lost his mind, Harry? Why doesn't he simply retaliate? Is he truly so concerned about the molten wax ruining his greasy hair? Ron, who had never passed transformation class, wore an expression of disbelief, while Harry shook his head in confusion. He could not fathom Snape's rationale. If it were him, he would willingly endure the wax pouring down to counterattack Professor Gale. The young wizards exchanged glances, but Zhang Xu, seated in an elevated armchair, was thrilled, slapping his thigh in excitement. Deep down, he thought to himself that Snape was truly a genius. Indeed, while Snape appeared to have lost the initiative, retreating continuously to distance himself from Professor Gale's attacks. For some inexplicable reason, Professor Gale did not press the attack further. The dazzling barrage of spells transformed into a mere disarmament charm, maintaining a deliberate distance from the butterflies, even choosing to lower the frequency of his attacks on Snape, opting instead to shatter the butterflies that ventured too close. Just as Snape retreated to the edge of the stage, and everyone believed he was about to fall and concede defeat, Snape swung his arm in a grand arc, adopting a stance that seemed almost inviting against the dozen spells hurtling toward him. The young Slytherins covered their eyes, unable to bear witness to their headmaster's critical moment of failure, when Professor Gale suddenly withdrew swiftly, his wand flicking in rapid succession, conjuring a translucent water curtain of ice-blue spells to block the advance of the butterflies. As the graceful butterflies fluttered, they seemed to suddenly lose their vitality, plummeting downwards. Just as they began to descend, they transformed into streams of molten wax, erupting like bullets towards Professor Gale, concealed behind the curtain of water. My goodness! Severus' technique is simply extraordinary. Professor McGonagall gasped in astonishment, drawing curious glances from the young wizards nearby. The basic principles of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration have 5 exceptions, one of which states that living beings cannot be permanently transformed into inanimate objects. Professor Snape skillfully exploited this exception, converting the molten wax into butterflies, meticulously controlling their trajectories and placements to obstruct the curse while simultaneously distracting Professor Gale. Professor Flitwick nodded vigorously, particularly impressed by Snape's allocation of uneven magical power, rendering it impossible for Gale to accurately predict the wax's restoration timing. This allowed the wax, which should have burst forth in an instant, to launch multiple waves, attacking Gale from all angles. Although the wax lacked tremendous force, targeting critical facial features such as the eyes and nose could still cause significant disruption to the spellcasting. On stage, Snape's wand finally emitted a brilliant light signifying an attack. Behind the curtain of water, Professor Gale raised his wand simultaneously. Stupefy. Disarm. 2 blinding beams of light erupted concurrently, colliding in the center of the stage, annihilating into a burst of dazzling white light. Professor Flitwick could not help but applaud. What a duel replete with intellect. The application of spells, mastery of power and technique, environmental control, and psychological warfare. Each aspect is an art form. Chapter 79, Parseltongue. The collision of spells sent both wizards reeling. Snape's expression darkened as he conjured a giant python to support himself, barely avoiding a fall. Across from him, Professor Gale leaned against his old back with one hand while the other was grasped by Dumbledore, wearing a look of disdain as he scanned the room haphazardly. All right, professors, that was indeed a splendid display of dueling skills. I hereby declare the class dismissed. With that, Dumbledore pulled Gale's arm, and with a soft pop reminiscent of a bubble bursting, they vanished using the privileges of the headmaster. Snape snorted derisively, tapping his wand to turn the giant python into ash, then picked up his robe that had been blown to the ground by the explosion. The Slytherin students, who had been cheering, exchanged bewildered glances, wondering how their headmaster could transform so swiftly from victorious duelist to this gloomy, bat-like figure. Zhang Xu leaped down from his high-backed chair, utterly satisfied. Just moments ago, he alone had the height to witness this unique spectacle. At the instant of the spell's collision, Gale's left hand, previously concealed, emerged. In the palm of his left hand, 5 intertwining mixed spells had already begun to take shape. Although this amalgamated spell, composed merely of the magical prowess of ordinary students, is seemingly unremarkable, the synergy of these 5 incantations intertwines and amplifies each other, subtly reminiscent of the elemental cycle of creation. Should it be unleashed, its true potency would likely prove fatal. Thus, while Dumbledore appears to be amiably grasping Professor Gale's arm, as if he were the one at a disadvantage, the reality is quite the contrary. Had Dumbledore not intervened to thwart Severus from falling prey to this ambush of mixed magic, the latter would have had no opportunity to even accompany Lockhart, facing either immediate demise or a desperate race to St. Mungo's for salvation. Hence, Dumbledore's hurried departure with Professor Gale is likely not an affectionate health check, but rather a prelude to a scathing reprimand in a secluded locale, perhaps accompanied by a session of moral persuasion and emotional manipulation. Oh, how I wish I could procure a scrying mirror to observe the unfolding drama. Zhang Xu chuckled, leisurely trailing at the rear of the crowd. From a wizard's perspective, both professors exhibit unparalleled combat skills and awareness. It is likely only a prodigious talent like Dumbledore could subdue such formidable opponents. However, if one were to incorporate the principles of the Huaxia system, it would indeed appear somewhat lacking. This is not merely a matter of strength. The combat style among wizards tends to be exceedingly monotonous, lacking in cunning, ruthlessness, and the bizarre. Take the recent duel as an example. Both professors were clearly utilizing environmental factors to forge conditions for victory, yet why did they not employ transfiguration to alter the terrain? Is it truly so challenging to create a quicksand trap or transform a carpet into molten lava spikes? Utilizing a water charm in conjunction with levitation could yield a rudimentary water prison. At the very least, they could conjure mist to impede their opponent's breathing or coat them in moisture to induce gradual hypothermia. Setting aside these rather underhanded tactical designs, what baffles Zhang Xu the most is the utter lack of consideration among these wizards for practicing evasion techniques. Gale's bodily movements cannot truly be classified as evasion. They are merely adjustments to minimize the casting interval between spells. This approach, reliant on momentum rather than control, demands an exceptionally high level of personal combat acumen from the wizard. Severus, conversely, embodies a contrasting philosophy. His method, if one were to speak favorably, entails using stillness to counteract movement, seeking openings to strike. However, the unvarnished truth reveals it to be little more than a stationary output of magic. The majority of wizards engage in, or have become accustomed to, this stationary combat model. When Zhang Xu first arrived at Hogwarts, he even envisioned a group of curly-haired baboons standing idly, tossing stones at one another, both amusing and painfully accurate. As he pondered this, a sudden commotion ahead interrupted his thoughts. What kind of trick do you think you're playing? A Gryffindor, audaciously attempting to steal the spells of the Slytherin head and launch an attack on Hufflepuff? Do you find this amusing? Justin Finch Fletchley brandished his wand. Fear etched across his face as he pointed it at Harry. Between him and Harry, there lay a large, patterned serpent, thick as a bucket. The serpent hissed, flicking its tongue, seemingly enraged by Justin's words, raised its head high, revealing its venomous fangs and adopting a menacing posture. Release him. Allow him to depart. Why? He is challenging your authority. My Lord Supreme Authority shall not be trampled by such base blood. I have stated. I am not your master. Depart at once. You shall not harm him. Very well, my lord. Your will is my command. The serpent issued a threatening hiss towards Justin and, before the professor could arrive, slithered away through a crevice in the castle wall. Harry lifted his gaze, only to be met with a multitude of pale, fearful faces. He stepped forward, and instinctively, the young wizards recoiled, with Justin swiftly turning to escape the crowd. The rumors of the basilisk had spread, and nearly everyone had heard tales of the Chamber of Secrets, the true heir of Slytherin, and the basilisk that was said to hunt down all non-pureblood wizards. The young wizards believed these tales wholeheartedly. After all, Slytherin was a real figure, one of the original founders of Hogwarts. Legend had it that Slytherin was a rare Parselmouth. In the contemporary wizarding world, it seemed that only Voldemort possessed the gift of Parseltongue, the sole individual capable of conversing with snakes and controlling their actions. The recent exchange between Harry and the serpent, however, resonated in the ears of the young wizards as a series of chilling hisses and hisses that sent shivers down their spines. Unfriendly whispers circulated around them, and even Ron's gaze towards Harry had grown stiff. Had Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue truly been revealed? But where had that serpent emerged from? Zhang Xu leaned against the back of the crowd, gnawing at his lip, feeling that something had been amiss with the serpent's demeanor. He squeezed through the throng and directly inquired, Harry, did you ask that serpent its name or where it came from? I did not. Zhang, you can understand it, can't you? You heard my conversation with that serpent, right? I did not command it to attack a fellow student. No, that's not true. I'm not a Parselmouth. Nor am I a descendant of Slytherin. I am a Gryffindor. I have no connection to Slytherin whatsoever. Hey, let go. You're going to rip my button off. Harry paid no heed to Zhang Xu's complaints, clinging to him as if he were grasping at the last lifeline. Voldemort was the only Parselmouth of the age, yet he was also the executioner of Harry's parents. Harry would rather perish than have any association with Voldemort. Zhang Xu, how allowed Harry to hold on to him while gently embracing him in a gesture of comfort. He then raised his hand, circling the crowd with admonishments. Look at all of you, acting so bizarre. So what if he had a casual chat with the serpent? It's hardly a matter of great significance. Stop with those grim faces and grumbling. Disperse now and stop blocking the way. Observing those around him remaining utterly still, it seemed as though they wished to weave themselves into the narrative. Zhang Xu suddenly donned a cold smile, raising the tip of his wand. Are you not going to disperse? Avada. Chapter 80. The second batch of victims. The young wizards scattered in disarray. Truly forgetful of pain after indulging in pleasure. No matter how one pleads, they refuse to listen, and with a mere display, they all flee. Mate, you weren't genuinely contemplating. Bloody hell. Zhang, you are a demon. Zhang, you may not be aware, but during your days of unconsciousness, Mrs. Morley sent over a dozen furious letters. Even the nearly headless Nick remarked that if Mrs. Morley did not cease her attacks, he might truly lose his head. Hermione deliberately painted the scene vividly, causing Harry to chuckle in spite of himself. All right, Harry, cheer up, so you can converse with snakes? This ability is quite rare in England. Were you in China, you'd be embarrassed to greet anyone. Harry rubbed his eyes. It's not about the snake tongue. It's because I don't want to be associated with Voldemort. Zhang Xu Sai In Wali. After all, he was still a child, viewing the world in stark black and white. Indeed, Parseltongue could be regarded as a rare gift, yet due to its connection to Voldemort, he felt sullied, as though he were betraying his parents. Harry, you must consider it this way. Voldemort is undoubtedly the murderer of your parents, but his mastery of magic and innate abilities are not inherently malevolent. The support he garners from many dark wizards and pureblood families stems not only from his formidable power, fearsome enough to command subservience, but also from the overlap of his talents and abilities with those of Salazar, Slytherin, throughout history. In both legal and emotional terms, he easily earns the trust and affinity of wizards from Slytherin. If you wish to defeat Voldemort, mere training and enhancement of your own strength will not suffice. You must learn to undermine your enemy. Zhang Xu rose, placing one hand behind his back, looking down upon Harry. Voldemort possesses the bloodline of the Gaunt family, being a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin. It is utterly normal for him to awaken Parseltongue. However, Harry Potter, could never have any connection, however slight, with those foolish purebloods who merely engage in incestuous breeding. Your Parseltongue must either be an awakening of your own magical talent, or you have somehow learned this ability from Voldemort, or even seized it from him. Harry clenched his fists tightly, the scar on his forehead pulsating vividly. The deeper your understanding of Voldemort, the less fear you will feel when confronting him in the future. You will not retreat, nor be at a loss, nor be uncertain of your actions. The more abilities you take from Voldemort, the weaker he will become. The weaker Voldemort is, the greater your chances of overcoming him. As for the so-called hidden chambers, serpent creatures, and the nonsensical claims of the true heir of Slytherin, bah! What business does a Gryffindor have meddling in the affairs of Slytherin? Have you been listening to their absurdities? But is this even possible? What are you referring to? Hermione, taken aback by the question, stammered for a while before responding. I mean, the Dark Lord, he is so powerful. Is it truly conceivable that Harry could seize some of his innate talents or abilities? Zhang Xu gestured towards the scar on Harry's forehead, recalling how, even in his infancy, Harry had rebounded the killing curse, single-handedly vanquishing Voldemort. Given that such extraordinary events have transpired, when Harry ultimately defeated Voldemort, could it not be plausible that he inadvertently extracted a fragment of his soul or some latent ability? Perhaps Voldemort's fervent desire to eliminate Harry stemmed from the fact that Harry possessed something he coveted? Zhang Xu spoke with an air of casualness, yet Hermione and Ron, who were listening, felt a chill creep down their spines. When they looked at Harry again, their expressions betrayed a hint of trepidation. Harry sensed this shift, yet he offered no explanation. Instead, he gazed resolutely at Zhang Xu. You are correct. If this holds any truth, I only regret not having taken more from Voldemort. Precisely. That's the spirit. Zhang Xu continued. Moreover, if you feel anything amiss, be sure to promptly report to Dumbledore. After all, he is the greatest white wizard in history. Even the Dark Lord acknowledges his greatness. As he spoke, Zhang Xu chuckled, relishing the moment of playful defiance. Why are you all still here? Professor McGonagall approached with a grave expression, striding swiftly from the opposite end of the corridor. Mr. Zhang, Headmaster Dumbledore requires your immediate presence. She raised her arm, pointing back the way she had come, her tone laden with reluctance. Your deputy, Mr. Malfoy, and Mr. Longbottom have been petrified. Zhang Xu's expression shifted instantaneously, and he turned to hasten towards the corridor from which Professor McGonagall had come. Harry and the others attempted to follow, but McGonagall firmly obstructed their path. However, Mr. Zhang is exceptional, although I believe he should not be embroiled in this matter. This is Dumbledore's directive. We must trust the headmaster. Very well. In the empty corridor, only the sound of Zhang Xu's footsteps echoed distantly. Despite the candles illuminating the darkened passageway, they could not dispel the shadows and fissures lurking in the castle's corners. Zhang Xu kept his hand firmly within his satchel, gripping the well-sealed parchment bag. Tom Riddle's diary lay undisturbed within his storage pouch, its seal intact and silent. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he had yet to break the diary's seal or engage in correspondence with Tom. Yet, the chamber had still been opened. The last time could perhaps be regarded as an accident. Yet this time, Draco and Neville were indeed present in class alongside him. How could it be that in such a brief separation, so close at hand, a tragedy occurred right beneath his very eyes? Was this a demonstration aimed at Hogwarts? Or perhaps a challenge directed at Dumbledore? No, this was undoubtedly a provocation aimed at him. Zhang Xu. Damn it, who was responsible? Who had opened the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed that accursed basilisk? Chapter 81. The Basilisk's Dilemma. Before reaching the end of the corridor, Zhang Xu spotted the tall figure of Dumbledore, clad in a robe adorned with intricate stars and moons, alongside the impeccably dressed Professor Goyle. Professors Flitwick and Sprout, though visibly anxious, seemed to possess little presence. You've arrived, Zhang, Dumbledore said, slightly inclining his body to grant Zhang Xu passage. It was Mr. Creevey who had discovered Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Longbottom. They appeared to have arranged a transaction here, but Mr. Creevey had temporarily stepped away due to a forgotten roll of film. Dumbledore succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, then fell silent, watching Zhang Xu intently, suggesting that he could take the lead. Zhang Xu tilted his head, cautiously surveying the other professors. Professors Flitwick and Sprout, having received Dumbledore's prior instructions, maintained their composed smiles. Professor Goyle, on the other hand, turned away, pursing his lips to whistle, embodying an attitude of mere curiosity and idle amusement. Zhang Xu silently recited a calming spell, suppressing the anger and anxiety that had accumulated during their journey, until he achieved a tranquil state of mind, finally allowing his gaze to settle on the petrified forms of Draco and Neville. Despite their transformation into stone, their expressions remained surprisingly joyful and natural, as if they were blissfully unaware of the calamity that had befallen them. Zhang Xu inhaled deeply, detecting a faintly sweet, metallic scent accompanied by an elusive, peculiar aura. This scent, though seemingly familiar, felt oddly disconcerting. Rubbing his nose, he snapped his fingers and bent down to examine the two petrified individuals. A gentle, even light cascaded from an unknown source, softly enveloping the surface of the statues. Zhang Xu tucked his wand into his storage bag, but did not produce any extraordinary artifacts. This left the eager professors beside him with a slight sense of disappointment. Nonetheless, Zhang Xu soon retrieved a measuring tape from the bag and began to measure around the statues, the purpose of which remained unclear. As he measured, he casually inquired, "Has the statue been moved?" "No." "Has the surrounding environment been deliberately cleaned or tidied?" House elves typically only performed cleaning at night, so the floor and walls should remain unchanged. Where does this corridor lead? Depending on the configuration of the connecting staircase, one may access the Gryffindor dormitory tower, an unoccupied room on the 4th floor, a storage room on the 2nd floor, as well as a narrow passage leading to the castle's side entrance. Zhang Xu nodded and inquired, "Professor, aside from its venomous fangs and the lethal effect of its gaze, does the basilisk possess the ability to alter its size?" The professors exchanged glances, affirming that the basilisk's size only increases with age and does not have the capacity for arbitrary size alteration. "Very well, I understand," Zhang Xu replied, no longer probing further as he continued to measure the statue with the tape. After some time spent scrutinizing the statue, he maneuvered behind it, squeezing between the heads of the two individuals and stretching his neck to observe the camera's viewfinder held in their hands. Maintaining his position, he turned around and tilted his head back, squinting to read the enormous blood inscriptions written on the ceiling. "Professor Gale, as an expert in dark magic, do you know of any spell or curse that could artificially replicate the petrifying effect of the basilisk, while remaining undetectable to you?" Professor Gale stroked his chin, contemplating earnestly before shaking his head. "No. Even if someone could evade my detection, they would not be able to escape Dumbledore's perception. Not even that lunatic Voldemort could manage that. I am certain of it." Zhang Xu glanced at Dumbledore, who gently placed his hand on Draco's shoulder, taking a moment to assess before shaking his head at Zhang Xu. "In that case, I have one final question. Is there any unequivocal record in Hogwarts Historical Archives or any wizarding documentation that indicates Slytherin ever hatched or possessed a basilisk? Are we to understand that it is merely a widely held belief that Salazar Slytherin owned one and left a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets?" "One moment, Mr. Zhang," Dumbledore murmured as he turned to speak softly to a portrait on the wall. Shortly thereafter, the previously vanished portrait reappeared and nodded to Dumbledore. He swiftly turned back to Zhang Xu. "You are correct. Even among the successive headmasters of Hogwarts, there exists no written, pictorial, or oral tradition that can substantiate the claim that Salazar Slytherin ever possessed a basilisk. Furthermore, within the records left by the other 3 founders, there is no evidence to support that Salazar Slytherin ever mastered the art of breeding basilisks. All of this is merely legend. Thus it aligns perfectly." Zhang Xu sighed in relief, followed by a deeper exhalation. "My apologies, esteemed professors, but I bear both good news and bad news. Let's begin with the good news." Professor Gale raised an eyebrow at Zhang Xu. "I do enjoy seeing Albus in a state of vexation." "Now is not the time for that," Zhang Xu interjected. "Have you not noticed the muscles in Dumbledore's face beginning to twitch with irritation?" He suppressed the urge to glance at the subtle antics behind Dumbledore and Professor Gale, speaking earnestly instead. "The good news is that what emerged from the chamber was not the basilisk." A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of several professors. "Not the basilisk, thank goodness." Professor Sprout patted her chest, finding immense solace in the fact that her beloved young wizards would not have to face a creature that could claim their lives with a single glance. But what the bad news? Professor Flitwick noticed the wry smile on Zhang Xu's face and instinctively sensed that the bad news he bore would carry considerable weight. The bad news is Zhang Xu's smile deepened. For what had escaped the chamber was indeed not the basilisk. What? What do you mean by that? How can the good news be that it is not the basilisk, yet the bad news is also that it is not the basilisk? Professor Sprout exclaimed, her voice tinged with agitation. Mr. Zhang, you must elucidate. Zhang Xu licked his lips, his voice strained. I cannot ascertain for certain at this moment. However, I have grave suspicions that what Salazar Slytherin left within the chamber may never have been a basilisk at all. Chapter 82. Is this cursed door broken? If it is not the basilisk, then what is it? I do not know. Do not know? Mr. Zhang, I must earnestly remind you that every word you utter and every hypothesis you present directly pertains to the safety of every member of our school community. Without substantial evidence to corroborate your claims, no, even Headmaster Dumbledore, could not simply act on trust alone in response to your assertions. If that is your stance, then I am at a loss, for I possess no evidence, only conjecture. Zhang Xu spread his fingers and gestured toward the statue, conjuring a three-dimensional schematic of the statue and its surroundings. Pointing to the highlighted areas and auxiliary lines within the diagram, Zhang Xu explained, based on the scene, both Draco and Neville appeared calm and relaxed, showing no signs of being startled, frightened, or inclined to flee or defend themselves. This indicates that they had not suffered any attack, and there was no sudden assailant. They were deliberately using the camera to ward off a curse. Given the evidence at hand, my hypothesis is that they were observing the assailant through the camera's viewfinder with a tranquil mindset. Is that even plausible? Even if that creature is not a basilisk, it must still be an exceedingly dangerous magical being. How could it allow two young wizards to observe it without taking any offensive action? Professor Sprout found this notion difficult to accept. To her, it was instinct for magical creatures to attack humans and any beings that posed a threat. This behavior was independent of a creature's intelligence. It stemmed purely from the instinctive defensive behavior exhibited by wild animals for their own survival. Unless this creature had been domesticated and had long been conditioned not to attack humans. Faced with Draco and Neville, it might merely have been passively exercising its lethal capabilities. In other words, had there been no third party present at the scene, the unfortunate demise of Draco and Neville could very well have been a mere accident. At this thought, Zhang Xu glanced up at the ceiling, pondering. How trivial my previous statement appears. The crimson letters emblazoned upon the ceiling flowed like blood. The chamber has been opened. The great lord shall soon return. Nonetheless, this incident seems indeed to be an accident. The writing is noticeably more careless than last time, and Draco and Neville were not arranged in any artistic manner. The execution of the act was rather crude. Zhang Xu manipulated the three-dimensional schematic, deliberately highlighting the auxiliary lines within the diagram. As you can see, Draco and his companions were holding a replica of the Kershaw Penguin 120 folding accordion camera. This camera's shutter speed is limited, rendering it unsuitable for capturing high-speed moving objects. Additionally, it necessitates manual operation for focusing and exposure. Thus, in their perception, the subjects being observed must have been relatively gentle in temperament, posing no threat, and either moving slowly or unlikely to flee in panic due to their observation. Indeed, Professor Gale, while many potential attackers fit this description, it is certain that none would be a basilisk. However, this broadens the scope of vigilance and precaution significantly. Professor Flitwick shook his head repeatedly. It appears harmless, yet can inflict destruction akin to that of a basilisk. Salazar Slytherin. What manner of beast has our founder concealed within the chamber? Zhang Xu dismissed the three-dimensional schematic with a shrug, expressing that, rather than focusing on the assailant, the third party merits greater attention. The first incident was clearly orchestrated by him, with meticulous choices regarding the victims, their arrangements, and the written messages. Yet this time, it is evidently an accident. Perhaps he is a zealot. However, it is well known that zealots are madmen, far more terrifying than a basilisk. Bidding farewell to the professors, Zhang Xu made his way to the abandoned girls' lavatory. He casually transformed a group of attacking myrtles into a luminous sphere, affixing a soul-binding symbol upon it before placing it into his storage bag. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he began dismantling the traps he had previously set. Goodness, I've set too many traps. Now I can hardly dismantle them all. After painstakingly clearing the vicinity, Zhang Xu drew his wand and directed a thick plume of black smoke towards the marked faucet. The black smoke solidified, morphing into a slender cobra coiling around the faucet. Hissing ominously, "Who says you cannot open the door without speaking Parseltongue? I can simply conjure a snake. The effect is no less potent than your precious language." He commanded the cobra. The serpent nodded, hissing urgently at the faucet, but after a considerable wait, the lavatory remained unchanged. Zhang Xu hesitated, suggesting, "Shall we try saying open? Perhaps sesame. Open, or in the name of the heir of Slytherin, I command you to open, or even the king covers the earth tiger. Or I choose the chimera. Chimera, open the door." Damn it. Could this wretched door be broken? After numerous attempts with various incantations, not a single one proved effective. Not only Zhang Xu, but even the cobra was left breathless from the effort. It defied logic. How could a door that responds to parcel tongue from snake be impervious to my own attempts at serpent speech? Should I fetch Harry to unlock it with his parcel tongue? Both he and I have become focal points in Dumbledore's watchful eye, with Dumbledore preoccupied in a meeting to discuss security measures. It was a smaller risk for me to sneak over alone. But if I were to bring Harry along, our sudden appearance together, especially slinking into the girls' restroom, would surely draw attention. Fine, I concede. Let us see how it is. If the door refuses to open, then it shall face my wrath. With a flourish, Zhang Xu drew his wand and cast a silencing charm over the entire restroom, then pointed his wand at the faucet. Explode. Blast. Boom. After a barrage of spells, the restroom was left in utter disarray. Not only was the stone column connected to the faucet demolished, but the walls and floor too bore the scars of destruction, leaving a pit half a meter deep. Yet, aside from debris and plumbing, there was no trace of a secret passage. Not even a hint of a mechanical structure. What on earth? Wasn't this supposed to be the entrance to the chamber? If you're not an entrance, then why is there a serpent engraved on the faucet? Frustrated, Zhang Xu found himself at a loss. No matter how much he fumed, he could not find what he sought. Reluctantly, he realized he would have to summon Harry to see if the genuine parcel tongue would work. If all else fails, perhaps he could consult Tom? He wondered if Tom could still converse normally after having endured several pages of paper torn by Su Shoujing. After restoring the restroom to its former state, Zhang Xu left dejectedly, completely oblivious to the quaking figure in a dim corner of the restroom, watching him depart. In the following weeks, the professors significantly intensified their supervision of the young wizards and increased patrols throughout the castle. If not for the still lax course schedules, one might mistake it for a militarized management akin to that of high school students in China. Additionally, sixth-year students were now tasked with patrolling the castle in groups of 5 under the guidance of their respective heads of house. Should they encounter any unclaimed toads, cats, or unregistered owls, they were to apprehend and seal them immediately, awaiting further identification from the professors. While the efficacy of such measures remained uncertain, Zhang Xu felt that the living conditions within the castle had indeed improved significantly. A week later, a notice personally signed by Dumbledore was posted on the school bulletin board. Chapter 83, the School-Wide Common Room. In order to enhance the campus environment, maintain order, improve the sense of happiness and safety among students and faculty, and promote inter-house communication and strengthen adaptability, a unanimous decision was reached by the faculty, heads of houses, the vice principal, and the principal. The independent common rooms for each house would be temporarily abolished and replaced by a school-wide common room. This change would take effect immediately upon publication. Principal Albus Dumbledore. Adjacent to the announcement is a rudimentary map illustrating the location of the Grand Common Room, with the entrance situated at the original hall's main door. A Grand Common Room at the school? How splendid it sounds. Yet, one wonders what distinguishes it from the existing house common rooms. Is it truly necessary? I hope that the Grand Common Room offers more engaging activities. If it merely consists of a vast space into which everyone is unceremoniously thrown, what difference does it make? Let us hasten to explore. Zhang Xu followed the excited young wizards to the hall, where, flanking the original entrance, 2 wide, exquisite marble staircases spiraled upwards, connecting to a prominent arched platform. Without hesitation, the young wizards rushed up the stairs, releasing gasps of wonder. This room was far more immense than the combined size of the 4 house common rooms, towering walls lined with bookshelves, adorned with an array of books and magical artifacts. Enormous, magically animated statues representing the 4 houses proudly traverse the room, their vibrant magical auras trailing behind like long capes, with sofas, benches, and desks casually arranged, moving in sync with the statues' steps, resembling schools of fish navigating through the space. In each corner of the room, grand fireplaces stood tall, tended by well-groomed house elves busily transporting firewood and polishing the gilded patterns on the mantels. On either side of the walls, 2 wooden doors adorned with carvings of lions, eagles, serpents, and badgers directly led to the dormitories of each house. Henceforth, the young wizards could conveniently traverse between classrooms, the dining hall, and their dormitories through this very space. But this was not the end. As more young wizards arrived, the layer of mist enveloping the deepest part of the room finally dispersed. Behind a fog lay an immensely grand rock courtyard. In the center stood a towering stone door, reaching up to the ceiling. Flanked by a lifelike dragon sculpture coiled beside it, its body gently undulating as if in slumber. Professor Gale sat at the edge of the courtyard, propping his chin on one hand, a golden cup swaying in his grasp as he gestured invitingly to the curious young wizards. On another high-backed chair, Professor Snape sat upright, his voice booming as he addressed the young wizards. "Cease that naive grin. The Grand Common Room lies beyond this door. This is merely the foyer. Is everyone listening? I shall repeat this only once. No password is required to enter the Grand Common Room. Engaging in trivial pursuits within its confines is strictly prohibited. Each individual must act within their means. Should your foolishness waste the professor's time, 100 points shall be deducted for each of you, once." Professor Snape's voice sent shivers down the spines of the young wizards, yet they soon erupted with excitement. "Merlin S. Beard, this is merely the foyer? I yearn to step into the Grand Common Room immediately. Pinch me. I feel as though I am dreaming. That hurts. Praise magic. Clear the path. Charge forth." My friends, the young wizards were oblivious to what Snape intended to convey, charging recklessly towards the stone door with a cacophonous rush. A gaggle of dimwits, even duller than muggles. Snape sneered. Zhang Xu deliberately lagged behind, squinting as he awaited the outcome. As anticipated, once the young wizards entered the square, the stone dragon abruptly opened its eyes. With a single sweep of its tail, those at the forefront were instantly toppled by an overwhelming yet gentle force. Tumbling through the air, a line of golden magical inscriptions materialized on the grand entrance, revealing Hogwarts' motto, "Sleeping Dragon, do not disturb." What does this mean? No entry? Nonsense. It clearly indicates the necessity for silence, akin to the prohibition against loud noises in a library. Indeed, is it? I believe Sleeping Dragon, do not disturb suggests that entry into the common room is permitted only under the condition that the stone dragon remains undisturbed, a hesitant Ravenclaw remarked, prompting the surrounding young wizards to exhibit expressions of sudden enlightenment. Excellent. The riddle has been unraveled. But how shall we proceed? The young wizards approached the stone square, scrutinizing their surroundings. They discovered faint light circles located approximately 5 meters from the entrance's edge. As soon as anyone entered the radius of these circles, they would be detected by the stone dragon. With such sensing magic in place, attempting to sneak in without making a sound was utterly impossible. Just as the young wizards were at a loss, Professor Flitwick arrived, leading a group of upperclassmen from Ravenclaw who had just finished their classes. "Well then, let us commence." Professor Flitwick nodded to his students, then summoned a chair and settled beside Professors Snape and Gale. The 6th and 7th year students quickly huddled together for a brief discussion before dispersing. Some waved their wands, carefully chanting incantations in unison, while others rummaged through their satchels, extracting an array of peculiar tools to combine. Even more audaciously, one student produced a cauldron, igniting a fire right then and there to brew potions. The little ones performed admirably. Disillusionment charms, invisibility spells, invisibility cloaks, and was that a summoning charm? Oh ho, they even had polyjuice potion. How delightful, Phileas. Have you been clandestinely divulging answers to your students? That is impossible, Gale. Professor Flitwick beamed as he watched the students cross over the detection circles one by one. The slumbering stone dragon rested its head upon its forepaws, seemingly oblivious to these invisible young wizards, allowing them to glide through the ripples emanating from the stone door into the common room beyond. Then, an excited cry erupted from behind the door. Professor Gale shifted his gaze to the few students who had failed. Their reasoning was sound, yet their abilities fell short of their intellect. For instance, the one who used the summoning charm had successfully garnered the stone dragon's attention, but was far too slow in entering the door before the puppet was struck, meeting a disastrous fate at the tail's sweep. The girl concocting the complex potion was simply unfortunate. In Snape's eyes, her brewing steps and preparation techniques were hardly flawed. However, the hair she added in the final step did not belong to Professor Flitwick, but rather to Hagrid, who had come to visit Flitwick for tea. Consequently, before the watchful eyes of her peers, this girl transformed into a canine maiden, whimpering and uncertain whether she was crying or chastising Professor Flitwick for his lack of hygiene. This spectacle caught the attention of Zhang Xu, who was momentarily intrigued. Professor Snape smirked, thinking it was utterly fanciful to believe one could complete the potion in such a short span. Even if she had fortuitously acquired the correct ingredient in the final step, success was altogether implausible. Indeed, you're the expert in potions. Professor Flitwick was in high spirits, with a success rate exceeding 90%. It far surpassed his expectations. Inspired by Ravenclaw, upperclassmen from other houses began to cast spells to become invisible, and within mere minutes, most of the older students had successfully entered the common room. Goodness, those spells were hardly within the grasp of first or second-year students. Did they really have to wait until the upperclassmen had their fill inside before seeking their assistance to cast spells to enter? Ron, looking despondent, voiced the sentiments of the lower-year students. It's all right, Ron. Don't forget, I still have an invisibility cloak. But after taking a couple of steps, Harry hesitated, not out of reluctance to share with Ron, but out of concern that revealing the cloak in front of so many might lead others to want to borrow it as well. Zhang, aren't you going in? Zhang Xu sniffed, detecting the strong scent of disinfectant. Where are you going? I'm off to see the vice president. Astoria shyly responded, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Xu smiled, drew his wand, and was about to use the invisibility spell to accompany Astoria into the common room when he suddenly heard Professor Gale's languid voice. Mr. Zhang, you are not planning to use the invisibility spell to sneak in, are you? Chapter 84, The Sleeping Dragon. Professor, what do you mean? To break in? That seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Why didn't you let those upperclassmen take action when they went in earlier? You're not like them. I don't quite understand. You can't possibly think that Dumbledore would set a barrier that requires mastery of advanced magic to pass. Can you? Go show them how it's done. If you can breach the common room from the front, I shall grant you a small gift. How does that sound? To be honest, I'm not particularly interested. Professor Gale was nearly amused to the point of laughter, holding his golden cup, feigning an intention to rise. However, I'm quite intrigued by the idea of entering from the front. Zhang Xu drew his wand and nodded respectfully to Professor Gale, then exchanged a knowing glance with Astoria, leading the young, which directly towards the rock plaza. At this moment, most of the younger wizards had lost all hope, except for a small handful who still clung to the faintest glimmer of miracles. The rest had dispersed, beginning to explore the front hall. The appearance of Zhang Xu instantly captivated everyone's attention. Stay close to me, Zhang Xu instructed, turning his head. Astoria nodded nervously, hiding her small frame behind Zhang Xu. He delved into the inner realm, the position of the dark moon rising, becoming the apex of this world's sky. Esoteric runes cascaded down with the moonlight, draping the inner deity in a robe of magic. The copper mirror, embodying the essence of the three spirits, trembled slightly as it embedded itself within the halo behind the inner deity's head. Subsequently, a magical array unfurled beneath the inner deity's feet, swiftly enveloping the entire divine mountain. Zhang Xu opened his eyes and stepped onto the rocky plaza. Almost the instant he entered the circle of light, a resounding dragon roar erupted from above the stone gate, as if provoked by some unseen force, beginning to tremble violently. The stone dragon lying nearby shook its massive form, the gray-white stone skin shedding to reveal a glimmering metallic sheen beneath. This was no ordinary statue animated by a motion spell, but a carefully crafted alchemical creation from the youth of Nicolamay, the slumbering dragon of Nibelungen, Fafnir. Alas! Quickly pull Zhang back. Without Dumbledore's command, how could Fafnir awaken completely? Zhang, retreat. Leave the plaza. As long as you exit the plaza, Fafnir will not attack you. Professor Flitwick, in a state of panic, leaped about, while Professors Gale and Snape managed to restrain the situation. Zhang Xu stood his ground, disdainfully covering his ears. The dragon's roar was excruciatingly unpleasant. Fafnir, now revealed in its true form, continued to emit a metallic screech, casting a human-like glance at Zhang Xu, its colossal claw striking down upon him with ferocity. The surrounding young wizards gasped, with the timid covering their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Zhang raised his wand. A stream of magic reminiscent of flowing water surged forth from its tip, meeting the descending claw just above his head, the wand reaching its peak. As the wand gently tapped the left side of the dragon's claw, the initially direct assault was deftly deflected by the stream of magic, landing at an angle on the rocky ground to Zhang Xu's right, producing a dull thud upon impact. The young wizards erupted in cheers. Goodness, how'd he do that? This is incredible. I know him. He's Zhang from Slytherin's second year. I've heard he can even cast the unforgivable curses. Stop exaggerating. This is clearly Eastern magic. Oh, I remember now. It seems that this technique was popularized in that book. Is it the 5-animal play? But I don't recall any moves that were this powerful. Ron and Harry exchanged glances. This was a technique Zhang Xu had showcased in their study group, the most fundamental of unbinding spells. Yet they had never imagined it could wield such formidable power in actual combat. To be candid, if the roles were reversed, they would likely resort to wagering on the efficacy of their iron armor charm at this juncture. Fafnir's claw missed its target, prompting an immediate transition to a sweeping attack. leaving 3 deep gashes on the rocky square as shards of stone sent the onlooking young wizards retreating in haste. Professor Flitwick brandished his wand, poised to rush into the square to render aid, only to be obstructed once more by a golden chalice. "Relax, Phileas," Professor Gale chuckled, his gaze fixed upon the square, eyes gleaming with anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Such an alchemical creation posed no threat to him. With a roar, Fafnir soared into the air, evading a sudden burst of flames, then unfurled its wings to circle above the square before descending with an open maw, lunging towards the ground. A hum resonated as Zhang Xu flicked his wand, conjuring a transparent shield that appeared before Fafnir's colossal head. The shield shattered upon impact, but succeeded in momentarily halting Fafnir's terrifying charge. In that instant, Fafnir distinctly sensed an overwhelming rebound effect as the shield crumbled, countering its prior dive. With a grating metallic distortion, Fafnir's neck twisted backward at a right angle, revealing a gaping tear in its metallic hide that exposed a labyrinth of intricate components within. The entire dragon's body spiraled into chaos, thrashing erratically across the square. Is that the Iron Armor Charm? Incredible! Not only did he successfully cast the Iron Armor Charm, but he also employed the most complex and advanced method. How could he achieve a silent, instantaneous cast? Even I cannot do that. How is this a mere second-year wizard? Thus exclaimed the Ravenclaw girl, transformed into a canine companion akin to Yaya. Astoria cautiously peeked out, deftly evading Fafnir's erratic assaults while following Zhang Xu's lead. It felt remarkably akin to the games she played with friends in her childhood. "Zhang, you are so impressive. What was that magic just now? I've never seen anything like it. It's a blade technique. I used to employ it frequently in games. If you can't grasp that, think of it simply as an iron armor charm that lasts only 1 or 2 seconds. Had it been a living creature rather than an alchemical being, that strike would have sufficed to snap its neck." Astoria nodded fervently. "Then let's charge while its neck is still twisted." Zhang Xu gently shook his head. Rushing in now would be falling into its trap. Given that it is merely an alchemical creature, there is no need for such exertion to twist its neck. Astoria, observe closely the creature's chest and abdomen. What does it resemble? A face. Precisely. So why are you still hesitating? Zhang Xu raised his voice deliberately, ensuring Fafnir could hear him. With a roar, the visage upon its chest locked its gaze on Zhang Xu, emitting a discordant laugh reminiscent of grinding metal. Just when everyone anticipated that the visage would utter something, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of golden flames towards Zhang Xu. How could this happen? Ron's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed on the ground, incredulously watching as the golden flames surged forth like an overwhelming deluge, completely engulfing the entire rocky plaza. Harry, too, felt his body sway, on the verge of falling, but he quickly steadied himself, drawing forth his wand and gritting his teeth as he sprinted toward the rocky square. "Zhang, you must not come a harm." Chapter 85, The Invincible Zhang. The golden flames blazed fiercely, enveloping the rocky plaza in a terrifying heat. Within mere seconds, the cracking sounds of the rock fragments drowned out the grinding of the metal parts within Fafnir. Harry was unable to breach the plaza, for the 3 professors seated nearby had drawn their wands in advance, erecting an outer barrier to prevent the flames from spreading beyond the rocky square, while also safeguarding against any potential harm to themselves from a reckless intrusion. "Professors, why aren't you saving Zhang?" "Why, Zhang, he is still inside." "Put down your wand, my dear little savior," Professor Gale said, shaking his golden chalice, calmly enduring the furious glares directed at him from all sides. Had it not been for his intervention, at the moment Fafnir's body transformed, Professors Flitwick and Snape would have already been prepared to force their way into the plaza to rescue the young wizard. Professor Gale harbored an inexplicable feeling, an intuition that led him to believe in Zhang, that even as the situation escalated to its direst state, this mere second-year wizard would surely emerge unscathed, perhaps even bringing a surprise for everyone. You are unworthy of being a professor. It is you who has doomed Zhang." Rage flooded Harry's mind, his scar once again burning crimson and throbbing painfully. The cacophony surged within his head, akin to 1,000 serpents slithering through his thoughts, hissing incessantly. These hissing sounds coalesced into a hoarse, frenzied voice that cackled at him. "Kill him! Kill him!" A faint glow emanated from Harry's eyes, resembling 2 emeralds embedded in his sockets. "You vile creature!" he hissed. Suddenly, a deafening explosion interrupted Harry's dark, hoarse murmuring, shattering his unfinished incantation. Within the triple-layered protective barrier, the golden flames, akin to flowing magma, erupted violently, A more resplendent and genuinely warm white flame emerged, resembling a white sun rising over a golden ocean. The white flame spread, mercilessly consuming the golden fire, which then transformed into fluttering butterflies, gradually dispersing into the air. As all that was golden was replaced by white, and the final transformation into a butterfly dissipated, the figures of Zhang Xu and Astoria, who had concealed herself behind him, re-emerged before everyone. Zhang. Through the barrier, Zhang Xu gazed curiously at Harry, whose face was streaked with tears. What is happening? Zhang Xu opened his mouth to speak, but was suddenly seized by a violent cough, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He feigned a cough, discreetly concealing it in the sleeve of his black robe. The crimson blood, staining the dark fabric, appeared rather inconspicuous. Once it seeped into the fibers, it resembled nothing more than an ordinary damp mark. No one discerned what Zhang Xu had just done, save for Astoria, who remained hidden behind him. Was it still too forced? Grounded in the principle of words manifesting as reality, bridging with the study of formations and talismans, wielding the supreme laws of the Tao through magical forms. Was this a backlash? Or was it merely due to my body lacking the strength to bear such power? What exactly is the primal force of the world that Lady Glove spoke of? Is it magical energy? The breath of heaven and earth? The Great Path? Or perhaps the extraordinary laws of the magical realm? Each encounter with the forbidden, followed by injury, seems to bestow upon Zhang Xu new insights and further inquiries. Although his inner spirit waned once more, the dim moon in the inner sky grew increasingly substantial. With each profound contemplation, Zhang Xu found himself ever closer to the answer he sought. His introspection, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in the blink of an eye. Were Su Shozhen present, he would undoubtedly marvel at Zhang Xu, the prodigy awakened with innate wisdom, even amidst the battlefield. He could effortlessly immerse himself in a state of clarity and profound thought. Alas, Fafnir paid no heed to the significance of Zhang Xu's reflections in its metallic mind. The only thought remaining was to vanquish the person before it. This individual's strength had reached the very core of its combat directives, presenting an adversary that demanded its utmost effort to overcome. Thus, once more, as the metallic components within it whirred to life, the already colossal form of the dragon underwent a metamorphosis. It was as if a thicket of weeds sprouted from Fafnir's head, with over 100 massive dragon heads emerging from its chest cavity. These enormous heads, reminiscent of snakes and crocodiles, opened their mouths, a dreadful chill coalescing within. The air surrounding the dragon heads began to shed hexagonal, transparent ice crystals. Last time it was fire, this time ice. The bone-chilling cold jolted Zhang Xu from his reverie. He cast a displeased glance at the blossoming dragon head plant and re-evaluated the state of his inner spirit, feeling capable of casting another Daoist spell. Thus, Zhang Xu turned towards Harry and the young wizards behind him, clenched his fist, and raised it high. The mountains shift and stones move. The wand swung down with great force, yet no extraordinary phenomena erupted from its tip. Yet all the young wizards distinctly perceived a towering and ethereal figure rising abruptly behind Zhang Xu. As the wand in Zhang Xu's hand descended, that apparition swung a whip forcefully against the body of the alchemical dragon, which bore hundreds of heads. No sound echoed, nor did any dazzling light emerge. Just as the hearts of the young wizards began to tighten with apprehension, a muffled, peculiar noise resonated from the belly of the alchemical dragon, akin to the sound of heavy metal being shattered by bare hands. Bang, 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 with the first resounding crack as a harbinger. A relentless series of metallic ruptures, distortions, and bizarre sounds emanated from that colossal form. All the young wizards, including Professors Flitwick and Snape, stood transfixed, gazing at the alchemical dragon. Under the collective scrutiny, the fearsome dragon, which had just opened its mouth to conjure a breath of frost, was suddenly lifted as if by an invisible hand. Its body trembled, yet remained utterly unfeeling and unresisting as that intangible grip forcibly tore it apart, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of fragmented metallic shards. Professor Gale reveled in the miraculous spectacle, his golden goblet overflowing with crimson liquid, which trickled down his fingers, bathed in the cascade of shattered golden fragments, accompanied by Astoria and under the complex gazes of the three professors, along with the envious, adoring, and fervent eyes of countless young wizards. The majestic stone door swung wide open. Zhang Xu shook his raised fist, firmly clenched, and stepped inside. Chapter 86. A single man at the gate. The door closed behind him. Zhang Xu immediately hunched over, clutching his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhang, are you all right? Ah, just a minor issue. Such occurrences are something I've grown accustomed to. You go ahead and play. I'll rest here for a moment. Zhang, do you really not need me to stay and assist you? No need. Zhang Xu plucked a leaf, transmuted it into a chair, and sat upon it, waving his hand at Astoria. Astoria bit her lip, quickly vanishing at the end of the vine and rose-laden passage. After sitting for a while, Zhang Xu suddenly clutched his hand, grimacing in agony on the chair. I'm going to die. It hurts so much. Where on earth did that old bee procure this? How can it be so hard? It certainly wasn't this painful when I was opening the real mountain back in the hills. If Nico were to hear such a lackluster assessment of his proud creation, he would likely brew a potion of vitality and chastise you for 3 days and nights. Dumbledore emerged from the thicket, clad in a silver robe and holding a light brown staff. Ah, I sense that familiar essence. Zhang Xu did not respond, deliberately turning away to avoid looking at Dumbledore. Relax, Mr. Zhang. I merely came to check on you and bring you the small gift promised by Gale. Zhang Xu turned around and beheld Dumbledore cradling a golden chalice, remarkably reminiscent of the one Professor Gale had previously held. What is this? The Hufflepuff Golden Cup? No, it is the Slytherin Golden Cup. Dumbledore shook his head, explaining that the 4 founders, upon establishing Hogwarts, had collaboratively forged 4 extraordinary golden chalices using ancient magic. The Gryffindor Cup could endlessly pour forth exquisite wine. The Ravenclaw Cup contained an ever-flowing spring. The Hufflepuff Cup, when buried in the earth, could yield corn, wheat, and fruit trees. Yet, the Slytherin Cup remained empty, its legend asserting that it required blood to nourish it, thereby granting a river of magical power. That does not sound promising. Despite his words, Zhang Xu accepted the golden cup. Its touch was frigid, akin to grasping a shard of ice. As he infused a hint of his magical essence into the chalice, he felt no extraordinary qualities. Legends, after all, are but tales. Throughout the years, there had been dark wizards who had attempted to seize the Slytherin Cup, conducting horrific sacrificial rites with blood, yet none had ever succeeded. Among the founders' chalices, only Gryffindors continued to pour out wine as the legends foretold, though its taste was rather mediocre. What the other 2? Zhang Xu mused while toying with the Slytherin Cup, feigning nonchalance. One for farming, the other for watering. These 2 cups combined would surely be formidable, wouldn't they? By the way, the ingredients the house elves use for cooking, they wouldn't be sprouting from these 2 golden cups, would they? Dumbledore chuckled wryly, remarking that Ravenclaw's cup had been destroyed in the early days of the school, leaving its ability to pour forth an unceasing spring of mystery. As for Hufflepuff's cup, it had long been stolen. Before its theft, as far as he knew, it had been displayed in the school's historical cabinet. After all, as a relic of Hufflepuff, no one would genuinely bury it, treating it merely as a seed for plants. Well then, I shall accept this item. Headmaster, if you have matters to attend to, please do not feel the need to cater to my presence. I can rest here on my own. Dumbledore smiled warmly, Mr. Zhang. I recall, there is a rule in Huaxiao regarding the damage of public property, which mandate compensation at market value. You have damaged Nicodemus's alchemical dragon, severely impacting the subsequent trials for young wizards. I wonder how appropriate the compensation should be. Oh, spare me. Zhang Xu rolled over and shot Dumbledore a dramatic eye roll. I haven't even asked you for medical expenses or compensation for emotional distress. That enormous dragon, it could have easily devoured anyone else. And yet, you have the audacity to seek recompense from me? The Slytherin Cup is already in your possession, is it not? That's a separate matter. This was a reward promised to me by Professor Gale. No worries, I can arrange for you to have Gryffindor's cup as well. No, what would I do with that? I have no fondness for red wine. Well, there's nothing to be done, Dumbledore sighed, raising his hands in resignation. As the headmaster, I have sincerely offered compensation, but alas, it appears you have declined. In exchange, I could overlook the matter of the damaged campus property, for after all, it was merely an accident. However, that alchemical dragon was procured through my personal connections with Nicholas, and I will need to seek him out for repairs or even a replacement. Surely, you cannot expect me to approach Nicholas empty-handed. Despite my position as headmaster, I am rather impoverished. And what price do you propose? Priceless. Are you attempting to play games with me? Indeed, and what of it? Zhang Xu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Dumbledore would resort to childlike antics to extort him. Squeezing the golden cup in his hand, he relaxed and slumped into his chair. So, what do you intend to do? Dumbledore departed with a sense of satisfaction. He needed to hasten to find Nicholas Flamel to repair the alchemical dragon, while also attempting to persuade this old friend to delay his demise. at least to leave behind more alchemical creations or some genuine legacy beyond the confines of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Zhang Xu then wandered around the great common room. To his eyes, it resembled an almost perfect miniature world, a veritable paradise. Hundreds of thousands of spells intertwined and nested to form the very fabric of the great common room, encompassing forests, lakes, prairies, deserts, glaciers, swamps, volcanoes, and caverns, nearly embodying every conceivable landscape in existence. Within these varied terrains, diverse alchemical creatures were subtly distributed. Some were merely ordinary animals, while others were indeed magical beings that could thrive in this realm. There were also exquisitely crafted dwarves, yetis, young pixies, mermaids, travelers, and others, who would even provide little wizards with quest parchments, consciously guiding them on adventures and training. Of course, one could choose to decline these quests and instead forge friendships with these alchemical NPCs. They seemed endowed with a wisdom that rivaled that of real humans, offering the finest answers during casual conversations or inquiries about magical knowledge. At the center of the great common room stood a Greek-style temple, serving as a refuge for the little wizards to rest, converse, and connect. This was indeed fitting. With Voldemort's impending resurrection and the unsettling presence of the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, how could Dumbledore pretend that all was well? Continuing classes, as usual for the little wizards, while the Ministry of Magic languished in inaction, utilizing the guise of games and frolic for combat training. It seemed that the two of you had put in considerable effort behind the scenes. Zhang Xu took out the golden cup, weighing it in his hand, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The following day, the little wizards, unwilling to miss class, arrived early at the entrance of the great common room, their nerves frayed and expressions filled with despair. In the center of the somewhat empty rocky square, which felt lacking without Fafnir, there was a table, a chair, a cup, a pot, and a screen. On the chair, Zhang Xu beamed as he observed the young wizard outside the square. Chapter 87. Is the dwarf star Peter not dead? Hail Hermes! I truly did not anticipate that before my demise, I would have the chance to partake in such a remarkable journey. However, my dear friend Dumbledore, could you elucidate what you mean by my alchemical dragon being utterly vulnerable? What does it signify when a second-year wizard can crush it like a substandard toy with a mere squeeze? Such a magnitude of destruction, and you dare attribute it to a second-year wizard? All the components were forcefully torn apart. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost believed it was the work of the Dark Lord. Ha ha! Be cautious, old bones. If you were to collapse here, no one would mourn for Perenale. Professor Gale timely interjected, offering a glass of ice wine to Nicolum. Ah, the Dark Wizard's fine wine? I dare not partake. Suit yourself. After all, your taste buds have deteriorated to the point where you cannot even discern cow dung. That is merely a glass of water. Oh, water? Puffed. As Nicolum raised the liquid to his lips, he was immediately engulfed by a searing heat that spread across his mouth, nearly mistaking it for a sip of lava, prompting him to spit it out. Professor Snape, caught in the crossfire, turned a shade darker. Nicolum smacked his lips. The sharp spiciness and thick, rich texture clung to his tongue. After the initial heat and stimulation faded, with each breath he discerned a profound fruitiness and the aroma of grains. His eyes widened as he neglected to wipe the wine stains from his attire, cautiously bringing the glass closer to his lips for a delicate sip. This time, the fiery sensation and the icy chill achieved a perfect equilibrium, akin to a thorough massage for the palate. What manner of wine is this? Nicolum sipped greedily. It was the first time in decades that his dulled taste buds had experienced flavor. The elixir of life crafted from the Philosopher's Stone had bestowed upon him an extended existence, yet it could not halt the aging and deterioration of his body. Both he and his wife had experienced extreme degradation of their bodily organs, and for nearly a century, aside from faintly perceiving the scents of tea and flowers, everything they consumed tasted akin to chewing wax. Thus, they resolved to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, embracing death with tranquility. Professor Gale produced a porcelain bottle and refilled Nicolum's glass. Moonlight White, a spirit from the East, a gift from the young wizard who played havoc with your alchemical pet. How does it taste? Is it not wondrous? The East. A glimmer of longing began to flicker in Nicolum's murky eyes. It is said that the East is the origin of all secrets to longevity. The sage Hermes Trismegistus from the East crafted the first Philosopher's Stone in Egypt and scattered the seeds of alchemy across the Greek lands. To this day, no one dares to claim they fully comprehend his works, the Emerald Tablet and the Secretum. Ah, the East. Ha! In the forbidden land of a millennium past. Has he once again dispatched his Hermes? My old friend, once this matter concludes, you may personally visit Hogwarts to see that little fellow. Indeed, I shall. Nicodemus set down his goblet, inhaling deeply, eager to inquire what true immortality entails. Snape scoffed, 3 ancient beings nearing a millennium, speaking grandly, yet are they not merely driven by gluttony? Oof. However, if that is the case, does Nicodemus's alchemical legacy now fall upon my Slytherin shoulders? With this thought, a faint smile graced Snape's lips. Before long, the ornate carriage gradually slowed, coming to a halt before an abandoned cottage on the outskirts of Bridgenorth in Shropshire. We have arrived. Dumbledore disembarked from the carriage, gently flicking his wand, illuminating the area within 100 meters as bright as day. Yet beyond that distance, not a glimmer of light could be seen, nor even the shadow of the carriage. Professor Gale, Nicodemus, and the ever-silent Professor Snape, whose lips curled slightly in a smirk, descended in succession, silently trailing behind Dumbledore into the dilapidated cottage. Inside, everything lay in ruin, decayed, resembling a faded old photograph. Strangely, not a speck of dust lingered, as if the owner had just conducted a thorough cleaning. Dumbledore entered the dining room with measured steps. By the expansive round table sat the skeletal remains of a gaunt old woman in an ancient rocking chair, cradling a vibrant, small wooden box, facing the entrance. There are no traces of dark magic here, Dumbledore. Snape stood in the center of the parlor, succinctly reporting, aside from a permanent dust removal charm. There are no signs of magic. Indeed, aside from the scent of decaying bones, there is nothing else. It seems you've miscalculated, Albus. Professor Gale patted Dumbledore on the shoulder, casually picking up a photograph from the cabinet, gazing at the framed figure with watery eyes, and jesting, who says only Hufflepuffs have a penchant for collecting refuse. I believe your Gryffindor lot is akin to a junkyard, fond of gathering orphans, as well as rats and wild dogs. Now let us proceed. Albus, if you're seeking traces of Voldemort, you might as well try your luck at the Gaunt residence. Who knows? Crack! A sharp sound emanated from before Dumbledore. The gaunt skeleton raised an arm, extending the small wooden box it had clutched tightly to Dumbledore. As the box settled into Dumbledore's pale palm, the skeletal figure of the old woman seemed to have fulfilled its desire, collapsing into a heap. Nicodemus summoned an alchemical creature, taking the box from Dumbledore's hands, retreating several steps to carefully open it. Albus, what is this? A Mother-S final remembrance. Dumbledore raised his hand, closing the box and tucking it into his pocket. He then bowed slightly towards the scattered skeletons, addressing them as Lady Petaloo and Yeoman. Professor Gel shrugged and turned to leave, leaving Nicolim to cast an inquiring glance at Snape. Snape raised his head slightly, remarking on Peter Pettigrew, one of the followers of our small savior, Mr. Potter's father, who perished 11 years ago at the hands of the traitor Black. Ah, he sounds like a martyr. But why Albus? Recently, Hogwarts had witnessed 2 attacks, resulting in the tragic demise of 2 young wizards and 2 staff members. During the second attack, Headmaster Dumbledore used the revealing charm to restore the crime scene. Aside from a vague, elongated shadow, the apparition revealed another figure, none other than the martyr Peter Pettigrew, who had sacrificed himself over a decade ago. Dumbledore continued. The professors present have speculated about transformations and disguises, yet the Shadow's right hand remained intact. However, everyone knows that Pettigrew was missing a finger. Hence, I suspect that Pettigrew may not be dead. Chapter 88. The Emergence of the Four-House Alliance Dead. Dead. This one here is dead too. Weasley. Now, eat the slug. Ron thrust his wand forward, driving it forcefully into the crack in the paper puppet's armor. As a faint green light flickered, the puppet's belly visibly began to swell. And then with a resounding pop, it burst open, splattering Ron with slimy, disgusting goo. Well done, Draco. Ron's performance has been commendable. Zhang Xu tapped the table, and 5 teacups filled with by Luo Chun tea levitated, landing in the hands of Draco, Ron, Hermione, Evans from Ravenclaw, and Pompton from Hufflepuff in succession. Thank you, they said in unison. Draco, after your tea, you should head in quickly. How many times have you led today? Zhang Xu twirled his finger, causing the teacups in everyone's hands to vanish. As he reached for the teapot, a brand new empty cup appeared on the table. This is just the beginning. Draco waved his hand at Zhang Xu, turning to embrace Evans and Pompton, watching as the 2 young wizards bounced cheerfully into the stone door. Zhang, let us start the next round. I can hardly wait to embrace the next victory. You are truly mad. Ron spread his arms, allowing Hermione to cast a freshening charm on him, then disdainfully wiped his wand with the edge of his robe. For some reason, the cleaning effect doesn't seem to cover the wand. I can only resort to the most primitive method to wipe it down. I seriously suspect that the antidote sent by Beauxbatons was mixed with a vitality potion. You're bursting with energy almost like a giant. Weasley, you wouldn't understand. Draco lifted his chin. Do you think opportunities to challenge Zhang come at any time? Although it's merely defeating puppets controlled by Zhang. That joy is something you cannot fathom. If it were just puppets, I could handle it myself. Stop boasting, Weasley. Draco scoffed, questioning how many, even among the upper-year wizards, could succeed in a solo challenge against Zhang, regardless of his prowess, even if he were merely a puppet. Well, even in a group effort, do you think defeating those puppets is a simple task? Yet I triumphed, Ron asserted, proudly declaring that it was he who had caused the puppet to burst with a slug. Not you. That is why I call you an idiot. After so many attempts, can't you see Zhang's true intention? To cultivate the collaborative and teamwork skills of the young wizards? Hermione speculated. Incorrect. Utterly mistaken. Draco interjected, hands on his hips. If it were merely for training purposes, wouldn't one-on-one challenges suffice? For Zhang, what difference does it make whether he faces one person or many? Even if all the young wizards banded together, could he not still thwart them? Granger, Haven you noticed. Draco's gaze was piercing. Initially, all four houses charged in unison. Then the students from the same house grouped together to attack. Even Potter, Longbottom, and Weasley once led a charge of younger Gryffindors. The number of young wizards who might have accidentally touched the stone door remained in single digits. However, when the four houses began to unite, particularly under Slytherin's guidance, the success rate of overcoming the challenges suddenly soared. What does this indicate? It suggests that Zhang's aim is not to foster unity and collaboration among wizards, but rather to showcase Slytherin's unparalleled leadership capabilities. Are you serious? Zhang Xu lowered his head to sip tea, contemplating that once Hogwarts was connected to the internet, he would take Draco on a tour of the canyon, perhaps to illustrate that without a proper formation, a group battle would result in fruitless endeavors. Thus, as a true Slytherin, the executive vice president of the Emerald Society, a future scion of pure blood lineage and new nobility, how could I indulge in fleeting pleasures? Hiding in the common room to frolic? It's not as if Astoria and others were already occupying the common room, leaving me feeling useless, thus lingering at the entrance. Bah, Weasley, if you have the guts, don't you dare leave. I want to duel you. Let us fight. If you can, let's do it now. Who is afraid? All right, you two, be quiet. Hermione interjected, exasperated, pushing them apart. If you want to brawl, find another place. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Fine, let us go. Hermione, you come too. You'll be the referee, or else I'm afraid this greenhorn will play tricks. President, is it really all right to let this go? Astoria emerged from the stone door, adopting a poised secretary's demeanor beside them. Let them be. Ron is soft-hearted and clumsy with words, and Draco has just been freed from petrification, needing to vent his fears and frustrations. With Hermione around, nothing will go awry. You certainly look after them well. Astoria, don't you care for them just as much? Zhang Xu produced a new teacup, filling it for Astoria. The notion of assisting in guarding the entrance and organizing the joint team from the four houses was, I presume, subtly conveyed to Draco by you. After all, as a girl, it is perhaps more prudent for the vice president to take the lead in matters of conflict. Is that not so? Then, was it truly necessary to discreetly persuade Ron and have Hermione remain to assist, while luring Neville, Harry, Cedric Diggory, along with several prefects from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, into the common room for an expedition? Is it not merely out of fear that they might overshadow Draco's prominence and leadership? Alas, as the future bride of Little Horse, one cannot help but direct one's elbow inwards. Zhang Xu chuckled, understanding yet choosing silence. So what shall we do next? Shall we continue to guard the entrance? After all, if idleness is our fate, I might as well engage with these youngsters. My dexterity in micromanaging has indeed improved. Should we let them all in? Might I offer them some advice? Not particularly necessary. Forming a team requires not only skill, but also personality and serendipity, relying heavily on individual initiative. You see, those staunch Slytherins are still unwilling to team up with muggles or half-blood wizards, and they even refuse to associate with purebloods from other houses. They seem to be waiting for others to beg for their inclusion. They deserve to be left out. Can we truly ignore them? Astoria expressed her timely concern. After all, they are part of Hogwarts. Their absence could undoubtedly lead to shortcomings when the other houses unite. The headmaster's intention, I believe, is to have you admonish them and then forcibly unify them, is it not? Have you heard the headmaster say such a thing? No. Thus, I shall proceed as I please. Does he have any authority over me? Were it not for a lingering sentiment, would I even regard him? I labor here without recompense. What benefit do I derive? Astoria covered her mouth, suggesting, shall I contact my family to see if we can depose Dumbledore and nominate you as headmaster? I suspect your tenure would be far more captivating than Dumbledore's. Astoria, indeed. Zhang Xu gently clinked his teacup with hers, urging respect for Headmaster Dumbledore. Certainly. Your surname is Greengrass, is it not? Indeed. Your sister it is of no concern, President. Our relationship is not particularly close. Moreover, many of her views do not truly represent our family sentiments. There are indeed many Greengrasses who believe in love and peace. Zhang Xu hesitated for a moment, suggesting, after graduation, accompany me to Huaxia. Perhaps there you could find a resolution to the curse within your bloodline. Very well, President, I thank you. Astoria's eyes sparkled as she stepped out of the rocky square, addressing the other young wizards. The next round can commence. Those wishing to take on the challenge should hasten.